Binjo City Night. From midnight streets, no human figure can be seen. However, the sign of the everything can be modified tuning shop still shines brightly. Inside the shop, shadows of people move, and a faint voice sounds, "Boss Su, your lease is almost up. You can't delay any longer. If you can't pay the rent, we'll have to reclaim your shop according to the rules. I really don't know how you keep this tuning shop running without a single modification core. Don't worry, you'll pay the rent within this week." After finally seeing off the rent collectors, Su Chen returns to the counter and sighs as he gazes at the empty street outside the door. This place is not Earth Star but the Star God world, a world where racing is highly developed. But the vehicles racing on the tracks are not ordinary cars. They are fantasy creatures called spirit maidens. They usually appear as human girls, but can transform into supercars on the track. He has been in this world for 3 months. He thought he could sustain the tuning shop with the money he earned from hard labor, but now it seems he was too naive. Even if he was the top racing tuner on Earth Star, no one in this world knows him. He was genuinely startled when he first learned about spirit maidens after transmigrating. But soon shock turned into excitement. As a tuner, he himself is a car enthusiast. Who wouldn't want their racing car to transform into a youthful, beautiful girl? Grip the steering wheel during the day, hold twin tails at night. How wonderful would that be? He once thought obtaining his own spirit maiden would be simple, but the high threshold soon scared him off. A driving qualification certificate is the most basic requirement. Second, spirit maidens can only be obtained through League Academy Allocation Club distribution or self-purchase. Purchasing a spirit maiden requires a large amount of money. The rarer, the more expensive. Moreover, even with money, some high-grade spirit maidens need their owner's recognition. These 3 requirements alone kill off 99 of people. So after much deliberation, he decided to solve the money problem first. He had planned to quickly amass wealth through his superb tuning skills and even win the favor of many spirit maidens. But due to his lack of reputation, no spirit maiden came to him for tuning in the 2 months since opening. Some drivers did visit the shop, but when they found he had no certificate, they turned and left. In this world, tuner certificates require strict academic examinations. He has no time to go back to school now. Without education, he's not even qualified to take the exam. Right now, he's just a black market doctor with medical skills, but no license. Modify a spirit maiden. Activate talent I. In Su Chen's mind, there is a star chart with several dim stars, most hidden in nebulas, and only one is exposed. Whenever he focuses his mind on that first star, such a line of star-glowing characters appears. He rests his chin on his hand, fingers tapping irregularly on the table, and sighs again. Can't I just activate it directly? Why all these roundabout ways? This is clearly the golden finger that came with transmigration. However, there is no system interface, and he cannot communicate with it. Another transmigrator would have activated the golden finger long ago. He is still stuck at the first step. Where can I get the rent? Go back to laboring on construction sites. Su Chen furrows his brow in deliberation. Relying on hard labor to sustain the tuning shop is not a long-term solution. The urgent task is to activate the talent and find a spirit maiden to modify no matter what. But this is not something he can force. Spirit maidens are all warrior damsels with formidable combat power. Knocking one out and tying her up for forced modification is utterly impossible. Seems like there's only that way. Su Chen narrows his eyes and takes a whiteboard from the warehouse. As a top-tier tuner, he should not stoop to such self-degradation. But he is at his wit's end. He can only try anything. At midnight, North Street is very cold. Neon lights reflect on the asphalt, cutting the deep night street into mottled light and shadow. Xingming walks alone on this empty street, her thin coat tightly pressed against her body by the cold wind. Under the street lamp, her shadow stretches long, merging with the darkness of distant tall buildings. Stumbling past a tuning shop, the cold light falls on her pale face. She stands in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the girl reflected in the glass, her eyes like frozen lake water reflecting no light. Xingming silently gazes at herself. The scenes from the morning involuntarily flash through her mind. Xingming, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the graduation race. Master, there are still a few days before the graduation race. We still have time to prepare. Don't give up so easily. I give up easily. Isn't it because your performance is terrible? The woman in the driver's uniform suddenly slams her fist on the coffee table. Her voice trembles hysterical. The words she spits out are far colder and sharper than a knife. If your performance were even a little better, I wouldn't be failing, let alone becoming a laughingstock among my classmates. Master, I will work hard to train myself. Her cautious words are still brutally torn apart, followed by an even fiercer storm. What's the use? Can it help me pass the exam? Can it help me graduate? Can it improve performance in a short time? I can. Fine, then go improve. If you can't, don't come back to see me. Get out. The door slams shut. Everything stops abruptly. The only way for a spirit maiden to enhance performance in a short time is through modification, replacing better modification cores. The money required for this can be astronomical. She and her master are still students at Salient Academy, and the money they usually earn is basically spent on daily maintenance, leaving no spare funds for modifications. Xingming spent almost all her meager savings running to various tuning shops all day. The tuners went from enthusiastically introducing various modification cores to cold disdain and disgust in just the few seconds it took her to pull out her money. Her money was too little. She couldn't even afford the cheapest modification core. Asking for credit was also rejected. No tuning shop accepts any credit telling her to leave if she didn't have money. After a day of running around, she is tired and hungry. Tired, mentally hungry because she hasn't taken any nutrient fluid. Perhaps after walking a few more steps, she'll have to find a place to lie down and hibernate, waiting for a patrol tow truck spirit maiden to drag her away. In front of her is a newly opened tuning shop. She remembers it was a supermarket before. The shop is very small, looks a bit old, and there isn't a single modification core on the shelves. So what does this tuning shop sell? Does the boss not do tuning business? Xingming presses her face against the glass window, the soft flesh of her pretty face squished into a flat, comical shape against the pane. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, she sees a handsome man who seems to be the boss hanging a whiteboard at the door. Then the boss turns and goes back to the warehouse inside. Xingming carefully moves to the door of the tuning shop. She has been rejected by shop owners too many times and is now afraid. She doesn't dare to appear in the boss line of sight to avoid scolding for being broke. She had almost given up on modification until she saw the bold characters on the whiteboard at the door. Free. There's also a small speaker hanging on the door. The speaker crackles twice, then suddenly blasts a rhythmic, catchy voice. Going out of business. Going out of business. The rogue boss ran away with his sister-in-law. Original tuning fees of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands from today onward, not 998, not 98, not even 999. Clearance sale. Fire sale. All modifications free, absolutely free. All modifications free, absolutely free. Xingming's soft cat ears and a single tuft of hair on her head perked up, and she stood frozen at the entrance of the tuning shop for half a minute. Then a tall figure appeared before her, casting a shadow. Hey there, Miss Mecha Girl. Welcome to my shop. Are you here for modifications? The person standing before her was none other than the shop owner from just now. A warm smile spread across his face, but his eyes seemed as if they could devour someone. Fortunately, his handsome, chiseled features eased much of the tension. Xingming indicated she could still handle it. Ah, yes. Yes, meow. Xingming took half a step back, pinched the hem of her clothes, shrank her head, pointed at the whiteboard, and asked cautiously, really, can I get a free modification? Of course. Su Chen's smile became even more sincere. Come to think of it, this should be the first Mecha Girl to come to his shop. Some Mecha Girls had come before, but they were always accompanied by their pilots, and of course they shook their heads and left due to his lack of credentials. Now that this rare opportunity had presented itself, he would have to do a good job of convincing, of entertaining her. This isn't the place to talk. Come inside quickly. Su Chen practically pulled the cat-eared Mecha Girl into the shop. Under the bright lights of the shop, the girl's delicate features became even more exquisite. Her light blue eyes were like two gemstones, her flawless white skin seemed to glow under the illumination, and her silver-white shoulder-length hair cascaded down as smoothly as flowing water. At first he thought the cat ears on the girl's head were just delicate hair accessories. Then the ears and the tail behind. A real beast-eared girl. Who could resist that? Su Chen gestured for the cat-eared Mecha Girl to sit in front of the cash register, then turned around and rummaged through the refrigerated cabinet for a long time. Finally, he found a can of nutrient fluid, inserted a straw, and placed it before the Mecha Girl. This was the highest treatment he could offer a customer in his shop. Nutrient fluid was a daily energy supply product for Mecha Girls, similar to energy drinks, with a variety. Among them, ginger flavor, durian flavor, devil pepper flavor, and garlic flavor were sold at a 30% discount all year round. It was unknown why they kept producing them despite nobody buying. Xingming blushed and said thank you. Although she felt embarrassed, her drowsy head really needed an energy boost. She took a small sip of the nutrient fluid and immediately shuddered, her face scrunching up. Ugh, what kind of taste is this? She looked down at the label and was stunned. Ginger flavor. So there really are people who like this kind of weird taste. Even though it tasted awful, she didn't want to let down the shop owner's kindness. In the end, with strong willpower, she swallowed the bitter and spicy nutrient fluid. Before the modification, I need to know some basic information about you. Su Chen took out a form and a pen, waving them at the cat-eared girl. Meow. Xingming obediently nodded. It was her first time at a modification shop, and she didn't really understand the specific process. Name and model. Xingming, model Nico 99. And your grade, D. Drank. Meow. Xingming glanced at Su Chen guiltily. D was the lowest grade among Mecha Girls, meaning the girl was either flawed or had poor performance. Normally, her driver would never reveal her grade to others for fear of being mocked. But she didn't see any unusual expression on the shop owner's face, which slightly relieved her. All right. Su Chen carefully made notes, then looked up and gazed at the girl, who was clearly tense and uneasy. Tell me what you're looking for. Why do you want a modification? And which aspects do you want to improve? That way I can have a basic direction for the modification. I have poor performance which causes my driver to fail the graduation assessment. That's why I want a modification to improve my performance. The main area of improvement. Xingming tilted her head thinking about the track characteristics of the Academy's graduation assessment. It was a fairly standard track, not very difficult with few curves and many straight sections. As long as the Mecha Girl's speed was up to standard and the driver wasn't too incompetent, passing the assessment shouldn't be a problem. I want to improve speed, preferably cornering speed. She ultimately reached this conclusion because the graduation assessment was a lap race and cornering speed was crucial. A very straightforward idea. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, the novice driver's head dealt with basically came to him to speed up their race cars. But having a race car ask for it on its own was a first. However, there was one thing he found puzzling. In this world, the League Academy was a combination of a university and a driving school teaching cultural knowledge while centering on racing. Of course, ordinary people couldn't afford the League Academy given the expenses for Mecha Girls. And Mecha Girls like Xingming were novice Mecha Girls assigned to students in their third year at the Academy. These Mecha Girls had no obvious defects, but their performance couldn't be too high either, basically hovering around C or D grade. Logically speaking, as long as the driver's skill was fine, passing the graduation assessment should be easy, right? How could they blame the Mecha Girl's performance? Besides, if the performance wasn't good, they could just modify the Mecha Girl. But that was a matter between the Mecha Girl and her driver, so he didn't want to ask too many questions. Right now, he just wanted to activate his golden finger cheat ability as soon as possible. Make big money, reach the peak of life. Enjoy a carefree life of gripping the steering wheel by day and twin tails by night. I understand your request. Come with me. Su Chen stood up and led the way. Xingming followed close behind him, peeking around in surprise. She discovered that this small shop had a hidden depth. There was actually a rather long corridor inside. They arrived at the end of the corridor. Su Chen took out a key and unlocked the door. Under the dim light, the old door creaked open. Inky blackness poured out from inside, as if hiding some great terror that could devour anyone. Xingming shivered. What is this place, meow? It's the modification room. A bit old though. Su Chen's voice was casual, but half of his face was hidden in the darkness, making him look somewhat sinister. His hand fumbled along the wall beside him. From another angle, it looked like he was pulling out a weapon. Xingming stood at the doorway frozen. Is it too late to run now? This shop owner isn't going to do something weird to her, is he? Indeed, free things are the most expensive, meow. Please come in, ahem. Su Chen finally found the switch and waved to clear the dust. The dim yellow light flickered once with a creak and the darkness receded. The room seemed shrouded in twilight, looking not much better than before. Just now it was eerie, now it was lifeless. Seeing Xingming frozen in place and anxious to activate his golden finger, he reached out and pulled the wooden-like girl into the room. What are you waiting for? Get in. The door slowly closed, the last sliver of light swallowed by darkness. Then the lock clicked shut. A sign hanging on the wall buzzed and lit up red. Instruction Training Room in operation. Upon entering the room, a strong smell of oil greeted him. There was nothing strange, just a pile of scattered parts in the corner. Xingming recognized most of these parts. They were all disassembled from ordinary cars. However, she couldn't understand the significance of her boss collecting these parts. Even though ordinary cars still existed in this world, compared to the mechanical girls, they seemed like relics from the last century. A mechanical girl modification shop shouldn't have these. Shouldn't he be directly working on the modification core? Looking at her boss rummaging through the pile of parts, Xingming started to feel a sense of dread. At that moment, Su Chen was pondering while searching. Optimizing power output, reducing weight, and improving aerodynamics and grip were key to enhancing racing speed. With limited resources, he could only adopt the simplest and most economical approach. Soon he found several pieces of ABS plastic sheets from the pile. All right, transform into your car form, he said, holding the ABS plastic sheets in front of the workstation and slightly tilting his head, adding, before we officially start the modifications, I need to measure the front dimensions of the car. Huh? What? No, you can't. No stripping. Xingming clasped her hands in front of her chest, her snow-white cat, ears drooping, nearly hidden within her silvery long hair. Her tail anxiously wrapped around her left leg, its tip twitching. Her light blue eyes darted around, not daring to meet Su Chen's gaze. What do you mean? Su Chen looked confused. I didn't tell you to strip. I told you to transform into your car form. Oh, I'm sorry. I overthought it. Xingming's face turned bright red. She had been so immersed in her paranoid thoughts that she had spoken without listening clearly to what her boss was saying. She obediently stood in the center of the room and transformed into her car form. Before Su Chen, the light and shadow shifted, revealing a sleek, all-white sports car. Awesome! He couldn't help but exclaim. Xingming's car form resembled the AMG 1 from his previous life. He circled around her, already forming a basic modification plan in his mind. How is it? Can it be modified? A timid voice from inside the car asked. Su Chen glanced at the car window, noticing that Xingming's human form was leaning over the cockpit, her raised rear emitting a faint glow from her electronic limbs merging with the chassis, and a fiber optic cable connected her spine to the steering wheel inside. Normally, the driver would sit in the cockpit controlling the mechanical girl, gazing at stunning views. He once again marveled at how fortunate the racing drivers in this world were. Yes, it can be modified. He walked to the back of the car, instinctively resting his hand on the rear cover. The girl's shy voice suddenly burst out, "Ah, don't touch me like that. It tickles." Su Chen was at a loss for words. He truly hadn't expected that the mechanical girl's car form would have such sensitive sensations. "Sorry." He withdrew his hand and quickly changed the subject. "I plan to install a custom front lip and rear wing for you. Due to limited materials, I can only use ABS plastic sheets, and I will cover the exposed parts of your chassis with PVC sheets. Do you understand? You should understand, after all, you are." There was a long pause. Su Chen had no choice but to walk to the car. He found the girl looking bewildered with wisps of white smoke rising from her head, softly mumbling, "Too don't understand. It's too complicated." Su Chen was speechless. Was this creature really a mechanical girl? How could she not understand this professional knowledge at all? Forget it. Su Chen shook his head, quickly measuring Xingming's dimensions, and then began cutting and gluing the materials at the workstation. In less than an hour, the 2 pieces of front lip and rear wing were completed. Su Chen held them up, comparing the sizes. A smile creeping onto his lips. "The old blade is still sharp." It is said that a modifier is the core of a racing team. A skilled modifier can solve 99% of the team's problems. Thus, calling him a living Buddha of the racing team would not be an exaggeration. "The parts are ready. I'll install them for you." Without waiting for Xingming to respond, he had already moved to the front of the car and leaned down, fitting the front lip onto the front. "Oh." The girl in the car let out a strange sound. Su Chen didn't care much. He went to the back of the car and with a snap sound fitted the rear wing onto it. Su Chen was speechless. Do mechanical girls really get so startled? The function of the front lip is to reduce lift at the front, while the rear wing increases downforce. Once these two were installed, the car's grip naturally improved and cornering speed increased. Next, he used a jack to lift the car body and covered the chassis entirely with PVC sheets to reduce air turbulence. Throughout the entire process, Xingming continued to make a fuss. What should have been a simple installation process had Su Chen sweating profusely. Unlocking talent, divine hand. The suddenly bright star in his mind made Su Chen's dreamy thoughts vanish instantly. Oh, so it's unlocked. What is this divine hand talent? Can it turn stones into gold? As this thought just formed, he saw the front lip, rear wing, and the PVC sheets of the chassis covered in a faint glow. Ultimately, they coalesced on the ground into a glowing white cube. Modification core. Su Chen. The modifications he made for Xingming transformed before his eyes into a modification core. Despite not receiving any notifications, he instantly understood the function of divine hand. Any modifications he made for the mechanical girl would ultimately coalesce into a modification core. And the cube before him was an aerodynamic component modification core. He picked up the modification core, and the mechanical patterns on it immediately burst forth with a milky white glow, while electronic text appeared on the modification core. Unnamed aerodynamic component modification core. Positive effects, speed 3, cornering 3. Negative effects, stability 1, endurance 3. Special effects, cup, size 1 cup, hip circumference 10. Grade white. This modification core has been crafted for you, please name it. The prompt on the modification core did not come from a golden finger, but rather from the rules of this world. Picking up the modification core would automatically connect it with the star source consciousness, subsequently displaying the core's basic information in his vision. Only the creator of the modification core could see this information, and the feature to trigger it was the glowing, writhing electronic patterns entering developer mode, which also proved the identity of the core's creator. Moreover, due to the special status of being a modifier, he held the primary control over the modification core he created. However, this control was generally not exercised unless his rights were infringed upon, such as in the case of robbery. This was not the first time Su Chen had seen a modification core, but the one he created seemed a bit different from the other. Other modification cores had both positive and negative effects coexisting, or only positive effects, and there were no so-called special effects. Furthermore, this special effect was quite absurd. He glanced at Xingming, who had remained silent since the modifications were completed. He somewhat understood why Xingming had been making such a fuss earlier. Let's give it a proper name. Su Chen pondered, and after a while his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Let's call it the Thunder 1 modification core. This modification core name sounded mighty and fitting. He was just thinking about how to install the Thunder 1 modification core for Xingming, when suddenly a second dim star peeked out from the swirling nebula in his mind. Contract a mechanical girl to unlock talent 2. A master still remains. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. So he truly was the heaven-chosen one across 2 worlds. Otherwise, how could he have gained this transmigration boon after surviving a near-fatal crash? And now, so many overpowered advantages after crossing over. Truth be told, he hadn't wished, yet awakening talent too required contracting a Mecha maid, a daunting task for someone as destitute as he. Without substantial capital, it remained entirely out of reach. For now, he could fabricate modification cores using the divine hand. So becoming a skilled modifier and amassing wealth was the logical path forward. Xingming had already noticed that modification core. Seeing her boss circle her vehicle's chassis, she tilted her head in quiet confusion. Why hadn't he produced the modification core earlier? Once expanded into vehicular form, no core could be installed. Xingming, where exactly is the socket for this modification core? Su Chen waved the core around her hood rear and exhaust pipe and fuel tank, only to find no viable insertion point. There was no fuel tank. Her exhaust system bore no resemblance to any conventional automobiles. Yet if neither exhaust nor tank were the location, no other plausible site presented itself. You truly didn't know the core must be installed while in Mecha-made form, Naya? Huh. Su Chen blinked, genuinely unaware. Installation in Mecha-made form. That made even less sense. How could one possibly embed a fist-sized core into a human-shaped chassis? Xingming's side shifted into her Mecha-made form and gazed skeptically at her flustered shop owner. She longed to question his professional competence, but he had produced the core and offered it freely without charge. Here, Naya, she lifted the hem of her sleek racing suit and revealed a slender porcelain-smooth waist. The amber glow of the dim lamp pooled like aged wine in the delicate hollow of her lower back, blinding Su Chen, halting his thoughts midstream. Only when her hands moved behind her back, index fingers and thumbs interlocking into a perfect rectangle over that same hollow, did he stir from his daze. Do you see it, eh? Press the core here. I'll absorb it myself, Naya. Instinctively, Su Chen obeyed, pressing the core against her skin. The moment contact was made, the core dissolved into a shimmering streak of light, vanishing into her flesh. Xingming lowered her suit, her luminous, blindingly fair skin once more concealed beneath the taut fabric. This core feels strange. Xingming cupped her chest, startled to find it fuller. She twisted, glancing over her shoulder at her own silhouette. The lush peach-like curve left her breathless. Her original frame had been slender, almost austere, yet now elegant contours bloomed where none had existed before. This was no illusion. Before installation, her form had been unmistakably different. Still, as a mecha maid, such physical changes held little intrinsic interest for her, only curiosity. Her focus remained fixed on the transformation wrought by the core itself. My limbs feel stronger, Naya. She stretched her arms and legs, then blinked up at Su Chen with wide sapphire blue eyes. Boss, what are this core's attributes? I can't remove it myself, and I can't view its data. Attributes: positive speed 3, cornering 3, and negative stability 1, endurance 3. That's all. Su Chen rubbed his nose, deliberately omitting its unique effect. Some things were best kept private. Cornering and speed increased by 3. Amazing. Xingming's eyes widened, her twin cat ears, an antenna-like hair tuft perked upright, her tail curling upward in pure delight. Yet her expression soon clouded with uncertainty. Truly free, as she asked hesitantly. Yes, Su Chen affirmed with a nod. The modification was already complete. Reneging now would be dishonorable. Besides, she clearly possessed no funds. No other cost, Naya. She remained unconvinced. Su Chen studied her thoroughly, from head to toe, then spoke with sudden gravity. How about becoming my Mecha maid? With me, you'll feast on delicacies and revel in luxury. By day, I'll upgrade your hardware. By night, refine your software, until you no longer recognize yourself. The proposal startled her. She stepped back half a pace, cheeks flushing, rose-pink, eyes darting downward before she murmured, voice trembling. Boss, you're a good man, but I already have a master. I cannot betray him. Yet your master treats you poorly. Leaning against the wall atop a pile of spare parts, Su Chen shrugged. Every Mecha maid who enters my shop arrives with their master. None come alone as you do. Moreover, performance shortcomings demand joint solutions between master and Mecha maid. Failing an evaluation isn't solely your burden. Why should you bear it all? Xingming's gaze dimmed. Her slender frame swayed faintly, a bitter smile flickered across her lips, before she shook her head resolute. I'm sorry, boss. Loyalty is etched into a mecha maid's very bones. If today I surrendered to temptation, breaking my temporary contract to become yours, then tomorrow I might abandon you the same way. If, just hypothetically, if one day my master abandons me utterly, and if by then you still hold me in esteem, I would be honored to serve as your Mecha maid. With that, she bowed deeply, low enough to touch her forehead to her knees. She retreated step by step toward the door, ears drooping, bowing once more before vanishing into the corridor. Thank you for reaching out. I will repay your kindness someday. Without waiting for his reply, she fled. leaving behind the only coin she owned placed neatly beside the doorway. "Hey, you haven't signed the purchase agreement yet," Su Chen called after her, only to hear her footsteps recede swiftly down the hall. "Oh well." He slapped his thigh and sighed. Knew acquiring a Mecha maid wouldn't be easy. Rain-licked streets glistened under the night sky, puddles scattered like shattered mirrors. But to the girl racing home, they meant nothing. She sprinted unhesitatingly, water exploding in radiant arcs around her feet. She dared not shift into vehicular form. It consumed too much energy. Her master would berate her again for wastefulness, calling her a worthless, money-draining failure. Xingming dashed into the academy dormitory and knocked firmly on her room's door. After a long pause, a slurred, irritated female voice answered. "Who the hell is it? Can't you let a person sleep at night?" "Master, it's me. I've returned from modification, Naya." Half a minute passed before the door creaked open, revealing a face brimming with impatience. "Back from modification. You actually got modified. Where'd you get the money?" "Master, why are you drinking again?" Xingming closed the door softly, guiding the stumbling woman toward the sofa, whispering, "I met an exceptional modifier. He performed the upgrade for free. It's a powerful core, boosts multiple stats." Empty bottles littered the coffee table. Underwear, crumpled paper, and used pink condoms lay strewn carelessly beside the sofa, jarring, unsettling. Xingming saw them and understood, yet she said nothing. As a mecha maid, she held no authority over her master's personal life. "Stop lying to me. Who'd waste time modifying trash like you, for free? You're dreaming." The drunken woman shoved her aside violently, spewing venomous insults. Perhaps her intoxication stripped away restraint. Unspoken truths surged forth unchecked. "What rotten luck, to be saddled with garbage like you by the academy. Why me? Huh, wait and see. I've saved enough. Once I pass graduation exams, I'll swap you for a Class C Mecha maid in seconds, and you'll vanish from my life far and fast." Xingming stood motionless, watching the woman sink deeper into unconsciousness on the sofa. She watched for a long time, silent still, then as always began tidying the chaotic room with meticulous care. Academy single rooms were cramped, especially for students like her master whose grades barely scraped by. This one held only a sofa and a coffee table. In the corner rested a small cushion, its surface adorned with cheerful hand-drawn cat faces. That cushion was her resting place, her sole sanctuary. After cleaning the entire room and scrubbing the floor spotless, she settled onto the cushion, leaning her back against the cold wall, drawing her knees tightly to her chest. She folded inward, shrinking into herself, wishing desperately to vanish entirely from this world. For the next 3 days, Su Chen did not encounter Xingming. Xingming likewise never returned to the modification. Those 3 days passed as before, although he could now handcraft a mod core drivers who arrived with their Mecha Girls, and heard he lacked a licensed modder certificate, would turn and leave at once. No eloquence of his could change their minds. Some even assumed he was mentally unstable. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a thunderclap. Su Chen slumped over the table, utterly dispirited. He was a transmigrant with a golden touch, even said to have been delivered here by a fully insured semi, by any measure a supreme VIP among transmigrants. Yet to have sunk to such a pitiable state was almost unthinkable. 3 days until the rent is due. Where am I supposed to find 8,000? The local currency was called Yuan, literally denoting the value represented by the energy consumed when an engine turns once. The purchasing power of 8,000 Yuan was roughly twice that of his former world and equaled a quarter's rent for this shop, which stood in a rather remote location. Honestly, that was fairly inexpensive, yet it remained beyond his means. Fine, if necessary, I'll go do manual labor. Su Chen bit his lip and resolved. Manual labor did little for his image, but wages for pure physical work in this world were surprisingly decent. Besides, if he did not go out to work, he would soon be unable to afford food. He took the few bills left in his drawer and set off toward the snack street by the League Academy, places thick with students usually offered the best fares. After eating, he planned to look for work at the employment market. Nearby stood the Xingguan League Academy, said to be the talent training base of the province's largest club, the Xingguan Club. Maybe he'll run into Xingming on the way, he joked to himself, hung a closed sign on the shop door, and left with academy. The modification shop lay beyond the third ring of Binzhou City. It took an hour on the Skyrail to reach the food street. Half an hour later, he was on the Skyrail. Packed into the car, Su Chen was pressed against the window and could not move. From the window, he watched the city sliced into dense grids by wide, even avenues, residential towers jostling within those blocks. The closer to the inner ring, the taller the buildings, the architecture tipping towards cyberpunk. These high-tech streets were strewn with race insignia. Some thoroughfares were prepared specifically for the city championships. Once races began, the marked roads were closed to ordinary traffic. At that time, ordinary lanes would be crushed by the crowd and temporary stands might rise from underground around the racecourse so pedestrians could stop and take a seat to watch. This was a world in which Mecha Girl racing had reached great heights. Singers, actors, idols, Besides celebrated drivers and their Mecha Girls, they were but footnotes on the sidewalk. Sometimes Su Chen felt the populace's passion for racing bordered on the pathological. When he stepped off the Skyrail, he arrived at the university town entrance. Beside the Skyrail station lay the food street. Opposite stood the academy gate. Su Chen followed the crowd out, but did not immediately turn toward the eateries. Many drivers in academy uniforms had gathered before a massive electronic screen, their Mecha Girls clustered at their sides. Whispers rose. What is this? So lively. They must be announcing the League Academy graduation results. I'm so envious. An onlooker beside Su Chen shook his head with a sigh. I'll sell everything I own to get my son into that academy, graduate from there, and he's above others. Graduation results published. Su Chen recalled that the uniform Xingming wore did indeed look like that of the Xinguan League Academy. He did not know whether the Mecha Girl and her driver had passed. He pushed forward through the crowd to search the screen and finally found Xingming tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. Trainee Wang Tingting, Mecha Girl, Xingming, assessment score 67, status pass, eligible to graduate. Su Chen's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that adorable girl who blushed at a few words and spoke with a meow meow habit. Xingming must be celebrating with her driver for passing, he thought, slipped away from the crowd, fixed his gaze on a nearby restaurant, and pumped his fist. All right. He decided to spend every cent on the largest pork knuckle rice as a reward. After all, Xingming had passed thanks to his modding. There was a measure of pride in that. It was like a martial instructor seeing a pupil win glory on the battlefield. That was the unique thrill of a modder. Yet Su Chen did not know that while he savored his rice and planned which construction site to toil at that afternoon. One street over in a basic Mecha Girl boutique, Xingming stood bewildered in the middle of the hall, waiting with other dazed Mecha Girls for an uncertain fate. If a phone is outdated, you buy a new one. If a Mecha Girl's performance is lacking, instead of slowly training attributes and collecting materials for a mod core, you simply purchase a higher grade model. Affordable prices, flashy designs, and an entirely new driving experience. Graduation season was the boutique's busiest time. About a third of graduates came to purchase new Mecha Girls. The boutique sold up to C models, while anything above C usually appeared only at auctions. Abandoned Mecha Girls who regained their freedom generally faced three possible futures. Either they joined the city's logistics system as support Mecha Girls. An undeniably bitter fate for Mecha Girls were stamped from birth with the creed that track championships are the highest honor. To become logistics was to renounce dreams. Or they chose reforge, a factory reset that wiped all memories and returned the soul core to the sea of stellar deities. The last path was to fight for oneself, earn money by mod cores upgrade, and one day meet a driver willing to sign a new contract. This route was perilous because the jobs that let Mecha Girls rapidly amass resources were mostly gray market, though the trade of the body was explicitly excluded. Selling a Mecha Girl's body was strictly forbidden. If discovered, the Mecha Girl would be forcibly reforged and the customer would face execution. Thus, wild Mecha Girls generally had to earn through underground races, but those contests offered no safety. A single misstep could render a Mecha Girl scrap, and a scrapped unit without a modder's repair could only be reforged. Xingming did not wait long before Wang Tingting emerged from the selection room, accompanied by a Mecha Girl. Xingming's mind went blank, her body trembled. She already sensed what would happen next. Xingming, meet Jin's son, my new Mecha Girl D-grade, Wang Tingting announced, groomed and radiant with none of the drunken disarray she had shown 3 days prior. She was in an excellent mood. First, she had passed the assessment, then she had acquired the Mecha Girl she desired at a favorable price. Truly a day of double fortune. No, make that threefold joy. She could finally rid herself of Xingming, a burden she found nauseatingly underperformant. Jin's son might not be cranked, but she was a step away and offered superior value. Jin, son. Xingming stared at the new Mecha Girl, reading pity and helplessness in Jin's son's gaze. As a fellow Mecha Girl, Jin's son did not wish to supplant Xingming. She understood that Xingming was about to be discarded and that she herself might face the same fate someday. Yet as a mere D model, she did not enjoy the privilege of A or grade units who could choose their drivers. Moreover, she had been through this before. Initial models were rarely kept by trainees. She had long since resigned herself. Then, master, what should I do? Xingming's gaze left Jin's son and fixed on the indifferent woman before her, still clinging to a thread of hope as she looked on in daze. Wang Tingting flung a temporary contract in Xingming's face. You're free, she said coldly. I've tolerated you for 1.5 years. Oh, I've had enough. Go love whoever you want. Just vanish from my sight immediately. Her words were like a knife scraping tears from the hollows of Xingming's eyes. Xingming drew a deep breath and forced herself not to break down in public. Her lips trembled and her teeth chattered faintly. Tears still fell, wetting the scattered contract on the floor. Wang Tingting stepped forward, put a hand to Xingming's waist, and pulled out the mod core. Ignoring Xingming's sorrow and bewilderment, she offered a frosty smile. That mod core is useless to you. Give it to Jin's son. Now go. Don't let me ever see you again. Two cold words slipped from her mouth, and they became the final straw that broke Xingming. Trash. Xingming. Indeed, no matter which world it is, the protagonist's meal is the salvation for a worker like me. It's time to start hauling bricks. There are many new tracks being built outside the third ring road, where working at the construction site operating robots guarantees at least 1,000 yuan a day. However, this job isn't for everyone. It requires some computer knowledge and driving skills. Initially, he couldn't do it until he drove the robot around the site and even flipped it over. The boss was instantly amazed, even thinking he could participate in a racing competition. As for how Su Chen could drive, after all, he was a top modification master. Although his skills were incomparable to those of a true top racer, understanding racing was an essential skill for proper modifications. Only by truly understanding racing can one make good modifications, though otherwise everything is just talk. Su Chen called the construction site boss, and after 3 months the boss was still very enthusiastic to hear he was coming. After confirming the location of the construction site, he directly boarded the sky rail. However, he didn't notice that a cat-eared Mecha Girl pulling out her last 2 silver coins also boarded the sky rail, just 1 compartment away from him. Once he got off the sky rail, the first thing Su Chen did was head to a nearby supermarket to buy drinks. There was no need to rush since it wasn't time to start working yet. Since he couldn't bring water while operating the robot, he needed to hydrate sufficiently before starting work. While he was seriously selecting drinks and struggling with choices, he didn't notice a stray hair floating slowly past the glass window behind the shelf. When Su Chen arrived at the boss office to report in, he was about to knock when he heard the boss' helpless voice from inside. "Sorry, we don't hire Mecha Girls here." Another voice immediately followed, soft and somewhat familiar, laced with pleading and flattery. But boss, your job advertisement said it only requires one to be an adult and no other restrictions. I'm really strong, meow. I can lift more than the robots. If it's really not possible, you could just give me half the salary. Sigh, it's not that simple. The boss sighed. Little girl, we have a clear rule against using Mecha Girls as laborers. If we get caught, my job could be at stake. It's not that I don't want to give you a job, it's just that I can't. Why? I just want a job, meow. The voice instantly lowered. Su Chen finally realized why this voice sounded familiar. It was none other than Xingming's voice. That soft meow speech habit was practically her identification. But why did Xingming come to the construction site looking for work? Where was her driver? Su Chen knocked on the door and pretended not to know as he pushed open the half-closed door. The bald boss expression changed dramatically when he saw Su Chen enter, and he quickly waved his hand. Su Chen, listen, I did not hire a Mecha Girl as an employee. I rejected the idea, so don't go report me to the Mech Protection Association. Boss, do you think I'm that kind of person? Su Chen smiled as he walked over to Xingming. The girl instinctively looked up, her originally sorrowful face instantly brightening, as if she had seen a rainbow. Her ears and tail perked up. Boss, she exclaimed softly, her eyelashes fluttering, her little head obviously still processing why the modification shop boss was here. Do you know each other? The bald boss gaze flickered between Su Chen and Xingming, suddenly revealing a meaningful smile at Su Chen. Nice one, kid. Is this a surprise for your uncle? 3 months ago, your uncle said you were capable of handling a Mecha Girl, and you actually brought one. Young people are so full of tricks, even sending a Mecha Girl to surprise uncle. The boss shook his head, giving Su Chen a "you still need practice" look, but unfortunately you failed the test. Your uncle got to his position by being cautious and careful. He never takes small, unworthy gains and absolutely avoids making mistakes. You misunderstood him, not. Before he could finish, Su Chen shot a sideways glare at Xingming. Xingming was so startled by that look that she took half a step back, drooping her cat ears and shrinking her head, swallowing her words. Su Chen knew the boss well enough to anticipate that he would start bragging about his glorious journey from a small worker to a foreman, which would likely last half an hour. The key was he had already heard it once and found it hard to endure a second time. He directly grabbed Xingming's hand, interrupting the boss' impending lecture. Boss, it's almost time to start work. I'm taking my Mecha Girl to prepare first. I brought her today mainly because I was afraid she would get bored at home. I see. The bald boss gave Su Chen a thumbs up, then turned to Xingming. You have a great driver. Not only willing to work hard for money, but also considerate of your feelings of being alone at home. If you meet such a driver, you should marry him, ha ha. Xingming's face turned red to her ears at his words. Just as she was about to defend herself, Su Chen had already pulled her out. Behind the construction site warehouse, there was a grove with a clearing that rarely saw visitors. Su Chen left Xingming in the clearing while he found a tree stump to sit on, his scrutinizing gaze scanning her as he spat out 3 words, tell me. Xingming bit her lips, staring down at her toes. Tiny beads of sweat seeping from her nose glistened in the sunlight. What should I say? Tell me why you're here and where your driver went. Didn't you pass the graduation assessment? Yes, we passed the assessment. Xingming's voice was wrapped in a hint of bitterness, the gloom under her eyelashes spreading like dark clouds, and unformed tears fluttered like butterflies trapped under glass, struggling but unable to escape. She gently inhaled, trying to swallow those emotions quietly, her lips curving into a forced, nonchalant arc. I just didn't fit well with my previous driver, so after the race ended we discussed seriously and parted ways. Meow. Is that so? Su Chen sighed. Are you sure it wasn't her who initiated the breakup? I'm sure. The girl's voice lacked confidence. A silence hung between them like an invisible wall. Su Chen punched the wall, shattering it. Then what is the point of you making money? You no longer have a driver. I want to become stronger. A gentle breeze swept through the grove, ruffling Xing Ming's snowy white hair like a piece of crumpled cloud slowly drifting alongside her pale cheek. In that broken cloud, a pair of eyes reflecting the fallen leaves flickered in and out of view, shimmering with a shattered light like a starry sky that had been shattered. She murmured softly, I don't want to be abandoned anymore. As long as I'm strong enough, as long as my performance is good enough, I should be able to find a driver who will never leave me. Right? Xing Ming herself was uncertain. Thus the fragmented light in her eyes gradually blurred. Su Chen silently stared at the girl for a while and suddenly said, Do you remember what you said to me? Without waiting for the girl to respond, he mimicked Xing Ming's tone and said, Oh boss, if one day my driver abandons me, and if at that time you still think I'm good, I would really like to become your Mecha Girl. Xing Ming was momentarily stunned, two flames leaping in her bright eyes as if someone had tossed a torch into the darkness, yet those flames flickered unsteadily, seemingly ready to extinguish with the slightest pinch. But I'm just a drink now. Minus a Mecha Girl like me. Su Chen stood up and walked in front of Xing Ming. Perhaps he had better options, but as a modification master, too many scrap cars had been reborn in his hands. When everyone was picking Mecha Girls based on their performance, he swam against the current. He knew he never needed to choose because his strength came from himself. Xing Ming felt a gentle palm on her head, the touch tender enough to melt everything. She instinctively squinted her eyes, suppressing the urge to nuzzle, but her tail couldn't help but sway gently. I just think you're great. The person said, Be my Mecha Girl. Xing Ming would forever remember this day. The wind in the grove was soft as cotton and the sunlight wasn't so glaring. The sunlight filtering through the branches and leaves painted a gentle golden edge on Su Chen's silhouette. His smile backlit was unclear, but his voice was clear and strong. At this moment, it seemed to be imbued with the warmth of sunlight. I might hold you back. At that time, she truly believed she had encountered a wonderful driver, someone who would patiently encourage her even if they lost the race. However, as she failed more and more assessments, much of the warmth gradually turned into cold, sharp blades. You shouldn't say that. The machine girl can be upgraded, right? Su Chen stroked his chin and said, I remember that upgrading from level to clevel only requires meeting certain attributes and a corresponding star essence. Isn't that difficult? To smoothly integrate his work into this world, he had briefly supplemented his knowledge about machine girls, though it was merely superficial. Yes, it is quite difficult. Xing Ming lowered her head and pouted. To meet the attribute requirements, one needs modifications. The better the machine girl, the lower the modification cost. For someone like me, it would cost a lot of money. As for star essences, those are special resources that can only be obtained by placing well in competitions. For someone like me at level, participating in any competition of a certain scale would certainly lead to being at the bottom. Xing Ming grew more and more dejected as she spoke, her voice decreasing in volume, feeling utterly useless. She didn't wish to become Su Chen's machine girl. She was just afraid that her clumsiness would disappoint the owner of the modification shop. She didn't want to see that kind of disappointed and rejected gaze anymore. Having gained something only to lose it again was something she would rather avoid. Oh, so it's a fear of spending money. Su Chen's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer, smiling and coaxing. I'm a modification master, and I can assure you that modifications aren't actually that expensive. The market price is generally at least 10 times the cost. As a modification master, I acquire materials at the base price, so don't worry. Really? Xing Ming looked at Su Chen with eager eyes, her fingers nervously rubbing the hem of her clothes. She wasn't very clear about modification expenses, if she only knew that the owner had given her one for free. Perhaps, as the owner said, modification masters do not spend much money when modifying machine girls. Then maybe it could be worth a try. As the saying goes, a pile of mud cannot be propped up, but the more mud there is, the better. Of course it's true. Su Chen straightened up, speaking with conviction. Comrade Xing Ming, the self-worth of a driver comes from continuously racing to victory on the track. Do you know what the self-worth of a modification master is? Xing Ming stared blankly at Su Chen, tilting her little head. I don't know. It's to make the machine girl stronger. Su Chen patted Xing Ming's shoulder and continued to entice her. So do you think it's more rewarding to upgrade an A-level machine girl to SS level, or to upgrade a D-level machine girl to SS level? Xing Ming tilted her head in thought for a moment, seemingly doing a serious comparison. After a while, she timidly glanced at Su Chen and uncertainly said, maybe upgrading level to SSS would feel more rewarding. Yes, that's right. Su Chen seized the opportunity to hold the girl's cold little hand, forcing their gazes to meet. So, Comrade Xingming, are you willing to contribute to the realization of my ideals and self-worth? Meow. Xingming's cheeks flushed slightly instinctively, turning her head away. The man in front of her was too enthusiastic. That fervent gaze was like a raging fire, making it difficult for her to meet his eyes. I don't really have anything against it. As long as you don't mind. Xingming mumbled softly. She had thought that she was dispensable to Su Chen. But now Su Chen seemed to need her very much, and it was this sense of being needed that allowed her to regain a little confidence. Of course I won't mind. Su Chen was overjoyed. Finally managed to tame this little cat girl. He smiled like a wicked wolf, squeezing Xingming's soft little hand. But how do we make a contract with you machine girls? Xingming. 10 minutes later, Xingming gave Su Chen a brief education. There are mainly 3 forms of contracts with machine girls. First, a temporary written contract like the one between her and Wang Tingting. Second, a bond contract that is a step above the temporary written contract. Third, the highest level soul contract. The differences between these 3 are significant. The first type of contract can be terminated at any time, and neither the machine girl nor the driver needs to provide a reason or bear any responsibility. The relationship relies entirely on mutual awareness and conscience. The second type is slightly more complex. Both parties need sufficient reasons and motives to terminate the contract, such as the machine girl being scrapped or the driver being unable to continue racing, and this type of contract is mostly linked to club agreements and personal agreements. The third type must be voluntarily signed by the machine girl and cannot be terminated thereafter, equivalent to the machine girl willingly binding herself to the driver forever, a contract form that the machine girl would only agree to under absolute trust in the driver. Su Chen's requirements were not high. He would be quite satisfied with signing the first type of contract with Xingming. He could upgrade later as their relationship improved. Haste makes waste. In front of the cash register at the modification shop, the two sat, facing each other, the atmosphere serious, yet slightly comical. Well, Xingming, I thought it over carefully, and we can just sign the first type of contract. That way you'll have more freedom. Su Chen looked at the cat girl across from him, speaking earnestly. If I have any shortcomings that you find unacceptable, you can leave at any time, although I believe such a situation is impossible. Why are you crying? Before he could finish speaking, Xingming's expression darkened and tears began to well up in her eyes again. Signing the first type of contract means you can toss me aside at any time, just like my previous driver. Su Chen quickly waved his hands, saying, That's not my intention at all, so let's sign the second type. Actually, what he wanted to sign was the third type. Just thinking about being a racing cat girl felt exhilarating. However, it was just a thought, as Xingming would definitely not agree. After all, they had only just met a few days ago. Since Su Chen did not have a club, the most complex aspect of dealing with club agreements could be omitted. All they needed to do was bring Xingming to the local Machine Protection Association to witness and sign the contract. There was only one Machine Protection Association in Binzhou City, conveniently located near the Xingguan League Academy. Su Chen greeted the construction site boss and left with Xingming. The boss didn't say anything to him. It seemed that Su Chen was just bringing the machine girl to show off. Young people, it's understandable. If he had a machine girl when he was young, he would definitely announce it to the world, not letting a stray dog pass by. The Machine Protection Association, abbreviated as MPA, oversees the second and third types of contracts disputes between machine girls and drivers and the protection of basic rights of machine girls. The premise for discussing basic rights is that the machine girl and the driver have signed a contract of the second type or higher. If it is the first type of contract, then the MPA cannot intervene. The signing process is quite simple. Su Chen signs an electronic agreement provided by the staff, and Xingming saves a copy of the electronic agreement in her memory. Afterwards, Su Chen only needs to touch Xingming's tail to input a fingerprint, which serves as a starting key. Once the fingerprint is successfully recorded, it counts as signing the bond contract. From then on, no one besides Su Chen can drive Xingming. The contract process took less than 10 minutes and went very smoothly. From now on, you will be my machine girl, Su Chen. Please take care of me. At the entrance of the Machine Protection Association, Su Chen solemnly extended his hand to Xingming. This was also her first time signing a second-type contract, feeling both nervous and dreamy. She rubbed her toes on the ground, extending her small hand to grasp one of Su Chen's fingers. Her fluffy cat ears perked up happily, but her voice remained as soft as ever. I'm sorry. No, thank you. Please take care of me. Master. The moment the soft English term, a second star in her mind, was ignited. Unlock talent divine eye. Huh. Is this the eye of God? Previously, the talent known as the hand of God granted him the ability to manually modify cores. So could this eye of God grant him the power of X-ray vision? He instinctively turned to look at Xingming. Nothing happened with the X-ray vision. However, a virtual screen appeared in his field of view. Mecha Girl information. Name Xingming, star emblem, radiant light, team buff type. Speed 47. Cornering 54. Stability 42. Burst 35. Endurance 51. Modification Core none. Holy Mark none. Current level D. Special talent 1 not activated 2. Cat Girl morphology specialization 3. Silent movement. Synchronization rate 5. Status listless. Evaluation soft and cuddly perfect for warming a bed on the competition stage. Forget it. Since she is already a Cat Girl specialization, what more could she want? One cannot have it all. He could see the specific information of the Mecha Girl. At this moment, there were still quite a few Mecha Girls at the entrance of the Mecha Maintenance Association, and Su Chen casually glanced at another Mecha Girl. Mecha Girl information. Name Jean Sui, star emblem flowing flame speed type. Speed 57. Cornering 43. Stability 52. Burst 45. Endurance 47. Modification Core Thunder no. 1 white. Holy Mark none. Current level D. Special talent none. Synchronization rate 0. Status energetic. Evaluation quite average. Su Chen blinked. It seemed he had noticed something worth paying attention to. Thunder no. 1 module. How did the modification core he crafted for Xingming end up with this Mecha Girl named Jean Sui? Just as he wanted to turn back and ask Xingming for the details, he saw her bowing her head and hiding behind him, clutching a corner of his clothing, wishing she could completely bury her small body in the shadow behind him. Xingming, what's wrong? Su Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on the man and woman beside Jean Sui before looking at his own Mecha Girl with concern. Are you feeling unwell? Master, can we go? Xingming bit her lip tightly. She tried to act casual and strong, but her voice trembled like leaves in the autumn wind. That woman was your previous pilot Wang Tingting, right? From Xingming's reaction, Su Chen had already guessed most of the situation, and his expression suddenly turned cold. She abandoned you, and to top it off, she took your modification core. Xingming lowered her head in silence, her cat ears and tail drooping listlessly. This silence was undoubtedly an acknowledgement. This is outrageous. Su Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned to see the two and the Mecha Girl walking into the Mecha Maintenance Association. But he didn't care about that, grabbing Xingming's hand and chasing after them. Xingming was pulled along by Su Chen, her mind turning into a mush. Master, what are you going to do? What do you think? I'm going to confront her. Inside the Mecha Maintenance Association, shouting that Mecha Girl just now should be the one you had before, right? Wang Tingting's companion, a guy with yellow hair, suddenly asked. His name was Lin Haijun, one of the investors who had supported Wang Tingting over the years. The small umbrella that was spent on Wang Tingting could circle around the Star Alliance Academy. Due to the amount of money spent, he had already become Wang Tingting's fixed ATM. A third of the money Wang Tingting used to buy Jean Sui was provided by him. It seems so. Oh, I didn't even notice. Wang Tingting put on a false sympathetic smile. She noticed, but didn't want to bring it up. She felt that being Xingming's former pilot was a dark history, so she proactively changed the subject. Lin Gu, what about the rookie star crystal you prepared for her? Last night she cooperated with you on everything, so you can't back out now. Lin Haijun looked at Wang Tingting's coy demeanor and couldn't help but feel excited. He knew that Wang Tingting wasn't a good person, but he was attracted to her flirtatious charm. After all, he wasn't marrying her, and as a girlfriend she was quite qualified, especially good at various action games with no restrictions. Don't worry, isn't there an underground competition in Binzhou City recently? The top 3 rewards are the choice of a rookie star crystal. Lin Haijun casually wrapped an arm around Wang Tingting's waist, leeringly saying, I remember Jean Sui star emblem is flowing flame, right? Then let's get Jean Sui a rookie flowing flame star crystal, ensuring she can smoothly upgrade to level. Lin Gu, you're so nice. Wang Tingting smiled brightly, taking the opportunity to kiss the yellow-haired guy's neck. Lin Haijun was ignited by the kiss, and he pondered that once Wang Tingting and Jean Sui signed the contract, he had to take Wang Tingting nearby to book a room for a passionate family meeting. Just as the two were each harboring their own thoughts, a tall man with a stern expression suddenly blocked their path. Lin Haijun was already about 178 meters tall, but this man was even a head taller. The oppressive feeling from above made Lin Haijun's heart flutter. This person was none other than Su Chen, who burst in with Xingming closely following behind him. She tightly held onto Su Chen's arm, peeking out with half of her little head, looking bewildered like a rabbit that had been startled. Hand over the modification core, Su Chen said coldly, getting straight to the point. Modification core? What modification core? Wang Tingting froze for a moment, staring at Su Chen and Xingming for a while, quickly realizing, oh Xingming, did you just find a sucker and can't wait to bring him to support you, this useless thing? You. Slap. Wang Tingting's words were abruptly cut off by a slap. Lin Haijun nearby jumped in shock, taking a step back and yelling, what are you doing? What do you want it? Stop. If you hit my girlfriend again, I'll call the police. Shut up, or I'll hit you too. Su Chen raised his arm again. Don't. If you hit my girlfriend, then you can't hit me. Su Chen. Lin Haijun's reaction left him bewildered. Wait, this guy looks decent, but he turns out to be a total coward. The sound of the slap was quite loud, and soon a crowd gathered around. Wang Tingting covered half her face, shaking her buzzing head. Her gaze took a while to focus on Su Chen's face, and she suddenly screamed, "You hit me. You actually dared to hit me. I will call the police. He'll notify the security team right now." "So you want to call the security team?" Su Chen didn't waste words and walked straight up to Jin Sui, extending his hand and swiping through the air. He directly exercised the primary control right of the modification master and pulled out the Thunder No. 1 modification core. "Go ahead and call. This modification core was lent to Xingming by me. You not only abandoned her, but also claimed my borrowed modification core for yourself." Su Chen raised his right hand, sneering. "So is it robbery of a modification master? Let's see if the security team will arrest you or me." At this moment, the modification core was spinning at his fingertips. The star pattern completely lit up, entering developer mode, proving that he was indeed the creator of this modification core. You are the modification master of this core." Wang Tingting's expression changed as she looked at the modification core in developer mode. Her tone softened. "Wasn't this modification core bought by Xingming? How could it be a loan?" Still not giving up, Su Chen snapped his fingers. An electronic voice immediately sounded from the modification core. "Purchase agreement signing status not signed." Exercising the primary control right while pulling the modification core from Jin Sui was valid. If the core had a signed purchase agreement, this action would be a serious crime and the modification master would be sentenced. However, that day Xingming ran away too quickly and didn't have time to sign the purchase agreement. Simply put, this modification core still belonged to him, and he could reclaim it at any time. Wang Tingting was utterly dumbfounded, thinking she had struck a bargain, only to realize it was a ticking time bomb. This modification core, which provided a significant boost to a certain attribute, while slightly lowering others, was a top-tier item regardless of its grade. At that time, she thought Xingming was incredibly lucky to find such a good modification core on her outing. But she truly needed this modification core to cope with the city tournament. With this core, Jin Sui attributes would barely reach the threshold for upgrading to Clevel, and only at Clevel could she hope to stand out in the city tournament. Finding another modification core that would suit Jin Sui so well would be difficult. With this thought, Wang Tingting's attitude softened a bit, and she even added a hint of pleading. "Master Modificator, there might be a little misunderstanding between us. Mainly because I didn't know this modification core was a loan. How about this, you name a price, and I'll buy the modification core right now." At first she thought Su Chen was Xingming's new pilot. But once she realized he was a modification master, that idea vanished. She only thought that Xingming couldn't repay the modification core and had no choice but to bring that modification master along. It's exceedingly rare for modification masters to also be drivers, and they would never take a liking to a D-level Mecha Girl like Xingming. After all, modification masters understand best how troublesome a Mecha Girl like Xingming can be. "Is this modification core very important to you?" Su Chen weighed the modification core in his hand. Wang Tingting nodded eagerly. "Very important." "All right then." Su Chen's smile abruptly vanished and his hand suddenly tightened. Crack! He released his grip. The fragments of the modification core fell to the ground with a crash, turning into sparkling particles that completely disappeared. A dead silence surrounded them. Everyone stared in shock at this scene until a cold voice broke the silence. "I wouldn't sell it to you even if I smashed it, idiot." Silence gave way to an uproar. This was a modified core, a vital resource for any machina. Though merely a white-grade modified core, it was already exceptional gear for Wang Tingting and Xingming, fresh graduates of the League Academy. Its attributes were unusually refined. If sold, it would fetch no less than 20 or 30,000 yuan. Most League Academy students came from families of modest means. Yet asking a fresh graduate to spend thousands of yuan on a modified core remained extravagantly impractical. After all, routine maintenance and upkeep for machina maidens incurred substantial costs. Saving even a modest sum meant living frugally, both driver and machina maiden tightening their belts in shared austerity. Few pilots could bear watching their machina maiden wear a perpetually downtrodden expression, yet here before their eyes such a core was crushed to dust in one decisive grip. Xingming felt her heartbeat stagger, half a beat behind the core's shattering. She believed Su Chen had suffered grievous loss, unaware that lacking official certification his modified core was unsellable. "Wait, what are you doing?" Wang Tingting erupted, pointing at Su Chen. "Is this necessary? You refuse to sell it even for money, so why destroy it for her? Is she worth this? You're not even her pilot." Su Chen met Wang Tingting's gaze unflinchingly. "I am Xingming's pilot." His voice, low yet resonant, carried quiet pride. "And Xingming and I have forged a bond covenant." Wang Tingting froze, stunned, speechless, utterly bewildered. After a long pause, she scoffed bitterly. "Seriously, what's in it for you? She's just a Class D unit, doesn't even qualify for city championship races. Even with a modified core, her stats barely scrape into Class C territory. Why bind yourself to her? Her words struck Xing Ming like icy water, leaving her breathless shoulders hunched, retreating step by trembling step, until a warm, steady hand caught her gently before she could fall. Who said Xing Ming can't compete in the city championship? Su Chen's cold gaze pierced Wang Tingting's swollen cheek. No Machina maiden is born SS class. Even a Class D unit given proper cultivation can rise to brilliance. I will bring her to the city championship. As chief modder, he saw no junk machines, only untapped potential. What mattered was funding skill and materials. With sufficient funds and raw materials, he could even reconfigure a rocket. Fine. I'll be thrilled to face you on the track. Just don't end up spectating from the stands because Xing Ming never climbs to class. We will compete. Su Chen spoke with unwavering certainty, as though stating immutable fact. Xing Ming tightened her fingers around his hand and slowly lifted her head. Through blurred, tear-dampened vision, his towering figure loomed before her, not as a man, but as a colossal storm-shielding tree. A fierce, unprecedented surge rose within her chest. Shame. Shame for her timidity, shame for her retreat. Her master had stepped forward without hesitation, shielding her from every barb. And still would she shrink back? Would she still cower? Her trembling ceased. For the first time she locked eyes with Wang Tingting, not as a supplicant, not in fear, but as a rival. Her gaze burned, not with humility, not with dread, but with blazing, incandescent fury stoked by wounded pride. Wang Tingting, you monster. We'll meet on the racetrack. She enunciated each word with deliberate force, then hoisted a dazed Su Chen onto her shoulder without warning. Master, let's go. Until they vanished beyond the gates of the Machina Maintenance Association. Only then did Wang Tingting snap back from her humiliation. Clutching her swollen cheek, she muttered under her breath, damn it. What's so special about some 2-bit modder anyway? Who does he think he is? Better hope he actually gets that junk heap onto the city championship track. Originally, she'd only aimed for a passable result in the tournament. Now her ambition sharpened, she would claim a top 3 finish, no less. Ordinary pilots held less prestige than modders. Yet a top 3 finish in the city championship would eclipse any modder who could only produce white-grade cores. Modders too needed livelihoods and relied on racers and Machina maidens for endorsements. With countless modding shops competing, why would a pilot choose his workshop over another? Brother Lin, you have to help me. Help me win at the city championship, or I won't be able to show my face again. Wang Tingting tugged desperately at the yellow-haired man's arm, her eyes wide with pleading. She resented Lin Haijun's earlier cowardice, but knowing she still needed him, she buried her resentment deep and feigned ignorance. Help you? Of course I'll help you. Lin Haijun, riddled with guilt, rushed to reassure her. Tingting, don't worry. I'll handle the Luyan Star Core issue for you. Once Jin Shun reaches Class C, I'll secure you a green-grade modified core. That worthless white core trash. We wouldn't touch it with gloves. MHM, Brother Lin, you're the best. Wang Tingting nestled against Lin Haijun's chest, her heart hardening with silent resolve. Just wait. Wait until she wins the city championship. Until she becomes Binzhou's star pilot. Until she joins the Xingguan Club. Then she'll return to that shop. Have it remodeled, bankrupted, erased forever from Binzhou's map. Impulse brought fleeting triumph, then crushing despair. After her outburst, Xing Ming felt the sky collapse upon her. Master, I'm so sorry. I've dragged you into this. On the maglev tram, she tapped her forehead rhythmically against the window, crestfallen. I spoke without preparation. Surely I've burdened you with unbearable pressure and trouble. If we fail to qualify, I'll be mocked for life. And I've made you waste a modified core. What on earth are you apologizing for? Su Chen rolled his eyes, then gently gripped Xing Ming's shoulders and turned her to face him squarely. Tell me, who am I? Yuri, master. Unaccustomed to meeting his intense gaze, Xing Ming blushed fiercely and quickly looked away. No, what is my profession? Your profession? Xing Ming blinked, her large luminous eyes hesitating. Are you a pilot? Oh no, you're my master. Meow. Su Chen. I'm a modder. He cleared his throat, speaking with solemn gravity. As a modder, do you truly believe I'd ever run short of modified cores? One destroyed. No matter. I'll craft another back at the workshop. As for competition pressure, don't fret. It's precisely pressure that forges momentum. Comrade Xing Ming, we must strive together now. Let's go. Yes, let's go. Xing Ming felt genuine encouragement and mimicked Su Chen, clenching her tiny fists and punching the air twice, before tilting her head puzzled. But master, can modified cores really be crafted so casually? I heard modder success rates are low. What if repeated failures waste precious materials? And materials cost money, don't they? Well, Su Chen paused, momentarily flustered. He'd never failed crafting a modified core. His method differed fundamentally from those of this world's modders, and not all certified modders possess the ability to fabricate cores at all. Most modders in this world held certificates and theoretical knowledge, but functioned primarily as dealers. True modders, those who built cores, occupied a far higher echelon. He'd previously lacked both certification and awakened ability, hence his dire straits, unable even to afford rent. Don't worry, I have ample materials. Su Chen lied with practiced ease, though in truth his reserves were nearly depleted. Should core fabrication involve chance, he'd likely falter. Yet he clung steadfastly to his creed: when mountains loom ahead, a path will always appear. Never mind the odds. First soothe Xingming and bring her home. For a pure modder, few moments surpass the joy of witnessing a personally customized racer blaze across the track. Unmatched, unrivaled. Su Chen cherished that moment deeply. So when Xingming became his machina, maiden, his mind overflowed with audacious ideas, determined to launch her onto the circuit, leaving every dismissive pilot stunned speechless. Alas, ideals bloom lush, and reality remains stark and lean. Globally, the most authoritative and official entry-level competition is the City Championship, held in every major urban center. Track difficulty is rigorously standardized, while layouts may vary. Challenge levels remain tightly calibrated. Merely declaring Xingming's participation meant nothing. One obstacle loomed: only Class C Machina maidens qualified for the City Championship. Xingming was Class D, strictly speaking minus. Thus upgrading her was non-negotiable. To ascend from D to C required one attribute to meet minimum standards, and one primary star core matching her stellar sigil's affinity. Hers was Radiance, so she needed a Radiant Star Core. At that moment, Xingming sat perched on a stool, feet dangling, happily sipping orange-flavored high-energy nutrient gel from a can. Sensing Su Chen's gaze, her cat ears twitched, and she tilted her head, letting out a soft meow. Ba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Su Chen murmured the phrase thrice, then averted his eyes, frustrated. If the passing threshold stood at 60, none of Xingming's 5 core stats met it. Not even close. Only her cornering performance edged near adequacy. He gathered his scattered thoughts and outlined his next steps, jotting them down methodically. First, prepare multiple modification schemes, one of which must elevate her cornering stat above 60. Second, scan the racenet for upcoming open tournaments offering primary star cores as rewards. Match the core type to the race's track profile, guaranteeing acquisition, and thus steady, reliable progression to Class C. And most crucially, Su Chen sighed, sketching a hasty steering wheel on the paper. Of all things to happen after transmigration, I've got to take a driver's license exam. Master, it feels strange. Meow. Nothing strange about it. This is how it must be during modification. You'll need to get used to it. But it still feels a little embarrassing. Enough chatter. Stay focused. I'm beginning now. Inside the modification chamber, moonlight streamed through the window, casting fragmented shadows across the floor. Xingming had transformed into her racecar form. Her chassis was elevated approximately 1.5 meters off the ground by 2 hydraulic jacks, with all 4 tires and the undercarriage fully suspended. Su Chen frowned deeply, flashlight in one hand and wrench in the other, pacing deliberately around Xingming's sleek body, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The moment he entered work mode, his usual nonchalant demeanor vanished, replaced entirely by unwavering focus and solemn intensity. I noticed last time your tires weren't up to par. As a racing machine destined for competition, you absolutely require semi-slick tires. Swapping them out will inevitably elevate your cornering performance. Tires, those seemingly inconspicuous components on a race car, exert profound influence over its overall performance. Superior tires not only enhance cornering agility, but also sharpen the driver's tactile feedback from the road. Yet Su Chen possessed no such road feel himself. Stripped of his identity as a modifier, he was merely an ordinary driver with average skill, yet he knew precisely which tires suited Xingming best. Are we really changing the tires? Meow. Xingming's voice trembled faintly with nervousness. Indeed, even as he spoke, Su Chen deftly completed the tire removal and released the internal pressure from Xingming's factory-fitted wheels using a depressurization valve. The rims were still serviceable, but given limited resources, rim maintenance was omitted entirely. He observed that even with the wheels mounted on the tire changer, a faint luminous photonic link persisted between them and Xingming's chassis. It appeared that Xingming's vehicular form retained full tactile sensitivity across her entire body. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder, even with the wheels physically detached and distanced from her chassis, might she still retain sensation? That would be rather unsettling. As it turned out, his intuition was correct. The instant the tire changer's blades separated the tire bead, Xingming let out a soft, startled cry, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Su Chen paused mid-motion and glanced over at Xingming. From this angle, he could see the girl inside the cockpit. Head bowed, cheeks faintly flushed, and her feline ears perked high atop her head. No, it doesn't hurt, Meow. It's just cool and tingling. A first-time sensation. Ah, good. If it doesn't hurt, then all is well. Su Chen resumed removing the second tire, this time with noticeably gentler motions, and casually asked, By the way, what anatomical equivalent does a wheel represent in your android form? Your posterior. How could it possibly be my posterior, meow? Su Chen paid no heed to her flustered reaction. Then what is it? Your heady. Your ribs? Your duodenum. Stop guessing wildly, meow. It's my feet. My bare feet, meow. Understood. So it's akin to a human removing their shoes. Su Chen feigned sudden enlightenment, a subtle smirk playing at the corner of his lips. He already knew, but deliberately teased her to ease her tension. Judging by her relaxed expression, the tactic had worked beautifully. X1 semi-slick tires, the entry-level variant in this world. Based on his experience, their structural integrity matched that of the Michelin Pilot Sport 4S from his prior life, classified as high-performance street tires. He'd acquired them from a nearby scrap vehicle processing yard. An elderly man there failed to recognize their value, allowing Su Chen to claim them as hidden treasure. Purchasing new ones outright would have cost nearly 2,000 credits. For Su Chen, the tire replacement process was second nature, routine, even monotonous. Yet for Xingming, the experience was utterly opposite. Her mind went blank, aware only of Su Chen's hands repeatedly handling her wheels. Then suddenly the rim grew warm, and something viscous and scorching enveloped it entirely. That she surmised must be the new tire's bead, as Master had described. This was her first tire replacement. She couldn't quite articulate the sensation, yet it felt strangely pleasant. Before she could savor this novel feeling any longer, Su Chen's voice cut through her reverie. Done. Meow. Already. An hour has passed. Su Chen arched a brow and tapped lightly on the windshield. While my modification speed surpasses that of amateur tuners, as a certified professional, it does seem you're left wanting more. No, not at all, meow. Xingming laughed shyly. Wheel replacement is only the first step. We're not finished yet. In truth, the process was complete. However, no corresponding modification core had yet manifested. Su Chen stroked his chin deep in thought. Perhaps certain prerequisites remained unfulfilled. He recalled his earlier modifications to Xingming, adding front lip and rear wing plus underbody adjustments, totaling 2 distinct upgrades. Could it be that activating a modification core required exactly 2 alterations? He returned to the warehouse and surveyed the junk he'd salvaged from the scrapyard. Only scraps remained of the PVC sheet previously used for underbody cladding. However, ample ABS plastic sheets were still available, more than sufficient to fabricate both front lip and rear wing. Front lips and rear wings generate downforce critical to traction, achieving similar functional outcomes as tire replacement. Yet he'd originally intended to avoid such brute force enhancements. After all, aggressively boosting cornering grip often leads to excessive traction, ultimately compromising top speed. Still, with no viable alternatives at hand, he had little choice. By 9 p.m., the front lip and rear wing were complete. Su Chen installed both onto Xingming. Compared to her initial unease during the first installation, she now remained remarkably composed. Instantly, the 4 tires' front lip and rear wing dissolved into shimmering motes of starlight, coalescing beside the jacks into a 6-sided crystalline cube radiating soft white and emerald luminescence, the newly forged modification core. Su Chen lifted the core. As intricate electronic circuitry pulsed across its surface, module data materialized before his eyes. Unnamed cornering performance specialization modification core, positive effects cornering 7, stability 3, negative effects speed 4, burst power 2, tire, wear rate 40, special effects bust size 1 cup, old black stockings, high-heeled shoes, aesthetic heightened sensitivity in specific regions, tier white green. This core was crafted exclusively for you. Please assign it a name. Nearby, Xingming had reverted to her android form and stood on tiptoes, gazing curiously at the core. Su Chen's gaze drifted slowly between Xingming's modest bust line and her bare, delicate feet, deep in contemplation. This modification core seemed capable of aesthetic transformation. Or did all modification cores possess such transformative properties? As for a name, let's call it the Black Stockings Thunder 2 modification core. He narrowed his eyes and struck his palm with a fist. A name so flawless, so sophisticated, so commanding, so perfectly apt. He was nothing short of the Greek god of nomenclature himself. However, what precisely does heightened sensitivity in specific regions entail? Su Chen wore an expression of utter gravity, his serious gaze fixed intently upon Xingming. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth. As both modifier and driver, he bore a professional responsibility to understand his own android intimately. Thus, a brief methodical investigation should be perfectly acceptable, right? Master, this module feels strange on my body. Xingming stood under the light in the hall, her black silk-clad, beautiful legs slightly crossed, wearing a pair of high heels. It looked quite impressive. Moreover, her previously flat upper body finally had a pleasing curve. What feels strange? Tell me. Su Chen glanced up and down at Xingming, realizing what it meant to be a feast for the eyes. Those fluffy ears and that fluffy tail, They were irresistibly tempting. It's just it feels tingly under my feet. Xingming carefully moved a step. The heel of her high heel clicked against the wooden floor, and she blushed, shivering all over. Su Chen saw her awkwardness and quickly figured it out. Also, the sensitivity of special areas 1 is at the soles of her feet. How should I put it? It was unexpected, yet he thought it might be some more private areas, like her cat ears, cat tail, or something. But it wasn't a big deal. This did not affect his appreciation of beauty. Besides that, do you have any other feelings? Yes, meow. Xingming closed her eyes and seriously felt it tightening her fists as she threw air punches. It just feels stronger than before, and my chest feels heavy, meow. Su Chen thought to himself, isn't that so? From A to B. That's a qualitative leap. It seems that after installing the modification core, the machine girl had some sense of the enhancement, but this feeling wasn't very clear. Your feet are a defect of the modification core. Su Chen said seriously, pointing to a chair. Go sit there and take off your shoes. I'll check it for you. Oh. Xingming trusted him completely, obediently sitting down and taking off her shoes, revealing a pair of small feet wrapped in black stockings. Su Chen squatted down to take a closer look. He felt that the beings called machine girls in this world were truly strange. Logically, these high heels should be wheels, but they could be taken off in the form of high heels. It simply defied science. But now was not the time to worry about whether it was scientific or not. For Xingming's health, he had to examine her feet. His fingers slowly descended. However, before he could fully appreciate the soft sensation, Xingming suddenly screamed. Her calves tensed up and her feet kicked up with all their might. In front of him, a shadow with a fragrant breeze flashed. Bang! Su Chen's face instantly contorted. Puff! A mouthful of old blood sprayed a foot high. Su Chen's body spun 3.5 times in the air, landing and rolling to the corner of the hall, crashing into a shelf before finally stopping. Oh, master! Xingming was shocked by her own kick and hurriedly ran over to check Su Chen's condition. Her previous action was purely instinctive. After installing the modification core, her feet became particularly sensitive, so at the moment Su Chen touched them, her whole body tingled and she reflexively kicked out. The strength of the machine girl is many times that of an ordinary human. Naturally, that nearly full-strength kick sent Su Chen flying. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Xingming knelt beside Su Chen, helping him up, her small hand tightly gripping his hand, which was gradually growing cold, crying, Master, you must not die. What am I supposed to do if you die? Sob, sob, sob. Don't cry. Su Chen with a pale face lay on Xingming's soft lap. His trembling hand slowly took out his phone and raised it. Quick, help me call an ambulance. The next morning, Su Chen stood at the hospital entrance, feeling a bit dazed at the crowd and cars on the street. He vowed never to be reckless again, and also, so soon. He touched his already healed chin somewhat in disbelief. Master, what's so quick? Xingming, carrying fruits and milk, tilted her head in curiosity. From the moment Master woke up to leaving the hospital, Master's expression and state were quite odd. The jaw fracture healed that quickly. Su Chen was astonished. Is the medical technology in this world that terrifying? He only remembered fainting, and when he woke up he was already as good as new. Yes. Xingming nodded like a chick pecking at rice. This is just a minor injury, but it did hurt. Master, I'm sorry. I'll definitely hold back next time and not kick you with my feet. Su Chen was speechless. Xingming truly didn't mean it. The machine girl has a thought stamp that prevents her from harming her driver. So he couldn't blame Xingming, only himself, for being too curious. And for being misled by Xingming's cute appearance, underestimating her terrifying strength. If the power of the kick had been reduced 100-fold, he would have been completely fine with a few more times. It's fine. Su Chen quietly stepped back half a step from Xingming, cleared his throat. By the way, where did you get the money for the medical fees? Machine girl owners can apply for free treatment for external injuries once a year. Xingming lifted the pocket in her hand. After becoming a driver, I can apply 3 times a year and also receive fruits and milk. Is the treatment for drivers that good? Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder in this world where racing is paramount, drivers are treated like royalty. Master, what shall we do next, meow? Should we continue the modifications? Su Chen fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. He no longer had materials or money to modify Xingming. What he needed to do now was to convert Xingming's modifications into profit. But before that, he needed a ticket to enter the new century. Elbow. He waved his hand. Come with me to take the driving test. In this world, there are 2 types of driving license. One type is the same as in the previous life, used for driving maglev cars and regular cars, but the time to obtain the license has been shortened to as little as 1 day. The second type is the professional driving license for machine girl drivers. You need to first have the first type of driving license, then drive a machine girl to complete a basic track assessment. The time to obtain this license is also shortened to 1 day. The assessment track is a total of 10 kilometers, and the entire course is very narrow, only allowing 1 racing car to pass. The assessment requires reaching the finish line within a specified time, and no collisions with the surrounding barriers are allowed. Any collision, even a slight touch, counts as failing. The driving school in Binzhou City looked like a waiting hall. Su Chen brought Xingming to line up, then found a chair to sit in the spacious and bright hall surrounded by rows of similar waiting hall seats. It was graduation season as well as the new student season, so there were quite a few people here, most of whom were young faces wearing school uniforms looking excited. Generally, those taking the Machine Girl driving test were new students from league academies. Someone like him was already considered an uncle. Su Chen noticed a huge electronic screen on the right wall of the waiting hall. It displayed an electronic map of Binzhou with blinking landmarks indicating the competitions being held or about to be held in Binzhou City. He walked up to the electronic map, trying to get a clearer view. Xiaoming Mountain Up Mountain Segment Exchange Race Difficulty Location Binzhou Xiaoming Mountain Time July 9th at 8 p.m. Rewards regular prizes for the top 3 personal guidance from the record holder of Xiaoming Mountain God of Tohai. Dragon Pool Exchange Race Difficulty Location Terminal Dragon Pool of Line 1 Air Rail Time July 8th at 8 a.m. Rewards regular prizes for the top 3. These were all minor competitions. This is the daily routine for most League Academy students and even professional drivers. As long as the Machine Girls condition allows, they participate in small competitions to earn money. Once they earn enough money, they modify and upgrade their Machine Girls, then participate in more challenging competitions to earn even more money, creating a cycle of improvement. Suddenly, a landmark located in the center of Binzhou City lit up brighter and more luxurious than the others. Binching City Center Underground Tunnel Open Race Live Broadcast Difficulty Location West Side Entrance of City Center Tunnel. Time July 7th at 9 p.m. Rewards regular open race prizes 1 Junior Star Crystal of Choice. July 7th, which is tonight. Su Chen's heart stirred and he clenched his fists. To participate in the city championship, one must be at Clevel. Xingming had already met the standards to promote to Clevel. Now they were just 1 Junior Star Crystal short. This was the opportunity. There would be no second chance. The driver assessment must be passed in one go. Kid, have you actually learned how to operate a Mecha Girl? There's no record of you in the system. You haven't been to this driving school even once. The middle-aged instructor glanced at Su Chen and then at Xingming, thinking to himself that this was another dilettantiere. B-steered variant Mecha Girls are a luxury. Even with average performance, their appearance commands a 20% premium. I haven't been to the driving school, but can't one learn on one's own? Su Chen smiled. As long as I passed the test. The world's exams were strict, yet they demanded little of the teaching. So long as one could pass, it didn't matter where one learned. Still, those who passed without proper study were as rare as phoenix feathers. Fine. The coach said little and handed Su Chen a form to sign. The exam fee was 100 yuan non-refundable. The basic driving license could be attempted only once every half month, and the professional Mecha Girl driving license only once every 3 months. Su Chen signed and paid. The coach rose and signaled him to follow. I'm your examiner today. Oh, I'll be in the passenger seat. Come with me. Xingming followed them to the training ground, curious. She had never seen Master drive and wondered what his skills might be. Wang Tingting's driving was mediocre and riding with her had always been uncomfortable. Su Chen was different. He treated her kindly, so even if his skill were only half of Wang Tingting's, she would accept it without complaint. Kid, maglev, internal combustion car, or electric? Choose one. The coach led Su Chen to 3 training vehicles, twisted off a water cap, and took a sip. Internal combustion cars are the hardest and are half obsolete. I don't recommend them. Su Chen sized up the 3 cars. The 2 at the rear looked much like the cars of the old world. The front maglev used unfamiliar technology. The wheels resembled treads, and the chassis hovered half a palm above the ground, all high-tech gleam. No matter how advanced maglevs and batteries could not match the mechanical allure of an internal combustion engine. Besides, Xingming's vehicle clearly had the internal layout of a gasoline car. I'll take the gasoline car. TSK. The coach's eye twitched. Another fool not willing to learn his lesson. Gasoline cars look cool, but they're difficult. Are you sure? I'm sure. I'll take the gasoline car. Fine. The coach opened the door, slipped into the passenger seat with a blank face, and already had the scorekeeper ready to give Su Chen 0. Su Chen settled into the driver's seat and gripped the wheel, a familiar sensation welling up within him. Though he had not been a professional racer in his past life, his work as a tuner had demanded an intimate knowledge of racing and racecraft. He was without doubt an old hand among ordinary people, not a veteran by mileage alone, but a technician by instinct. Coach, I heard drivers are ranked, from unranked D up to S, right? So what? The coach rolled his eyes. Not only that, there's SS and even SSS above them. But what has that to do with you? If you scrape by as unranked today, you should count yourself lucky. Su Chen made no retort. He ran a quick check of the car and fixed his gaze on the road ahead. Coach, are you ready? Ready. Don't dawdle. Finish up so I can have lunch. The next second, a thunderous roar from the engine nearly sent the coach flying off his seat. The clutch sat in a half-engaged state. The young man's face was cool and stern, his hands on the wheel like a knight holding his horse's reins. No, This was no mere steed. The normally docile training car had become a beast poised to spring. The coach instinctively pressed against the seat and gripped the safety belt. Su Chen had his left foot planted to the floor clutch, and his right foot slammed the throttle up. The engine spooled to 4,000 revolutions. The turbo began to howl with a piercing cry. "No man, what are you doing?" The coach's shout sounded fragile against the roar of the engine. Su Chen did not answer. He stared at the trembling needle of the tachometer. Through the instrument panel, he seemed to see fuel and air on the verge of a perfect union. His fingers kept time, his lips brushed together as he silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. At the instant the word left his lips, he lifted the clutch to the engagement point and slammed the throttle with his right foot. The training car's front wheels grabbed the tarmac with a violent screech. Rubber against road shrieked, and the surge of power flung the panicked coach back against his seat. In 0.8 seconds, the engine's revs rocketed from 4,000 to the red line. Boom! The training car launched like a shell fired from a gun. Su Chen shifted precisely into second. The turbocharger howled as it picked up the relay, and the thrust rolled forward in tidal surges. The starting line vanished behind them. His bright eyes held only the straight ribbon of track ahead. Inside him, dopamine and adrenaline braided into a fierce symphony, singing the freedom and defiant spirit that belonged to racing alone. He burst into laughter, exhilarated. The coach was white with fright. At the trackside, watching the car streak away, Xing Meng's eyes sparkled with admiration. "I never expected Master to know launch start technique. So incredible, meow. If Master gave me a launch like that, I don't know how wonderful it would feel." She found herself oddly envious of the training car. Master's maiden launch start had been given to a mere training car. Damn, meow. 10 minutes later, after completing all the exercises, Su Chen slid the car into the parking space with a tail-out drift. He wound down the window, craned his neck to check the parking line, and sighed, "After all, I'm not a professional. This drift parking is too crude. A pro would set the car perfectly parallel. Mine is so crooked." But crooked or not, as long as it was parked, it would count as passing. He glanced at the coach, who had gone ghastly pale. "Well, coach, I should pass, right?" "Yes." The coach nodded shakily, then threw open the door and vomited. He had been a coach for over a decade and never before met such a terrifying novice. No, this could not be a true beginner. Even Mecha Girl drivers freshly graduated from league academies lacked such technique. Techniques like launch starts are generally something drivers don't encounter until they enter a club. Who really thinks anyone can self-teach to perfection? The same technique applied to a mechanical car and to a Mecha Girl is not the same. A mechanical car is soulless, a dead lump you can abuse, or a Mecha Girl will cry out in pain. Who would dare use a launch start on their own Mecha Girl without professional training? Beyond the call from the Mech Insurance Association, who would accept the risk of rendering their Mecha Girl a total loss? In the coach's eyes, Su Chen had been filed under the sort of club heir who has the means to train advanced techniques without bothering with driving school basics. Su Chen handed the coach a bottle of water and patted his back. "Coach, can you keep going? There are more assessments and the Mecha Girl professional license to take." "No need, that's enough." The coach cut in. He flailed his hand and, eyes red, said, "Don't torture me. I'm just a humble coach. I'll score you now. Take your license and disappear from in front of me." "Coach, that seems a bit harsh." Su Chen offered an embarrassed smile. "There is nothing harsh about it." After finishing the scoring, the coach finally caught his breath and looked at Su Chen with mixed emotion. "The highest grade this school can issue is a C. I know you could easily be a B, perhaps even an A. You could go through club channels. No need to show off here." Su Chen forced a sheepish grin and scratched his head. He had no club. What else could he do? A C would do. Xing Meng had also been upgraded to C, and they would rise together like twin stars. The paperwork was handled quickly. The coach shoved the C license at Su Chen, slammed the office door, and blackened his face, as if a single second spent on Su Chen was intolerable. Su Chen did not mind. The sunlight outside was bright. He and Xing Meng exchanged a glance and a small smile. "Benching underground tunnel open race. We're coming. Old Zhang, there's a race tonight. I'm troubling you again." Lin Haijun pushed open the office door and paused, startled. Normally ruddy-cheeked coach Zhang looked haggard today, pale, fragile, as if on the verge of shattering. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" The coach lifted his gaze toward the blonde youth who just entered, then sighed deeply. "Don't even ask." Today, a second-generation scion from a racing club showed up, ran the training track in under 8 minutes, mastered even advanced techniques like launch control, and walked away with a Class C driver's license from me. What could he possibly want? A club member came to you for a license. Lin Haijun froze. What's wrong with him? I swear he's got something seriously off about him. The coach grabbed his teacup and downed a long gulp. He'd already drained 3 bottles of mineral water, yet his mouth and nostrils still burned with the sour tang of bile. What's his name? Do I know him? Lin Haijun asked. Su Chen, I think. Su Chen. Doesn't ring. Lin Haijun shook his head. Must be some rookie from a minor club. These kids, no races under their belts, just a spark of talent. and suddenly they're strutting around like gods. True enough, the coach nodded dry and measured, then let out a derisive snort. Just like you used to be. You're competing in tonight's underground tunnel race across the city, right? Here, take the keys. After training, make sure all the traffic cones go back exactly where they belong. He tossed a keychain to Lin Haijun. The blonde youth was the son of a friend. This wasn't his first visit. Occasionally he'd bring his mecha rider, Jin Yang, to the driving school's practice track to sharpen skills. Before major races, he always warmed up here with her. His talent was decent, but he wasted too much energy on women. Otherwise, he'd have long since qualified for a professional club. Relax. I've never failed to restore everything, have I? Lin Haijun stepped out, keys in hand, yet his thoughts lingered on what had just transpired. Typically, new license holders would test themselves in the nearest race. Tonight's only event in Bin City was the underground tunnel race. Could he be entering it too? Strato Class C, definitely a rising prodigy. He'd assumed tonight would be his solo showcase. Yet now a quiet thrill stirred within him. A faint smile curled Lin Haijun's lips. Su Chen intriguing. Nightfall. Vroom. A savage engine roar tore through the street as a silvery white racing machine shot past. Its tires churned through puddles, spraying icy water into the face of a swaying drunkard leaning by the curb. Hey, is that how you drive? The man raised his liquor bottle and roared, then froze, eyes locking onto the wolf head insignia emblazoned on the mecha rider's rear fender. That emblem isn't from any Bin City team. This direction at this hour, his eyes widened. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a ticket. Right? The Bin City Underground Tunnel Race. Damn, it slipped my mind while drinking. He checked the time and immediately hailed a shared maglev bike pedaling furiously toward the venue. The Bin City Underground Tunnel Race. Though unofficial, it drew astonishingly talented riders each time thanks to its lavish prize pool. Many of these racers, and their mecha riders, would later appear in the official Urban Championship. Scouting them early offered a decisive edge when placing bets on the top three. It wasn't just about the payout. It was prestige, the kind of talk that lit up dinner tables among friends. Timing systems, route maps, sound systems, massive LED displays. The air hung thick with the mingled scents of gasoline, scorched rubber, and fried food. At the starting point of the Bin City tunnel race, neon lights bled fractured reflections across the damp concrete. By day, this was a desolate tunnel entrance, abandoned, forgotten. By night, it transformed star chasers in levitating cars soared here, chanting dreams like hymns. These youths, hair dyed electric pinks and violets clad in punk leather, didn't idolize singers or actors. Their stars wore helmets and gripped steering wheels. Ladies and gentlemen, ride in sun, my beloved jetties. Good evening, folks. Your longtime host, Brother G. A makeshift stage stood near the tunnel mouth. Brother G, resplendent in a sequin suit and heart-shaped sunglasses, wielded his microphone like a conductor's baton, belting out his signature quacking baritone. Welcome to the Bin City Underground Tunnel Race. 10 minutes until kickoff. Most drivers are already assembled and prepping. For newcomers in the crowd, allow me a quick rundown. The Bin City tunnel stretches 7-8 kilometers. Each rider, and their mecha rider, must complete 20 laps. Start order is drawn randomly. Intentional collisions and illegal modifications are strictly prohibited. With that, Brother G flashed a signal to backstage. All right, my speech is done. Now let's turn our eyes to the racers and cheer for your favorites. Ha. Brother G's still got that fire. Leaning against his mecha rider, Pafeng, Lin Haijun watched Brother G's stand-up routine flicker across the giant screen. Master, please enter the cockpit for final prep. Pafeng's voice chimed softly in his ear. Just a minor race. No need to be so solemn. Lin Haijun waved dismissively. To him, the Bin City tunnel race truly was minor. He'd raced it over 10 times. Every curve, every blind spot lived in his muscle memory. He couldn't guarantee first place, but top 3. That was all but certain. And finishing in the top 3 meant earning a junior stellar core, fulfilling Wang Tingting's request. Even minor races demand full focus. Pafeng pouted from inside the cockpit. With her master still outside, she ran diagnostics herself, ready to report the moment he boarded. Vroom. Suddenly, a deep, guttural engine growl rolled in from afar, like a lion's territorial warning. Lin Haijun and every racer turned as one eyes locked on the horizon. A searing beam of light slashed through the night. Then a silvery white mecha rider emerged, gliding in with impossible grace. In a single fluid drift, tires shrieking against asphalt, it slid perfectly into position, parallel to Pafeng at the start line. Through the windshield, the driver sat poised, one hand on the wheel, eyes sharp as eagle's talons. This is... Lin Haijun's pupils contracted sharply upon spotting the wolf head emblem on the silver chassis. Northern Wolf. He recognized the insignia instantly, the elite team from neighboring K-City. But why were they racing in Bin City? The driver swung open the door and stepped out, black leather jacket, helmet off. revealing a face carved from granite, all sharp angles and unyielding calm. He glanced once at Lin Haijun, then turned away, no arrogance in his gaze, yet no acknowledgement either. Lin Haijun, Impafong, simply didn't register. Damn it, that look. Lin Haijun clenched his fists. His molars ground together, sweat beading on his. A Northern Wolf pro racing in this event felt like suffocation, like a python coiling tighter with every breath. Never mind the flawless precision of slotting the car into the start line, that drift alone would take him 2 years to master. Yet just as the racers reeled under Northern Wolf's oppressive aura, another engine note pierced the air, not explosive like the last, but deep, controlled, lethal, like a leopard holding its breath before the strike. No blinding headlights, no violent braking, just silence. Then the slow, inevitable emergence of a blue and white mecha rider, unassuming, almost ordinary. Lin Haijun blinked. Something about it tugged at his memory, faint but insistent. Before he could process it, the machine executed a perfect rail-hugging drift, sliding into the start line with surgical elegance. As it settled into place, the entire area fell utterly silent. The black-jacketed Northern Wolf driver's expression shifted, surprise flickering across his features. Lin Haijun snapped back to reality. That's Xing Ming, the mecha rider Wang Tingting used to pilot. Though clearly modified, its core structure remained unchanged. The door opened, and a tall man stepped out, face serene, eerily still, as if already touched by death's quiet pallor. Su Chen didn't glance at the crowd. Instead, he crouched low, pressing a finger to Xing Ming's tire. Status report: Xing Ming, tire wear assessment. The race is about to begin. Drivers prepare for launch. Brother Jis' raspy voice crackled over the loudspeaker. Su Chen fastened his helmet and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. Master: coolant temperature nominal. Oil pressure nominal. Neural interface fully synchronized with the cockpit. From Xing Ming's spine extended a network of slender cables, material unknown. These cables connected seamlessly to the cockpit's control surfaces: steering wheel, brake pedal, clutch, and as the words faded, a soft bioluminescent glow pulsed gently along their length. Tire wear at 3%, absurdly high. Su Chen sighed, sinking deeper into his seat as tension drained from his frame. 3% was Xing Ming's real-time telemetry, calculated over the 15-kilometer journey from the workshop to the track. By race's end, tire degradation would reach 30%. This was the immediate punishing downside of the 40 tire wear modification, brutally effective. Such tires would never pass official race inspection. Yet there was no turning back now. Master, if we lose this race, will you blame me? Xing Ming's voice came timidly from ahead. Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen glimpsed the girl's delicate face, tense, uncertain, eyes wide with quiet apprehension. They had only just forged their contract. No time for synchronization, no shared rhythm. And yet they were thrust immediately into a race with modest renown. Even the two rivals flanking them radiated immense pressure upon Xing Ming. To the left sat Lin Haijun, and puffing a Lin Haijun was Wang Tingting's current boyfriend. To the right stood a man in a leather jacket and an unidentified Mecha Girl, rumored to be from the Northern Wolf racing team of the neighboring city. A professional driver from an established team, undoubtedly formidable. Hey Xing Ming, what's your favorite food? Su Chen didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked one wholly unrelated. Huh, me, eh? Xing Ming's ears perked upright. She tilted her head, pondering for 2 seconds. Promise not to laugh. I love watermelon with stinky tofu, meow. Sounds perfect, Su Chen replied with a warm smile, though mildly startled by her taste. If we lose today and miss out on the Starcore materials, we'll treat ourselves to a feast of watermelon and stinky tofu to celebrate our courage. Meow. Really? This time her tail shot straight up. Absolutely. But won't there be punishment? Xing Ming voiced disbelief, seeking reassurance once more. Master, I'll accept any penalty, but please never dissolve our contract. Relax. I won't. Important things must be said thrice. Meow. I won't. I won't. I won't. Hearing his solemn vow repeated, Xing Ming finally breathed easier. Master, I will do my best. She clenched her fists and drew a deep, steadying breath. This race was her only path to securing the Starcore materials. Only with those materials could she ascend to Class C status and qualify for the Urban Championship. I'll prove it to you all. Xing Ming glanced sideways at Puffing, whispering fiercely, I'm not the worthless failure you call me. I can tear across the track, unleashing my true power. Meanwhile, inside Puffing's cockpit, Lin Haijun's expression had been unervingly fixed since the start. The world truly was a theater of staggering coincidences. He had never imagined encountering Xing Ming. And that tuner, here? Fine. Then let me crush your hopes before the race even begins. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Haijun watched Xing Ming's cockpit, where the man sat rigidly upright. A 2.5-star difficulty race isn't something raw rookies can handle. You'll soon learn just how naive you are. A faint smirk curled his lips, then vanished entirely as he glanced left toward the Northern Wolf Mecha Girl. setting aside the unconfirmed arrival of some Class C driver. This Northern Wolf racer would be his fiercest rival tonight. At precisely 8 p.m., the starter pistol cracked, and the race began. Drivers launched in groups of 3 Mecha Girls ordered by lottery draw. At 8:05 p.m., the broadcast echoed again. Contestants No. 17, Yuming chasing Shadow, and No. 24, Lin Haijun Puffin, prepare for launch. Yuming. Lin Haijun vaguely recalled the name. Yes, Northern Wolf did have someone by that name, though reportedly in their Tier 2 squad, not the main roster. Even so, his presence here marked him unmistakably as a dominant outsider. What an arrogant show-off. Contestant No. 41, Su Chen Xingming, prepare for launch. What a... Lin Haijun froze, nearly jolting off his seat. Su Chen, that's Su Chen. Staring at the figure inside Xingming's cockpit, Lin Haijun went utterly... The man who'd taken the Class C license this morning from Coach Zhang, the rumored club heir, was Xingming's current... Wasn't he supposed to be a tuner? How could someone immersed in tuning possibly train racing technique, let alone master it so well? His thoughts churned. Though the world delighted in coincidence, he refused to believe this was another Su Chen. That Class C license had just been issued to this very man. Yet he quickly steadied himself, murmuring inwardly, so what? Victory hinges not only on skill, but on machine performance. In less than a day, I refuse to believe he's transformed Xingming into anything extraordinary. Recalling Wang Tingting's scathing description of Xingming's abysmal specs, his confidence surged anew. Launch sequence, 3 seconds. Roar. Simultaneous engine roars erupted from all 3 Mecha Girls, vibrating through chassis and pavement alike. Su Chen gazed straight ahead, pupils contracting, his surging adrenaline cooling into razor-sharp focus. 3. His left foot feathered the clutch, his right modulated engine revs on the throttle, fingers locked firmly at 9 and 3 o'clock on the wheel. 2. Xingming's engine shrieked higher. Every muscle in Su Chen's body coiled taut. 1. At the pistol's report, he slammed the throttle and released the clutch in one fluid motion. Hot tread tires screamed against asphalt, spitting white smoke. Crockum. Instantly, Xingming blasted forward like a cannonball. Force crushed Su Chen deep into his seat, his chest tight, breath nearly stolen. In 0.5 seconds, the starting line neon bled into streaks of liquid color. A brutal sub-3 sprint to 100 km/h left him dizzy, yet his lips lifted involuntarily. It was back. Everything was back. That intoxicating fusion of speed and freedom. The same electric thrill he'd once shared with Earth's elite racers on legendary circuits. The wild, unchained exhilaration every tuner secretly craved. Master, I've never launched this fast before. Xingming's voice rang ahead, equal parts awe and elation. Just as she'd imagined, this kind of launch was pure, unadulterated euphoria. Beneath his helmet, Su Chen's mouth curled into a faint, disdainful smile. Who is Wang Tingting? Does she even understand what a proper launch entails? Not only did Wang Tingting lack that understanding, neither did Lin Haijun. Su Chen glanced into the rearview mirror at Puffin's receding silhouette. In a single launch, he'd already pulled over 10 meters ahead. Inside Puffin's cockpit, Lin Haijun gripped the wheel until his knuckles whitened, beads of sweat glistening at his temples. Such mastery of launch technique. Is he truly just a Class C driver? His jaw clenched. His eyes locked onto Xingming's taillights. A master reveals himself in a single moment. That launch was so blisteringly fast it bordered on despair, even making him suspect Su Chen had swapped machines entirely. Could a mere Class D chassis possibly achieve such acceleration? What unsettled Lin Haijun most, however, was the sight in his rearview mirror. The Northern Wolf racer and her Mecha Girl remained motionless, still idling in pre-launch stance. Had their machine malfunctioned? Or was something else at play? No, it can't be a malfunction of the Mecha Girl. Lin Haijun felt a weight in his heart. He clearly remembered that the Mecha Girl was in the activated state at the start. So there was only one answer left. The opponent was intentional, deliberately allowing time to pass in place. The driver of the Northern Wolf thought that even giving time would allow him to outpace everyone. What kind of confidence is this? No wonder they are the professional drivers of the club. It seems that tonight's chance to secure first place is a bit precarious. While pondering, Lin Haijun noticed that the breaking point had unknowingly caught up to the Star Dream ahead. The distance between the 2 Mecha Girls was gradually closing. Su Chen and Star Dream's advantage gained from the launch was being gradually neutralized by Breaking Point's absolute speed advantage. Half a minute later, Star Dream was driving side by side with Breaking Point. Lin Haijun glanced at Star Dream, which was gradually being overtaken by Breaking Point, and a hint of a smile crept onto his lips. The performance gap between Mecha Girls cannot be easily compensated by a bit of driving skill. Breaking Point right ahead without giving that Mecha Girl any thoughts of overtaking. Yes, sir. Breaking Point, who was carefully observing the road conditions ahead, immediately responded. Rest assured, Breaking point will definitely not be overtaken again. Master 300 meters straight, then a right 90-degree sharp turn. In the cockpit, Star Dream had just finished reporting the route when she saw breaking point zoom past in a flash. She pouted unwillingly, her cat ears drooping down. Master, that Mecha Girl has overtaken us. I am sorry, even though Master has gained the advantage through skill, the result is. She knew that her performance had let her down and couldn't help but feel guilty. If her speed performance were just a bit better, how could breaking point overtake so easily? It's okay, I saw it. Su Chen calmly gazed at the taillights of breaking point, which were gradually moving away. His divine sense was constantly analyzing the information about breaking point. After equipping the core modification of Big Thunder No. 2, although Star Dream's cornering attribute reached 61, her speed was only 43, while breaking point's speed attribute was as high as 58, resulting in a significant 15-point speed attribute gap that created an absolute disadvantage in the straight sections. Even if his launch start was more skilled than Lin Haijun's, it was useless. Being overtaken on the straight was only a matter of time. But a race isn't just about the straight sections, and the challenges don't manifest solely on the straight track. Running fast on the straight is good. However, being fast in the corners is what truly matters. Seeing the little cat girl in low spirits, Su Chen smiled gently and comforted her. No need to rush, Star Dream. Let's let the bullets fly for a while. Bullets? Star Dream tilted her head, suddenly becoming serious, and said earnestly, Master, we don't have any bullets, and using firearms during a race is illegal. But if Master insists on using a gun, two can find a way to take the blame for you. Su Chen. All right. He almost forgot that Star Dream had never seen let the bullets fly. Ladies and gentlemen, as of now, all drivers have started. At that moment, Chicken Brother abruptly stopped mid-sentence and shouted with a loud voice, No, no, no. OMG. There is still one contestant waiting at the starting point. Swish. All cameras focused on the starting point, projecting the silver-white Mecha Girl with the wolf head emblem onto the big screen. The black wolf head, if I remember correctly, is the emblem of the Northern Wolf team from neighboring City K. Chicken Brother tightened his grip on the microphone, his expression serious as he wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Friends. It's bad, something's going to happen. I can already sense that tonight's race will turn into a river of blood. Chicken Brother, is it that serious? The cameraman beside him trembled. What do you know? Chicken Brother moved the microphone aside and lowered his voice. This is an exaggeration, a metaphorical expression. This is passion. How can you stir the audience's emotions without exaggeration? And when they heard the words Northern Wolf, the audience in front of the electronic screen went wild. Wait, how did the Northern Wolf team come to Bin City? What is Northern Wolf really that strong? Northern Wolf is the top team in neighboring City K. Their T2 team's captain, Wolf King Liini, was the champion of last year's City K Urban Championship. Wow, that impressive. Then tonight will be quite a show. At the starting point, the silver-white Mecha Girl's engine had already started, but was still in warm-up mode. It quietly remained in the dim light of the tunnel like a lurking beast. Master, it's been 30 seconds. Should we not start yet? In the cockpit, faced with the Mecha Girls urging, Yuming casually glanced at the time on his watch. Chasing shadow, don't rush, the boss sent us to Bin City for training. Since it's training, it wouldn't be interesting if it were too easy. He opened a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Let's wait 10 more seconds, then we can start. Originally, he wanted to wait for a minute, but seeing the drivers tonight piqued his interest. This driver was not Lin Haijun. He didn't even know who Lin Haijun was. What caught his interest was the Mecha Girl with a stark white body and a black rear wing and front lip. If he remembered correctly, this Mecha Girl was called Star Dream, and the driver was Su Chen, a combination he had no impression of. However, the launch start technique displayed by this unknown driver at the starting point truly impressed him. With such a technique, they definitely should not be an obscure street racer from Bin City. But this launch start technique also had the chance of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. For instance, randomly hitting the accelerator might just happen to coincide with the optimal grip and RPM. Regardless, he would know once he caught up later. Master, 10 seconds have passed. Chasing Shadow's resentful voice sounded once more. As a Mecha Girl, she yearned to shine on the racetrack. But what was the difference between this warm-up behavior at the starting point and just hanging around outside? All right, I get it. Yuming sighed, his fingers resting on the steering wheel suddenly clenched. In that moment, the casual and perfunctory expression on his face vanished, replaced by seriousness and focus. Click. In the instant the second hand on the watch ticked, Yuming's left foot instantly released the clutch, while his right foot simultaneously pressed the accelerator to 3/4. Too light and weak, too harsh, and it skidded. The speed at which he released the clutch and pressed the accelerator reached a delicate balance. Boom. The wind pressure blew up the dust and leaves by the tires, and the roar of the engine erupted into propulsion at that moment. This sudden explosion startled both Chicken Brother and the audience in front of the camera. When they finally reacted, all they could see was the taillights of chasing shadow and a trail of white smoke. Wow, what terrifying explosive acceleration. As a longtime host of the Bin City Underground Tunnel race, Chicken Brother had seen quite a lot. He swore that the starting speed of this Mecha Girl would definitely rank among the top 5 in his career. How can other contestants survive when a contender of this level comes to participate in our beginner race? Chicken Brother was also at a loss. The original intention of hosting the Bin City Underground Tunnel race was to provide mecha upgrade materials for novice drivers with potential. Yet this contestant was clearly here to stir up trouble, wasting resources. Chicken Brother, didn't he wait 40 seconds? So what? Chicken Brother glanced at the cameraman and snorted coldly. If I were him, I would wait 5 minutes. But the race didn't require such drivers to stay away, or it can only be said that the drivers participating in tonight's race are quite unfortunate. Let's focus the camera on that downhill hairpin turn. Chicken Brother called to the cameraman. That is the difficult corner of our Bin City Tunnel race. By the looks of it, some drivers are almost there. The Bin City Underground Tunnel is not wide. The track can accommodate at most 3 Mecha Girls side by side. As the race progressed, some drivers had begun to reach the challenging section of the first lap, which is the most difficult part of the Bin City Underground Tunnel. After several gentle turns, there is a straight stretch of 500 meters for acceleration. It is worth mentioning that this stretch is also a downhill slope, and at the bottom of the slope is a sharp turn with a tricky angle. There is no doubt that this section of the track severely tests the driver's control over speed and grip. Without solid cornering ability and mecha performance, one can only slow down here. Master, we are approaching the continuous turns. Breaking Point's reminder pulled Lin Haijun's attention back from the rearview mirror. Throughout the journey, he had been glancing at the rearview mirror. He and Breaking Point had long left Star Dream far behind, and there was no sign of Star Dream in the rearview mirror. He wasn't concerned about Su Chen and Star Dream, as they were already defeated. He was focused on the driver from the Northern Wolf team. Lin Haijun was wondering when that driver would catch up. After passing through 4 gentle turns, he vaguely heard the roaring sound of an engine drawing closer. That sound was like a buzzing bee, particularly clear in the quiet tunnel. Is someone catching up? Very fast. No wonder it's the Northern Wolf. Lin Haijun instinctively glanced back at the rearview mirror. But that glance left him bewildered. A slit suddenly tore through the darkness at the end of the tunnel. A white figure burst out of the turn like the wind, the wake it created causing the side barriers to tremble, and the 2 bright headlights dazzled his eyes painfully. It was a Mecha Girl. The light in the tunnel was dim, and he could not see what color the Mecha Girl was. But he was certain that this Mecha Girl was not the one from the Northern Wolf driver. The Northern Wolf's Mecha Girl had round headlights. But this Mecha Girl's headlights were elongated and diamond-shaped with vertically arranged matrix lights beside them, resembling a pair of spread wings. But Lin Haijun swallowed hard in disbelief, and his hand gripping the steering wheel began to sweat. Because besides the Northern Wolf, there was only one Mecha Girl behind him and Breaking Point. That was an existence he found hard to believe no matter what. Star Dream. A thunderous hum. Su Chen and Xing Meng had closed in on Pufeng. Once they entered the succession of turns, Xing Meng's 61 cornering attribute revealed its teeth. Su Chen knew little about other mechas, but on cornering performance, Xing Meng could easily outclass Pufeng. Master, my speed seems a bit higher than before. We are going to catch them, meow. Exuberance and excitement laced Xing Meng's voice. Although Lin Haijun was not Wang Tingting, he was essentially of the same camp as her. Keeping pace with Lin Haijun and Pufeng was already a great joy for her. Because we are drafting in Pufeng's wake. Do you know what drafting is? I do not know, meow. Ahem, never mind. Su Chen stared at the Pufeng ahead. Pufeng lived up to his name, cleaving the air ahead, and leaving behind a car-length pocket of almost no aerodynamic resistance in his wake. He and Xing Meng rode within that pocket. If they clung to the wake behind Pufeng, and overtake would be a matter of waiting for the right moment. And that moment had arrived. Thanks to the slipstream, Xing Meng would not be shaken off in the short term. Ahead lay a long downhill straight, and at its end a curve sinuous like a demon's horn loomed into view for Su Chen and Lin Haijun. The critical bend had arrived. Everyone focused. The 2 mechas almost simultaneously reported the course data voices urgent. Pufeng, master 200 meters downhill into a sharp right. Xing Meng, master 200 meters ahead, a gentle slope into a sharp right, meow. The deceleration sign flashed past at the edge of their vision. Lin Haijun inhaled deeply. The white apparition in his rear view was like a leech clinging to his bones, a shadow over his heart. In the past, he began braking by the time he reached the sign. But with Xing Meng hungrily behind him, perhaps the pilot's pride or an unwillingness to show weakness to Su Chen, this time he did not slow. The howling wind seemed intent on smashing the windows. Tunnel lights stretched into blurred streaks. In the moment their comfort zone broke, a once familiar bend surged at them like a terrible beast. Damn it! How can I lose to a rookie who just got a driver's license? Lin Haijun gripped the wheel till his knuckles ached, teeth clenched, veins bulging at his temples. The downhill bend rushed closer, and his heartbeat accelerated. Just before it felt as if his heart would leap from his chest, he stamped on the brakes. Screech. Hot white smoke rose from the tires. Su Chen watched Po Feng's lit taillights with an impassive expression. This was Lin Haijun's limit, Po Feng's limit, but not Xing Ming's, and certainly not his own. Xing Ming's 61 cornering rating afforded her and him greater reaction time and room to maneuver. On the second after Po Feng and Lin Haijun began braking, Su Chen, guided by experience and instinct, found the clipping point and stomped the brake. Screech. The carbon ceramic pads flared red hot in an instant. Thick white smoke rolled across the bend. Forces forced Su Chen forward. The harness yanked him back in an instant. At the apex, the earlier braking Po Feng and Lin Haijun hugged the outer line. Xing Ming clung to the inner line. Su Chen downshifted with his right hand while sharply steering with his left. An inertia drift. The centrifugal force sent Xing Ming's rear swinging outward, skimming almost against Po Feng's door, yet never colliding. At that moment, Xing Ming had already moved more than half a car length past Po Feng. "We've seized the lead," Su Chen's mouth quirked. The most perilous instant had passed. Next came the exit. He feathered the brake with his left foot to refine Xing Ming's posture, his right foot poised over the throttle, ready to bury it. Po Feng, trailing by over half a car body, now began to understeer. Tires screamed on the asphalt, and the chassis skidded sideways as if threatening to lose control. Did Lin Haijun make a mistake? Su Chen glanced in the mirror. Clearly, Lin Haijun was not used to such blistering corner speed, and his command of drifting was inferior. When Lin Haijun realized he had been overtaken and tried to nudge the wheel to block him, and Xing Ming the only road left for him, and Po Feng was loss of control. Lin Haijun knew this too. His attempt to block fell abruptly silent. He could only yield the line. A racing car through a corner is like a crazed beast. The driver must become one with that beast. Any effort to tighten the reins and correct it may fling the rider. There was no obstacle ahead. Su Chen calmly pressed the pedal to the floor. The tachometer needle danced wildly. The turbo howled, unleashing the power bank through the entire turn. "Xing Ming!" Su Chen shouted. The instant push pinned him into the seat. The engine's cry and feral roar became one. Full throttle out of the corner. Blow past them. Meow, meow, meow. With a roaring surge, Xing Ming's chassis seemed to suspend at the exit for a breath, then violently catapulted forward. The exit launch landed a heavy blow on Lin Haijun. The two mechas shot out of the corner in succession. Even from afar, the guardrail rattled. Even after they had sped far away, the guardrail by the bend still trembled. "Hey, did you see those two mechas? That white mecha, what was that? Such cornering speed." A cluster of spectators by the safety fence remained stunned. Unfortunately, the cameras were fixed on the frontrunners and had not shown the fierce duel on the big screen. "I do not recognize the white mecha, but the gray one. If I'm not mistaken, that's Lin Haijun's Po Feng, right?" Lin Haijun had a certain small renown here. Lin Haijun always brought Po Feng to races and almost always milked official perks. Those who could embarrass Lin Haijun and Po Feng were usually well-known figures, yet this white mecha left no impression on anyone. As the crowd muttered, another engine roar cut through. Heads turned to see a silver-white mecha whirl onto the track like a tornado. The nose aimed at the apex for a beautiful silky tail slide. After a brief tremor, the body snapped true and aligned almost parallel with the exit. A moment later, with a thunderous crack, its rear spat 4 blue flames. In the blink of an eye, the exit launch sent it vanishing from view. My God, what the hell was that? Who knows what cornering speed that mecha managed? My camera has a speed sensor, let me check. Whoa, 178 kilometers per hour. Good heavens, weren't they afraid of flying off the track? Xing Ming, what was our cornering speed just now, eh? Let me see. Master, it reads 158 km/h. Amazing, meow. Xing Ming stared stunned by the readout, stammering, Master, my speed sensor is not broken, is it? Is this the cornering speed I can achieve? When she used to follow Wang Tingting, her cornering speed had topped out at about 100 to 120 kilometers. Could an upgrade core combined with Su Chen really boost her that much? Xing Ming was not a fool. The upgrade core certainly played a role, but the greater credit belonged to Su Chen. Su Chen's technique surpassed Wang Tingting's by more than a small margin. This cornering speed is decent. In fact, given your performance, you could push it a bit higher. Push it higher. Xing Ming widened her eyes, her voice trembling at Su Chen's words. Yes, but considering tire where it's safer to play it conservative. Well, aim for a top 3 finish. Su Chen shrugged and sighed. Xing Ming stared blankly at the track, unable to speak. Aim for top 3. For her, making the podium already felt like a dream, meow. Yet from Master's tone, she sensed lingering dissatisfaction. Master carried such authority. She wanted. A throbbing roar approached from behind. Su Chen knew that on the straight, Lin Haijun and Po Feng had begun a desperate chase. They could no longer be as composed as at the start of the first lap. Beyond the critical bend lay a long straight that ran all the way to the finish. Drivers and mechas would emerge from the tunnel, return to the grid, and begin the second lap. As he piloted Xingming across the finish line, the gap Pefeng suffered at the hands of Xingming had widened to 15 meters. That was merely the first lap's difference. If they kept this pace, and if Lin Haijun and Pefeng had no effective countermeasure, the distance between them would only grow. Lin Haijun and Pefeng had essentially no chance. I did not expect to find such an interesting driver in a minor race. By the finish line, in the dim light's shadow, a tall figure leaned against the rail. She slouched against the barrier, long fingers pinching a dented can of beer. One could just make out the label reading nutrient, beer flavor. Street light softened the severity of her profile, but could not melt the chill in her red eyes. Her narrow phoenix-like eyes drooped slightly. Her gaze rested on the track with casual indifference, as if she were not truly watching the race. At first, a few blonde youths lingered around her, watching the race and hoping to approach. She was beautiful and provocatively formed, like a rose blooming on an ice field. But when they saw the black collar around her neck engraved with warning, their intentions evaporated. There was no doubt she was a mecha with a distinctive temperament. The collar's warning indicated she was a malfunctioning unit. Even the most singular temperament meant little for a faulty mecha. It was almost as good as scrap. There was no point in trying to hit on a mecha. Trying to hit on a faulty mecha was an even greater waste of time. In the night, a cool female voice sounded behind the girl. "Queen, it's time to go. Headquarters did not authorize you to wander about." The girl turned to the middle-aged woman in a suit. Night wind lifted her ebony hair into an elegant arc. In shadow, the corner of her red mouth lifted in faint contempt. "Has no one told you you dress like a hotel waiter?" "Your insults are wasted," the woman said, ignoring the barbs as if used to them. "Come watch the race with me. Who do you think will finish in the top 3? The girl turned her gaze back to the track. Drops slid down the nutrient can along her long fingers onto the railing, then fell onto pale thighs, seeping delicately into the black stockings. The woman sighed, took out her phone, and scanned the detailed data on the screen. In a measured tone, she said, "Aside from Yu Ming of the Beifong Lang team, the other drivers' techniques are garbage and of no reference value. So based on mecha performance, the podium should be Yu Ming, Zhuiying of Beifong Lang first, Lin Haijun, Pefeng second, and freelance racer Su Zilong, Fengsu third." "You all put too much faith in data," the girl said without emotion. "Because data reflects everything." "Is that so?" "Yes. What if the top 3 belong to others?" "Who?" The woman raised an eyebrow. The girl pointed at the penultimate pair on the data board. "Su Chen and Xingming. They can make the top 3. The woman immediately pulled up Xingming's profile and sneered, "A class machine with such poor performance. Making the top 10 would be a stretch." "Then shall we make a bet?" "Bet what?" "A month's freedom." The girl turned, her indifferent gaze resting on the woman, as if her freedom were a trifle on a shop shelf. "If they finish in the top 3, you must not restrict my freedom for a month. If they fail to make the podium, I will obediently return and cooperate with your upgrades." "Deal." The woman pondered, pushed up her glasses, and slowly nodded. "Deal, Queen." Click. This is the second time the wheels of Pefeng have crossed the finish line. The gravel exploded beneath the chassis with a sound like a torrential rain. Lin Haijun gazed at the flickering taillights ahead, his eyes filled with horror. They were getting further away. Despite his utmost efforts, the distance between him and Xingming was still widening. In the first lap, the gap was more than 10 meters. In the second lap, he had already been left behind by nearly 50 meters. Su Chen and Xingming handled the curves exceptionally well, showcasing the level of professional club racers. The only flaw on the opponent's side was the straight track, where he and Pefeng could only make up a little ground. But a race cannot consist solely of straight lines. The special underground tunnel race in benching is rated at 2.5 stars in difficulty. This level of competition guarantees that there are no particularly tricky curves, and that's about it. "Master, what should we do? If this continues, we definitely won't catch up to them." Pefeng's anxious voice rang in Lin Haijun's ears, clearly not wanting to lose. "At least we should aim for a top 3 finish, right? Our advantage lies in speed." Lin Haijun tightened his grip on the steering while pondering for a moment before saying, "If we can't make up for the curve gap on the straights, we can only increase our cornering speed." "Pefeng, can we control the car now?" Pefeng bit her lip, unsure. Increasing cornering speed had always been a training project for Lin Haijun and her. In fact, compared to before, they had already improved their cornering speed significantly. However, they were still inexperienced with downhill hairpin turns in underground tunnel races. Recklessly increasing cornering speed in such an inexperienced situation could lead to danger, as downhill speeds are the hardest to control. But racing requires courage, requires attempts, requires taking risks. She is not a coward. "Master, I want to give it a try." Lin Haijun was taken aback, hearing determination and resolve in the voice of his machine girl. Losing this race would mean missing out on basic star element materials, but it would be a significant blow to Pefeng. After all, Pafong is a class car, and losing to a class car would be quite a disgrace. Moreover, from another, if a class car loses to a class, the driver would also lose face. He was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to Su Chen. Alright, then let's give it a try. Lin Haijun took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. From here on, he must ensure that every straight and gentle curve is pushed to the limit without any mistakes. Meanwhile, outside the racetrack, Brother G, these two machine girls are locked in a fierce battle. Brother G followed the camera's angle and glanced, and as a professional host, he immediately sensed the highlight. He decisively said, "Quick, focus all cameras on these two machine girls." Dear viewers, currently leading the top 5 racers are Su Zilong, Fengsu Zhenggang, Judge, Du Ziding Fury, Li Yaochen Snow Wind, and Macbeth Blaze Star. Besides them, there are 2 other racers closely trailing behind. They are our old friends, Lin Haijun Pafong, and a new face. Staff seamlessly passed over the data of Su Chen and Xingming. Brother G took a glance, his eyes widened, and his voice slightly warped. "Oh my god. This is too interesting. A newcomer participating in a race for the first time and a class machine girl are actually giving our old friends a run for their money. What kind of magic do they possess? Let's pay attention to the big screen together." Brother J's words immediately caused an uproar among the spectators at the various viewing stands around the track. Many knew who Lin Haijun and Pafong were. Not to mention Lin Haijun's decent skills, he is also a regular at the underground races in Binqing, very familiar with the track. Take Pafong for instance, a class machine girl should generally be able to outperform a class machine girl. Could it be that they are intentionally holding back? But soon they thought otherwise. Third lap of the Binqing underground race, downhill hairpin turn. Lin Haijun watched the speedometer of Pafong jump, continuously beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He realized that at some point his back had already been soaked with cold sweat. Previously, he would decelerate about 100 meters from the bottom of the slope using the deceleration sign as a reference. But now he decided to cut it in half. This time, he would decelerate at 50 meters. Su Chen's Xingming should be decelerating around 50 meters too, right? He muttered to himself. Previously, when he and Pafong decelerated earlier, there was no reference point compared to Xingming, and he couldn't quite remember the specifics. If we can maintain the same cornering speed as them, we can overtake them. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Pafong had already passed the deceleration sign. Let's go for it. The downhill curve 50 meters away was right in front of them. The darkness at the bottom of the curve loomed like a giant mouth waiting to devour. And Xingming, that dazzling white machine girl, had already initiated the challenge against that darkness under the control of her driver. What Lin Haijun and Pafong needed to do was to follow suit. Su Chen glanced at the rearview mirror. This time Pafong was much closer to Xingming. They're getting desperate. He shifted his gaze back to Xingming's current speed, 159 km/h. Then, as the pursuer, Pafong's speed would only increase and get closer to danger. Approximately 20 meters from the bottom of the slope, he pressed the brake and Xingming instantly cut into the curve. Was it not 50 meters? Danger. By the time Lin Haijun realized this, there was no turning back. Pafong entered the curve at a speed of 165 km/h. At this moment, the aerodynamic kit was still generating downforce, but the onboard telemetry showed it was nearing its limit. Lin Haijun quickly downshifted and pressed the brake. His operation was flawless, even faster than at any other time. But the braking distance had already exceeded the safety range. The howling wind pounded against the car windows. The guardrail at the edge of the curve came rushing toward him. "Ah, turn, damn it!" Lin Haijun shouted desperately as he struggled to turn the steering wheel. Creak. Pafong's front wheels instantly lost traction, the tires screeching against the surface of the track with an ear-piercing shriek. "Master, the suspension system is overloaded," the anti-rollover system warns. Pafong's voice was urgent and panicked. We might roll over." Lin Haijun immediately tried to correct, but the reflex from just hitting the guardrail caused him to oversteer. Oversteering, a nightmare for every novice driver. As Pafong's rear swung out, the car's center of gravity shifted, the left 2 wheels lifted off the ground, and the right tire's edge scraped frantically against the track, the rubber and asphalt friction creating a cloud of white smoke that instantly obscured Lin Haijun's vision. The world spun around him. He no longer knew where he was on the track. All he could hear were Pafong's wails, the screams of the audience, and the continuous sound of collisions. On the electronic big screen, Brother G and the audience stared blankly as Pafong crashed into the shoulder of the road. The next second, bang. The car body was as if lifted by a giant hand, flipping in the air 3 full circles before crashing down with a thud, chassis up, the body blocking half the track, the 4 wheels still buzzing and spinning. The 2 racers, Yu Ming and Jue Ying, who were speeding behind, were so frightened that they immediately swerved, nearly twisting into in shape on the track, barely managing to avoid disaster. Brother G. The cameraman dumbly poked Brother G, who was equally stunned. Did he just flip, Brother G regained his composure, his eyes darkening as he hurriedly said, "Damn it, I'm not blind. What are you staring at? Has the rescue team been dispatched? Hurry and get the rescue team over to take Lin Haijun and Pofeng away. If there's a chain collision later, it will be disastrous." Outsiders watch the excitement while insiders look for the details. Brother G gazed complexly at the screen, showing Xingming racing ahead. He knew that it was because of Su Chen and Xingming that Lin Haijun and Pofeng, the veteran duo, ended up flipping. This Su Chen, is he really a newbie? Master, it seems there has been an accident behind us. It's not just a seeming, it's a fact, Su Chen said expressionlessly. Our opponents, Lin Haijun and Pofeng, have crashed. Xingming was taken aback, her fluffy cat ears perked up trembling as she asked, "Is it because of us?" "Kind of. They wanted to overtake and got too anxious, losing control on the turn." Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen saw Xingming's round, incredulous eyes. "Master, we actually made Lin Haijun and Pofeng crash." "Master, you're amazing." Su Chen felt quite pleased with his machine partner's praise. However, there was nothing to be proud of for surpassing Lin Haijun and Pofeng. He was just slightly better at driving than Lin Haijun. If placed among the top drivers from his past life, he would barely be considered third-rate. Much better than an ordinary person, more professional than an experienced driver, yet only slightly stronger than an average racer. In terms of driving skills, he had truly witnessed a godlike existence, and that driver just happened to share his surname Su. But heaven was jealous of such talent. That excessively gifted individual attracted envy from many, ultimately being framed and killed on the racetrack. "Master, do you think we can place in the top 3 this time?" Xingming's voice carried a hint of expectation and uncertainty. Initially, she had no particular hopes for the final result of the race. She just hoped that no matter the outcome, Su Chen wouldn't disdain her, because she also didn't know what level she stood at among the competitors. Until this moment when Lin Haijun and Pofeng were completely eliminated. A flicker of hope ignited fiercely in her heart. "Oh, don't worry," Su Chen replied firmly. "Despite the fact that they were still a bit away from the top 3, we will definitely secure a position. I promise." Just then, a roar. The engine's howl suddenly erupted behind them like a demon's wail. Flashing lights appeared in the rearview mirror, and Su Chen looked up to see a pair of blue diamond-shaped headlights coldly locking eyes with him. "It's that machine with the wolf head emblem." Su Chen was momentarily stunned. He had almost forgotten about that vehicle's existence until now. "Master, her speed is incredible," Xingming exclaimed as she saw the pursuing shadow. The shadow's speed was indeed impressive, closing in within moments. Once close, the shadow did not continue to accelerate, but flashed its headlights twice. A provocation. Su Chen squinted. He pulled the gear down immediately. Xingming's engine roared to life, its torque exploding. What do professional drivers and machines from the club matter? Let's see if you truly have skills, or if you're just a useless sack relying on machine performance. Xingming was clearly no match for the shadow in straight-line acceleration. When the shadow's front was level with Xingming's door, he had already seen the performance attributes of that machine. Speed 65, cornering 67, burst 74. These 3 main attributes completely crushed Xingming. It was basically at the level of a class car. Su Chen's vision darkened. "No way, buddy. Bringing a class car to run this minor race. That's excessive." Little did he know that in the cockpit of the shadow, Yuming's usually stern face was filled with excitement. "Huh. So you're the one who made Lin Haijun, that useless driver, crash, huh? Let me see what kind of god you really are." The shadow ahead sighed, looking completely unfazed. After all, having been with Yuming for so long, she knew what her master looked like when he got excited. But did it really require such seriousness for a newbie driver? Yuming was not in a hurry to overtake. Straight-line racing wouldn't reveal Su Chen's true skill. He simply drove the shadow like a predatory wolf, closely tailing Su Chen and Xingming. He was waiting for that bend where he could assess Su Chen and Xingming's levels. Time passed second by second, and the sign for the downhill stretch flashed past the tunnel. The battle on the downhill hairpin of the 4th lap finally commenced. And this time the protagonists were Xingming and the shadow. "Audience friends, they're coming. They're really coming." Chicken Brothers' passionate shout echoed through the broadcast. At this moment, the downhill bend's barriers were already filled with spectators, multiplied in number compared to before. Roar. Amidst the engines howling, Xingming and the shadow charged down the slope almost side by side. The entire racetrack seemed to tremble under the gallop of the 2 machines. At the instant they approached the bend at the bottom of the slope, the fight finally unfolded. Yuming, who had previously shown no special maneuvers, suddenly accelerated, cutting inside with reckless abandon. Creak. The screech of tires against the track painfully pierced the ears. "What the hell are you trying to kill us?" Su Chen grit his teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly. While astonished at Yuming's audacious maneuver, he was unwilling to back down and began to counterattack. He directly abandoned the ideal driving line, forcing his way into the narrow gap that could barely fit a single car. In that moment, the 2 machines were almost completely pressed together, passing through the bend in parallel. Roar. The engine roared at the edge of its limits. The suspension system creaked, and the carbon ceramic brakes between the wheels glowed red like fire. On the bend, he and Xingming did not fall behind. But the Shadow's stability was 53, a full 8 points higher than Xingming's 45. This meant that the Shadow was easier to control and could regain alignment faster when cornering. And it was this 8-point difference that allowed Yu Ming to drive the Shadow out of the bend first, flooring the accelerator. In that moment of overtaking, time seemed to stand still. The Shadow's side window was parallel to Xingming's, just a few centimeters apart. Su Chen could clearly see the turbocharger of the Shadow spewing blue flames, the vehicle trembling under aerodynamic limits. He couldn't make out the driver's face. He only saw the racetrack lights reflected on the driver's helmet flash by like lightning. The two locked eyes through the car windows, and Yu Ming suddenly gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Impressive. Huh. Brother, you're really amazing. Master, you're so loud. They can't hear you through the window. The Shadow frowned in annoyance. Who cares? Yu Ming retracted his hand, focusing intently on the track. Anyway, I'm having a blast tonight, haha. I never expected to encounter such a formidable driver in this minor race. Ooh, I even feel that his skills surpass mine. TCH. The Shadow pouted but did not refute. Because she herself knew. That guy named Su Chen was indeed very impressive. As they exited the bend, the Shadow's front spoiler had already surpassed the front bumper of Xingming. Yu Ming's positioning of the Shadow was relatively precise, successfully forcing Xingming toward the outer lane. Amidst the roar of the engine, Su Chen took a deep breath, relaxing against the seat. The exhilarating feeling brought on by the adrenaline was gradually subsiding. As expected of a professional driver, this is interesting. He curled his lips, slightly not agitated by Yu Ming and the Shadow overtaking. In the racing world, there are strict ranks that test both the driver's skills and the vehicle's performance. If you can't win, then you can't win. Just accept it. It's precisely because of being behind that you can have the motivation to chase. Besides, he glanced at the race sign flashing by at the finish line. Yu Ming and the Shadow winning the championship did not affect his obtaining the materials needed by Xingming. Because when he and Xingming crossed the finish line of the fourth lap, their overall score had already surpassed the preceding competitors, reaching third place overall. Xingming, how do you feel? Su Chen suddenly realized that Xingming hadn't spoken for a while. Xingming. He called out twice. After a moment, the girl's weak voice finally came from the front. Master, I'm sorry, Xingming. Su Chen sighed, interrupting his machine partner. Does she really need to apologize for such a minor issue? How badly had she been pu'd by Wang Tingting? It was hard to imagine. He reached out, wanting to pet his machine partner's little head. But the limitations of his sitting position meant his hand could only rest on her rear. However, that did not hinder him from conveying strength to Xingming. You remember my words. The racetrack is never a place to compare who is more perfect. It's a place to witness who can find breakthroughs amidst imperfection. And right now we are on the path of breakthroughs. There was silence in the cockpit for a long while. Master, I understand. Xingming's voice trembled, slightly warmth enveloping her heart. She had not expected that what awaited her was not scolding, but Su Chen's gentle encouragement. But she bit her lip, her pretty face flushed. But could you please not grip too tightly, meow? Su Chen realized too late and retracted his hand, chuckling awkwardly. Oh, that's just how a modifier works. Sometimes our hands just get a little out of control, ha. Binzhou City Night 2151. With a roaring hum, another mecha maiden crossed the finish line. As time wore on, the number of contestants yet to reach the end dwindled. On the electronic scoreboard, the top three read: Yu Mingjing, total time 46 minutes 17 seconds, average speed 200 km/h. Su Zilong Fengsu, total time 54 minutes 33 seconds, average speed 171 km/h. Zheng Gangpongwan, total time 56 minutes 21 seconds, average speed 165 km/h. When such times appeared, ordinarily Su Zilong and Zheng Gang would already have breathed a sigh of relief. They were regulars of Binqing's underground circuit, scraping prize money together to fund upgrades for their mecha maidens, and today's results surpassed their previous bests. Yet they still stared fixedly at the giant screen. Zheng Gang especially held his mecha maiden's hand, nerves making his brow glisten with sweat. This was because tonight's Binqing underground race was far from ordinary. First, Beifong Lang team's Ziyugu, who had launched last, arrived at the finish first. Then an unknown newcomer had taken out their fierce rivals Lin Haijun and Pufeng halfway through the course. Now everyone waited for that newcomer's time. Expectation hung over the stands. At the front, a cool, aloof girl leaned against the barrier and waited as well. Ladison and Jeet. This is the finish. You can already hear the engines. With G guess shout, all camera angles swiveled toward the goal. Tires screamed on tarmac. Two piercing headlights flashed out of the tunnel's darkness. They're coming. The girl by the barrier straightened, eyes bright, as she turned toward the sound of engines. 5 racers still had yet to finish. She prayed silently. Is it them? If so, who takes the top 3 is still uncertain. The Mecha Maiden closed in swiftly, but its whole silhouette soon came into clear view. A dazzling white body, graceful streamlined curves, and unmistakable matrix headlights. Whoa, it's that one. Take down Lin Haijun's machine. Someone pointed at the hurtling car and shouted, "What's her name?" I think. Xingming. No more. In Xingming's cockpit, Su Chen watched the track with eyes sharp as an eagle. In the latter half of the race, Xingming's cornering speed had in fact dropped. The tires had worn so much that grip was lacking. To be prudent, he had to slow for the turns. Before decelerating, he was confident of a top 3 finish. After that certainty faltered. Although he had brought Xingming this far as the driver, he had to consider the Mecha Maiden's safety. "Xingming, your tires are over 30% worn. Shall we reduce speed a little?" Through the rear view, Su Chen saw Xingming's tense pretty face. Tires were like shoes. If the shoes wore through, the feet would suffer. If the rims ground against the pavement at high speed, the consequences would be severe. "Master, I can do it." Xingming leaned forward, jaw clenched in solemn determination. She had seen the average speed rankings on the screen. The top 3 were unstable. Really? Really? Her resolve hardened like never before. The neural link trailing from her spine into the cockpit glowed with a dazzling light. "Very well." Su Chen drew a deep breath. "Then we go all out." "Yes, master." The outcome rested on this single surge. She would not let Su Chen's upgrades or his efforts be in vain. She vowed to become a stronger class Mecha Maiden and to enter the city championships. She wanted to stand tall and put Wang Tingting beneath her feet to tell her she was not a waste. "Charge me out." He pinned the throttle to the floor. The speedometer needle leapt toward its limit. Their synchronization rose quietly. The already maximal speed surged a little further. 50 meters, 30-10. At the moment they crossed the line, the timer froze. Su Chen braked with his right foot, depressed the clutch with his left, then yanked the wheel hard. With a screech, Xingming's tail whipped out in a graceful arc. Tires screamed against the asphalt, leaving 2 black streaks. The body slid nearly 90 degrees sideways and glided onto the recovery platform, coming to rest amid dust and scudding rubber shreds. The engine's roar cut off. Heat haze rose slowly from the white smoke of scorched tires. Su Chen calmly uncapped a bottle of water and took a sip. He did not look to the results first. He unclipped his harness, stood, and patted Xingming's little head. "Well, our first race. Our coordination was flawless." Xingming disengaged racing mode and shifted into humanoid form, afresh from the run. She was sweating, cheeks flushed, still breathing heavily. She looked as if pulled from water. The racing suit clung to her skin. Each step left a smoldering rubber. Even though staff had sprayed the tires with cooling mist, the hubs remained blisteringly hot. She looked at Su Chen's outstretched hand. Her cat ears pricked up, and shyly she gave him a high five. "But master, we still don't know our results." "The result matters little," Su Chen shrugged with a nonchalant air. "What matters is we gave our all today. We have no regrets." That included his hands, which had certainly earned their share. He even decided not to wash them tonight. Before the words died, the raspy voice of Ji Gu rose from the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, the most extraordinary contestant of this race has reached the finish. His time will determine the final standings. I know you can hardly wait. Please look to the big screen." The audience turned. Su Chen and Xingming did the same. Because they had departed in the last wave, their name sat third from the bottom. The second from last belonged to Lin Haijun and Pufeng Long, since eliminated. At the very bottom was Yu Ming, who upon the revelation had vaulted to first. Dum dum dum. With stirring drumbeats, their names began to flash. Su Chen kept a stony face, yet clenched his fists. Xingming covered her face, holding her breath, longing to look yet fearing to. Su Chen, Xingming. Total time 55 minutes 7 seconds. Average speed 170 km/h. The result shot upward on the screen, displacing Zheng Gangpongwan and settling into third place. Cheers erupted from the stands. Binqing's underground tunnel races had been dominated by veteran sharks for too long. The crowd had grown tired of the same old faces. Today at last a driver and his Mecha Maiden, names none had heard before, had cut through adversity and charged into the top 3. The 4 cars still yet to finish were out of the running. They had started earlier than Su Chen and Xingming, but finished later. The podium held no suspense. The spotlights at the finish were trained upon the 3 victors. Applause thundered through the stands. "Mamister, WWE seemed to be third." Xingming stood in the beam, half in a dream, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Yes, we are third." Su Chen stroked Xingming's head, a faint smile lifting his lips. "We did it. Unfortunately, the promise to buy you stinky tofu and a watermelon if we didn't make the top 3 is now void. So no stinky tofu or watermelon. Master, do we have Junior Xingyuan now?" "Yes." "2 can upgrade to a class Mecha Maiden." "Yes." Xingming drew a deep breath. Bright star-like sparks danced in her azure eyes. "We can enter the city championships." "That's right." Su Chen nodded firmly. Xingming's smile widened, and her eyes lit. Suddenly, she scooped Su Chen up and tossed him into the air. Whoosh. Meow. I can upgrade to a class mecha maiden. She caught the pale-faced Su Chen and tossed him again. Whoosh. I can enter the city championships. Long live master. Su Chen's howl echoed over the finish. Xingmeng, you brat. Stop throwing me. I'm afraid of heights, put me down. It bets the law. The girl at the barrier returned to her aloof pose, though the faint upward curve of her lips showed she was in good spirits. 1 month. You must not interfere with my freedom. I will go wherever I wish. Queen, that likely violates company rules. The middle-aged woman looked troubled. She truly had not expected Su Chen and Xingmeng to make the top 3. It was not entirely her fault. Her dossier had described Su Chen as a rookie who had never once entered a race. Who would have thought the rookie's driving could rival that of a professional? Rules. The girl's expression hardened in an instant, cooling the air around her. If I say something, I will do it. I signed an agreement with you, but I also reserve the right to refuse cooperation. If you insist on lecturing me about rules, I will accept no modifications from you in any form. The middle-aged woman bit her lip, hesitated, sagged her shoulders, and finally nodded. I understand. I will file the paperwork when we return. You may not send people to follow me, the girl said coolly. Otherwise, I will still refuse any form of modification. Understood. The middle-aged woman sighed, or at this point she had to accept it. Still, she committed to memory the pair beneath the spotlight, Su Chen and Xingmeng. The girl likewise watched the duo in the spotlight, her gaze especially fixed on Su Chen, full of curiosity and scrutiny. I hear this man is a tuner. Interesting. An emergency center near the Binzhou underground tunnel. Lin Haijun had regained consciousness, but his neck was encased in a thick plaster cast, and his head could not move. Pu Feng sat beside him and adjusted the television at the foot of the bed to face Lin Haijun. We lost thoroughly. Lin Haijun watched the screen and sighed. The broadcast was the live replay of the recent race. Master, I'm sorry. Pu Feng bowed her head, rubbing her fingers and biting her lip. If my cornering performance had been better, the rollover wouldn't have happened. She was consumed with guilt. The accident had not injured her severely, only left her a bit off form. Lin Haijun, however, suffered greatly. He had sustained a grade 3 concussion and his neck was in plaster. If he wanted to recover before the city championship, they would have to forego a session of professional treatment. A team of medical mecha girls capable of rapidly healing a driver's external wounds. This is not your fault. First, Su Chen's skill is solid. Second, his mecha has obviously been modified. Lin Haijun comforted softly. From Xingmeng's cornering, her cornering performance may well be superior to yours. Added to that, my decision was a little rash, which caused us to lose the race. Master, I remember you entered that race to get an initial Xingyuan for Miss Wang, right? Pu Feng said weakly. If we didn't get the initial Xingyuan, Miss Wang will definitely be angry. Don't worry about Wang Tingting, Lin Haijun said dismissively. He waved his hand casually. A good brother of mine has an unused initial Xingyuan. It's a Luyan Xinghui type. We can buy it for a little money. But you and I must hurry and train especially to improve cornering speed. Otherwise, at the city championship, we may not be a match for Su Chen and Xingmeng. Watching Su Chen and Xingmeng raise their third-place medals on the television, Lin Haijun clenched his fist. I can lose to anyone, but I refuse to lose to them again. His fighting spirit and hostility did not stem from the dispute between Wang Tingting and Su Chen, but from himself, having rolled his vehicle by overestimating his cornering speed. That incident would likely become the gossip of Binzhou's drivers. There was only one way to wash away that shame: to defeat Su Chen and Xingmeng honorably in a public contest like the city championship. Pu Feng. Here. The girl at the bedside snapped to attention at his voice. Special training starts tomorrow afternoon. No, begin tonight at midnight. Master, but your injury. A mere concussion is not brain death, Lin Haijun said coldly, his eyes alight with determination. Discharge immediately. Just do it. So this is the initial radiant Xingyuan. Su Chen lay on his bed holding a spherical orb that shimmered with golden light. He had been back at the customization shop for a while. Third place in the Binzhou underground race came with a 2,000 yuan prize and an initial Xingyuan, that very orb in his hand. From the shower room across the corridor came the rush of water and a girl's soft voice humming a cheerful tune. Xingmeng was bathing. According to the little girl, after racing all night, she felt sticky, and bathing in humanoid form spared her the high cost of a professional grooming salon. The only drawback was that it could not accelerate her status recovery. With nothing else to do, he began studying the upgrade materials for the Mecha Girl. The glowing orb in his hand felt soft and springy like a water-filled balloon, yet almost weightless. The instant he released it, it drifted down like a feather. How exactly was an initial Xingyuan used on a Mecha Girl? Su Chen checked his phone for a while. The explanations online were wildly inconsistent. First, for a Mecha Girl to be promoted from D to C, one attribute must meet the qualification line, which requires instrument testing. From his research, qualified meant an attribute reaching 60 points. As for the Xingyuan, some said to feed it directly to the Mecha Girl, others said to insert it into the Mecha Girl's chest, and the most absurd claimed one should hold the initial Xingyuan in one's mouth to perform a French kiss with the Mecha Girl. Absurd. Indecent. It must be exposed and punished. Su Chen denounced the ideas vehemently, then opened the second and third methods to read them carefully. Master, I'm done bathing, Xingming said as she bounced into the bedroom. Su Chen lifted his eyes instinctively and felt his breath falter. The room's soft light fell over Xingming. She stood shyly in an obviously oversized t-shirt which clung wetly to her graceful curves. Her white hair hung damp, droplets slid from the tips paused at her slender collarbone and then slipped away. Her snow-white cat ears limp from the bath looked fluffy and soft, inviting the urge to reach out and touch them. Master, your clothes are a bit too big, meow. Do you have a smaller one? Xingming murmured, rubbing her hair with a towel as she tiptoed to the bedside. Master, are you listening to me? She leaned closer, her cat tail wagged lightly behind her, her blue eyes fixed unwaveringly on Su Chen. Master, you. Why are you staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? She had just bathed after all. Xingming tilted her head and tucked a wet strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a delicate ear and a fine neck. The t-shirt crept up with her movement and inadvertently revealed a sliver of snow-white lower back. Su Chen felt his mouth go dry and quickly averted his gaze. Perhaps the race had brought them closer. Now that Xingming felt more familiar with him, she seemed a little more Ahem, put your clothes on properly. Su Chen pointed to her half-covered chest. He could even see droplets sliding along the curve inward. Oh, meow. Startled, Xingming scrambled to cover her chest. Her cat ears snapped upright, and she blinked earnestly with wide eyes. I trust Master completely. Master would never harbor impure thoughts about me. But since it is Master's request, I will be very careful about my attire in front of Master from now on, meow. Finished. Labeled a paragon of propriety by force. How could he ever display his masculine side now? Su Chen felt sulky and helpless. Are you like this around Wang Tingting too? Of course not. Xingming shook her head, so her cowlick bobbed. Master and I are bound by a bond contract. Do you know what a bond contract means? In human terms, it means we share the same pair of underwear, meow. What about a soul contract? Su Chen asked abruptly. Meow. A soul contract is far more formidable. Xingming's tail wagged happily behind her. In human terms, it is whom. You are in me, I am in you, we delve into each other's souls, intertwine, human and machine become one. Su Chen. Do people really say such things without impure thoughts? All right, let's change the subject. Feeling as if a wheel might crush his face, Su Chen hurriedly produced the initial Xingyuan. Xingming, let me quiz you. How does a Mecha Girl use an initial Xingyuan to upgrade herself? As a driver, what assistance should you provide to the Mecha Girl? He said with shameless bravado. It's not that I don't know, I mainly want to see whether your theoretical fundamentals as a Mecha Girl are solid. Faced with Su Chen's question, Xingming fell silent for a moment, bowing her head with a puzzled, helpless look. What's the matter? You don't know? Su Chen asked, taken aback. He had assumed such knowledge to be basic for a machine girl. As a machine girl, Xingming should have known it well. Because I never learned it, she admitted. Xingming pouted, her cat ears drooping. Wang Tingting thought I couldn't possibly be upgraded to C rank, and didn't intend to promote me, so she never let me attend many of the core classes about being a machine girl. Then what did she have you do? She sent me to tow vehicles to earn money. Xingming fiddled with the hem of her clothes and said in a wrong tone, sometimes when public races are held, there aren't enough logistical machine girls, so ordinary machine girls and drivers are recruited to do towing and logistics. The organizers pay wages for that work. It's one of the legitimate jobs. Machine girls can take me out. Wang Tingting is really a piece of work, Su Chen muttered, his expression darkening. Skipping classes to go earn money. Earning money would be one thing, but she didn't even spend it on Xingming. He suspected Wang Tingting had planned all along to replace Xingming after graduation, and when Xingming went to tow vehicles, she probably told herself that the pay would become her future modification fund. It's okay, Master, it's all in the past, meow, Xingming said, seeing Su Chen upset. Her cat ears twitched as she comforted him in return. If Wang Tingting hadn't treated me badly, I wouldn't have met such a handsome and capable master. She smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, her tail swayed gently behind her, a sweet little ribbon of motion that lightened Su Chen's mood considerably. Oh, you're quite the flatterer, Su Chen chuckled. Xingming stuck out her tiny tongue and giggled. Does Master like? Not bad, Su Chen feigned modesty. Since Wang Tingting didn't teach you properly, I will train you myself. I'll go look up some references online and study in a bit. It was time to study seriously. At first, the contract between him and Xingming had been signed mainly to act, but after days of living together in a race shared side by side, he had come to regard Xingming truly and honestly as his future partner. Whether for the racing career or for his work as a tuner, she would be by his side. Boss, I know, a cool voice said suddenly from behind them. Su Chen and Xing Ming both jumped. They turned toward the voice and saw frozen at the bedroom doorway like a picture a tall, elegant silhouette. She wore a black dress that traced the contours of a graceful figure, making her skin appear pale as snow. Her jet-black straight hair fell like a waterfall, catching a faint blue sheen in the light. On a face no bigger than a palm sat a pair of embered eyes, as if holding flame. Her nose was proud and her lips lightly pressed were the color of a newly unfurled cherry, less vivid than a cherry's red, rather an air of noble, piercing coolness. The young woman assessed the bedroom with a faint, detached gaze. Her composed, unhurried manner suggested not an intruder, but a prowling leopard inspecting its territory. When did she get here? Su Chen blinked in confusion. Is she part cat? There was no sound at all. And this was his bedroom, a private space. Who are you? He demanded, frowning. A guest, the girl replied, glancing at Su Chen with an unreadable expression, then helped herself to a chair and sat down. No, even if you're a guest, you can't barge into someone's bedroom like this. The door was open, she said, pointing at the doorway. That still, the tuning shop's door was open too, she added. A cold flush rose before Su Chen's eyes. An open door was not a carte blanche to trespass. From the signs on her person, he realized this girl was a machine girl. The only machine girl to come to his shop unaccompanied aside from Xing Ming would be her. A truly rare visitor. Wait outside for a moment, Su Chen said helplessly. I'm in the middle of working with my machine girl on a level-up procedure. Once we're finished, I'll come out to attend to you. I know. Ask me, the girl said, chin lifted in a challenge. Su Chen and she exchanged a look. He paused, then sighed, as if conceding, very well. Speak. Have the machine girl unfold her core, then bring the beginner Guangyao Xingyuan close to it. Doesn't the internet say there's a method like a French wet kiss? Su Chen persisted. The girl tilted her head, a flash of mockery in her eyes. If the internet taught you to treat hemorrhoids with a power drill, would you try it? Su Chen was left speechless. At least he could learn something. Xing Ming could unfold her core. That ought to be a basic function given at a machine girl's genesis. It was a crystalline blossom cupped in Xing Ming's hands like a bud, emitting a gentle pale golden radiance. Su Chen brought the primary Guangyao Xingyuan close to the crystal. The Xingyuan seemed drawn like a streak of light merging into the core. After a few seconds, the lone crystal sprouted a cluster of new crystals as thin as cicada wings, as if a petal had unfurled. There was nothing more for Xing Ming to do. The core retracted automatically back to her chest. Xing Ming kept her eyes closed, a soft glow bathing her, as if she were upgrading. Is that all? Su Chen asked, turning to the girl. She nodded slightly. Really, no French wet kiss required. The girl said nothing regarding Su Chen with a look reserved for trash. The disdain in her red eyes felt almost tangible. Under that oppressive gaze, Su Chen swallowed the retort that had been forming on his tongue. With Xing Ming still in the middle of the upgrade, Su Chen turned his attention to the guest. He activated his divine eye, and what he saw startled him. Her lavish attribute panel nearly blinded his titanium alloy dog eyes. Machine Girl profile name: Queen Yu, emblem Xinghui, archetype Thunderburst type, speed 76, cornering 90, stability 81, burst 61, endurance 82, modification core Huang 3 purple, stigmata Quanglia 3-piece set blue, speed 10, stability 10, a roll correction 5, Yongheng Jixin 1-piece purple, endurance 9, current rank SS, special talent expired, synchronization 0, status malfunctioning, cannot be piloted. Evaluation: a top-tier machine girl with outstanding talent, but ruined by a senseless tuner. There was no doubt this was the first S-rank machine girl Su Chen had ever seen. Her panel was extravagantly equipped, yet something felt off. Setting aside the baffling, malfunctioning, and cannot be piloted statuses, and S-rank machine girl ought to have an active special talent at this level, but hers was marked expired. Her attribute emphasis was peculiar as well. A burst-type machine girl should have burst as her primary stat, yet her top attribute was cornering. By contrast, the speed-type Jin Sun Su had seen earlier focused mainly on speed than burst. A burst archetype's primary attribute should be burst followed by speed, with cornering and stability trailing behind. Even if I'm a machine girl, staring at me like that is rude, Queen said, suddenly cool and cutting. Su Chen rolled his eyes at her words. Rude. She had barged into someone's room. Was that polite? Though she was a guest, her arrogance was outrageous. The moment his eyes met Queen's, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He lifted a finger and pointed at her head. Then 7 blunt words spilled from his mouth. You are sick, he blurted. You're finished. Queen snapped. Su Chen thought that the S-level Mecha Girl in front of him would erupt in fury. He seized this opportunity to directly address the issue, garnering a wave of admiration and awe. To his surprise, the girl merely gazed at him calmly. After a long stare, Queen slowly nodded, saying, you are right. I do indeed have a problem. So can you fix it? Such a straightforward conversation left Su Chen in a daze. After a moment, he nodded and then shook his head. Whether I can fix it depends on my research. In fact, he had already identified the problem from Queen's panel. Furthermore, the final annotations were quite clear, ruined by a brainless modifier. In simple terms, a Mecha Girl designed for explosive acceleration had her cornering performance modified to a mere 90. Isn't that like forcing a math prodigy to learn English? It's simply nonsensical. The core of car modification lies in maximizing the advantages of the vehicle. On that basis, one should strive to compensate for weaknesses. Some racing cars excel at cornering. One cannot sacrifice cornering performance merely to enhance straight-line acceleration. It would be better to build a new car. However, he couldn't say this outright. He still needed to follow the standard procedure. Inspection also comes with a fee. He rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Do you have money? The girl remained silent, simply pulling out a thick stack of cash from her pocket and lightly placing it on the table. Hiss. Su Chen's eyes widened. Even this thick stack surely amounted to at least 20,000. His smile became genuinely sincere. The customer is always right. A bit of arrogance is perfectly understandable. Next, I need you to transform into racing mode. Is that okay? Queen tilted her head, confusion evident in her crimson eyes. It was her first time hearing that inspection required transforming into racing mode. Isn't it usually done by scanning the Mecha Girl with testing tools and then creating a modification plan based on the system's assessment? Yet she remembered that this place lacked the fully mechanized modification capabilities of the headquarters. In that case, she began to unbutton her skirt. Hey, what are you doing? Su Chen quickly called out, sensing something was amiss. Taking off my clothes. Queen said expressionlessly, her tone as flat as if she were stating the weather for the day. Transforming into racing mode doesn't require undressing, does it? This isn't a car cover. Queen continued her actions without pausing, her eyes unwavering. Transforming directly will cause damage. All right. Su Chen helplessly facepalmed and quickly exited the room. They'll step outside. Call me when you're ready. You humans have so many rules. Queen clicked her tongue. Just as Su Chen was about to close the door, he was so irritated that he opened it again, saying, this is basic decency between men and women. Don't you understand? I've never been naked in front of humans. Queen raised her smooth chin, slightly a hint of mockery in her crimson eyes. Are you avoiding me because you fear developing any desire for me? She deliberately paused, her tone dripping with disdain. The self-control of carbon-based life forms is indeed concerning. In that case, I will be mindful to keep my distance in the future. Su Chen remained silent. It was impossible to have a rational conversation today. He shut the door with a bang and headed to the bathroom to splash some cold water on his face. When he returned to the bedroom door, Queen had already transformed completely. Can I come in now? Sure. As Su Chen opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a remarkably extravagant black sports car. The car resembled the Apollo Evio supercar from his past life, but its lines were even sharper. The design of the front was more aggressive than the original, with sharp edges like a blade drawn from its sheath, every line containing a latent explosive power. Most striking were the headlights. Not the signature forked design of the Apollo Evio, but sharp triangular shapes reminiscent of the Apollo IE. At this moment, a pair of crimson eyes shone with an eerie blood-red glow, casting two piercing beams of light in the slightly dim room. Merely standing there, an indescribable sense of oppression and a chilling aura washed over him. It felt as if this was not a sports car, but a ferocious beast waiting for the right moment to strike. Cool. Su Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Master, this sister's car body is so beautiful. The voice of Xing Meng exclaimed from the side, revealing that the little girl had completed her upgrade. Su Chen carefully examined his Mecha Girl's panel and found that Xing Meng had now become a clevel Mecha Girl. After upgrading to clevel, every attribute had slightly increased from the original basis, now standing at speed 44, cornering 62, stability 46, burst 34, endurance 52. When he saw the modification core section, Su Chen was astonished to discover that the modification core was gone. Xing Meng, where's your black silk? Great thunder, no. 2 modification core. Xing Meng's cat ears and silly hair perked up as she shook her head in confusion. I don't know, meow. Su Chen was baffled. Xing Meng was now in a state without a modification core, yet her attributes had... Could it be? Could this also be one of the golden fingers he received upon arriving in this world? That would be incredible. He could almost envision himself reaching the pinnacle of world-class racing, surrounded by Mecha Girls, ascending to the peak of life. When Mecha Girls level up, they automatically merge their modification cores and solidify them. Queen's cold voice rang out, dousing Su Chen's dreams like a bucket of cold water. So that's how it is. Su Chen sighed, then smacked his thigh. I miscalculated. I should have given Xing Meng a better modification core before letting her level up. It's meaningless. The window of the black supercar rolled down, revealing Queen's fair and delicate face. From D to C level, you can only solidify white quality. Giving her a better one won't change that. She mercilessly added, moreover, this type of white core provides very limited enhancement to the Mecha Girl and might even be inferior to a Starlight Holy Mark. Starlight Holy Mark. Su Chen recalled that Queen indeed had a Starlight Holy Mark. It seemed to be called the Frenzied Hunt Trio set and the Eternal Heart set. He also noticed that after upgrading to Clevel Xingming, had unlocked a Holy Mark slot. The position for the Holy Mark in the previous attribute panel had been gray, but now it had regained its bright color, albeit without any Holy Mark equipment. Aren't you going to inspect me? Queen lazily leaned her half-exposed arm against the car window, her delicate skin glistening softly under the light. Several strands of long hair cascaded down her shoulder, obscuring her subtly visible collarbone. She lightly rested her chin on her arm, her exquisite cheek contorting into an unexpectedly cute curve. However, her crimson eyes were filled with impatience, unabashedly stating, "It's already very late." She paused and said flatly, "Or do you intend to be the kind of pervert who deliberately keeps women overnight to do something lewd?" Tsk, this was getting ridiculous. Su Chen felt darkness clouding his vision. "I'm not that kind of person, or I'll begin the inspection right away." He used a jack to lift Queen, hoping to see a look of panic on her face. However, he failed. Queen still maintained her indifferent demeanor, even showing interest in the jack, commenting, "An old-fashioned car repair tool." Interesting. Su Chen was at a loss and could only crawl underneath the chassis to feign inspection. There were no issues with Queen's car body. The modifications were perfect, and the parts looked brand new, as if just rolled off the assembly line. But she was a mech girl, not a machine, as she was a wondrous being. Since she was a living entity, one had to consider the influence of her mind and spirit on her body. "What level of mech girl were you when you were first created?" he asked as he looked around. "Level." Queen replied. 3 cores were solidified from B to SS, which perhaps led to the current abnormal attributes of Queen. Su Chen felt this was likely the crux of the issue. "Do you remember when you started having trouble starting up?" "I don't." Queen frowned slightly. "It seems part of my memory is missing. When I became aware of myself, I was already a malfunctioning mech girl. My headquarters is working hard to fix me because the chairman's daughter needs me to be modified into a mech girl suitable for her driving, but they have not succeeded yet. Since I'm already at the SS level, they have invested too much financial and human resources into me, so they haven't given up on me yet." As the conversation progressed, Su Chen noticed that Queen's synchronization rate was gradually increasing. He could slowly see more information on her panel. Synchronization rate 20 evaluation. A ruler who should dominate the racetrack with absolute speed is now lost in a disjointed cornering performance, unable to find herself. As she discovered that her wings were being slowly broken, she gave up resisting and allowed her soul to sink into the depths of darkness. Before her stood only a beautiful, empty city, leaving behind a glamorous facade while her heart had long withered to ashes. After reading Queen's information, Su Chen squinted, having grasped the gist of the situation. In simple terms, as a sentient being with emotions, it was entirely reasonable for her to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder under certain special circumstances. Was it not? "I have a general understanding of your situation." Su Chen lowered the jack, pondering for a moment before saying to Queen, "Your modification direction is incorrect. For example, your current Vortex Emperor Type 3 core is an excellent purple core, but its main enhancements are in cornering and stability. You should focus on speed and explosive power." Queen blinked, and there seemed to be a fleeting glimmer in her red eyes. "Can it be modified?" "It can't be done." Su Chen shook his head. "What level is my modification shop?" "I can't get such advanced materials, and even if I were to change your modification core, it would be meaningless. From B to SS, you have already undergone 3 core solidifications. Unless we can undo the solidification from the first 3 modifications." He paused. "To put it simply, it means reverting you from SS rank back to B rank and starting over. Every upgrade should involve changing to a core that enhances speed and explosive power." Queen lowered her eyelashes, her thin lips pressed together. After a while, she tilted her head and asked, "So, do you have any suggestions?" Her tone was indifferent, yet it couldn't hide a hint of disappointment. "Suggestions?" Su Chen stared at her thoughtfully. "Change to a module that increases explosive power and speed. The Vortex Emperor Type 3 really isn't suitable for you. It's clear that whoever installed the modification core for you wanted to turn you into a perfect hexagonal warrior. But that's impossible." He turned around to wipe his hands with a cloth and continued, "The higher the speed and explosive power, the harder it is to control the vehicle. If you want to have control, you must sacrifice speed. If you want top speed, the driver needs to compensate for the instability during cornering with skill." "Who is your driver?" He did not turn back. "Tell her not to always pursue cornering stability. As a driver, how can one succeed without a spirit of adventure? Do you know what speed and passion mean? Without speed, where does the passion come from?" The room fell silent. Su Chen focused on wiping the tools on the workbench. Xingming curiously glanced back and forth between Queen and Su Chen, her cat ears spinning like little radars, her tail swaying restlessly. "If only she could share your thoughts." After a while, Queen murmured softly, "What did you say?" Su Chen, holding a wrench, turned his head. He found that Queen had already reverted to her hue. The dim yellow light of the room painted her in the hues of a sunset. Her shoulder blades resembled folded wings, graceful and exquisite, the lines of her spine smoothly extending to her slender waist, then tapering down to outline a perfect peach-shaped curve. Her snow-white skin almost glowed in the dim light, resembling high-quality pearls. Queen's exquisite perfection contrasted starkly with the shabby workshop, like a striking beauty added to a black-and-white painting. In his previous life, Su Chen had encountered countless women. Yet at this moment he couldn't help but hold his breath. Have you seen enough? Queen did not turn back, her cool voice tinged with just the right amount of sarcasm. Your heart rate has increased. It seems you're indeed a pervert with inappropriate thoughts about machine girls. Su Chen instinctively averted his gaze. But then he thought, this is my territory, but it's Queen herself who is exposing it. Why should I hide? Look, I will look. Stare intently. I am looking at your starshine marks. Su Chen justified himself with utmost seriousness as he stared at Queen's slender waist. There were mysterious silver patterns resembling shark gills, which should be the starshine marks. Oh, Queen replied indifferently, leisurely putting on her dress, black stockings and high heels. Humans are always good at finding excuses for their actions. She fastened her clothing and turned her fair chin slightly, raised her red eyes locking onto Su Chen, like an elegant swan examining the tourists on the shore. I will consider your suggestions. She walked towards the door. When she reached the door, her steps paused slightly as she pulled out a stack of currency and placed it on the cluttered table by the door. Before Su Chen could react, she had pushed the door open and left, leaving behind a light remark that echoed in the corridor. You should renovate the shop, oh, it looks like a dog kennel. The door closed. The workshop fell into silence. Only a faint fragrance lingered. TSK, what an attitude. Su Chen glanced around his post-apocalyptic style shop, the ceiling peeling, the incandescent lights flickering, but this did not affect his disdainful evaluation of Queen. A mountain need not be high, if there is a spirit it is divine. This is a humble room, yet my virtue is fragrant. She understands nothing. Meow. Master, what do you mean by that? Xingming came over, her cat ears perked up with curiosity. The scent of her shower gel mixed with a unique milk candy fragrance, instantly dispersing the lingering scent left by Queen. What I mean is good steel should be used on the blade. Su Chen counted the 3 stacks of currency left by Queen, an entire 40 currency units, plus the prize money totaling 7,000. The quarterly rent for the modification shop is 8,000. This money is enough for him to pay 2 years' rent. However, he does not plan to do so. He will keep 8,000 for rent and use the rest to upgrade Xingming. Here, Xingming, this is for you. Su Chen counted out 50 currency units and handed them to Xingming. You worked hard at the underground race in Binzhou. This is your pocket money, you take it and buy whatever you want. Xingming stared at the money in her hand, her cat tail coming to a halt. Master, you don't need to give me money. Take it and keep it. Buy whatever flavor of nutrient solution you like. Su Chen, now with money, waved his hand generously. But Xingming bit her red lip, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Can a machine girl like me really have pocket money? Why can't you? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. We have a bond contract. What's wrong with giving you some pocket money? Besides, you are now a class machine girl. You can hold your own among newbies. Xingming was amused by Su Chen's words, puffing out her cheeks. Master, I'm not a big crab. She rolled her eyes, her cat ears shaking, accepting the 5 currency units, rubbing her little hands with a glint of greed in her eyes. Hee hee, I hit the jackpot. Her tail wagged rapidly. Master, shall we go shopping together later? Sure. Su Chen nodded. In this world, there are shopping centers specifically open for machine girls and drivers, which require the driver to have a machine girl driving license for entry. He happened to want to purchase a batch of materials for making modification course. Perhaps he could find them in this shopping center. Now that Xingming already has a slot for a starshine mark, he had yet to learn about the information and prices of the starshine marks. If the price is right, he would select another starshine mark for Xingming. The city championship was approaching and he needed to improve Xingming's performance as much as possible. This competition is an open event, a prestigious contest organized by the authorities. Only the top racers among the wild drivers or professional drivers from clubs could participate in the city championship. Both he and Xingming found it somewhat challenging to compete in the underground race in Binzhou. The city championship would pose an even more severe challenge for them. At the headquarters of the Voice of the Night, the crystal chandelier cast a cold light, while the Italian leather sofa exuded an air of extravagance. The entire hall resembled a meticulously polished diamond, perfect, luxurious, yet devoid of any warmth. Queen, where have you been? We've been looking for you for ages. None of your business. Queen rolled her eyes at the middle. She now had a month of absolute freedom. She could go wherever she pleased without having to report to the suited woman. I'm just worried about you. The middle-aged woman wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled pleasantly. As long as Queen returned, even a scolding was acceptable. But she knew that Queen wasn't that vulgar. This delicately beautiful machine girl excelled at sarcasm. Queen sat down in front of the sofa, her soft body sinking into the plush backrest, lazily resembling a napping cat. She glanced at the middle-aged woman and said flatly, "Jessica, what are the plans for my modifications? Let me see them." Jessica's eyes brightened at her words. "All right, I'll get them right away." After a while, she returned with a set of documents and handed them to Queen. Queen flipped through a few pages, her brow furrowing deeply. The headquarters of the Voice of the Night was developing the Vortex Emperor 4 modification core, which was also aimed at cornering and stability, preparing to replace her Vortex Emperor 3. At the same time, her Starlight St. Mark would be changed, removing the original combination of the 3 pieces of the Wild Hunt set and the Eternal Heart Shards, replacing them with the 2-piece Round Table Knight set and the 2-piece Angel Heart set. The latter combination of 22 was more inclined towards comprehensive enhancement, unlike the Wild Hunt set, which focused on acceleration and burst. Theoretically, both the Vortex Emperor 4 and the 22 combination should be better than her current modifications, but Queen felt an inexplicable discomfort. A voice in her heart told her these seemingly great modifications were not what she desired. What she wanted was speed and ultimate explosion, not some so-called all-purpose solution. "So what do you think, Queen?" Jessica looked at her with anticipation. "This is a modification plan tailored specifically for you by the headquarters. It will definitely restore you completely." "Not great," Queen shook her head. "The modification core should focus on enhancing speed and burst. Please submit my application." Jessica's expression changed slightly. "Queen, that may not be possible." "Why not?" Queen narrowed her red eyes, and the air grew colder. "The modification plan given to you by the headquarters is to enhance your performance comprehensively. Otherwise you won't qualify to be the Master's Machine Girl. The Master is now an S-class driver, and her requirements for Machine Girls are that they must excel in all aspects. If you fail to meet these requirements, you won't be able to appear on the racetrack." Not being able to race was a harsh punishment for a Machine Girl. Queen could no longer remember how she entered the Voice of the Night. However, the Voice of the Night was the largest and most famous club in the Radiant Province, and most Machine Girls would not refuse it. Which Machine Girl wouldn't want to follow a capable driver in the future? The headquarters of the Voice of the Night had numerous skilled drivers. "You will fix me, right?" Queen struggled out of her confusion, her gaze fixed directly on the middle-aged woman. "Of course," Jessica nodded. "All the modification plans the headquarters has devised for you are to restore you so that you can restart. The modification experts analyzed that the reason you cannot start is that your core cannot support your current performance, so your stability and endurance need to be improved." Queen remained silent for a moment. She truly felt that her stability and endurance were already sufficient. The inability to start was definitely not an issue of stability and endurance. But saying this was useless. Those modification experts only cared about data. "All right," she replied faintly, "I understand. You agree to the new modification plan?" Jessica asked in surprise. Queen looked at the middle-aged woman before her, a deep impatience in her eyes. The Voice of the Night did not respect any of her opinions, yet insisted on formally seeking her consent. It seemed as though she was very fond of these modification plans. So what if she didn't agree? She couldn't start, as she would ultimately be imprisoned here like a bird in a cage. "I agree," her voice was flat, "but I want to arrange my schedule for this month myself." "No problem at all." Jessica exhaled in relief. As long as she agreed, convincing this lady meant her bonus was secured. "I want tickets for the city championship." Queen extended a finger. "No problem, I'll get you the best VIP seats." Jessica eagerly agreed. "Change the wallpaper in my bedroom to pink. Give me a game console, and also wait for a panda plush toy. I will have someone arrange it right away." Jessica noted Queen's requests on her phone. "Do you have any other requests?" "No more." Queen closed her eyes, sinking further into the sofa. She originally wanted Jessica to check the information on Su Chen and Xingming, but she soon realized that doing so might trouble Su Chen and Xingming. Initially, she was just a bit curious about Su Chen, considering it was rare for a modifier to also be a driver. However, various suggestions made by Su Chen earlier made her realize that he seemed to understand her better than the modification team at the Voice of the Night. She wanted to see how far Su Chen and Xingming could go. Could a seagull in a storm truly live better than a canary? Having become Su Chen's Machine Girl, Xingming would naturally need to stay at the modification shop. Su Chen specifically prepared a room for Xingming. He initially thought she would have a lot of luggage as a girl. In the end, there was only a small cat-shaped piggy bank and a cat head printed mat. Frustrated, Su Chen directly told Xingming to sleep in his bed. And he, of course, would sleep with Xingming. The sofa was outside. It would be too cold at night. Sleeping on the floor was out of the question. He wasn't that gentlemanly, nor would he deprive himself. Besides, the bed was so big, with the middle like the boundary between Chu and Han. One could sleep at the head and the other at the foot, and he wasn't planning to do anything. And this was just a temporary arrangement. The next morning, Su Chen led Xingming to the hypermarket. Welcome to the Star God Hypermarket. The Star God Hypermarket, a large shopping center dedicated to drivers and machine girls. Here one could find almost all the resources needed by drivers and machine girls, provided of course that you had money. Moreover, some precious resources only supported bartering. It was a highly technological hemispherical building somewhat reminiscent of the Sydney Opera House, and it was unclear what material was used for this building. Although the walls appeared to be glass from all sides, they did not reflect the scorching and dazzling sunlight like glass. The light here was soft. The temperature was just right. The logistics machine girl welcoming them had snow-white thighs. Su Chen stared intensely at the logistics machine girl's thighs. It wasn't that he was lecherous, he was mainly curious if wearing boots would make her feet sweaty in such hot weather. Machine girls shouldn't have athlete's foot, right? He hadn't smelled anything on Xingming's feet. After showing their machine girl driver's license, Su Chen led Xingming into the hypermarket. Right in front was a new product display stand for machine girl nutritional liquids. Guess would you like to try our new flavors? These brand new flavors might suit your machine girl and enhance your synchronicity with her. A logistics machine girl in a maid outfit approached them, wearing a sweet, yet capitalistic smile. She held a can of nutritional liquid, plum and bitter melon flavor. To be honest, when Su Chen saw the flavor, his vision went dark. Plum, unbearably sour. Bitter melon, undeniably bitter. Sour and bitter. What kind of joke is this? I mean, if you're not going to develop new flavors, then just don't. Would any machine girl really want to drink ginger garlic durian or chili flavors? The same goes for the plum and bitter melon flavor. He shook his head about to take Xingming's hand and walk away. But he found his machine girl gazing longingly at the can of nutritional liquid, her pink little tongue subtly licking her lips. She seemed to really want to try it. This thought popped into Su Chen's mind. Nutritional liquid. As the most basic energy resource for machine girls, it isn't very expensive. Common fruit flavors are around 500 yuan, while some rare flavors can reach 800 to 1,000 yuan. Those that don't sell will be discounted. The plum and bitter melon flavor clearly falls into the common category. Since it's a new product, there's a 20% discount, making the price 400 yuan. Do you want to try it? Su Chen asked Xingming. Xingming quickly withdrew her gaze, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. And no, that's all right, meow. My energy is still full. Ooh, I don't need to supplement with nutritional liquid. Xingming recalled her first visit to Huili shopping with Wang Tingting. It was the same display, the same new product. She had only glanced over here before being pulled away by Wang Tingting. What are you looking at? Do you think you can try it? 400 yuan isn't money. Just drink that discounted ginger chili flavor. After all, it's just for energy. Ooh, flavor doesn't matter. Wang Tingting's harsh demeanor lingered in her mind. So her first instinct was to shake her head. But I can see you really want to drink it. Su Chen said to the logistics machine girl, get me a bottle of that, and also one of the cappuccino, since they both seem to be new products. Sure, sir, you are really nice to your machine girl. The logistics machine girl's smile grew even sweeter. She could see that Xingming's energy was abundant. Yet despite that, the driver was still willing to spend money, even if it was just to let the machine girl try a flavor. This could only mean two things. Either this driver is not short on money, or he is very fond of his machine girl. Before Xingming could react, she found 2 bottles of nutritional liquid in her hands. One bottle was in a red and green package with plum and bitter melon prints. The other was a brown package labeled, "This. Master, don't waste money. It's not easy for you to earn it. Just return it." She drooped her ears, mumbling softly, trying to put the nutritional liquid back, but was stopped by Su Chen. Am I the master, or are you the master? He pressed his hand on Xingming's fluffy little head, pretending to be fierce, and said, are you teaching me how to do things? And no, I wouldn't dare, meow. Xingming shrank her neck, her ears flattening like airplane ears. Then drink it. Xingming obediently tried both nutritional liquids. She sipped slowly, her cheeks puffing out slightly like a greedy little hamster. How is it? Is it taste? It's tasty, meow. Xingming licked her lips, her big eyes squinting into crescent moons, her tail gently swaying behind her. Which one do you like more? I like. Xingming tilted her head and thought her cat ears gently twitching the plum and bitter melon, meow. This answer surprised Su Chen. Could it be that this plum and bitter melon holds some secret? Why? Because... Xingming paused, her big eyes seriously looking at Su Chen. It's like meeting the master. She seemed not very good at saying such things. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint pink hue appeared on her face and the tips of her ears turned a slight shade of red. What? Does that mean I'm both bitter and sour? Su Chen rolled his eyes. He only knew that plum and bitter melon must be sour and bitter. Yet he didn't realize it has a sweet aftertaste, which for Xingming was the taste of happiness. Xingming giggled and did not explain further. She lightly tugged at Su Chen's clothes, bouncing along beside him, humming a cheerful tune with an unclear meaning. The Xingshun Huili shopping mall is quite large, boasting 6 floors, comparable to the Veda store from his past life. Car covers, modification cores, nutritional liquids, competition tickets, and various equipment are the mainstream here. Despite the myriad temptations around, Su Chen did not forget his two goals for this trip: the Xinghui sacred mark and modification materials. Master. Xingming suddenly stopped in front of a store selling car covers and racing suits, tugging at Su Chen's sleeve, blinking her big eyes, and said, "Master, can I go in and take a look?" Su Chen glanced at the store, which was pretty much like a clothing store from his past life. Sure enough, even as a fantasy, being a machine girl is still a girl, and girls love beauty. He immediately nodded. "Go ahead, we'll meet back over there." Su Chen looked around and pointed to the statue at the center of Huili Shopping Mall. "We'll meet over there later." "Okay, meow." Su Chen watched Xingming walk into the store while he headed towards the shop selling Xinghui sacred marks. There were many machine girls in the clothing store choosing car covers accompanied by their drivers. Car covers are akin to dresses for machine girls, a type of reusable equipment. Without a car cover, a machine girl's regeneration suit is simply the birthday suit from when they were born, which will also be influenced by the modification core if present. For example, if the modification core adds a black front lip, then when applied to the machine girl's form, it might mean more black fabric on the front of the skirt. Xingming glanced at the display case for car covers without hesitation and turned to the racing suit display case. Racing suits are professional uniforms worn by drivers during competitions, incorporating many Xing technologies, such as heat insulation, warmth, one-click wearing, one-click undressing, etc. The prices of some multifunctional racing suits from major brands can even exceed that of machine girls' car covers. Xingming stood in front of the racing suit display case, her little hands brushing over each racing suit. The various racing suits before her dazzled her, but she knew her goal clearly. Last night during the competition, Su Chen wore a very old cycling suit. That was not a proper racing suit at all, as she wanted to buy him a nice one. It should have multiple functions and fit well and look nice. She mumbled softly, her ears twitching slightly. "It can't be too expensive. If it's too expensive, I can't afford it. But it also can't be too cheap, meow." She ran to the corner and smashed open her little cat savings bank, counting the yuan inside. Part of it was her little treasury saved while following Wang Tingting, while the majority was the pocket money Su Chen had given her last night, totaling 5,200 yuan. The extra 200 yuan was nearly all given to her by Wang Tingting for buying nutritional liquid. Compared to the discounted strange-flavored nutritional liquid, there was also a cheaper diluted nutritional liquid. This 200 yuan was saved little by little. 5,200 yuan should be enough to buy a medium-quality racing suit. Meow. Xingming wandered back and forth in front of the display case, carefully checking each racing suit's tag and functionality. She occasionally nodded or shook her head gently, her tail swaying in rhythm with her thoughts. "This one has good heat insulation, but doesn't have a one-click wearing function. Meow. This one looks really cool, but the price is too high. Meow. This one is pitch black. Doesn't quite suit the master's temperament." Finally, a silver-white racing suit with blue patterns caught her attention. Xingming's eyes lit up as she took it down to examine it closely. "This one really suits the master." She stroked the fabric and murmured to herself, "It has medium heat insulation, one-click wearing function, and a basic protective layer. Plus, it looks really cool. Meow. And it's the same color as Xingming's original car cover." She glanced at the price tag, 5,099 yuan, which was nearly all her savings. Used to living frugally, Xingming hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded firmly. "It's okay, meow. Master has always treated me well. This is Xingming's first time buying something from Master, so I must buy the most suitable one from Master." The machine girl's eyes were as precise as a measuring instrument. Without much effort, Xingming found the right size for Su Chen, then ran towards the checkout with the racing suit. "I want this racing suit, meow. Let's check out, meow." The logistics machine girl at the checkout smiled and nodded. "You really have good taste. There aren't many left. This is a hot seller, a total of 5,099 yuan." Xingming paid, and the logistics machine girl wrapped the racing suit, unable to help but ask, "Is this for your driver?" "Yes, meow." Xingming took the shopping bag, joyfully nodding, her fluffy cat ears gently twitching. "Master has always treated me well, so I should treat Master even better. This is my first gift from Master." On the other side, Su Chen entered a store specializing in selling Xinghui sacred marks. He thought he had a bit of money now, but was shocked when he saw the prices of Xinghui sacred marks. Xinghui sacred marks, like modification cores, are divided into 7 levels: white, green, blue, purple, gold, platinum, and diamond. The cheapest are the white Xinghui sacred marks, generally priced between 2,000 to 5,000 yuan. Complete sets of Xinghui sacred marks are even more expensive, costing double the price of 2 white Xinghui sacred marks. Who can afford that? "I'm out of here." "Excuse me, are you here to buy Xinghui sacred marks for your machine girl?" Just as Su Chen was about to leave the store, a logistics machine girl approached him with a beaming expression. She looked him up and down, her lips curling into a smirk. "It's clear you're here for the first time to buy Xinghui sacred marks, and you might not know what kind of Xinghui sacred mark suits your machine girl. Today the store happens to have a promotional event. How about I explain while you decide whether to participate in our store's promotional event?" "Oh, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Explanation. Promotional event. Oh, they want to brainwash me, huh? Su Chen had been through the ringer in travel groups. Let's show this world what it means to be immune to brainwashing. He sat down directly in a chair, casting a sidelong glance at the logistics machine girl. What are you staring at? Give me a glass of water. The logistics mech girl poured a cup of cola for Su Chen. Su Chen took a sip and glanced around. The shop was quite large, with numerous logistics mech girls, nearly all operating in an unknown mode. The logistics mech girl seemed to have her eyes fixed on him. Do you know how the Starshine Sacred Mark is formed? Su Chen shook his head. The logistics mech girl pondered for a moment and said, many years ago the Star God world was invaded multiple times by alien beings. In order for us to remain vigilant, the Star God created several nebulous secret realms. In the nebulous secret realms, historical crises that have occurred will be recreated, and pilots and mech girls will play some of the roles. If they can successfully clear the nebulous secret realm, they will receive the Star God's blessing. The blessing being the Starshine Sacred Mark. It sounds like a special materials dungeon. Su Chen asked in surprise. Dungeon? What is that? The logistics mech girl tilted her head. It's nothing. Su Chen waved his hand. So what about those alien beings? Are they still invading the Star God world? No, they have all been wiped out by the Star God. That's good news. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although this world was clearly not weak in martial arts, as long as there were no wars of that sort, it would be fine. I am very interested in the Star God, Su Chen said. However, I have just become a mech girl pilot, and my understanding of this is merely superficial. Could you possibly? Of course. The Star God is not a single person, but rather 4 individuals. To be precise, 1 pilot and 3 mech girls. If one must specify, the Star God should refer to one specific mech girl who is named after the stars. Her grace still envelopes the entire Star God world, and all systematic piloting techniques in the Star God world are left by the Star God's pilot. To put it bluntly, without the 4 Star Gods, there would be no current Star God world. The mech girls were all born in the sea of Star Gods. Su Chen understood instantly. These 4 were equivalent to creator gods. Even if they were not the original gods, they were the kind that reigned through changes. So are these 4 still in the Star God world? They are not. The logistics mech girl's expression suddenly became reverent. She clasped her hands together in a prayer-like gesture and softly said, Do you know why no enemies have dared to invade the Star God world since then? It is because the Star Gods are wandering through the endless universe. They sacrificed themselves and perhaps will never return home, yet they have eradicated all enemies of the Star God world, protecting it behind them. That is indeed magnificent. Su Chen was not fond of extreme heroism, but the sacrifice of the 4 Star Gods for the greater good was an exception. There is no such thing as peaceful days. It is merely that some bear the burden and march forward. The weight of that statement continues to rise. So, sir, the logistics mech girl's eyes sparkled as she leaned excitedly towards Su Chen, saying, Buying the Starshine Sacred Mark is supporting the cause of the Star Gods. Our shop just happens to be having a promotional event today. I know you don't have money, but drawing from the blind box doesn't require much. If you happen to win the grand prize, it would be a huge profit for you. Su Chen shrank his neck back. The logistics mech girl was getting too close. Men and women should maintain a distance, and besides, she wasn't as cute as Xingming. Tisk, don't listen to her brag. A frivolous voice sounded nearby. The real way to support the Star God's cause is to actively participate in the nebulous secret realm and collect Omega Raw or from the realm. The Starshine Sacred Mark is merely a bonus reward. Roar. Who is it? Who is ruining my good thing? Just as the words fell, Su Chen saw the originally gentle logistics mech girl instantly transform. She morphed from a 1.6-meter cute girl into a 1.9-meter muscular female warrior with a fierce expression. Her fierce gaze swept like a blade towards the voice, but upon seeing the person, her anger turned into mockery and disdain. Oh, I thought who it was. Isn't this Mr. Yuming, the non-chief? Here to draw from the blind box again. Don't sour grapes just because you can't get the grapes. After all, not every pilot is like you, drawing more than 3,000 yuan from the blind box without winning a single Starshine Sacred Mark. Yuming, standing in front of the capsule toy machine, instantly turned grim, while the mech girl chasing shadows stifled a laugh. Shut up. Yuming pointed at the logistics mech girl, his neck stiffened. No matter what, I have spent 3,000 yuan here today. Even if I don't win anything, I am still a god. Do you understand what a god means? Oh, I don't really understand. The logistics mech girl shrank back to her 1.6-meter cute form, her outfit automatically repairing itself. She leisurely filed her nails and said, So what if you spent 3,000 yuan? Customers who haven't spent anything here are gods, while those who have spent are the lowest of the low. This was indeed the truth. No one would think of playing with that dreadful capsule toy machine a second time. Yuming was clearly being unreasonable. I want to lodge a complaint against you. Complaint hotline 825-111. I can help you call. The logistics mech girl remained unperturbed. Ming twitched at the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and ultimately decided to give up on confronting the logistics mech girl. The logistics mech girl clearly realized this deal was going south. She tossed Su Chen aside and walked away, her attitude completely different from before. Ming approached with chasing shadow. The handsome guy in a black jacket smiled slightly. Long time no see. Mr. Dark Horse. Su Chen stared at Ming for a while, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. Who are you? Ming's outstretched right hand froze in midair. Chasing Shadow, PFF. Chief Racing Modification Expert Su Chen had a slight issue. He was face-blind. As long as the person did not frequently appear around him, he would not recognize them the next day after meeting them the day before. Oh, I remember now, you are the one from the Northern Wolf team. Following Ming's hint, Su Chen suddenly realized the fish exploding dog. Ming. I didn't want to blow up fish, that was just my mission. Ming spread his hands and sighed. I let you all go for a full 40 seconds, yet the first still ended up being taken by me, and Chasing Shadow, what can I do? Su Chen glanced at Chasing Shadow. All sorts of attributes came into view. It could be said to be quite glamorous, yet it still fell short compared to Queen. Su Chen, you are driving a class car, right? Ming shrugged. So what? I also let you go for 40 seconds. But you're driving a class car. The performance of Mecha Girls isn't the first priority. What matters is technique. Do you understand technique? You are driving a class car. Hiss. Can we not dwell on that? Class car. Ming, you. Su Chen B. Ming, I. Su Chen, fish exploding dog. Ming. The conversation was clearly going nowhere. He saw that Su Chen had decent skills and wanted to befriend him. Su Chen should be a street racer, thinking of inviting Su Chen to join the Northern Wolf team in the future. He thought that there would be some mutual admiration between fellow technical enthusiasts, but they simply had no common ground to discuss. After all, he was a professional racer. He wouldn't hold it against a street racer. Ming took a deep breath and forced a smile. Dude, your Mecha Girl should have upgraded to class by now, right? Class has a sacred mark slot. You must be here to buy a slot. I happen to have a gotcha coin and will give it to you. Su Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing the gotcha coin. What a nice person. I just learned that a gotcha coin costs 2,000 yuan. Why don't you draw it yourself, he asked. Ming handed the gotcha coin to Su Chen, a bitter smile on his face. I've already spent 300 yuan. Oh, I'm afraid if I draw again, I'll just get a thank you for participating and feel even worse. Just take it and let's end this here. Su Chen took the gotcha coin and looked at Ming. If I get something good, you won't ask me for it back, right? I want you can rest assured, Ming chuckled unconcerned. No matter what, I am still a member of Northern Wolf T2. I still need to have some face. Moreover, the thing I give you is yours, and no one can say otherwise. Besides, this gotcha event is a scam. I don't actually think you'll get anything good. That's fine then, Su Chen nodded. He turned and walked towards the gotcha machine. The gotcha machine had a total of 10 compartments corresponding to 10 coin slots. Each compartment contained 30 gotcha balls, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the draw, as he didn't even know which compartment had the prizes. However, just as he activated his divine eye to check Chasing Shadow's attributes, Su Chen noticed that vague text was floating above each compartment of the gotcha machine. At first, he thought it was flies or mosquitoes flying around, but upon approaching, he realized that it displayed the reward status of each compartment. This meant he could clearly see which compartments had prizes and which did not. Su Chen initially thought that the Eye of God only served to observe the performance of the machine girl. Now he somewhat understands that the Eye of God can also see through illusions. So the question arises, if seeing through clothing is also seeing through illusions, why doesn't the pure white show it to him? Could it be that this world also possesses the power of the divine river? Su Chen steadied his mind and walked past 10 capsule machine doors, finally stopping in front of the second to last one. Ming's words about this capsule event being a scam were not unfounded. Among the 10 doors, only one contained a Starlight Holy Mark reward. The capsule was guaranteed, but 99% of the rewards were high-energy nutrient solutions, with the only slightly valuable items being ordinary car covers and racing suits. However, this shop did not skimp on the rewards. Su Chen looked up at the banner on the capsule machine. Anniversary Big Sale, the first 10 capsule coins at a 20% discount with the chance to win the purple Starlight Holy Mark reward. Let luck come your way. In front of him, there was indeed a piece of purple Starlight Holy Mark inside this door, which was the ultimate gimmick of this promotional event. At this moment, there were still drivers with machine girls drawing blind boxes in front of the door. Each time a blind box was drawn, a funnel-shaped machine above would replenish another blind box. This means that the probability of drawing the purple Starlight Holy Mark is always 1 in 300. Isn't this a scam? There's not even a guaranteed minimum. Su Chen stood in front of the door and observed for a while. This capsule machine was somewhat similar to a claw machine. After inserting a coin, he could control the mechanical claw to grab the blind box. Fortunately, the shop owner hasn't completely lost their sanity, as from what he could see, the mechanical claw would hold on to whatever it grabbed, without suddenly letting go when lifted. Currently, the purple starlight holy mark was pressed down beneath the upper blind boxes. To obtain it, he must first clear away the boxes on top. With a rough idea in mind, Su Chen began to operate after inserting a coin. Not far away, Yu Ming let out a sigh of relief, finally released the wickedness. I will never come back to this shop to draw blind boxes again, it's truly a scam. Chasing Shadow let out a scoff. This wasn't the first time Yu Ming had said such things. After every race, it seemed like he would rather die than not draw some blind boxes. She looked at Su Chen's serious demeanor and couldn't help but ask, Master, do you think Su Chen will draw something good with a single shot? Yu Ming glanced at Su Chen and chuckled. How could that be possible? I drew 300,000 coins and got nothing. If he could draw something good with one shot, I would drink all the nutrient solutions I drew. 300,000 coins. All were nutrient solutions stacked in mountains behind him. While the two were talking, Su Chen had already taken out the first blind box. Although Yu Ming said that he couldn't help but tiptoe to take a look, and then saw Su Chen unboxing a bottle of nutrient solution, spicy chili flavor. Huh, I told you so. Yu Ming displayed a knowing smile, thinking Su Chen would stop there. After all, judging by Su Chen's attire, he didn't look like a wealthy person. As a rookie racer, those with money usually saved up for modification cores and wouldn't spend frivolously. But the next second, he saw Su Chen walk over to the exchange machine, clink, exchanging for 10 capsule coins. Wait, buddy. Yu Ming was taken aback and quickly rushed over to stop Su Chen. Brother, making money isn't easy. This promotional event is a trap. Don't get carried away. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, I won't get carried away. Yu Ming pursed his lips, thinking Su Chen probably just wanted to experience a 10 consecutive draw. That was still acceptable. The loss was within bearable limits. Su Chen returned to the second door and calmly drew 10 more times. Without a doubt, they were all nutrient solutions. At the same time, he also discovered a problem. Each time he grabbed the upper blind box, the machine would spit out a new blind box. The new blind box had a chance to land back on top, which doubled the workload. The originally planned 10 draws were simply insufficient. So he turned around to exchange for another 10 capsule coins, only to find Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow flanking the exchange machine. You can't do this. Don't get carried away. Yu Ming said earnestly, didn't you just say you wouldn't draw anymore? Listen to me, stop while you can. Su Chen approached the exchange machine, turning left and right, while Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow mirrored his movements, blocking him like basketball stars. He was speechless. This person meant well, but why did they seem so nosy? Stop it. Yu Ming pleaded earnestly, don't be stubborn any longer. Dear customer, if the exchange machine isn't working, you can come to me for an exchange. The logistics machine girl who had left earlier suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen with a smile, holding a basket full of capsule coins. Thank you, I appreciate your service quality. Su Chen gave a thumbs up in exchange for 20 capsule coins. The smile on the logistics machine girl's face grew even brighter. Performance. It's all about performance. Wahaha. It's over, he's really lost it. Yu Ming covered his face and sighed. So master, seeing him, you should understand how much I was collapsing just now, right? Chasing Shadow crossed her arms and glared at Yu Ming. 300,000 coins. Although it couldn't compare to the modification fees she needed, every bit of modification cost had to be saved little by little. I get it, I really understand now. The onlooker sees clearly. He was already beginning to feel angry from Chasing Shadow's perspective. Su Chen swiftly drew again, and after spending 20 coins, the blind box containing the purple starlight holy mark finally reached the top. Additionally, the newly replenished blind box also settled beside it. This meant that with the last draw, he could obtain the purple starlight holy mark. He looked at the logistics machine girl, who understood instantly and hurried over to hand him the basket. Brother, you're still drawing. Yu Ming was genuinely angry, grabbing Su Chen's hand that was reaching for money. He too had come up from being a rookie racer, and although he seemed wealthy now, he had endured a long period of hardship. He knew that every penny in the initial stage was vital, and wasting it on blind boxes was highly inadvisable. Think of your machine girl, think of your future. You could use this money to take your machine girl to the next level. He doesn't know why Su Chen's machine girl isn't by his side, but he still tilted his head towards outside the shop. Your machine girl is still waiting for you. Hey, if you keep this up, I'll have to kick you out. The logistics machine girl put her hands on her hips, fuming. Mister Yu Ming, your actions are obstructing our work. I'm calling the enforcement team. Whether to spend is the customer's freedom, and what if they draw the grand prize? Isn't your behavior cutting off their financial path? You're kidding. You know in your heart whether they can draw your grand prize. I've already spent 300,000. That's your bad luck. The logistics machine girl clicked her tongue. Su Chen looked at the logistics machine girl and then at Yu Ming. In fact, no one had a problem. It was just a difference in stance. Yu Ming thought his money was wasted, while the logistics machine girl believed that his gambling mentality was truly deserving of death. However, I'll draw just one last time. Su Chen smiled gently and said to both Yu Ming and the logistics machine girl, what if the last draw yields a grand prize? Yu Ming smiled wryly. Brother, you, fine, do whatever you want. Exactly. The logistics machine girl clapped her hands repeatedly, flattering, "Sir, you look like someone particular." "Is that so?" Su Chen smirked. "If I draw the grand prize, you won't deduct my salary, right?" The logistics machine girl's face stiffened for a moment before shaking her head. "How could that be? That's your luck. It has nothing to do with me." "All right." Su Chen nodded and inserted the capsule coins. The mechanical arm under his control precisely grabbed the blind box containing the purple starlight holy mark. The incident of the metallic claw intentionally opening did not happen. With a thud, the blind box fell into the hole. Su Chen bent down to pick up the blind box and then unwrapped it in front of the logistics machine girl and Yu Ming. Inside, the platinum paper wrapped a box that looked similar in size to the nutrient solution box. Upon opening the box, a dim purple light first caught his eye. Inside was a metal piece shaped like a computer memory stick quietly resting in the center of the box, encased in a purple crystal shell. Starlight Holy Mark Emperor Engine Purple Crystal. Such information floated in Su Chen's retina. The purple glow almost spread across the entire hall. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards it. "Oh my god, oh my god." Yu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at the holy mark, and Su Chen's hand stammering for a long time without being able to speak. "Nobody, what are you doing with that potion? Are you trying to scare me to death?" The shadow beside him was similarly dumbfounded, looking utterly speechless. The logistics android was also stunned, frozen, as if turned to stone. "Someone just won the jackpot." A voice shouted from the crowd. All the drivers and androids in the store rushed over in excitement. Everyone's eyes lit up at the purple holy mark in Su Chen's hand, but soon turned to envy and jealousy. "I spent 70 or 80,000 and didn't win. How did he get it?" "What?" Someone went insane. I can't take it anymore. Why isn't it me who won?" Someone wailed. "Bro, are you selling that purple holy mark? The price is negotiable." Someone already had their eyes on the holy mark and approached Su Chen. "You want to buy it?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. It was known that with the help of the Eye of God, he could win a prize with 100% certainty. If this purple holy mark could be sold for a good price, he could use that money to buy more lottery tickets. Moreover, he would likely have plenty left over for modifications to Xingming. However, the attribute boost from this purple holy mark was truly enticing. Su Chen gazed at the speed attribute of 12 under starry holy mark Emperor Engine Purple Crystal and couldn't help but marvel. The holy mark, unlike the core modifications, did not have negative enhancements. However, a single holy mark seemed to only provide basic attribute boosts. Only when in a full set would there be percentage boosts and some special effects. He did not know what the special effects of the 4 or even 5P set of Emperor Engine were, but they surely weren't simple. "Buy it. I'm willing to offer 1 million yuan. The person, seeing that Su Chen seemed willing to sell, immediately brightened up. Su Chen's eyes glimmered. 1 million yuan. That's a huge sum. However, the price was certainly worth more than that. Just as he was pondering what price to ask for, the driver in front of him was suddenly pushed aside. "Buy it, you bastard." Yu Ming angrily pointed at the driver. "You want to buy a purple holy mark for 1 million yuan? Get lost. Get away from me." "Hey, what do you mean? Whether he sells it or not is none of your business." Yu Ming ignored the swearing driver and pulled Su Chen aside, saying with a serious expression, "Bro, listen to me, don't sell it. No matter who wants to buy it, don't sell. Unless they can offer 7 or 8 million or more." Su Chen looked at Yu Ming and suddenly said, "Then will you buy it?" Yu Ming was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. "I can't afford it. Is this thing really that precious?" Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. The purple holy mark only increased speed by 10 points, though it had no negative enhancements. After all, he could easily create a white modification core that added 5 points of speed. At worst, he could use better materials to craft a high-level modification core. No matter what, a purple or red modification core would surely provide a greater boost than a single purple holy mark. "Hey bro, listen to me. A single purple holy mark may not seem impressive, but once you have a full set, it becomes powerful." Yu Ming pointed at the people around and said, "Do you know why the Huao purchase in a small city like Binzhou is so popular? Many come specifically for this holy mark. Countless people have come and gone before us, bankrupting themselves, but now only you have drawn it." "But..." Su Chen still didn't understand. "No buts." Yu Ming pressed down on Su Chen's shoulder, staring intently into his eyes. "Do you know about the nebulous secret realm?" Su Chen nodded, as the logistics android had already informed him. "It's a materials dungeon." Yu Ming continued. "If you enter the nebulous secret realm with a purple level holy mark, you will likely experience the journey of an important character. After completing the nebulous secret realm, you will also likely obtain a similar holy mark. Therefore, the purple holy mark is not just high-level, it is also a key. A key that makes it easier for you to complete a full set of holy marks, while others can only rely on luck to obtain a set." Su Chen suddenly understood. If that's the case, then it really can't be sold. Firstly, he didn't know the specifics of the nebulous secret realm, but it was likely not easy to obtain a purple holy mark. After all, the S-level android queen who had no background only came equipped with a blue set of 3 mad hunters and a purple piece of eternal heart. In summary, the value of the purple holy mark must be extremely high. Moreover, it's the kind that's valuable yet rare. If luck is bad, one might never obtain a purple holy mark in their lifetime. Su Chen did not consider himself a very lucky person. Otherwise, why would that wide national road with a fully insured semi-trailer specifically target him to crash? His driving skills were quite good, yet he couldn't dodge such a cumbersome fully insured semi-trailer. It was as if it had tracking missiles. Who could withstand that? I understand now. I won't sell it. Su Chen sincerely thanked him. Thank you for telling me so much. As long as you can take it in, that's good. Yu Ming let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Do you have a better impression of me? Yes, it's completely elevated. Oh, tell me about it. You're a good. Su Chen paused, hearted fish-freeing dog. Yu Ming. He regretted it. He should have let Su Chen sell the purple holy mark for that million. Sir, I apologize for the interruption. At that moment, the logistics android approached wearing a smile. Could you please sell that purple holy mark to us? Rest assured the price will surely satisfy you. Oh heavens. The logistics android was nearly breaking down. This purple holy mark was the store owner's precious collection taken out merely as a gimmick. They never believed anyone would actually win. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked seriously, then if I don't sell, will you have your salary deducted? Yes, the logistics android smile strained a bit, her hands pressed together. Please give me a chance. Su Chen squinted and smiled. Hee, then I won't sell. The logistics android. Are you sure? She tightened her fists, gritting her teeth, glaring at him. Su Chen took a half step back, hugging the purple holy mark. What did this logistics android want to do? Could it be that she was going to get violent? Thinking of the android's immense strength, Su Chen felt a surge of anxiety, but remained firm. I'm sure. Good. Very good. The logistics android took several deep breaths, suddenly pulled out a tablet from her skirt, took a picture of Su Chen, and then began operating the tablet. Su Chen wondered, what are you doing? What am I doing? Hee. The logistics android smirked, pointing its, you're done for. She raised her chin as if declaring the execution date of a condemned prisoner. I have already added you to the blacklist of all while purchase capsule machines nationwide. From today on, you will never be able to play the capsule machine again. Humph. Ha ha. Suffer. Wail. Tremble. Su Chen. A blessing in disguise. Not developing a gambling addiction might actually be a good thing, as long as they don't forcibly take back his prize. I'm sorry. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the crowd. A soft female voice was anxiously apologizing. Su Chen furrowed his brows. This seemed to be Xingming's voice. Su Chen turned his gaze towards the sound. Outside the shop, Xingming was timidly apologizing to a boy dressed in racing gear, her fluffy cat ears nervously pressed against her head, while her tail anxiously tucked between her legs. A cold-faced mechanical girl stood beside the boy, and their expressions were far from pleasant. Do you have no eyes? Can't you watch where you're going? The boy's tone was extremely harsh as he looked down at Xingming from a superior position. Xingming opened her mouth to defend herself, but the words caught in her throat. Her cat ears drooped in grievance as her cerulean eyes stared at her toes, softly repeating, I'm sorry. She carefully presented a brand new white box with both hands. A faint blue glow emanated from the gap in the box. It was clear without thinking that the box contained the Starshine sacred mark of blue quality. Oomph. The boy snatched the box, sneering, at least you know how to be sensible. If it weren't for the Starshine sacred mark being unbreakable, you would be waiting to go bankrupt to pay for it. But just looking at the performance of your mechanical girl, it's obvious that it's subpar. Your driver must be a pauper who can't afford to pay. After the boy finished speaking, he took the mechanical girl and left without doing anything further. Su Chen frowned as he squeezed through the crowd of onlookers and quickly walked to Xingming's side. What just happened? Master. Upon seeing Su Chen, the grievance on Xingming's face was instantly replaced by a radiant smile. Her cat ears perked up excitedly, and her tail wagged joyfully. She then handed over the racing suit she had tightly embraced in her arms to Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Master, I've been waiting for you by the statue for a long time, and unable to wait any longer, I came to find you. Look, this is the racing suit I specifically picked out for you. Doesn't it look good? It matches the style and color of my own racing suit. Her voice carried a hint of a coquettish tone, like a kitten seeking praise. So you want to buy a racing suit for... Su Chen was taken aback. He had always thought Xingming was picking out a suit for herself. The racing suit was quite exquisite. The fabric felt far superior to his own riding suit, clearly not a cheap item, probably costing around 5,000 yuan. I really like the racing suit, thank you. A touch of warmth stirred in Su Chen's heart as he smiled and patted Xingming's little head. Hee. As long as Master likes it, that's great. Xingming squinted, her eyes happily rubbing against Su. More than just buying a beautiful racing suit, she would rather see Su Chen wear a better and more comfortable one and be able to hear more of Su Chen's compliments. Having waited a long time at the statue without seeing Su Chen, she almost thought he had abandoned her. She hurriedly searched through the crowd and inadvertently caused a commotion. What happened just now? Su Chen asked again. Meow, it was nothing. Xingming shook her head shyly, saying, it was Xingming's fault. There were too many people here, and I'm a bit short, and in my eagerness to find Masta, I accidentally bumped into someone and knocked their newly bought sacred mark off. In fact, she wasn't telling the whole truth. When she reached the shop entrance, she had already seen Su Chen through the glass. Seeing that he seemed busy, she patiently waited outside. It was that boy and the mechanical girl who weren't paying attention and bumped into her, turning the blame back on her. But the other party, who could afford an expensive sacred mark and was wearing a racing suit clearly marked with a club insignia, was evidently not to be trifled with. She didn't want to cause any trouble for Su Chen. A little grievance was nothing compared to what she had endured. Besides, she just needed to defend the happiness she currently had. If that's the case, then all right. Su Chen, unaware of the whole situation, didn't take those two to heart after Xingming said so. There were many people at the Star God Hui shopping center, and some bumps and collisions were inevitable. Moreover, he had his own way of comforting Xingming. You gave me a gift, so how about I give you one in return? Su Chen smiled mysteriously, hands behind his back. Meow. Can I also have a gift? Xingming's eyes brightened visibly, her cat tail wagging non-stop. Is it something Masta specially bought for me? That's right. Seeing Xingming's greedy expression, Su Chen took out the purple sacred mark and handed it to her. The moment the purple light burst forth, the crowd at the shop's entrance erupted in awe. Wow, a purple sacred mark. This mechanical girl is so lucky. Master, look at her driver. Is this the person who just won the jackpot in the gacha? What incredible luck. Xingming was stunned. Her cerulean eyes grew wide, her mouth slightly agape as she stared blankly at the sacred mark radiating purple light before her. Is this for me? Her voice trembled as if she couldn't believe it. The purple sacred mark. She didn't even know how much it was worth. But the previous blue sacred mark was treated like treasure by that boy. Even a little bump made him wince, and he repeatedly checked it several times after picking it up. The purple sacred mark was of a higher grade than the blue one, and its value was beyond imagination. When she was beside Wang Tingting, she couldn't even dream of having a white quality modification core, let alone a purple sacred mark. And now, of course it's for you. Su Chen smiled gently. Do you like it? I like it. Xingming's eyes turned red all at once, tears welling up in her eyes. But it's too precious. I can't accept it. She wanted to refuse, yet couldn't bear to her small hand hesitating in the air. You don't want it. If you don't, I can have Su Chen Gij sell it to me. Yu Ming wrapped his arms around chasing Shadow's waist, twisting back and forth in front of Xingming, wearing a villainous grin. No way. Xingming immediately grabbed Su Chen's hand, glaring at Yu Ming. Go away. This is didn't you say you didn't want it? Yu Ming lifted his nose towards Xingming. Xingming bit her lip, looking at Su Chen for confirmation. Can I really have it? Silly girl. Su Chen gently stroked her cat ears. Just accept it. Meow. Xingming finally couldn't hold back and leaped into Su Chen's embrace, quietly sobbing. Thank you, Masta. Xingming is so happy. This was her first time. The first time receiving such a precious gift. The first time being cherished by someone. TCH, it's just a purple sacred mark. What's the big deal? Yu Ming pouted, his words dripping with sarcasm. He glanced at Su Chen. Hey, are you going to participate in the Binzhou City Championship? Of course. Su Chen nodded. Then things are getting interesting. The little brat your mechanical girl bumped into earlier, her name is Feng He, and she is a key trainee of the Xinguan Club's T3 in Binzhou City. He will also participate in the Binzhou City Championship and is a favorite to win on the official website. Su Chen squinted as he gazed in the direction where the boy and the mechanical girl had left. In the vast sea of people, he could barely make out two heads. From such a distance, he couldn't see any details about Feng He's attributes. However, since he was a professional racer from the club, he must have some skills. At such a young age, is he a genius? Or just putting on a show? Su Chen muttered to himself. That boy looked too young, almost like he hadn't reached adulthood yet, but his words were quite sharp. What are you mumbling about? Are you scared? Su Chen let out a cold laugh, rolling his eyes at Yu Ming. I'm not afraid of fried fish dogs, so why would I be afraid of a little brat? Yu Ming, you little. Let's go, Xingming, we're heading home. Su Chen took Xingming's small hand and walked away, leaving Yu Ming fuming in place. Hey, show off. Yu Ming took a deep breath, looking at Su Chen and Xingming's retreating figures, suddenly revealing a peculiar smile. There was something he hadn't told Su Chen. He and Chasing Shadow would also participate in the Binzhou City Championship. The main aim to blow things up. Fish. At the Xinguan Club training ground, a light blue supercar Mecha Girl streaked with cloud-like patterns executed a silky power slide and came to a steady stop on the recovery platform, tires shrieking against the tarmac. The door rose upward like an eagle's wing as a handsome youth with a touch of haughtiness about his brows vaulted from the driver's seat. Though scarcely older than his peers, his gaze held a sharpness beyond his years. Feng He, you drove well today. Your speed has improved considerably. The youth nodded with satisfaction and patted the roof. Feng He shifted from supercar form into her Mecha Girl posture and stood beside him. She wore a light blue racing suit to match the bodywork. Her features were delicate, and a faint smile curved her lips. After all, it was the master who bought the blue sacred sigil. Chu Lang, Feng He murmured with gratitude. Without that sigil, no amount of training could have produced such rapid improvement. He nodded slightly, his fist clenching before he said, "This city championship, we must take first place." His name was Su Chen, the chief seed driver of Xingguan Club's T3 tier. He had just turned 18 and still looked a little boyish, so he went to lengths to make himself seem more imposing. He forced himself to rehearse an arrogant expression before the mirror every day and to shape his mouth into one that would never show weakness, even to the point of irritation. Speaking of which, I bumped into that Mecha Girl today, and then I turned on her. God, it was infuriating. Annoyed, Su Chen slapped his own cheek. I've been training so much that I slipped into arrogant mode without even thinking. I overreacted. Feng He covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Master will be more imposing once you grow a little. Maturity brings gravitas. Are you saying I'm small? Su Chi's mouth twitched as he glared at Feng He. Not at all, she said, looking up at the sky. Then what did you mean by pinching the air with your thumb and forefinger? A white-bearded old man in a butler's uniform appeared behind them like a specter. Master, the competition intelligence from last night has been prepared for you, he said. Su Chi's anger vanished at once. He slipped his hands into his pockets, lifted his chin, and said coolly, "HM. Any opponents worth noting?" The butler bowed. "There are. You may withdraw." "Yes, master." At first there seemed nothing of value. Then he hesitated. "Wait. Come back." Su Chen called quickly. The old butler turned with a smile. "Yes, master." "Did you just say there is someone?" "Yes." "Then why didn't you give me their file?" "You told me to step back." Su Chi's face drained of color as he lost his temper. "If I ordered you to eat excrement, would you?" The butler hesitated, as if considering the feasibility, before a faint flush rose to his cheeks. If it is the master's command, it would not be impossible. Su Chen fell silent. After receiving the files, he let the butler go about his duties and began to read the intelligence. Binzhou City Underground Race. Difficulty 2.5 stars. Time July 7th, 9:00 p.m. Rankings Champion. Yuming Zhuai Ing, average speed 200 km/h. Runner-up. Su Zilong Feng Su, average speed 171 km/h. Third, Su Chen Xingming, average speed 170 km/h. Huh, Yuming, that scummy race fixer. Su Chen shook his head and sneered. A professional driver from the Beifong Lang team showing up at a small race to throw it. How disgraceful. He would never stoop to such a thing. The champion and runner-up were names he knew. Su Zilong and Feng Su were notorious wild racers in Binzhou and had already signed up for the city championship. But the third-place pair were newcomers. He had never heard of them. An average speed of 170 km/h was already enough for a club reserve training slot. Did the butler think the noteworthy drivers were Su Chen and Xingming? Still, a 170 km/h result would not threaten the city championship. No chance of placing high. He did not question the butler's judgment. Ali, the old man, was not only their butler, but also Su Chi's track analyst. There had to be another reason. He turned the page to the analysis report. At first his expression was normal. He even took a calm sip of coffee. After all, a clever driving license was nothing. He had passed C on his first try. Then the next line made him widen his eyes and spray coffee across the room. He read aloud, stunned. After analysis, Su Chen's Mecha Girl driving skill very possibly surpasses Yuming's. Based on recordings of Xingming versus Zhuai Ing, his driving can be rated in the A to S range. Impossible. Su Chen slapped the report down on the table and suddenly turned to Feng He. Without hesitation, Feng He raised her hand and delivered a slap, though she held back most of the force, so it felt more like a caress than a blow. The sound nonetheless snapped through the air. Su Chen clutched his face and wailed, "Can you believe it? A rookie with no race record, and the old man ranks him level. Has he been training since he was in the womb?" "Master, breathe," Feng He said, patting his shoulder. "Yes, breathe. I am going to be a world-class driver." Su Chen drew a deep breath and read on. Although the butler praised Su Chen highly, the Mecha Girl's own rating was unimpressive. It was a grade machine. Even if upgraded to C after the race, it would likely be at the bottom of the C tier. Su Chen exhaled in relief. Had Su Chen possessed a mecha of Feng He's caliber, there would be nothing he could do. Fortunately, this is no longer an era ruled solely by raw driving skill, he said, setting the file down and letting an arrogant smile tug at his lips. Mecha have limits. No matter how gifted the driver, they cannot transcend a machine's inherent ceiling. Su Chen's driving was formidable, but it would not be an insurmountable obstacle to Su Chen winning the Binzhou City Championship. Perhaps I should recruit Su Chen into my team, he mused. As the chief of Xingguan T3, he would eventually form his own team. Without a stable team, no matter how talented he was, he could never defeat that man. The man who had hung over him like a shadow since birth. Beifong Lang Club. Outside the office's floor-to-ceiling windows, K-City's riverside night glittered with lights. The interior was minimalist with a sleek technological edge. One wall was lined with trophies and photographs chronicling the club's glory, while another held a massive screen that replayed race footage in real time. The air carried the faint aroma of coffee. Several computers ran complex data analysis software, and behind a cluttered desk a solitary figure could be discerned. Boss, you won't believe it. Zhu Ying and I found a very interesting rookie in Binzhou. Yu Ming burst into the room with Zhu Ying in tow, the usual aloofness gone and replaced by animated excitement. From behind the stacks of papers, a woman lifted her head. Her pale golden hair fell past her cheek, framing phoenix-like eyes ringed with dark circles. Interesting. Tell me, boss, are you staying up again? After the city championship comes the 100 Cities King tournament. You cannot keep burning the midnight oil like this. She waved him off and took a long drag from the cigarette on the desk. Even if I didn't stay up, I'd still look like this, she said lazily. You said you found an interesting driver. What happened? Su Chen, a rookie with no race record. Yu Ming was almost incredulous. I feel his driving skill may even exceed mine. Oh, and then Li Yini lifted her cup of coffee and sipped calmly. Then Yu Ming widened his eyes. Isn't that astonishing? Not bad, Li Yini said, nodding, then shook her head. Mainly because your technique is only average. Yu Ming rolled his eyes in irritation. He fell silent for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. Boss, I think he could be our hope. Li Pingji, that bastard was poached to T2. We are short a key driver. If we fail to secure a satisfactory result at the provincial level, the club may face dissolution. Su Chen, though a rookie, carries an unusual presence. And the key is... Yu Ming paused. He has remarked. Enough, I know. Li Yini waved a hand unperturbed. Whatever the case, we must wait until after the city championship. No manager will take him seriously unless he posts an eye-catching result there. Will he enter the city championship? Yes, Yu Ming nodded. I confirmed with him. He said he will definitely participate. Li Yini shrugged. Then we shall wait until after the city championship. Yu Ming brightened at the answer. Then consider this your early approval for Su Chen joining the team. Zhu Ying, let's go train. The office door slammed shut behind them. Li Yini turned toward the window and rubbed her brow slowly. The room fell silent again, leaving only the soft sound of her solitary cigarette. Hope. She breathed the word, drifting into the night air. Xingming, go lie down on the jack. I will prepare to modify it shortly. Xingming obediently lay down on one corner of the jack, raised her little bottom, and called out to Su Chen, who was busy at the workbench. Master, I'm all set. Su Chen instinctively glanced back, and suddenly everything went dark before his eyes. Who told you to lie down directly? You need to transform into racing car mode. Oh, I'm sorry. Xingming chuckled awkwardly and quickly transformed into racing car mode. This way, lying there in her mechanized form felt quite embarrassing. If she didn't trust Su Chen not to do anything strange to her, she definitely wouldn't lie down like that. Su Chen stood before the workbench, his expression serious. At that moment, various components were piled up in front of him. Some of these parts were for the modified magic cube, while others were junk salvaged from the scrapyard. The so-called modified magic cube is the basic module for modification. Only true modifiers can refine a modified magic cube into a modification core. For example, by combining the tire basic module with the engine basic module, there's a probability of creating a modification core that enhances horsepower and grip. They can also combine and upgrade the same type of basic modules into higher-level basic modules. For instance, merging 3 white tire basic modules into 1 green tire basic module, though this synthesis is not guaranteed to succeed. In simpler terms, the process of true modifiers manufacturing modification cores in this world is quite similar to alchemy in fantasy novels. Combining a certain Type 1 basic module with a certain Type 2 basic module could yield a Type 3 modification core, but the process has a chance of resulting in failure. To produce higher quality modification cores, high-quality basic modules are required. The basic white modification modules are produced by specialized factories and are a costly consumable. Of course, only modifiers can utilize these basic modules. Ordinary drivers and mechanized girls cannot activate them, making them quite meaningless to possess. Su Chen was equally perplexed when he first learned of this situation. It's as if the modifiers in this world are completely unaware of the basic structure of an engine. They don't know what an intake system, exhaust system, or camshaft system is. They only know that it's an engine, and that's all. Their role consists of performing simplistic alchemy and assembly operations with those who achieve high success rates and can create high-quality modification cores, being the true masters of this industry. Imagine a group of clueless modifiers tasked with modifying a racing car. Can they truly enhance the car? They don't even know what modifications would suit a racing car or what it truly needs. What's the difference between this modification method and eating pre-made dishes in a restaurant? The attributes assigned to mechanized girls are random and not specifically suited for that particular mechanized girl. They are merely roughly appropriate. But can the racing modification industry allow for such a rough concept? No. Racing modifications are an art that requires precision down to the nanometer, a truth tested countless times with nearly zero errors. The modification philosophy in this world is a complete desecration of the very idea of modification. It's time to showcase true skills. A glint of determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he spread his fingers over the modification magic cube for the engine, which cost him 15,000. Instantly refine. Oh no, instantly unfold. One of the powers of the divine hand is to expand basic modules into unprocessed original components. Boom. Suddenly, a massive engine appeared on the workbench amidst twinkling starlight. Fortunately, the workbench was sturdy enough and did not collapse. It is unknown if all the old engines from the scrapyard were used to create basic modules. In any case, Su Chen could not find an engine in the scrapyard. He could only spend a hefty sum to buy a basic. The engine before him was made of high-strength aluminum alloy, its surface presenting a matte silver-gray finish reminiscent of the texture of a high-end camera body. The entire cylinder body had a long rectangular profile with clean and robust lines. There were no unnecessary decorative protrusions. Every design element served a functional purpose. The appearance of this engine also exuded a sense of German craftsmanship. The 6 combustion chambers on the cylinder head were arranged in a straight line like 6 precision circular grooves neatly aligned. Each combustion chamber was surrounded by precision-engineered intake and exhaust passages, smooth as mirrors. Su Chen looked at this engine and found it strikingly familiar. He quickly realized and slapped his forehead. Isn't this the BMW S50 4B32 engine? 2 liters, inline 6-cylinder, naturally aspirated 340 horsepower. Despite some slight differences in details, the sense of déjà vu was too strong. Undoubtedly, this engine has been phased out on Earth, yet in this world it remains a staple among green engine modification cubes. The most abundant type of green quality engine modification cube on the shelves is this one. This technology is a bit too outdated. Su Chen's lips curled into a playful arc. What he aimed to achieve today was singular. Using modifications to unleash at least 500 horsepower from this engine that is already outdated on Earth. This was originally a major project, but everything was simplified through the uniqueness of the divine hand and the mechanized girl. Replacing an engine in a racing car is not as simple as swapping a computer graphics card. It's more akin to replacing a person's heart, considering not only the heart itself, but also ensuring that the blood vessels, nerves, and immune system can all work in perfect harmony. All systems of a car are designed around the original factory engine. Replacing it with a more powerful engine is like trying to harness a horse to pull an elephant. It requires a comprehensive upgrade of the supporting systems. The most straightforward consideration is size. The engine's dimensions must perfectly match the engine bay. However, since the mechanized girl lacks an engine bay, most considerations need not apply. What he needed to do was the simplest and most straightforward upgrade. First, the intake system. An engine is like a person's lungs. It requires more air to generate greater power. The original intake system was limited to ensure quietness and economy, restricting airflow. Su Chen removed the original intake system and replaced it with a nearly new BMC high-flow filter salvaged from the junkyard, along with a cold air intake kit. Next was upgrading the exhaust system. Just as a person needs to exhale deeply after exercising, an engine generating more power also needs to expel exhaust gases more smoothly. His choice was to replace it with a 200 mesh metal catalyst and upgrade the mid to rear section of the exhaust system to a better titanium alloy material. With the intake and exhaust systems replaced, the divine eye revealed that the engine's horsepower had already increased to 400. But that was still not enough. Su Chen continued to replace the internal forged pistons of the engine, lowering the compression ratio. He swapped the original connecting rods for beam-style forged rods, enhancing their strength and lifespan. He replaced the original valve springs with a dual spring set similar to the German Schrick design, allowing the engine to handle higher revolutions. At this moment, the engine's horsepower had reached 420. Meow. Master, Xingming called out. She had waited a long while, but Su Chen had not come to begin the modifications. She glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Su Chen at the workbench, limbs flying like a maddened conductor. His hands left fleeting afterimages as countless mechanical parts fluttered before him like metallic butterflies assembling amid scattered starlight atop the vast contraption on the bench. Occasional eerie cackles drifted through the workshop. This is bad. I must be hallucinating, Xingming muttered, shaking her head. Masta has turned into an octopus, followed by a buoyant laugh echoing from the bench. Done. An exaggerated burst of laughter rang near the workbench a moment later. Su Chen stood with his hands on his hips, admiring his handiwork. The once finely crafted engine had grown bulkier, its upper cover had been removed, exposing an intricate tangle of mechanical components that gave it a raw, aggressive aspect, far more brutal than before. He had not only retained the previous parts, but also upgraded the camshaft system and fitted a mechanical supercharger. After all, this was a naturally aspirated engine, and a mechanical supercharger preserves a more linear power delivery than a turbocharger. There was no need to push this engine into the turbo range. That would be counterproductive. Not that he couldn't fit a turbo if necessary. After such an overhaul, his savings, spent on scavenged junk from the scrapyard, were all but gone. What is this huge thing? It looks so formidable. Xingming had no notion of engines, yet she could feel the contraption glittering with latent power, as if it glowed. This is the engine I rebuilt for you. I'll slip it into you in a moment. Su Chen stared at the newly modified engine, activating his divine eye. A cascade of information manifested before him. Ultimate, standard engine green modified. Power 510 horsepower. Speed 69. Burst 47. Other attributes slightly reduced. Condition perfect. Evaluation an extraordinary masterpiece. When paired with other base modules, it resists external influence, while substantially increasing the synthesis success rate of modification cores. He let out a triumphant cackle. No wonder, it's mine. Su Chen relished the moment. Even the golden finger declared his engine an extraordinary masterpiece. There was nothing left to argue about. Using his divine hand, he converted the engine back into a base module. The module, once a pale green, deepened in hue toward blue. Come Xingming, help me fit this on. Su Chen circled to the front, holding the engine module, checking the headlights, and then the hood. He stood there alone while baffled, unable to find the hood release. Hey, Xingming. Xingming. He called twice with no answer, so he moved to the window. Inside, Xingming sat with her head bowed, every muscle tense, her body trembling slightly. She raised her head slowly, silver-white hair slid down her shoulders, and framed a face flushed with obvious color. Her eyes darted about, unwilling to meet Su Chen's gaze. Masta. Her voice quivered barely above a whisper. The place you just touched. Her hands twisted together nervously as her body trembled. She bit her lower lip as if to speak, but only let out a small sound. Su Chen studied her expression, and suddenly realizing, felt a flush of embarrassment paint his own features. He had been too absorbed treating Xingming like any ordinary racing car. He hastily waved his hands in apology. Sorry. I was only looking for the hood release. I didn't mean to. He added quickly. Xingming kept her head lowered, her voice a faint thread. The hood release is inside the cockpit, not out here. She stole a quick glance at Su Chen and then looked away, a swirl of emotions flickering in her eyes. She pouted softly, forcing a calmness to her voice. It's fine. Xingming knows Masta is modifying her. If it's Masta, it's completely okay. Yet in her heart, she schemed Masta was an adept tuner. Of course, he knew where the switch was. Throughout the previous modifications, she had feigned ignorance. It had been deliberate. She had wanted him to touch her. Big pervert. Humph. I'll go find it, Su Chen said with a cough. He rubbed his nose and climbed into the cockpit. With Xingming's help, he soon found a glowing switch. The instant he pressed it, Xingming shivered and gave a soft, delicate sound. At any other time, Su Chen might have let a mischievous impulse take over. But at that moment, he was at work. When modifying a car, he was more ascetic than sage mode, as if a meditating monk. He remained utterly composed. The hood rose slowly, revealing an interior of faint, ghostly light reminiscent of a circuit board. At the center of this special structure was a slot, like a CPU bay. Even the most oblivious would know the engine base module belonged there. Inside the cockpit, Xingming's cat ears drooped, and her pretty face had reddened to the point of near fever. She felt a coolness press against her chest, as though something icy rested upon her heart. Only when Su Chen closed the hood did she exhale in slight relief. But almost immediately, she sensed a powerful force quietly gathering within her chest, coiling and building like a dormant volcano preparing to erupt. She could already foresee that when that force fully awakened, fierce power would surge forth, coursing through every limb and sinew, transmuting into absolute velocity that would carry her like lightning along the track. The engine was settled. The final step was to fit new tires. Su Chen had considered an aerodynamic kit or a body refit. But the previous core solidification had fixed a 40-tire durability penalty onto Xingming's attribute panel. During the Binzhou underground race, the tires had already felt inadequate. The city championship's track was longer. With the old tires, she would never finish. So he scavenged 4 endurance tires from the scrapyard that were nearly new. Those 4 tires bore asymmetric tread patterns and used a wear-resistant compound much like the Earth-made Eagle F1 Asymmetric 5 in design. These tires were the long-distance runners of the automotive world. They would not be the fastest or the steadiest, but they would endure the longest. Functionally, they might underperform compared to the previous set, yet they should be enough to offset part of Xingming's tire wear disadvantage. Okay, done. The four tires were at Su Chen's thought a brand new modification core materialized amid sparkles near the jack. He picked it up, and electronic text blossomed across its surface. Unnamed engine power modification core. Positive effects speed 7, burst 5, cornering 2, tire wear 20. Negative effects stability 3, A cornering correction 5. Special effects cup size 1 cup of body temperature 5C, sensitivity 2, leg strength 20 kilograms. Grade green blue. This modification core has been crafted for you. Please assign a name to it. He put off naming it for now. Just as he had anticipated the engine and tires, he had authoritatively chosen improved Xingming's attributes, with surgical precision, reducing uncertainty. Although the fabrication process bore no fundamental difference from a true tuner's work in this world, he had controlled the variables at root. Only two negative attributes remained: stability 3 and cornering correction 5. There was no doubt. This was another top-tier piece. Su Chen watched Xingming disengage race mode, her cat ears rose, and she stood before him curious and silent for a moment. Then, with a motion so swift it took her breath away, he lifted Xingming's nightdress and installed the core. He watched as her face flushed at visible speed. Not only her cheeks, but her neck, collarbones, and the pale thighs and arms exposed outside the sleepwear all blossomed with a gentle rose. Xingming had blushed a warm, vivid red. Red warmth in a broad sense can mean anger or embarrassment. But in this moment, Xingming's redness was literal, a special effect that raised her body temperature by 5°C and took effect instantly. Master, it's so hot. Xingming clutched at her chest, her flushed face looked as if she'd been drinking, and even her voice turned syrupy. It's so strange. It feels like my chest is going to explode. Su Chen instinctively glanced at her bosom. Good heavens, the effect of the 1-cup increase was immediately apparent. She had originally been in A cup. When she was promoted to C rank, the upgrade core on her body was solidified, fixing that extra cup, but what would have been an A evolving to B had now delightfully evolved to C. Her silhouette had become a graceful curve, cute without losing its sensuality. Apart from her skin taking on a tender pink hue, the raised body temperature, and the 1-cup increase, there was little else altered. Xingming wore a sleepwear-style chassis suit. He had bought it with the last of his money today, or it functioned like a second skin, concealing the upgrade core and the original chassis suit's visual effects. Garments of this special technology were the usual fashion for Mecha Girls. They unfolded without any embarrassing tearing, which made them extremely convenient. Hot. Good. It should be, Su Chen said with a light cough. This is the effect of the new upgrade core. How do you feel? Do you sense yourself growing stronger? Xingming, ears perking, stared for a moment in a daze. Then she reached up and pinched her own cheek. Master, my face is so hot. It's all right. That's a normal reaction to the upgrade. You'll get used to it. Really? But I've never felt this hot before. Don't worry. Hot is good. Su Chen grinned, and Xingming floated in a haze of confusion. She keenly felt that Master might be entertaining some impolite thoughts, but she could not read his mind. She could only pout helplessly and accept the fact that she had become very hot. That would be useful. In winter, Master would not need an electric blanket. He could simply use her as a body-warming pillow. A mechanical voice emanated from the waist. Please name the upgrade core. Su Chen pondered for a moment. Ancient names came to mind. Crystal, Love, Desert, Storm, Ice and Fire duality. He considered, and then smirked wickedly. Very well, call it Lion Foambow Flamestorm. He liked the sound of it, hot, fierce fitting. Later, when Xingming advanced from C rank to B rank, he resolved that unless a far superior core appeared, he would certainly have this one permanently integrated. This core was extraordinary. After tidying the workbench briefly, it was already late. The world here held a great swing between day and night. Daytime still felt like summer, while night felt like deep autumn. A cold wind slipped through the window. Xingming, I want to take a bath, Su Chen stretched. After so much modification work, I'm covered in stinking sweat and my body feels sticky. Xingming propped her rosy cheeks and nodded dutifully. Master, you go wash. He'll stay outside and guard. I won't let anyone in. No need. Su Chen raised a finger and shook it coldly, then added calmly. You go sit in the bathtub for 10 minutes first, then come out, and it'll take my turn. Xingming froze. Su Chen produced a thermometer and pressed it to her forehead with a beep. Your temperature is 42°C. That's my favorite water temperature. Xingming stared at him for a full 10 seconds, incredulity flickering across her features. But Master, isn't there a water heater? With a flourish, Su Chen reached back, twisted the water heater near the workbench, and snapped it off. He turned to Xingming with a friendly smile. See? Now. It's broken. That night, they kept to their usual sleeping arrangement. Su Chen slept at the foot of the bed, while Xingming occupied the head. He had planned to buy another bed for her room, but after purchasing the Catsalepware chassis suit, there was no money left besides tomorrow's rent. He didn't even have funds for nutrient solution. Oh, fortunately, he had drawn a fair amount from the capsule machine, which would suffice until the city's tournament. In the small hours, Su Chen dreamed he was walking in a desert, and somehow wandered into a living volcano. The mountain suddenly erupted and molten rocks spat across his face, waking him with a start. Good grief. Why is it so hot? He cried, realizing his back was drenched in sweat. Wasn't the night supposed to be cold here? He had lately needed 2 blankets to feel warm. But tonight, had he left an electric blanket on? He did not own one. He relied on Xingming to warm the bed. Right, Xingming? Slowly he became aware of something over his stomach. When he lifted the covers, he nearly laughed at the sight. Xingming had somehow crossed the divide and draped a thigh across his belly. The perfectly proportioned slender leg radiated astonishing heat. A little foot rested right on his chest. That fair, tender foot made him feel as if he had entered a living volcano. Su Chen frowned. There was not a shred of romantic thought in his mind. At any other time he would have admired that foot, or at least taken it improperly, but right now he felt only unbearable heat. He was sweltering. He pushed Xingming's leg aside and threw back the covers to let a rush of cold air into. 2 hours later, he was awoken again by heat. This time it was even worse. Xingming had not invaded his juve, but she had sprawled across him atop the covers, her small body pressed against him through the blanket, and the warmth was terrifying. Drenched in sweat, Su Chen hurriedly moved her away. He went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face to cool down. When he returned, he found Xingming in a different sleeping pose. If she hadn't been breathing so loudly, he might have thought she was doing it on purpose. In truth, she had always been restless when sleeping. He had discovered that yesterday. Only yesterday she had not been this hot, and he had been amused. Tonight, however, she had finally been tamed. Su Chen sighed as he looked at her sprawled on the bed like a character stretched into a cross. He could only take another blanket from the cupboard and lay out a makeshift bed on the floor. Staring at the cold night outside the window, his nose tingled and a pang of sorrow rose within him. He was by all accounts a brazen man, so why had he wound up in such a plight? Forced into behaving like a proper, gentlemanly soul. Miserable. Regrettable indeed. No more idle lust. This time he swore it was for real. Meanwhile, Xingming stretched like a cat and chirped, "Phew. Though it was very hot, I slept well." Her first act upon waking was to look for her master. She turned and found no one in the bed. Instead, Su Chen sat cross-legged beside the bed, dark circles under his eyes and a face full of complaint. "Master, why aren't you sleeping in the bed?" Xingming shook her cat ears and asked with concern. "The city tournament is less than a week away, and we must ensure sufficient sleep to conserve our strength." Hearing this only deepened the resentment on Su Chen's face. "Xingming, whatever happens today, I'm going to set up a proper room for you." "Me?" Xingming tilted her head in puzzlement and pouted. "Didn't you say you liked sleeping with me on the same bed? You even said the sound of my breathing was soothing and helped you sleep better." Su Chen was silent for a moment and sighed. "But you're too hot now, and you sleep so restlessly, wriggling on me like an octopus. I can hardly fall asleep." Xingming looked very aggrieved, her cat ears drooped. "But master, didn't you say yesterday that being hotter was— Although I do sleep restlessly. It used to be that at Wang Tingting's place I only had a mat, and it was too cold, so I kept searching for warmth. I'm sorry, master. Tonight I'll sleep under the bed." Su Chen watched her obedient, pitiful expression and fell silent. He almost wanted to slap his own cheek for being such a wretch. He really was no good. Just as he was thinking how to comfort her, the doorbell sounded unexpectedly. The bell by the upgrade shop's main entrance. "Xingming, stay in the bedroom, I'll go check it," Su Chen warned, pulling on a coat casually as he went to open the door. Early morning visitors precisely on time. Unsurprisingly, it was the rent collector. Yet Su Chen's brow tightened deeply, because standing behind the landlord was a familiar silhouette that made his heart skip a beat. "Su Chen, I know this modification shop is rented by you." Wang Tingting's face, though exquisite, was filled with a mean-spirited pride that was almost overflowing. She declared with a haughty air, as if pronouncing a sentence, "Now this modification shop is mine." Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Tingting. Who knows how this witch found out about the location of his modification shop? He kept his gaze fixed on the landlord, a middle-aged man with a big belly who seemed easy to talk to, but was actually quite unapproachable. "Mister, well, the contract hasn't expired, has it? I said I would pay the rent." Su Chen took out a card. "I have the money ready, just waiting for you to come collect it." The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands, his face full of commercial greed. "Mister Su, the contract hasn't expired, and I indeed breached it. I can compensate you for the breach of contract. Sigh. I am also trying to make a profit, you know. I hope you can understand. Did you hear? Hurry up." Wang Tingting raised her chin and bragged. "I paid triple the rent, so this shop is mine now. Get out of my shop within 10 minutes. Triple the rent, no wonder." Su Chen understood. Based on the principle of prioritizing profits, if he were the landlord, he would also be willing to give the shop to such a tenant. He looked Wang Tingting up and down, and his gaze passed over her to the Mecha Girl Jin Huan. Perhaps due to their previous conflict, Jin Huan dared not meet Su Chen's eyes and shrank back a little in fear. Name Jin Huan, star emblem, flowing flame, speed 61, cornering 48, stability 49 explosion, 47 endurance, 44 modification, core vortex basic type, white holy mark, none current level C, special talent none frequency 0 status good. This is Jean Huan's current attributes. Compared to their first meeting, her speed increased by 4 points, cornering improved by 5 points, stability decreased by 3 points, explosion increased by 2 points, and endurance decreased by 3 points. These changes were undoubtedly due to her promotion to a clever Mecha Girl and the installation of the modification core. Such attributes could only be considered average among clever Mecha Girls. After all, to be promoted to a level Mecha Girl, 3 attributes must reach a passing line of 60, and Jean Huan barely qualifies in speed. Meanwhile, Xingming, after acquiring the purple holy mark and modification core, has already qualified in speed and cornering. He would find a way to improve Xingming's endurance later, and she would soon be promoted to a level Mecha Girl. Of course, he did not intend to belittle or look down on Jean Huan based on her attributes. Every Mecha Girl is a good baby, but just depends on whether the driver is suitable for her. He looked at Wang Tingting with a strange expression. Not only was he not angry, but he also smiled. With a bimbo like Wang Tingting, how could she unleash even 60% of Jean Huan's performance? What could she compare in the city championship? What does that smile mean? Wang Tingting was quite displeased with Su Chen's smiling face. Losing the modification shop must be significant for a modifier, right? What she expected to see was Su Chen's shocked, broken-hearted, and reluctant expression. It would be best to see some pleading and regret. Instead, all she got was a baffling smile and a look of mockery. Do I need to say it a second time? She gritted her teeth. Now immediately get out of my modification shop. Now that Jean Huan was already a clever Mecha Girl and had a decent modification core. She had also seriously studied the launch, start, and drifting techniques, although she wasn't very familiar with them, but she still felt very confident about the upcoming city championship. Despite Lin Haijun's repeated warnings not to provoke Su Chen. But who was Wang Tingting? How could she swallow that slap received at the door of the Mech Protection Association? So after finding out about Su Chen's situation, she immediately asked Lin Haijun for some money, claiming it was to buy a car cover for Jean Huan, but in reality, she used the money to rent Su Chen's modification shop. To make Su Chen utterly despair, she signed a 1-year contract directly. Su Chen looked deeply at Wang, Tingting, his smile fading. Ms. Wang, congratulations. This modification shop, which is neither near a village nor a town and has nothing worth mentioning, is now yours. You must manage it well. Oh, after all, the rent isn't cheap. After delivering his sarcastic remark, he went back inside to find Xingming. It was just a broken modification shop. The location was remote, the conditions poor, and aside from the fact that he lacked a modification certification, the business of this modification shop couldn't be compared to other shops. He had long wanted to change locations. It was just that the contract had not yet expired. Now it was good. Wang Tingting accepted it forcibly, and the landlord breached the contract. Not only could he change locations, but he could also get a breach of contract payment. Now he had money to furnish a room for little Xingming and buy a bed, right? On the busy streets, Su Chen squatted on the curb with Xingming holding her little cat-patterned blanket in her left hand and a small suitcase in her right hand. This was all their belongings. Master, I'm sorry. Xingming lowered her head, her cat ears drooping, her soft voice tinged with a trembling. Why are you apologizing again? Su Chen rolled his eyes. It's all because of me that Master is being targeted by Wang Tingting. Otherwise, Master wouldn't be homeless and now stranded on the streets with me. It's not that dire. Su Chen chuckled in disbelief. I was just thinking about where we would live next. Xingming bit her lip, handed her little blanket to Su Chen, and seriously said, Master, am not afraid of the cold. You can cover yourself with my blanket at night. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart and rubbed Xingming's little head. How could a Mech Girl not be afraid of the cold? Even if she were mechanical, she could not withstand extreme cold. He teased Xingming. With a blanket this small, you'll just freeze to death at night. Who says that? Xingming pouted. As long as I transform into racing mode, Master can lie in the cockpit, and with the blanket it will definitely not be cold. I will block all the cold outside, she said earnestly, her eyes sparkling as if she were already visualizing that scenario in her mind. Okay, it's not that serious. Su Chen pinched Xingming's soft little face. We're not at the point of being homeless yet, we. Homeless? A stretched limousine stopped in front of Su Chen and Xingming. The window rolled down, revealing a fair face that was almost translucent. What do you mean homeless? Are you really homeless? Queen appeared before them, as if she had been waiting for this moment. She leaned against the window, her face resting on her smooth arms, slightly squished into a rounded curve. A pair of wide eyes stared at Su Chen, harboring a hint of mockery. The modification shop I rented was taken back. Su Chen was a bit surprised by Queen's appearance, and before he could ask, he heard a light laugh. It's remarkable that such a messy doghouse could be rented out at all. Who would be kind enough to take it back? Su Chen. After all, it was a place where he had once left behind beautiful memories. How could it be called a doghouse? Just as he was about to argue, Queen suddenly curled her lips. Although her smile remained icy, it was not difficult to feel a hint of delight. Why don't you come stay at my place? Su Chen and Xingming were taken aback. No need, that would be too much trouble. Su Chen quickly waved his hand. Then what do you plan to let your mech girl sleep in a bridge hole or a cheap hotel? The city championship is just a few days away, and not eating or sleeping well will greatly affect the state of the mech girl and the driver. Queen propped her chin on one hand, her smile deepening, mixed with a hint of seduction and teasing. My house is very big, the bed is very wide. Really not coming to take a look? So what? Su Chen scoffed inwardly. What does having a big house and wide bed matter? They wouldn't be sleeping together. He was about to refuse again, but he heard Queen softly say, by the way, my cat can even do backflips. Su Chen's eyes narrowed at this remark. Now, he had no choice but to check it out. Isn't your cat really capable of backflips? Su Chen stared in bewilderment at the large orange cat on the sofa, flipping over every time it got a freeze-dried treat. Queen's home was not as luxurious as one might imagine. It was indeed large, but the decor was very simple, contrasting with her cool exterior with gentle warm tones from the living room to the bedroom. Especially the bedroom. Su Chen caught a glimpse through the crack in the door. The wallpaper was pink, and there were quite a few stuffed toys piled on the bed. It was hard to imagine that this machine girl had such a girlish side. I gain nothing from deceiving you, Queen said, teasing the orange cat with a wand as it scurried around. This orange cat was already quite fat, lying there like a cat-shaped pancake. It was unclear how Queen trained it, as it remained quite agile despite its weight. My Xianfeng is a stray cat. One day during a heavy rain, I saw it pitifully hiding outside my floor-to-ceiling window, so I took it in. Queen paused her movement of the cat toy, tilting her head as she thought, and said uncertainly, It should have been about a year now. My Xianfeng. Good name. Su Chen shifted his gaze from the fat orange cat to the decorations around, a hint of admiration surfacing in his eyes. Did you buy this house yourself? This house is allocated by the headquarters. Queen shook her head, thinking Su Chen might have concerns. She reassured him. No one usually comes here. Even if they did, they would need my permission first. Before completely resolving your living situation, you can all stay here. Xingming looked around a bit shyly. She clearly had never lived in such a large house. However, her eyes revealed a slight yearning for being able to stay at Queen's place. Su Chen felt quite tempted as well. His original thought was to find a hotel close to the Binzhou City Championship venue for a temporary stay with Xingming. After all, he and Xingming didn't have much luggage. But it seemed that many drivers and machine girls shared this idea. As the city championship approached, the prices of nearby hotels skyrocketed to astonishing levels. Moreover, the slightly better rooms were basically fully booked, and the rest were quite mediocre, showing no signs of price reduction. Gritting his teeth, it was still acceptable, but it would hurt financially. However, as the saying goes, one should not bite the hand that feeds. We've only met once. Moving into your home directly seems a bit inappropriate. Su Chen shook his head. No such thing as a free lunch. Tisk. A hint of impatience flashed in Queen's eyes, her lips curling slightly. You humans are really troublesome. Even Xingming didn't say anything. She set the cat toy aside and sank lazily into the sofa, her long legs crossed as she pondered for a moment, saying, You can stay here. I have some modification questions I'd like to consult with you. Also, could you be my Zuanfeng's litter box cleaner for a while? Its waste is really stinky. The orange cat seemed to understand Queen's words, turning its fat body to hiss at her. Having said that, if he still hesitated, it would be too pretentious. All right, then I'll impose on you. Su Chen nodded. Feel free to ask me about the modifications. Lunch was personally cooked by Queen. A large table full of food left Su Chen with grease on his lips. He had eaten plenty of good food in his past life, yet he still found it astonishing, showcasing this machine girl's culinary skills. However, Queen refused to wash the dishes, leaving that task to Su Chen. In the end, it was forcibly taken over. Su Chen was chased out of the kitchen, sitting face to face with Queen at the coffee table, which held a document detailing Queen's upcoming modification plan. Su Chen casually flipped through it, his brows deeply furrowing. Didn't I tell you about the modification direction last time? You didn't inform the modification team at headquarters. Why does it still lean towards comprehensive enhancement, especially improving cornering? The modification plan in the document was extravagant. The gear prepared for Queen was all high-quality stuff. However, it was completely unsuitable. Queen was a high-explosive machine girl from the Thunder Starshine, not a balanced Radiant Starshine like Xingming. If this modification plan were applied to Xingming, it could still be considered decent. I told them, but they think it should be modified this way. Queen shrugged, her eyes filled with helplessness. What's your opinion on this? Su Chen asked. He knew that machine girls like Queen who signed with large groups probably had little autonomy. Some matters could only be fought for, and if they couldn't negotiate, they would have to comply with arrangements. They guaranteed that this modification will definitely solve my malfunction issues. Queen pinched her fingers, her expression emotionless. I thought it would be fine to let them modify it anyway. If it ultimately fails to resolve the issues, they would give up. Give up on what? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Give up on the current modification plan. Give up on me. Queen lifted her gaze to Su Chen, smiling sweetly. Yet there was a hint of bitterness and helplessness in that smile. Su Chen froze, opening his mouth, but fell silent. Hadn't he encountered such situations in his past life? Clubs and conglomerates themselves lacked any humanitarianism. When a car or a driver could no longer bring any profit, directly abandoning them and terminating contracts was the most merciful course of action. Both remained silent. Only the sound of running water from the kitchen and Xing Ming's cheerful tune could be heard. Can you contact your modification team? If possible, I would like to discuss your modification plan with them. Su Chen felt he should do something, although it seemed but he couldn't bear to see such an excellent machine girl fade away. From a modifier's perspective, he didn't want to see a machine that could shine brightly on the racetrack ultimately left to languish in a cold warehouse. It is possible. Queen looked into Su Chen's eyes, her gaze brightening, but thinking of those arrogant individuals, she couldn't help but worry. They are unlikely to meet you, and even if they are willing, they won't take your word seriously. We have to try, don't we? Su Chen knew he no longer had the aura of being the chief modifier from his past life. To put it nicely, it meant he was less influential. To put it harshly, it meant he was overreaching. So he took a deep breath and thoughtfully said, after the city championship, I and Xing Ming will strive for a good result. This way it will get those people to pay more attention. After all, Xing Ming was modified by me all along. Queen pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. All right. Her wide eyes finally sparkled with a different light, until she noticed Su Chen's gaze occasionally lingering on her legs and stockings. Do I look good? Oi. Good. Good looking. Su Chen answered instinctively. Then he immediately noticed Queen's teasing eyes and quickly corrected himself. I make your room's decor is quite nice. Humph. Queen let out a light snort, showing no signs of anger, but rather said with interest, desire is the driving force behind human progress. I admire those who have desires, but unfortunately my driver is a woman. I don't like her, and she doesn't like me. Otherwise I would gladly satisfy her needs in terms of lust. After all, she deliberately lifted the corner of her skirt, allowing her art-like long legs to be more exposed to the air. One only needs to satisfy base desires to gain a hard-working driver, which is a simple, efficient, and mutually beneficial matter. What do you think? Su Chen lowered his head, not daring to speak. He felt what he felt. He felt that rebar should be mixed with. The next few days passed quietly. Su Chen and Xing Ming rested comfortably at Queen's home, studying the Binzhou City Championship racetrack each morning and taking leisurely runs around the city in the cooler evenings to maintain peak condition. Queen appeared to have no upcoming races to prepare for. No one visited her during those days. Her routine consisted of playing with her cat, experimenting with gourmet recipes, gaming, training alongside Xing Ming, and occasionally teasing Su Chen. Time slipped swiftly forward. 5 pages turned on the calendar. July 14th, 8:00 m. The Binzhou City Championship Racetrack. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Binzhou City Championship, the most prestigious and central open-wheel racing tournament in all of Binzhou. I'm your longtime host, Brother Turkey. Clad in a vibrant crimson suit and a baseball cap, Brother Turkey held his microphone aloft, beaming with infectious energy. The City Championship serves as a global springboard. Every urban circuit, regardless of location, spans precisely 200 kilometers. It features heart-stopping corners, exhilarating straight-line sprints, steep inclines, and unpredictable obstacles, notably to enhance competitive diversity across all circuits. This year introduces 2 entirely randomized surface segments, gravel stretches and fractured asphalt. Their positions and total lengths will differ with every race, guaranteeing fresh challenges and absolute unpredictability. A collective gasp surged through the crowd. This revelation had been tightly guarded by officials, only unveiled now moments before the race began. Many drivers and mecha maidens paled visibly. A new segment. How intriguing. In the VIP section, Queen sat poised beside her assistant Jessica. All competing drivers and their mecha maidens stood ready at their respective starting points. An hour remained until the green flag. This year's Binzhou City Championship feels unusually intense. Jessica flipped through the race dossier, murmuring to herself, setting aside the T3 seed aces, Su Chen and his mecha maiden Fenghe. What on earth are you Ming and his mecha maiden Zhuang doing here? Racing in Binzhou City, all the way from K-City. Do they have some kind of affliction? The regulations, Queen replied indifferently. The City Championship only bans Class A vehicles, and if memory serves you, Ming's best finish in K-City was 3rd place. Perhaps he's come seeking victory, and the star god's blessing. Jessica said, nothing, flipping further through the dossier before smiling. Queen, remember that wager we made. The rookie pair you bet on. They're competing too. Rookies. A faint knowing curve lifted Queen's lips. To Jessica, Su Chen and Xing Ming were newcomers, but to Queen they were dark horses, perhaps even champions in waiting. She rested her chin upon her palms, gazing toward the starting grid, her eyes tracing the line of mecha maidens until she glimpsed Xing Ming's silhouette among them. She couldn't predict their final standing, for this championship boasted an extraordinary field of rivals. Yet she believed, unwaveringly, in Su Chen's mastery behind the wheel and Xing Ming's unmatched performance potential. Su Chen Xing Ming, give it your all. Queen clenched her fingers tight, whispering the words silently within her heart. Today's lineup features Su Che, the ace driver of the Xingguan Club's T3 team, and his Mecha Maiden Feng He alongside Yu Ming challenger from K-City's Northern Wolf Racing Team, and his Mecha Maiden Zhuang. Without question, these two professional racers elevate the competition's intensity and promise us a spectacle of breathtaking brilliance. As Brother Turkey concluded, the grandstand erupted. The main screen cut to Su Che and Feng He, where the youth stood beside his fully deployed Mecha Maiden, expression cool and detached, methodically pulling on his gloves. The screen shifted to Yu Ming and Zhuang. Yu Ming already seated inside the cockpit, glancing left and right, searching for something unseen. Other competitors received fleeting glimpses, barely 2 seconds apiece. Inside the Jinshan cockpit, Wang Tingting cast smug glances sideways, her lips moving rapidly in silent taunts. Lin Haijun fastened his helmet with solemn focus. A head track staff stood before his vehicle, Pafeng, holding up the start card. Unlike mass starts, the city championship employed staggered individual launches, 10 seconds between each car. His luck ran thin. He and Pafeng drew an early launch slot. This marked his third attempt at the city championship. His ambitions stretched beyond the top 10 to secure a place among the elite 5. Only a top 5 finish would draw attention from Binzhou's Xingguan Club. With the club launching its T3 team this year, Lin Haijun saw his chance and seized it. Rumors whispered that the T3 team seed prospect would compete this year. Su Che was it. Pafeng, let's give it everything today. Whoa, go for it. Hey, master, is your head really not hurting anymore? No pain at all. Lin Haijun replied, swallowing a painkiller as he spoke. So, if we face Wang Tingting and Jinshuan, do we hold back? Hold back. Don't be absurd. Lin Haijun rolled his eyes, exasperated. I'm her boyfriend, not her father. Do you think racing is a joke? Pafeng exhaled in quiet relief. No concessions meant no compromise. If they eased up against Wang Tingting, what would become of their relentless round-the-clock training? Su Chen Xing Ming, what a coincidence. Our launch sequence falls remarkably close. Leaning out of her lowered window, Wang Tingting shot them sharp, challenging glances. Where have you been staying these past days? Oh dear, surely not under a bridge. How utterly pitiful. We most certainly did not stay under a bridge. Xing Ming flushed, crimson fists clenched tight, her antenna bristling with indignation. I'd never let master live beneath a bridge. Enough, Xing Ming. Su Chen gently pressed his palm atop her head, voice calm and unruffled. No need to engage. But master, Xing Ming pouted softly. She cared little for insults aimed at herself, but any slight against Su Chen ignited fierce, unyielding fury. To her, he was the very sky. There is no but. The surest way to silence an enemy is total, overwhelming dominance. He pinched her soft cheek playfully and smiled. Surely you possess that confidence. Master, I understand. Xing Ming nodded vigorously, glaring fiercely at Wang Tingting. Wicked woman. You'll see. Master, and I will leave you completely shattered on the track. Shattered? Huh. With your abysmal stats. Wang Tingting scoffed dismissively, then grinned. Oh, so you finally upgraded your core. Big deal. Have you even heard of St. Mark's? I installed a green tier St. Mark on Jinshan. Ha, Xing Ming. Surely you've never even heard of a St. Mark. How tragically ignorant. Su Chen's lip twitched faintly. Saying nothing, he withdrew the Emperor Engine module and exchanged a single knowing glance with Xing Ming. Xing Ming instantly understood. With a triumphant sidelong glance at Wang Tingting, she lifted the hem of her shirt, revealing her slender waist, and allowed Su Chen to affix the St. Mark there. The installation completed seamlessly. A vivid shark-gill-shaped violet glyph bloomed across Xing Ming's bare waist. Wang Tingting froze mid-sneer, her teeth nearly clacking against the window pane. Thighs, you gave Xing Ming a violet tier St. Mark, naturally. Su Chen mimicked her earlier smirk, chin raised, mouth crooked. Oh, I did install a violet tier St. Mark on Xing Ming. Hi, Annie Wang. Surely you've never laid eyes on a violet tier St. Mark before. How tragic. A violet tier St. Mark? Impossible. You couldn't possibly afford one. Her disbelief spilled into stammering mutters. You're lying. This is just a lie. Violet tier. Ha 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 ha, impossible. You cannot fool me. Su Chen sighed, shaking his head. Jealousy and rage had clearly clouded Wang Tingting's reason. He saw no point in further indulging this rabid distraction, and prepared to command Xing Ming to shift into race mode. When he noticed her rigid posture, her gaze locked ahead, emitting low feline growls of warning. Following her line of sight, Su Chen saw a young man in deep navy racing gear approaching, his bearing arrogant, his expression imperious. The newcomer means trouble. No friendly party would charge in with such an arrogant expression. Thus, Su Chen instinctively positioned himself in front of Xing Ming. The person is Su Chen, a T3 professional driver from the Xingguan Club. He had a minor conflict with Xingming during the Xingshun Hui Lugo event. Xingming no longer cared about the incident. However, Su Chen couldn't be sure whether Su Chen might still harbor a grudge and cause trouble for Xingming. Su Chen stood in front of Su Chen and Xingming, nostrils flaring. He first adjusted the collar of his racing suit, then casually glanced around before speaking in an almost condescending tone. "I'm sorry, Su Chen Xingming." "Huh?" Su Chen was taken aback. "What are you apologizing for?" Su Chen puffed his cheeks, averting his gaze, scratching his nose, and pretending to be nonchalant. "Oh well. During the Xingshun Hui Lugo event, I accidentally bumped into your machine girl. Sorry, I was a bit anxious and said some harsh words back then." Xingming stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. The same arrogant face, the same haughty demeanor, the same arrogant tone. Yet he was apologizing. What? Has he been possessed? Anyway, that's how it is. I was anxious back then, and today, I just happened to run into you. Su Chen kept looking up and down, his shoes squeaking on the ground. So, I just came over to say sorry." After saying that, Su Chen turned around and walked away. As he turned his back to Su Chen and Xingming, he seemed to regain his arrogant, true nature, even letting out a cocky laugh. Don't think that just because I'm apologizing you'll go easy on you during the race. A bunch of rookies, be prepared to suffer. Only the strong deserve to compete with me. Ha ha. Su Chen. Forget it, as long as the other party isn't looking for trouble, that's good enough. He ignored Wang Tingting, who was dumbfounded, and said to Xingming, "Get the vehicle ready, Xingming. The race is about to start." "Okay, Naya." Xingming made a face at Wang Tingting and immediately got ready. Meanwhile, Su Chen returned to his position. "Master, did you apologize properly?" Feng He handed Su Chen his helmet, smiling cheerfully. "Of course I did that naturally." Su Chen put on the helmet, fastening the buckle, and said proudly, "Although it was awkward, this is the responsibility that a grown man should have." Feng He nodded repeatedly, smiling. "Master, you've grown up. You're becoming more and more manly." Su Chen remained expressionless, but the slight upward curve of his lips hinted at his happiness. Until a voice rang out nearby. "Yo, the little brat from Xingguan T3, a long time no see. Who are you calling a brat?" Su Chen gritted his teeth, coldly staring at the vicinity. He saw Yuming waving at him from 3 parking spots away, leaning against the car of Chasing Shadow. Su Chi's expression darkened. "Hey, what are you doing in Binzhou instead of K-City? Fish freer, this is not a place for you to act wild. Now hurry up and surrender to this young master, then slink back to K-City." "Huh, little brat, I'm your senior. What's with that attitude? I'm gonna blow you up." "I don't have any seniors who go around frying fish for no reason." "Damn you, little brat. Are you still calling me a fish freer?" "Fish freer. All right, everyone shut up." Chasing Shadow and Feng He restrained Yuming and Su Chen from either side. Feng He bent down and patted Su Chi's head. "Little Su Chen, arguing is not a gentleman's behavior. You know you'll get spanked." Chasing Shadow crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "Master, there's no need to waste words on them, just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp." There was a brief silence in the air, and the 2 machine girls locked eyes, a surge of murderous intent erupting between them. "Tisk Feng He, long time no see. I wonder if your rear end is still okay. You probably suffered for several months after I pushed you that time." Chasing Shadow covered her mouth with a faint smile, her eyes icy as she glanced at Feng He's pert rear. Feng He remained smiling, but her words held no mirth. "Miss Chasing Shadow, today I will show you how wrong it is to anger an elegant and powerful lady." The 2 machine girls each flexed their wrists and fingers, making cracking sounds as they drew closer. The fierce, killing intent in their eyes left no doubt that once they got close, a fight would definitely break out. Seeing this scene, Yuming and Su Chen hurried to intervene. Yuming grabbed Chasing Shadow's hand. Garlic bird, let's keep it down." Su Chen held Feng He's waist. "Exactly, let's not escalate things, Garlic bird." Despite wanting to fight, they had to consider that their drivers were still present. Chasing Shadow and Feng He could only suppress their anger and hatred, each huffing as they turned back to their starting positions. Fighting would be meaningless. In the end, they must settle it on the racetrack. That is the best way for revenge. "Little brat, I hope you can give me a challenge later." Yuming returned to Chasing Shadow's side and got into the driver's seat. Su Chen scoffed and shook his head. "Did frying fish fry your brain? Do you really think you're someone important?" Puffed. Clown. He couldn't be bothered to waste more time with Yuming and also got into the driver's seat to make final preparations. The time reached 9 in the morning. Emergency rescue teams, take your positions. Camera crews, take your positions. Towing teams, take your positions. Amidst the furious heavy metal music, only the sharp shout of Turkey Brother could be faintly heard, ready for take. The race is about to begin. Let's bring the camera to the starting point. At the front of the starting point, staff members stood before the number 1 contestant holding the starting sign, while not far ahead, a red countdown timer for 30 seconds appeared on the electronic screen. Boom! A roar of engines blew through like a fierce wind. It came not only from the first machine girl, but also from the others preparing to start behind her. In the cockpit of Pufeng, Lin Haijun gritted his teeth, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Yu Ming gripped the steering wheel calmly, gazing ahead, seemingly not considering the surrounding competitors as opponents, yet deep within his eyes lay a flicker of fiery determination. The blessing of the Xing Shun. Winning the championship in a certain public event for the first time grants one such blessing. This blessing not only enhances the performance of the Machine Girl, but also serves as an honor badge. Moreover, to become world-class, both the driver and the Machine Girl must receive at least 10 blessings from the Xing Shun. This is the minimum requirement. The Xing Shun blessing in the Binzhou City Championship is his current goal. Feng He, let's give it our all today. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the racetrack, his expression serious. I want to break the record my brother left in the Binzhou City Championship. Master, you can do it. Feng He smiled lightly. In the Jin Jun cockpit, Wang Tingting kept glancing in the rearview mirror, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at the all-white Machine Girl. Just wait. I've specifically practiced launch starts and drifting. Racing is all about skill. What does a mere tuner know? Even if they have the core modification and a purple holy mark, what difference does it make? Does he even know how to drive? Besides, that Machine Girl Xing Ming is so poorly equipped that even with the core modification and a purple holy mark, she can at best match Jin Jun. Jin Jun silently listened to Wang Tingting's ramblings. Despite her words, it was evident that she lacked confidence. She sighed. In her mind, the image of that man with eagle-like eyes surfaced. In front of that man named Su Chen, she felt completely exposed, as if everything about her had been laid bare. Is such a person really just a tuner? Is he really, as Wang Tingting said, lacking any driving skills? In the cockpit of Xing Ming. The race is finally starting. Su Chen took one last sip of water, capped the bottle, and placed it in the storage box. In his view, there was the steering wheel, the racetrack, and the delicate curve of Xing Ming's back along with her snow-white tail. And, that little, but that looked perky and bouncy. What are you trembling about? Feeling the vibrations in the cockpit, Su Chen chuckled. Too nervous, Naya. In the rearview mirror, Xing Ming looked up, revealing a nervous, pitiful face. There's no need to be nervous. Su Chen smiled gently and said, just think of it as our usual training. The results don't matter. Really doesn't matter, Naya. Really. But Xing Ming wants to win the championship for Mazda and for herself. Xing Ming's tone was firm, her cat ears and tuft of fur standing straight. She was utterly serious. Why? The championship is not easy to achieve. Isn't Mazda trying to help Queen's sister? Xing Ming clenched her fists, her face earnest. Queen's sister has helped us so much, oh, we must help her in return. For Mazda to have a say in the city championship, nothing speaks louder than winning the championship, right? So there's also a part of Queen in this. Su Chen's gaze softened. Xing Ming remembers everyone's kindness towards her and strives for it. He truly has contracted a very good Machine Girl. Does Mazda lack confidence? Even though she was nervous, Xing Ming turned the question back on Su Chen. How could that be? Su Chen's lips curled slightly. He has never lacked confidence and ambition in challenging for the championship. He just feared putting too much pressure on Xing Ming. Since Xing Ming is now so keen on the championship, then. All right. He nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Our only goal today is, the championship. The attributes enhancement for the Machine Girl is extremely demanding. Short-term training has had no effect at all. In the past few days, the training with Xing Ming mainly focused on building rapport and adapting to the 42°C heat inside the car. Su Chen regretted it. He must change this 5°C effect in the future. Ideally, it should be the kind that can be turned on and off at will rather than being permanently applied to the Machine Girl, as that is nothing short of torment. As soon as he sat in the cockpit of Xing Ming, he had already started sweating in less than 5 minutes. Fortunately, when the car started moving, the pressure difference inside and outside would allow the hot air to be expelled quickly, providing much relief. Otherwise, he would surely suffer from heat stroke. After installing the purple holy mark, Xing Ming's attributes are speed 63, cornering 64, stability 43, burst 39, endurance 52. Additionally, it has negative attributes, tire wear 20 and cornering correction 5. Based on Xing Ming's current attributes, it definitely belongs to the higher tier of class cars, complemented by his somewhat acceptable driving skills. If this race isn't against particularly formidable opponents, then winning the championship is indeed within reach. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, focusing his thoughts on the third star that had already appeared in his mind. Achieve a top 3 finish in any urban championship. Unlock Talent 3. Talent 1, a Divine Hand, and Talent 2, Divine Eye, can both be considered powerful abilities. If Divine Hand requires the knowledge of a modifier to fully utilize its potential, then Divine Eye is simply a cheat. Aside from lacking full-range perspective, it does have its shortcomings. So what is the third talent? Divine Great Gun. Su Chen stared at the taillights of the Jin Shun ahead, already beginning to anticipate. All participants from numbers 21 to 25, please prepare for the start. A car will be released every 10 seconds. The announcement will remind 5 contestants at once. Su Chen and Xingming are number 22, while the number 21, Wang Tingting and Jin Shun, have already begun warming up. The staff moved the starting sign aside to clear the track. As the countdown reached the last 10 seconds, Wang Tingting took the lead and launched Jin Shun, kicking up a cloud of pale tire smoke as she sped away. Su Chen clenched the steering wheel, tightly pressing his left foot down on the clutch while gently tapping the brake with his right foot. The launch control indicator light on Xingming's dashboard began to blink. The engine idled from 800 revolutions per minute to a quick 2,000 revolutions per minute, the mechanical supercharged engine emitting a deep and powerful roar. The supercharger began pre-pressurizing, and the pressure in the intake manifold gradually built up. A puff-puff sound of pressure release came from the exhaust pipe. That was the wastegate releasing excess boost pressure. Countdown 5 seconds. Su Chen focused ahead, making final adjustments to his seating position. Xingming nervously gazed towards the horizon. The taillights of Jin Shun were already hard to see. This was her first time in such a formal race. Even when she graduated alongside Wang Tingting, she thought the urban championship was still far from her. Perhaps it takes a year, or even several years, just to qualify for the race. But now she was already here. Before the race, she could think of many things, but now her mind was completely blank. She didn't even know how to feel nervous. Time seemed to slow down immensely at this moment, with only the clear electronic countdown ringing in her ears. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. The moment the red light turned off, Su Chen's right foot shot from the brake pedal to the gas pedal like lightning, while his left foot quickly released the clutch. This action must be completed within 0.5 seconds. Any hesitation would ruin the initial advantage. The gas pedal was pressed to the floor. Boom. As the engine RPM skyrocketed from 2,000 to 6,000, it emitted a deep roar. The 4 tires distorted and deformed, maximizing the contact area. The rear wheels slipped slightly at the moment of power explosion, leaving 2 black tire marks on the ground. Meanwhile, Xingming shot out like a cannonball. Su Chen's launch start is very skilled. On the stands, Queen's lips curled slightly. She indeed did not misjudge, as Su Chen was definitely not just a simple modifier. Even during these few days of training with Xingming, he hadn't used his full strength. This is quite interesting, this newcomer, Jessica exclaimed, her eyes wide. As Queen's assistant, she had seen many races and could tell just from the launch that Su Chen was not simple. However, just seeing a launch start doesn't reveal much, and today there are also the tough characters Yu Ming and Su Che. Oh, what a pity. She still didn't think highly of them, but had already retracted her contempt and arrogance. Inside the cockpit of Xingming, when the engine RPM reached the red line, the gear shift indicator light blinked, and Su Chen calmly moved the shift paddle. The rear wing began to generate noticeable downforce after reaching 100 km/h, firmly pressing the car onto the track. Su Chen felt a powerful pushing sensation, and his body naturally sank into the soft seat. Ahead, Wang Tingting and Jin Shun, who had started 10 seconds earlier, reappeared in his line of sight. Su Chen's sharp eyes locked onto Jin Shun. It was this Wang Tingting who had caused Xingming to suffer so much hardship and grievance. Even after abandoning Xingming, she still tried every means to suppress her. Xingming usually acted cautiously in everything, often putting on a flattering demeanor towards both him and Queen. Wasn't she essentially manipulated by Wang Tingting? It's time. Let Wang Tingting be the sacrifice for Xingming to rebuild her confidence. Xingming, let's overtake her together. The launch start made up for much of the distance gap, as Xingming's speed is 63, while Jin Shun's speed is 61. The burst attribute determines the Machine Girl's acceleration rather than her top speed. On this stretch of straight sprint track in the Urban Championship, both Machine Girls were at full throttle. At this moment, the distance between Xingming and Jin Shun was slowly but steadily closing. Xingming said nothing. She too fixed her gaze on Jin Shun ahead, gritting her teeth and mustering a fierce determination. Now she was not only chasing a competitor, but also reclaiming her dignity that had been trampled by Wang Tingting. Dignity must be reclaimed by oneself. Inside Jin Shun's cockpit, Wang Tingting was still immersed in the enhancements brought by the Holy Mark and Modification Core. Although Lin Haijun lacks a man's responsibility, he is quite generous with money. I should further develop my relationship with him later. Luyan Xinghui, the Modification Core, and the Holy Mark are all provided by Lin Haijun, totaling over 200,000 in market value. Until I become a renowned driver, I can't do without Lin Haijun, my cash cow. Boom. The roar of the engine from behind startled Wang Tingting. She instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror, her expression changing dramatically. How is this possible? She saw that Su Chen and Xingming, who had started later, had already caught up without her noticing. Wasn't there a 10-second starting gap? How did they catch up? Master, that machine girl named Xingming is faster than me, Jin Shun said quietly, being more sensitive to speed. Faster than you? Wang Tingting bit her teeth at the thought of that purple holy mark. It must be the enhancement brought by that purple holy mark. Where did he even get that from? The purple holy mark can't be bought on the market. But even if it's faster than you, it shouldn't close the distance so quickly. Maybe they executed the launch start better, Jin Shun replied. However, this comment stirred up a hornet's nest, and Wang Tingting slammed her fist on the steering wheel, causing Jin Shun to grunt in pain. What nonsense. Just because they can launch start doesn't mean I can't. Wang Tingting knew Jin Shun's guess was correct, but she was unwilling to accept it. She refused to accept that the Xingming she had abandoned now outperformed Jin Shun, which she had painstakingly modified by serving Lin Haijun. She also couldn't accept that the man who had publicly humiliated her was better than her in driving skills. Su Chen looked only slightly younger than her, and he wasn't even a professional driver. Clearly she had been training. The overwhelming sense of disparity made Wang Tingting furious. Whoosh. The warning sign for the first turn flashed above her head. Although Jin Shun was uncomfortable from being punched, he still dutifully reported the roadbook. Master, in 200 meters ahead there is a right turn of level 3, standard, decelerate moderately, and take the turn at medium speed. Wang Tingting snorted coldly, her eyes fierce, staring at the track. Come on, I can drift. I don't believe that your drifting is better than mine. This is turn 1 of the Binzhou City Championship. As the camera crew zoomed in, Brother Huiji's grin widened with exhilaration. The straightaway is the simplest segment across all forms of motorsport. Anyone can accelerate. But the truest test of a driver's foundational skill lies in the corner. Turn 1 of the Binzhou City Championship is a standard grade 3 corner, moderately demanding. With 3 camera angles deployed here, a racer's true caliber, roughly 80% of it, often reveals itself from this very turn onward. Tire screech already audible. The cameraman's voice echoed across the main screen as the lens locked onto the exit. 2 other feeds captured the entry point and an aerial Godseya view of the entire bend. Vroom. The engine's roar drew ever closer. The instant the first headlight pierced the frame, Huiji bellowed, "Huh, here they come." Hardly had the words left his mouth when the leading driver braked smoothly through the corner. Clean textbook execution. A 10-second interval between starters offered scant margin for error. It was a window both generous enough for most drivers to claim the track solo, and tight enough to ignite fierce duels among the elite few. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen cars had already swept through the bend. Lin Haijun and Pufeng were among them. Lin Haijun and Pufeng are delivering strong performances to Huiji watched Pufeng's drift trajectory, fluid, almost silky, and chuckled. This marks their 3rd appearance at the Binzhou City Championship. Their synergy and mastery have clearly matured significantly. Inside Pufeng's cockpit, turn 1 receded rapidly in the rearview mirror. Lin Haijun couldn't hear Huiji's commentary, but he sensed unmistakably that today's rhythm felt extraordinary. Well done, Pufeng. Our recent training hasn't gone to waste. Master's inputs were spot on. A buoyant voice rang out from ahead. Keep it up just like this. Lin Haijun narrowed his eyes slightly. Through turn 1 his entry point had brushed the absolute limit, and his exit had been razor-sharp, flawlessly clean. His focus today soared to unprecedented heights, perhaps the closest he'd ever stood to claiming the championship. At this peak, he and Pufeng might even challenge 2 professional drivers. Master right-hand grade 3 corner in 200 meters, meow. Acknowledged. Su Chen gazed ahead, calm and unwavering. A grade 3 corner typically spans 60 to 90 degrees, a moderate technical challenge. Such angles lent themselves well to e-brake drift or power oversteer drift, though braking without drifting remained a viable pragmatic option. Xingming now cruised at 230 km/h. Discounting technical complexity, optimal cornering speed dictated one clear choice: power oversteer. At the far end of the horizon, Wang Tingting had already braked into the turn. Su Chen likewise reduced Xingming's speed, but only nominally, settling at 200 km/h. That figure reflected the safest, most reliable speed he'd established through countless drills, tailored precisely to Xingming's current cornering dynamics. Turn 1 rushed toward them in an instant. Su Chen's fingers, tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel, jolted to a sudden halt. Simultaneously, his left foot feathered the clutch, his right hand snapped into gear. The engine screamed upward in revs, its ferocious howl tearing through the entire bend. A primal roar that seized Huiji's attention mid-commentary. These 2 racers. He began searching his memory for Su Chen and Xingming's dossier, only to be struck speechless by what unfolded next on the track. Entry point. Su Chen applied gentle brake pressure. Xingming's weight surged forward, loading the front tires and sharpening tenon grip. Even while decelerating, he fine-tuned the steering, angling the nose precisely toward the apex. This subtle pre-turn was the essential preamble to drift initiation. The moment speed dipped to approximately 180 km/h, Su Chen released the brakes decisively and stomped hard on the throttle with his right foot, while his left flashed down on the clutch. A piercing shriek tore through the air as Xingming's wheels broke free, its tail whipping outward violently. Tires screamed against asphalt, carving twin black scars, White smoke billowed from incandescent brake discs, veiling the entire bend in haze. Xingming's chassis now sat at a dramatic 60-degree yaw relative to its direction of travel. Its nose pointed dead at the apex, mere centimeters from the barrier poised on the razor's edge of impact. Yet Su Chen's expression remained serene. His hands made micro-adjustments to the wheel, his right foot danced across the throttle. Impressive to lay eyes, yet merely competent among professional drivers of his past life. He'd witnessed far more astonishing feats, drivers modulating throttle input with gram-level precision. Master, WWE gonna crash, meow. Crash. Xingming stared rigid with terror at the barrier inches from her face, eyes wide but refusing to shut. No collision, Su Chen murmured, a faint wry smile tugging at his lips. At this instant Xingming hovered in precarious equilibrium, her balance sustained solely by Su Chen's exacting control over rear-wheel rotational velocity. Too much throttle, or too little, would shatter that balance instantly, sending the nose slamming into the barrier. Had cornering speed been any higher, he truly couldn't guarantee control. Yet 180 km/h, the fleeting apex velocity, remained well within Su Chen's dominion. But, we're really going to crash, meow. Wait, where's the barrier? In a heartbeat, the barrier vanished, replaced by a long, unbroken stretch of open highway. Told you, no collision. Exiting the bend, Su Chen lifted gently off the throttle and centered the wheel. The correction proved subtly tricky. He frowned faintly, then recognized the culprit: a 5 cornering compensation penalty. The effect was negligible. Full throttle, exit. He floored the accelerator. Xingming launched forward like an arrow loosed from the bow, tires re-establishing grip body posture, snapping from wild lateral slide to laser-straight acceleration. The engine roared anew, accelerating fiercely, its wake lifting golden dust into sunlit air. Now not only could they see Wang Tingting's and Jin Sun's taillights, they could clearly read Jin Sun's racer number plate. An astonishing cornering maneuver. Only after Su Chen and Xingming had rocketed clear of the bend did Huiji finally regain his composure. Ladies and gentlemen, just now Su Chen and Xingming delivered a breathtaking drift through turn 1. That performance rivals elite professionals. Only then did he recall their records, and blurted incredulous, "Can you believe it? They're rookies, having competed in just one underground city race." The assistant commentator, the cameraman, stood utterly dumbfounded. After a long pause he stammered, "So, boss, should we archive that clip?" "Archive it. Absolutely, mandatory. And from now on give them more screen time." Huiji's eyes gleamed. "I've got a powerful hunch. I get it. Boss, you foresee a dazzling new star rising." "No." Huiji shook his head, dead serious. "I foresee promotion and a raise." The cameraman fell silent. Before the giant screen at the championship entrance the crowd erupted in disbelief. Impossible. How could rookies pull off that level of drift? Rookies are monsters. That phrase just gained serious weight. Still, judging solely on one corner feels premature. What if it was pure luck? True. No matter how gifted, rookies can't possibly best our star-crowned T3-seeded pros. Not to mention that K-City Fisher, who's here to dominate. Amid the audience's bewildered murmurs and awestruck exclamations, Queen's lips curved upward instinctively, carrying a quiet private pride known only to her. Like watching her cherished idol conquer the stage, she felt deep satisfaction, shared triumph. Queen, these newcomers are wildly overqualified. Jessica wore a dazed, perplexed expression. If my instincts don't deceive me, that drift demands skills far beyond a Class C driver, unless this mecha's cornering specs are truly exceptional. Overqualified. Queen leaned back lazily, hands resting atop her black-stockinged thighs. Outwardly composed, inwardly she scoffed, softly, playfully. This, merely the beginning. Far more astonishing feats still awaited. Inside the cockpit of the Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting hummed a tune, still reveling in her own splendid Thanks to her diligent training and her own considerable talent and luck, she felt she could give herself a perfect score of 120 for that drift around the bend. That silky sensation. How could it not be seen as the makings of a professional driver? Golden Falcon, how was my drift? Wasn't it amazing? Speak up. Golden Falcon smirked slightly. Was that drift just a pathetic little drift at a speed of 80 km/h? Entry point to the turn a mess. Vehicle control a mess. The rapid correction after the turn also a mess. However, it was indeed slightly better than the usual training sessions of Wang Tingting. It was hard for her to admit that Wang Tingting was impressive, but as her own driver she pondered for a long time, and could only awkwardly say, Master's drift has potential. With serious practice, it will surely reach a professional level. Wang Tingting was delighted, oblivious to the underlying meaning in Golden Falcon's words. She hummed a cheerful tune, contemplating which outfit to wear for the award ceremony. Until, Virum, the roar of the engine exploded behind her, shattering the wonderful feelings in her heart along with the song she was humming. She glanced in the rearview mirror, and found that contrary to her belief that she had shaken off Xingming, it was now tailing closely behind. Compared to before the turn, she and Golden Falcon had not only failed to shake off Xingming, but had been caught up by a substantial distance. The gap was now less than 50 meters. Master Xingming is catching up. Golden Falcon's reminder snapped Wang Tingting back to reality. They caught up. We didn't shake them off in the turn. Why? Wang Tingting slammed the accelerator, her expression twisted. Her drift had clearly been executed perfectly. How could Su Chen and Xingming catch up? Golden Falcon was at a loss. Why? Naturally, it was due to their higher cornering speed and faster drift. Moreover, they quickly corrected and accelerated after drifting. To close the distance so quickly, she estimated that Xingming's cornering speed was at least between 160 to 200 kilometers per hour. However, she said nothing and didn't continue to provoke Wang Tingting. Wang Tingting's driving habits were not great, her emotions were unstable. When she got angry, she would lash out even if it was unintentional. But it would be her who felt the pain. Golden Falcon pondered for a moment and suggested, Master, we are about to enter a long straight tunnel. The track is narrow. If you don't want them to overtake us, we can try to block them. Right, block them. Wang Tingting slapped the steering wheel, her voice filled with malice. How could I forget that we can block? The track is this wide, can we let them overtake us at will? Golden Falcon was rendered speechless by the slap, unable to endure any longer. She silently activated the driver's recording device. If Wang Tingting performed such dangerous actions again, she would record them and submit them to the Insurance Association, seeking a chance to terminate the contract and obtain mental compensation. Inside the tunnel, Su Chen drove Xingming into the slipstream area of Golden Falcon. He prepared to change lanes to overtake, but just as he switched to the adjacent lane, Wang Tingting quickly cut in front of them. Oh, defensive maneuver. Su Chen furrowed his brows. In rally racing, such blocking is not common, as the intervals between starts limit most cars' opportunities for direct competition. Generally, blocking occurs in lap-based formats or unclear underground tracks. It is a dangerous maneuver and not a fair one. Some races have clear rules stating that the front car can only perform one line change for defensive maneuvers. In most races, changing lanes for defense would violate blue flag rules, dangerous driving regulations, and principles of fair competition. However, before participating in the city championship, he had not seen any restrictions on this in the race rules. The lack of restrictions implied that defensive lane changes were permitted here. Su Chen cautiously attempted to change lanes again, while Wang Tingting continued to occupy the front lane. This process was being monitored by the race officials, but the judges did not issue any warnings to Wang Tingting and Golden Falcon. Su Chen had a clear understanding. Since changing lanes for defense was not against the rules, then his dangerous overtaking was also within the rules. In the cockpit of Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting was full of herself. So what if the speed is fast and the drift is quick? They still have to be blocked behind me. She looked at Xingming in the rearview mirror, a sense of revenge swelling in her heart. If she let Su Chen and Xingming pass like this, they would surely achieve a good result, right? She even entertained the thought of deliberately slowing down to block Su Chen and Xingming. This would effectively ruin Su Chen and Xingming's performance in this race. All their modifications, and even the purple sacred mark, would be in vain. When Su Chen realized that all the efforts for Xingming were in vain, would he continue to indulge her? However, in the end, she did not go through with it, because the race result was equally important to her. As long as she could keep Su Chen and Xingming behind, she just needed to outperform them. Excited by the thought, she fiddled with the steering wheel again, unknowingly captured by the secretly activated driver's recording device. Ladies and gentlemen, something interesting is happening on the track right now. Even before the two professional drivers had started, Turkey Brothers' attention was already on Su Chen, instantly noticing Wang Tingting blocking him. He deliberately stoked the fire, saying, "It is clear that our number 22 driver is eager to overtake, but the narrow tunnel segment and the lack of absolute speed and acceleration advantage make it difficult for him to do so. The number 21 driver is employing a defensive lane change. If number 22 wants to overtake, it may have to wait until the next turn, which is detrimental to his race results. What other breakthrough methods will he have? Moss, they're so annoying." Xingming gritted her teeth at Wang Tingting, who was blocking the road ahead. "Clearly our speed is faster, they're deliberately blocking us. Disgusting. Perverted. Bad guys." Just as she was about to overtake Wang Tingting, she encountered this situation. Xingming's voice trembled with grievance. "It's okay." Su Chen remained calm, even taking the time to pat Xingming's rear to soothe her emotions. Wang Tingting's decision was correct, but unfortunately, she lacked the ability to execute such a strategy. He drove Xingming to the center of the track, where he had enough space to change lanes either left or right. Now he needed to escape the slipstream area of Golden Falcon to prepare for the next move. This was because the air pressure in the slipstream area was low, and the turbulence would reduce Xingming's aerodynamic downforce, significantly decreasing her steering precision. Jessica, what do you think they will do to break the situation? Queen's inquiry was tinged with nervousness and anxiety. Her fingers were clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, without her even realizing it. But Jessica noticed and was curious why Queen was so concerned about a newcomer. However, she answered honestly. In this situation, one usually has to wait for the next turn and use the drifting advantage to overtake. Alternatively, they could fake a lane change, pretend to move to one side to see the front car, and then immediately change to the other side, achieving an overtake. However, this requires a high level of skill from the driver. This newcomer may not be able to do it. Queen did not respond. She had a feeling. Though she had never seen Su Chen do it, he definitely would. At the moment he exited the slipstream area, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Now's the time. Su Chen turned the steering wheel right by about 20 degrees, and the front of Xingming immediately shifted towards the right side of the track. Wang Tingting reacted immediately. A golden falcon moved to the right, attempting to block this potential overtaking route. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. Hooked. Su Chen's lips curved slightly, and he gripped the steering wheel tightly, turning it fully to the left. Xingming's white body shot to the left like a drawn sword. At the same time, Su Chen pressed the accelerator all the way down. The engine erupted with a deafening roar. They tricked us. Wang Tingting realized she had been fooled. In a panic, she tried to pull Golden Falcon back to the left. But it was too late. Her weak skills were insufficient to support a timely reaction. Even though it was only a 1 or 2 second mistake, Xingming had successfully cut into the left side of Golden Falcon. The distance between the two vehicles was less than half a meter. So close that Su Chen and Xingming could clearly see Wang Tingting's distorted face and flushed eyes in the rearview mirror of Golden Falcon. The air between the two vehicles was compressed and torn, producing a sharp whistling sound. "I won't let you pass," Wang Tingting shouted angrily, trying to push Golden Falcon to the left. She was furious, even considering a direct collision to ram Su Chen and Xingming off the track. At that moment, Golden Falcon actively terminated Wang Tingting's action, pulling the vehicle back parallel to Xingming. "Golden Falcon, what are you doing?" Wang Tingting screamed while pounding the steering wheel. Master the City Championship does not allow intentional collisions with other competitors. Golden Falcon's voice was cold and calm, like a bucket of cold water poured over Wang Tingting. "This is against the rules. You will be penalized and banned from racing for 3 years. Wang Tingting's expression changed several times as she weighed her options and ultimately backed down. Being penalized was one thing, but a 3-year ban was too heavy a punishment. She couldn't afford that. Damn. As the two vehicles gradually aligned, she could only vent her frustration by slamming her fist down on the steering wheel. Golden Falcon ignored it all, remaining silent, already pondering how much she could claim in damages from the recordings. Su Chen merely glanced at Wang Tingting before returning his focus to the road, his grip on the steering wheel steady as a rock. To him, overtaking Golden Falcon was just routine. But for Xingming, this moment held extraordinary significance. She saw Xingming fixated on Golden Falcon, or rather fixated on Wang Tingting in the cockpit of Golden Falcon. Her shoulders trembled, tears welling in her eyes. In Xingming's view, Wang Tingting's driving was no longer that of Golden Falcon, but rather a reflection of her past self. The figure hunched over in the cockpit, head lowered, was casually insulted and beaten by Wang Tingting. She had always thought it was because she wasn't good enough. Otherwise, how could Wang Tingting, who had initially treated her well, have turned into this? So she worked hard, training tirelessly, even working at the racetrack to earn money for upgrades, hoping to improve her performance, until she realized that whether it was her own earnings or Wang Tingting's, it was all just to replace her. If she had attended class properly, she shouldn't be as foolish and dazed as she was now. When Su Chen asked her something, she knew nothing. Even now, faced with Su Chen, she still felt inferior. But she had come to understand one thing: it wasn't that she wasn't good enough. It was Wang Tingting who was not good. Amidst the unwilling roar of the engine, Xingming's body broke through like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, moving forward slowly, yet resolutely. Breakthrough, then another breakthrough. 1 inch at a time, she surpassed Wang Tingting's Golden Falcon. First the front lip, then the hood, next the A-pillar. Until her rear tires were parallel with Golden Falcon's front tires. Overtaking was completed in the next second. "Goodbye, Xingming." Xingming looked up at the track, allowing tears to slip from the corners of her eyes. Inside the tunnel, light and darkness alternated. Behind her was a patch of darkness, while ahead lay a clear path. She murmured, "I am moving forward now." Before entering the tunnel, Xingming was blocked by Jin Sun, with no hope of overtaking on that narrow racetrack. After leaving the tunnel, she had already surged far ahead of Jin Sun. Did she really manage to overtake? No way is this fake. They said it was a newcomer. The organizers must have invited her for show. The audience was in an uproar. Jessica's mouth was agape, large enough to fit an egg inside. No way. He really can. Queen sighed in relief upon seeing Su Chen successfully overtake Xingming, feeling it was somewhat expected. Her lips curled upward, glancing at Jessica. "What do you think?" Jessica swallowed hard. This driver named Su Chen has some skills, he truly does. Just some skills? Queen seemed dissatisfied. Jessica sensed that Queen's attention to this driver was a bit too high. She said candidly, to be honest, his feint maneuver was indeed smooth, but the opponent is just a novice. If it were professional drivers like Yu Ming or Su Che, he definitely wouldn't have been able to overtake so easily. Moreover, his machine girl isn't much faster than that Jin's son, so he probably can only secure a place in the top 10. This time, Queen's displeasure was clearly written on her face. Did I ask you to speculate on their rankings? With a mouth that long, why don't you hang a garbage bucket? Jessica dared. Queen's sharp tongue and sarcastic remarks were formidable. The best way to deal with her was to remain silent or face a storm of verbal attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unbelievable that our Su Chen and Xingming have pulled off a feint. The inexperienced number 21 clearly didn't expect such cunning from his opponent and could only lament on the spot. Turkey Guy was once again grateful for his sharp eye, immediately directing the camera to Su Chen and Xingming. With that maneuver, today's boss would surely reward him with an extra chicken leg. Feinting to overtake is quite rare in urban championships, and even rarer for such a maneuver to come from a new. Turkey Guy feigned a sigh. The number 21 contestant didn't lose unjustly. The cameraman suddenly leaned in to whisper a few words. Turkey Guy's eyes lit up as he snapped his fingers. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Our two professional drivers have started. Let's see how they perform. Yu Ming and Su Che had a full minute interval in their starting times, with Yu Ming ahead and Su Che behind. Both are of similar skill level, leaving little chance for them to cross paths on the track. However, they each had their own teams that reported average speed and rankings from behind, making it a kind of indirect confrontation. What position can I hold in cornering speed? After rounding corner 1, Yu Ming immediately inquired with the logistics team. Don't worry, Ming Gu, your cornering speed is first. Su Che is behind you. His cornering speed hasn't been recorded yet, but Feng He, being a Thunderstar machine girl, excels in bursts and should not be your match in speed. Yu Ming's lips lifted slightly. How everything was indeed under control. As long as he maintained this, the championship would surely be his. What about Su Chen? He recalled the newcomer who had caught his attention and asked, how much slower is Su Chen's cornering speed compared to mine? Su Chen. There was a moment of silence on the intercom. The sound of a mouse clicking could be heard, and after 2 seconds it replied, Ming Gu, Su Chen and Xingming's cornering speed is 183 km/h, 3 km/h slower than you and Sister Zhui. These drivers are impressive. They say they are newcomers. What a... Yu Ming was so startled that he almost hit his head on the steering wheel. Master, why are you so excited? Zhui Ying frowned and complained, it's a race. Don't be so jumpy. Yu Ming blankly said, just now in corner 1, Su Chen and Xingming were already 3 km/h slower than us in cornering speed. Holy smokes. Zhui Ying's vehicle swayed, showing a reaction almost as panicked as Yu Ming's. How did they improve so much in just a few days, eh? Although in corner 1, as the first corner of the race, she and Yu Ming had played it safe and did not push their cornering speed limits to adapt to the race rhythm, considering it a warm-up. This was just too absurd for Su Chen and Xingming. Remembering the underground race in Binzhou a week ago, Su Chen and Xingming's average speed was only around 171 km/h, yet their current cornering speed had already exceeded 180 km/h. Purple sacred mark. It has to be the purple sacred mark. Yu Ming tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes reddening. Damn it, I can't imagine how cheerful I would be if I had drawn the purple sacred mark instead of being a gloomy fish fry dog. Zhui Ying narrowed her eyes, her tone growing colder. What, master? Are you thinking of drawing blind boxes again? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you go draw again, I'll put mustard in all your cigarettes. If you don't draw, I'll draw for you. Yu Ming chuckled awkwardly and quickly said, I wouldn't dare. Yet his gaze towards the racetrack grew more serious. It seems today's competitors are not just kids anymore. Su Chen is quite a formidable character too. Steward, quickly report my and Yu Ming's data. Just after rounding corner 1, Su Che shouted. The gentle voice of the old steward immediately came through the intercom. Young master, your cornering speed is 5 km/h slower than Yu Ming's, but it's not a big deal. Your corner exit correction and burst acceleration with Feng here faster. So I'm 5 km/h slower in cornering speed. Su Che narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. As expected, a fish fry dog is still a fish fry dog. There is some skill in frying fish. Feng He, even though our starting interval is a minute apart today, I will make up for that minute. Master, that might be a bit challenging. Feng He tilted her head, slightly smiling as she licked her red lips. After all, our opponent is not an ordinary fish. So does my master want to adopt a more aggressive racing style? Of course. Su Che nodded. The true trump card is the one that deals a heavy blow to the opponent. If not used, it is just a useless card in hand. He had prepared for this moment for so long. It was time to showcase the results of his training with Feng He. Feng He blushed, her charming eyes sparkling as she coyly said, since master wants to be more aggressive, should we give the machine girl some motivation? As Su Chen stepped on the gas pedal to the floor, he quietly took out a whip from the storage box under Feng He's fiery gaze. Every machine girl is an independent individual. They all have different interests and hobbies. Catering to their preferences or stimulating their emotions can enhance their synchronization. Once synchronization in the race reaches a certain stage, the machine girl can unleash even greater performance. Feng He usually presents herself as a gentle big sister in public. She often gives others the illusion that she is playing a game of nurturing a master. However, only Su Chen knows that this is merely a facade. Feng He has a secret that only he knows. It is also the key to enhancing her synchronization. Smack. The audience witnessed that Yu Ming and the Zue Ying contestant were faster, but our star driver Su Chen and Feng He had an exceptionally high burst acceleration, meaning that after each turn they could accelerate to their top speed in a very short time. Overall, they seemed evenly matched, and things were starting to get interesting. After the two professional drivers launched, most of the footage focused on Zue Ying and Feng He. Brother Turkey was enthusiastically explaining, his mouth dry. Thank you all for your support of the City Championship. Now we have a commercial break. On the electronic screen of the City Championship, a huge red tomato flashed for reading. Go to Tomato Network. The hit novel, Let You Spend Money on Cultivation, Not Keep a Female Sword Immortal, is waiting for you. Pure-hearted cockroach is hot partying in your kitchen. Encounter the artifact and become a mess. Cockroach Extermination Artifact. Trust the Xiao E brand. Unfortunately, there were no cameras in the cockpit. Otherwise, the scene in Feng He's cockpit would have been quite explosive. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of Xingming, Su Chen felt a sudden surge in speed, looking surprised. The peak speed of Xingming was around 240 kilometers per hour. But now the speedometer needle had astonishingly climbed to 250 kilometers per hour. Do not underestimate this 10-kilometer difference. This is data that wouldn't appear during regular training unless going downhill. At this moment, the use of the divine eye became evident. As long as he could see Xingming's status, it wasn't blind luck. Name Xingming's star badge: Radiance Team, buff type, speed 63, cornering 64, stability 43, burst 39, endurance 52, core modification, fiery storm, cornering correction 5, tire wear 20, special effects light, holy mark, emperor engine, amethyst, current level C, special talent 1 not activated, 2 cat girl appearance, specialization 3, silent movement, synchronicity 60, base 30. Speed 5, status transcendence, excited evaluation, can warm the bed after hitting the tracks, soft and fragrant. Catgirl specialization, young man, you found a treasure. Su Chen blinked, confirming he was not mistaken. Before the race, his synchronicity with Xingming was at 30, and now it had suddenly soared to 60. Synchronicity is somewhat akin to a combination of mutual understanding and affection. It's not entirely accurate to say so, as synchronicity is influenced not only by everyday interactions, but also by the Mecha Girl's emotions during the race. Maintaining a close and trusting relationship with the Mecha Girl, giving her small gifts she likes, and doing things she enjoys will yield a certain base synchronicity. However, acquiring this synchronicity is very challenging, accumulated bit by bit. Additionally, if the Mecha Girl is in a bad mood or unhappy, the base synchronicity can decrease. How to maintain synchronicity with the Mecha Girl in daily life is crucial. More importantly, it's about triggering the Mecha Girl's synchronicity during the race. Su Chen had signed the contract with Xingming for less than a month. He didn't expect to raise Xingming's synchronicity very high. He also hadn't deliberately done anything, letting everything flow naturally without a utilitarian mindset. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Xingming's synchronicity exploded. He also gained a 5-speed boost. This should have reached the threshold for the first stage of attribute enhancement. Being able to see specific data is great, Su Chen sighed contentedly. If another driver were here, they might still be in a daze. In his field of vision, a red warning sign flashed by while Xingming's serious voice sounded ahead. 500 meters ahead, 3 consecutive tight turns, level 2, hug it tight. Meow. Received. Su Chen intended to interview Xingming, but quickly focused. The lower the number for cornering level, the sharper the turn and the greater the difficulty. Hug tightly emphasizes the need to drive very close to the corner apex inside of the track. Without a doubt, these 3 consecutive tight turns could be considered one of the most challenging corners in the City Championship. Su Chen and Xingming had trained for such 3 or even 5 consecutive tight turns, but it still required serious attention. Amidst the engine's roaring howl, the 500-meter distance saw the scenery on both sides of the road rushing by, trees and spectators behind the barriers blurred into streaks. Yet this did not distract Su Chen's focus on the increasingly approaching corner. 5 minutes earlier, quick focused the camera on the 127th corner. Hearing Brother Turkey's words, the cameraman immediately signaled to his subordinates. Brother Turkey was a professional host, mastering when to give the camera to which contestant. The cornering of the professional drivers was indeed pleasing to the eye, but there was also a pair of dark horses. Dear viewers, the 127th corner is the most challenging 3 consecutive tight turns in this race. After the 127th corner, there will be a brief straight section to adjust the track, followed by a long stretch of 50 kilometers of gravel and broken road combination. Brother Turkey, looking at the rapidly moving Mecha Girls on the screen, excitedly said, in the previous parts of the track, dear viewers may have noticed that there wasn't a significant gap in the results of most drivers. It seems that whether professional drivers or non-professionals, their skills appear to be quite similar. But after the 127th corner, you will gain a whole new understanding of each driver's skills. The 127th consecutive tight turn is the dividing line. I can responsibly say that after the 127th corner, there won't be much difference in the top 10 of this race. His peripheral vision caught sight of a white phantom speeding from the end of the track. The tone suddenly rose. Now let's focus the camera on the 127th dividing line. I believe not only I, but many viewers are also curious about how the newcomers Su Chen and Xingming would handle such consecutive tight turns. Will they blend in with the crowd or stand out at this moment? In the audience, many stood up, intently gazing at the big screen. With 3 camera angles moving, the white phantom, named Xingming, was approaching the 127th consecutive tight turn at high speed. Wow, such speed! Did this Mecha Girl ever go that fast before? It seems that ever since shaking off contestant 21, this pair of newcomers has sped up a notch. So what if the speed is fast? You can't maintain that speed through a corner, especially not in consecutive tight turns. Su Chen, brother, go for it. You're the best aim for first place. The audience was buzzing with discussions. Jessica noticed Queen's fair, slender fingers tightly gripping the railings, slowly deforming the barrier. This usually aloof, proud, and sharp-tongued Queen was actually nervous at this moment. Amazing. Has Queen started to chase stars? Quite unusual. This matter seems worth reporting to the lady. Creak. Jessica glanced at the already crushed railing and said, Queen, if you break the barrier, you'll have to pay for it. Shut up. Queen fixed her gaze on the screen without blinking, chirping, are you a sparrow from the mountains? Jessica. She could only continue watching the screen. To tackle such consecutive tight turns, the most classic maneuver is of course the Scandinavian flick, also known as the pendulum drift. However, this drift requires very high technical skills from the driver. It's a technique that only professional drivers can master proficiently. There are no places to learn it without joining a club. Driving schools and league academies don't teach such advanced skills. Amateur drivers wouldn't dare to try it easily, as a single mistake could harm the Mecha Girl. She had checked Su Chen's information. It was funny. He was an unlicensed black tuner, had never attended a league academy, and was merely an amateur among amateurs. The skills Su Chen had displayed previously already left her astonished. Now could Su Chen really execute the pendulum drift? She didn't believe it. If he made a mistake here, Queen would surely be very disappointed, right? She couldn't help but glance at Queen again. This Mecha Girl's profile was stunning, both delicate and alluring as she focused intently ahead. It was hard to imagine Queen would be so focused on someone else. The lady had never been looked at by Queen like this. But it didn't matter. Jessica withdrew her gaze, silently thinking. Queen coming to watch these races is fine. After seeing more, she'll understand. None of these drivers can compare to the lady. It's time to focus and properly cooperate with the headquarters modification plans. The 3 consecutive tight turns slithered like a winding poisonous snake on the track, waiting for its prey. In an instant, Su Chen had already formed a complete plan for the turn in his mind. He still remembered his past life. He had once built a team with a top driver. It was with that driver's help that he learned the Scandinavian technique. That Su driver was dubbed the Track Emperor. His pendulum drift was as smooth as silk, making anyone who saw it say he was a freak. Su Chen's pendulum drift technique bore some resemblance to that driver. But even if it was just a hint of similarity, now it was enough to handle the current track. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, the roar of Xingming's engine roaring in his ears, a fiery heat building up within him. Xingming, are you ready? Meow. Xingming's voice was filled with enthusiasm and confidence. Her body slightly leaned forward, her cat ears perked up, fully focused. The first tight turn was right ahead. Su Chen glanced at the speedometer, 192 kilometers per hour. A dangerously fast speed, the limit he couldn't completely control, like dancing on the edge of a blade. But he didn't reduce speed. Instead, he lightly pressed the accelerator, maintaining Xingming's speed at the edge of danger. Here we go, he exhaled, Scandinavian flick. Su Chen's gaze locked onto the apex of the turn as he decisively eased off the throttle. At the same time, his right foot pressed down on the brake. Creak. With a sharp screech of tires, a plume of white smoke billowed ahead of the bend. The body of the Xingming surged forward under inertia. Su Chen silently sensed the balance of the Xingming, swiftly pressing the clutch with his left foot and placing his hand on the shift paddle, preparing to downshift. As his peripheral vision caught sight of the bend warning sign, time seemed to freeze for a moment. All that remained was the gradually enlarging curve. The instant time resumed, he had already turned the steering wheel to the right. The rear of the Xingming suddenly swung left, tracing a graceful arc on the track. At this moment, the Xingming was on the brink of losing control. If no intervention was made, it would immediately collide with the nearby guardrail. Su Chen could hardly care how closely he was hugging the inside of the turn. His current skills had not yet reached the level of perfection. What he needed to do was to proceed steadily and carefully. While maintaining speed, he aimed to conquer this series of tight corners. As the body of the Xingming was about to brush against the guardrail, he swiftly countersteered to the left, utilizing the inertia of the rear to help the front of the car quickly point towards the inside of the turn. The rear wheels, which had lost traction, regained their grip on the ground. A collision with the guardrail did not occur. The Xingming weaved through the pale tire smoke. For the spectators by the trackside, their view was more direct. The tail of the Xingming swung out with explosive power and strength, a dance of combat displayed through the synergy between the driver and the machine, the looming sense of impending collision causing many spectators to gasp and recoil. Boom! The explosive roar of the engine complemented the battle dance, a war cry in its own right. As he passed the first turn, Su Chen immediately adjusted his strategy, employing the heel and toe technique to downshift. While the toes of his right foot pressed the brake, his heel blipped the throttle, with his left foot controlling the clutch to keep the engine RPM matched, avoiding lockup and loss of control in the rear wheels. As he entered the second left turn, he adopted the conventional slow and fast outline, controlling the car's posture at the apex. Although there was hardly any breathing room between the second and third tight corners. However, with this maneuver, the cornering speed of the Xingming did not decrease much, and the car maintained a stable state similar to entering the turn in a straight line. The Scandinavian flick technique is generally only used for the first turn. Continuing to use it on subsequent bends carries significant risk. A top driver once said, "Without top-notch skills and performance cars, it is best to smoothly transition through the second turn." Using a diluted version of the pendulum drift does not imply inferiority. Rather, it reflects wisdom and more rational thinking. If one can achieve perfection in their technique, it would not be inferior to the theoretically perfect pendulum drift. Perhaps there is a bit of comfort in this, but Su Chen was self-aware. His greatest strength is knowing who he is, understanding what he should do and how much he should do. Master, this third tight corner is terrifying. A startled exclamation came from the Xingming ahead. Su Chen's gaze remained calm, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. During the pre-race study of the track, he discovered that the angles of the three tight corners in the Urban Championship were not the same, but rather increasingly acute. This causes the difficulty for drivers to geometrically increase with each corner. Even if one uses the Scandinavian flick to navigate the first and second corners, they could still collide with the guardrail in the third corner due to inadequate technique or machine performance. This is also why he ultimately chose to play it safe. The most dangerous third right turn was looming ahead. Handbrake drift. Brake drift. All that was cast aside. The upcoming tight corner was a level 1 turn, and with the Xingming currently at around 180 km per hour and a cornering attribute in the 60s, slamming the brakes to initiate a tail drift would be tantamount to suicide. Fortunately, before entering the third corner, he had already positioned the Xingming close to the inner lane. At this moment, his operational space and margin for error were maximized. Under the current circumstances, only the trailing throttle technique can be employed, he murmured softly, using technical jargon that the Xingming might not fully understand. The trailing throttle technique. Only slightly controlling the rear swing and utilizing rear will slip to assist in steering. Compared to wild drifting, this technique is far more stable and controllable. In Su Chen's hands, the steering wheel no longer moved in sweeping arcs. Instead, it was as precise and graceful as a conductor's baton. A slight rear swing combined with precise throttle control kept the rear wheels on the edge of grip. These operations seemed complex and slow, but were actually completed in just a few seconds. As the front of the Xingming emerged from the corner, the body was already parallel to the straight sprint track. Everything was just right, perfectly within his grasp. Although he did not perfectly execute the Scandinavian flick, the precise, trailing throttle technique omitted the need for corrective maneuvers through the turn. This was the best handling method for the Xingming. After all, that 5-corner correction reduced effectiveness. Su Chen exhaled, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Perhaps this is the difference between a tuner and a racer. Those wild guys were crazier, driven by muscle memory and instinct. As a tuner, he had become accustomed to the precision and complexity of the work. He was more rational, preferring analysis and calculation, and was more concerned with protecting the car. Even though there was still quite a gap between his calculations and those of top drivers, he had already formed a rudimentary understanding. Full throttle exiting the turn. Roar. The engine let out a gradually rising roar as the Xingming burst out of the turn like a wild stallion. Oh, go, go, go. She was unclear about the technical prowess Su Chen had displayed through the trio of tight corners. All she knew was that driving with Su Chen felt comfortable and reassuring, completely unlike the unsettling sensation she felt with Wang Tingting. Click. The moment they passed the speed trap at the corner, an astonishing cornering speed was displayed on the electronic screen, 178 kilometers per hour. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. "Ladies and gentlemen, that was incredible. I can hardly believe it." Turkey Brother stuttered as he spoke. He had anticipated that Su Chen and the Xingming would slow down to navigate, considered the possibility of an accident, and even thought they might significantly decelerate to support a full pendulum drift. But he had never expected Su Chen to dismantle the three tight corners one by one. Each corner showcased a different technical maneuver. Moreover, all of them were executed with great proficiency. To be honest, I'm just a commentator for the Urban Championship. My professional skills are somewhat lacking. Just now, from the handling of the three corners by Su Chen and the Xingming, I could only discern that the first section was a classic pendulum drift. As for the second and third sections, I truly couldn't tell what kind of technique was employed. He humbly shook his head, then thrust the microphone toward the bearded old man with sunglasses beside him. "Now let's invite our 5-star track analyst, Mr. MacArthur, to explain it to us." MacArthur furrowed his brow and moved the microphone slightly away, clearing his throat. "If I am not mistaken, the second segment's driver should have employed the heel and toe technique in combination with a slow and fast out strategy. Slow and fast out refers to entering the turn at a lower speed to ensure car stability after the apex, gradually accelerating to exit the turn at a higher speed. This strategy requires precise control of the car's center of gravity and tire load at the apex. The third segment involved the trailing throttle technique, trail braking throttle control, which is one of the most advanced cornering techniques." At this point, MacArthur's expression had turned serious. This technique no longer relies on aggressive tail slides, but rather on precisely calculating the optimal braking point. The selection of the turning point is more precise, aiming for one-time perfection. This operation requires extremely high technical proficiency. Not only does it need to ensure that the rear wheels lose a bit of grip, but never completely lose control, but it also requires delicate throttle adjustment to control the degree of rear wheel slip. Seeing Turkey Brother's dazed expression, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. A host is just a host. Aside from shoving a microphone in his mouth, they know nothing else. In simpler terms, this is an advanced micro-operation technique, not any less difficult than the Scandinavian. Contestant 22 did not barbarically implement the Scandinavian flick through the three tight corners, a common viewpoint, in consecutive bends. Instead, he broke down the three corners to ensure stability and safety, while also maintaining cornering speed. He gazed at the white phantom that was streaking ahead on the screen, marveling. This is a contestant who possesses not only skill, but also intelligence. Which is more important, a flexible mind or technical skill? MacArthur pondered silently. When he was a child, racing technology had just erupted under the legacy of the Star God. At that time, technology was paramount. But now, after a century of development, technology has essentially reached saturation. Although new racing technologies are still being developed, they are merely slight modifications to the original racing techniques inherited from the Star God. At least that is how it appears to him. In such an era, a flexible mind holds more advantages than mere technical skill. In the audience, some remarked that the organizers were putting on a show, while others felt confused. After all, it was exceedingly rare to glide through the triple apex turn at such a silky smoothness, while maintaining a high speed of around 180 kilometers per hour. However, more spectators remembered the names Su Chen and Xingming, recognizing this underestimated pair of competitors. "That machine girl is called Xingming, right? Does anyone have her poster? Wow. She's a Cat Girl specialized model." Among the Cat Girl specialized machines, 99 out of 100 have poor performance. Su Chen must have struck gold. So envious. When Star God opens two windows, a door must close. Perhaps this machine girl is not only fiery but also aloof. A sour voice chimed in. Being aloof is one thing, but what if you encounter one of those 1 in 100,000 fake girl machine girls? TSK. The dark rats in the sewers really only know how to gossip behind people's backs. Queen's cold voice rang out. Unfortunately, Xingming is not only very gentle and sweet, but she also warms her pilot's bed every night. Are you envious? You should be envious. Someone like you, a stinky maggot, will never have a machine girl like that. Just stay in the sewers and continue licking filth. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was enough to resonate across a vast area of VIPC. The mocked pilot's face darkened as he stood up, pointing at Queen. "Who do you think you are? What we discuss is none of your business." Queen raised her chin slightly, a playful smile curling at her lips. It had been a long time since she had a satisfying retort. Her mouth had grown a bit lonely. However, Jessica had already anticipated this and swiftly stepped in front of Queen, presenting her credentials. "Sorry you have disrupted our machine girl. Please return to your seat immediately and remain silent." The pilot still wanted to say something, but upon seeing the work badge of Knight's voice, it was even an assistant badge, his face turned pale, and he sat back down, closing his mouth in silence. Indeed, there was a possibility of such a work badge being forged, but those sitting in the front of the VIP section could only genuinely be people from Knight's Voice. After all, those who could sit here wouldn't dare forge such credentials, otherwise it would bring trouble to their own club once discovered. Jessica, you shouldn't have stopped me, you were a bit in the way. Queen sat back down, still feeling somewhat aggrieved, but chose not to say more. Jessica chuckled awkwardly. By the way, Queen, how did you know Xing Ming is gentle and also warms the pilot's bed? You too. I guessed. Queen's face remained unfazed, but her fingers tightened a bit. She shot Jessica a blank look, her red lips moving slightly. Your questions are a bit excessive. Are you a primary school student? Jessica. Great, she shouldn't have provoked this lady. Puffing, our performance through the previous turn was quite good, completely exceeding our usual level. In the rest area before the gravel road track, Lin Haijun took another painkiller with his mineral water. He was currently experiencing nerve pain in his head, not due to external injury, and could only rely on painkillers for relief until he recuperated. If it weren't for the headache, he wouldn't have come to the rest area. After all, the city championship schedule wasn't long, and this rest area was usually just a decoration. Rarely did any competitors choose to take the 3-minute rest, as it greatly affected the state of the pilot and the machine girl. But he truly couldn't endure the pain any longer. Master, this is all the result of our hard training. Puffing stood behind Lin Haijun, smiling as he massaged his temples. What was our cornering speed just now? Lin Haijun closed his eyes, trying to relieve his tense nerves. Let me check. Puffing looked up at the electronic screen in the rest area where all the competitors who had passed the speed trap of the triple apex turn were displayed. Master, we achieved a cornering speed of 138 kilometers per hour, ranking first among all competitors. Lin Haijun smiled slightly at Pofeng's excited voice. This is the Scandinavian flick. Even if we only learned a little, it can greatly enhance our cornering speed. Remember last year when we went through this triple apex turn, our speed was only around 110. The rewards from our hard work are right before our eyes. Is there anything more wonderful than this? Puffing gazed at the electronic screen with delight. As the roar of engines and the snap of the speed trap echoed around them, a series of data refreshed on the screen, but none surpassed her and Lin Haijun's results. It seemed that this year she and Lin Haijun might really compete for the championship in the city championship. Until, boom, a roar significantly louder than the other engines sent chills down both of their spines. As the speed trap snapped, a new set of data flashed on the screen, and Pofeng's hand pressing Lin Haijun's temple applied sudden pressure. Lin Haijun shrieked as he toppled off the stool. Puffing, why did you suddenly use so much strength? He rubbed his head while getting up from the ground, only to see Puffing staring blankly at the screen. Following Pofeng's gaze, Lin Haijun inhaled sharply. Contestant 22, Su Chen Xing Ming. Average cornering speed 178 kilometers per hour. What the hell? Lin Haijun trembled, and the mineral water bottle in his hand fell to the ground. Dear viewers, this is the live broadcast of the City Championship. As I mentioned earlier, the Triple Apex turn at number 127 is undoubtedly a watershed for the technical level of the contestants. Contestant 21, Wang Tingting and Jin Shun collided with the guardrail due to misjudgments in their entry points and speed, and have now been towed away by the recovery team. Well, Wang Tingting is a rookie driver, and such a mistake is understandable. I hope she continues to work hard in the second half of the year. The big screen showed a close-up of Wang Tingting crashing into the guardrail. It was clear to see her banging her head against the steering wheel, while Jin Shun in front looked utterly despondent. Contestant 28, Wang Dong, seems to have had some dispute with Hellfire. They actually stopped to argue at the edge of the 127 turn. Is it a disagreement over cornering strategy? Regardless, this can easily lead to accidents, and the recovery team has already been dispatched. And as for contestant 41, it's such a pity. They had just passed the triple apex turn at number 127, using a standard pendulum drift. But due to poor correction after the turn and braking too hard, the vehicle has flipped over. Fortunately, no spectators outside were hit. Brother Turkey paused, raising a finger. Speaking of which, I have to insert an advertisement here. Watching the race has its risks. 1 million spectators insurance, keeping you safe. One person buys insurance, happiness for the whole family. Advertisement over. Let's continue with the race commentary. Here they come. Our professional drivers Yu Ming and Zhu Ying. A very beautiful pendulum drift, silky and perfect, but their cornering speed seems not very high. Brother Turkey turned to glance at the electronic screen behind him, his expression astonished. Yu Ming and Zhu Ying's cornering speed is 175 kilometers per hour. This speed is already very good. They have been performing steadily, making them strong contenders for the championship position. With great effort, Brother Turkey concluded, feeling it was absurd. He finally understood why he felt Zhu Ying's cornering speed was not fast enough. It was because there was someone faster ahead. But that was just a newcomer. Yu Ming and Jue Ying actually couldn't match the cornering speed of a newcomer. Moments later, another roar of an engine echoed. The turquoise car of Feng He reflected the gentle light of the sun as it sped by trailing white smoke. Here comes Su Chen, the professional driver from Binzhou City, along with his machine girl Feng He. A perfect pendulum drift again. Although the cornering speed was slightly slower than Jue Ying's, the rapid correction and explosive acceleration after the turn instantly erased that small difference. The results of both professional drivers are neck and neck. Let's have our high-speed drone get closer to film and see if we can capture the splendid technical moves of contestant Su Chen. How strange. Contestant Su Chen actually opened Feng He's anti-peeping membrane. How can we still hear the slap sound? Is it an illusion? Brother Turkey looked bewildered. Su Chen and Feng He's logistics team were also baffled. Who opens the anti-peeping membrane during a rally race? However, there were no explicit regulations against it, and this was the young master and Feng He's freedom. They couldn't interfere. Slap. Inside Feng He's cockpit, Su Chi's face was flushed, one hand tightly gripping the steering wheel, while the other hand, despite its embarrassment, swung the whip forcefully. In his eyes, there was only a thirst for victory. Feng He, keep accelerating. Don't lose to that fish fry dog. Okay, little Che is truly mighty. After a brief sprint on the track, Su Chen drove Xing Ming onto the gravel road section. Moss, this road is really hard to drive on, but it's going to get bumpy. Xing Ming pouted, her soft cat ears drooping, clearly unhappy. Not only was Xing Ming uncomfortable, but so was Su Chen. This gravel road and the broken asphalt were truly as bad as advertised, even worse than rural roads. In his past life, a racing car like Xing Ming's would never have been able to drive on such a road segment. Only the Machine Girl's chassis could automatically adjust to a suitable height, otherwise the chassis would have been damaged long ago. Just hold on, it's only 50 kilometers, we'll get through it soon. Moss, don't worry, Xing Ming. Encouraged by her pilot, Xing Ming's mood visibly improved. Despite her discomfort, she bit her lip and remained silent. Good girl. Su Chen reached out to comfort Xing Ming, hoping to alleviate her sore backside. Looking at the increasingly damaged track, his brows furrowed. What he was most worried about now was not the final result. Rather, it was the wear and tear the gravel road and broken asphalt would inflict on the tires. Who would have thought that the city championship would suddenly change rules, adding gravel roads randomly and extending the length? The last city championship only had about 12 kilometers of gravel roads. Even though he had already replaced the tires on Xing Ming, there was still a 20% where that had yet to be resolved. Could Xing Ming and he really make it to the finish line smoothly? Xing Ming, shall we go back to the pit stop to change tires? In Su Chen's impression, such large-scale competitions often allow for tire changes midway, although the rules of the Binzhou City Championship did not specify such a provision. However, the time spent changing tires would also be counted in the final results. But compared to the results, he was more concerned about Xing Ming's safety. The championship is held every 6 months. If this time the results are not ideal, he could just endure another half year of shameless modifications. At that time, neither Xing Ming nor he knew how strong they would become. Masta. Xing Ming slightly tilted her head, her cute hair bouncing up, but in the city championship tire changes are not allowed. Only races over 500 kilometers have repair stations for tire changes, and even if there were repair stations, going back now would waste a lot of time. Don't worry, I'm fine, just a bit, sir, a little rub will do, meow. Su Chen squinted his eyes. All right then, I won't be polite. In the rearview mirror, Xing Ming's cute face turned red as she softly said, what I mean is, after the race, I will rub it myself. What's the difference between you rubbing it and me rubbing it? Su Chen said dismissively with a stern demeanor sticking to his ways. Pervert. Most a big pervert. Despite Xing Ming's strong protest, she could only protest a little. The cockpit's position was completely fixed. She could do nothing at all. At most, she could use her tail to flick Su Chen's face. But they were racing now, so no jokes could be made. But to be fair, although Mosta didn't seem proper, the massage effect was indeed quite good. Reluctantly accepting it. We are about to enter the gravel road section. In the cockpit, Zhu Ying looked at the dilapidated track ahead with a grim expression. In recent years, this racing organization has been getting more and more insane. 2 years ago, they added gravel roads that 12 kilometers was still bearable. Good heavens, this year not only is the position random, but they've also increased the length to 50 kilometers. What is wrong with them? She complained incessantly. Every time she finished running such gravel roads, her butt and feet would hurt for a while. If she completes this 50 kilometers today without maintenance, she would probably be lying in bed for a week. Yu Ming hesitated, then said, actually, I can help you rub your legs, but to relieve the... Although it's inconvenient to rub your legs now, but... What do you want to do? Zhu Ying exchanged cold glances with Yu Ming through the rearview mirror. You want to take advantage of me, right? Yu Ming flashed a charming smile. Come on, am I that kind of person? Last night you were not honest while sleeping, and did you think I didn't know? Zhu Ying sneered, leaving Yu Ming speechless with a single remark. She continued, If we lose this race to that big, but Feng He. Haha, starting today, I will sleep in the bedroom, and you will sleep on the sofa. No, don't. It'll be cold alone at night. If you keep talking nonsense, you can sleep at the door. Entering the gravel road segment. Su Chen silently lowered the whip he had been swinging. All along his face flushed beads of sweat on his forehead. Xiao Chesh, you've worked hard. In the rearview mirror Feng, he squinted lazily, looking more like she had just drunk and was tipsy rather than. However, she still accurately handed a pack of wet wipes from the storage box to Su Chen. Wipe off your sweat, Xiao Che. Don't let it get in your eyes. Can you not call me Xiao Che? Su Chi's mouth twitched slightly as he took the wet wipes to wipe his sweat. Just entering the gravel road segment was a straight track. This section of the track could temporarily be driven by the Mecha Girl herself. It wasn't a big deal for him to wipe some sweat and adjust his helmet. Feng He pouted, laughing behind her hand. But master, you are little everywhere, but compared to before you have become much more manly. I look forward to your growth. This was supposed to be encouraging, but upon hearing it, Su Chi's face turned even redder. Once we enter the gravel road section, we don't need to urge anymore, right? He quickly changed the subject. Yes, amidst the crackling sounds of bumps, Feng He's gentle voice revealed clear enjoyment. Master knows I love this kind of broken road the most. The more broken, the more exciting it is to run, and the speed will naturally be faster. As soon as her words fell, the speed of Feng He, who was already established on the gravel road, began to climb again. This road, which was painfully torturous for all Mecha Girls, seemed to be a reward for Feng He. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. No need to continue urging, which was good. It was too torturous. He finally had a chance to catch his breath. Dear viewers, the race has passed 2/3 and most contestants have entered the gravel road segment. It's clear that this year's league committee has extended the gravel road in the city championship, which is a severe test for all contestants. Turkey Brother passed the microphone to MacArthur, and Old Mac continued. The gravel road tests not only the performance of the Mecha Girls, but also the skills of the drivers. The loose surface causes the tire grip to fluctuate continuously, making it difficult for the driver to accurately perceive the vehicle's condition and requiring quicker reactions and more precise throttle and steering adjustments. And before he could finish speaking, the microphone was snatched back by Turkey Brother, immediately followed by a burst of frenzied shouting. Dear viewers, there's a change in the situation. With all contestants slowing down by 20 to 30, on the gravel road, one contestant's speed remained relatively unchanged. That is our Binzhou Xingguan Club's T3 ace, Su Chen, and his Mecha Girl Feng He. This is incredible. Could it be that Su Chi's Mecha Girl Feng He does not feel uncomfortable on the gravel road? If that's the case, then the 50 kilometers of gravel track would be a personal show for Su Chen and Feng He. They could completely overtake the slightly leading professional pair, Yu Ming and Zhu Ying, within these 50 kilometers. As Turkey Brother's voice fell, the audience began to cheer enthusiastically. Clearly, even as the ace of the T3 team, Su Chen and Feng He were very popular in their home ground of Binzhou. Especially Su Chi's delicate and weak appearance combined with his arrogant and aloof poker face was a physiological knockout for certain female fans. Minggu, that guy Su Chen is catching up so fast. What a... Hearing the voice in the intercom, Yu Ming's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly asked, how much am I leading him by now? 6 seconds. No, just 5 seconds ahead. He's closing in fast. Damn. Is this for real? Yu Ming felt darkness before his eyes, perplexed. There is no doubt that in this match his biggest opponent is Su Chen. He understood that this 50 kilometers of gravel road was also an opportunity to widen the gap. But instead of widening the gap, he was caught up by Su Chen. What was going on with Su Chen and Feng He? He subconsciously glanced at Zhu Ying. He saw that Zhu Ying's racing suit was already soaked with sweat, the fabric clinging closely to her skin, outlining her graceful curves even more. But he had no mood to admire this picturesque scene. He only felt heartache. Because Zhu Ying did not like this kind of track, she must be having a hard time. She was also trying her best to prevent her performance from being affected by the demanding track and her physical discomfort. This was already her limit. Since the moment he contracted with Zhu Ying, he knew she was a Mecha Girl with a resilient personality. Not afraid of hardship, not afraid of fatigue, she wouldn't complain even on this gravel track. At most, she would grumble a couple of times. But what on earth were Su Chen and Feng He doing? The more uncomfortable it was, the faster they ran. Were they masochists? Master, step on the gas. Suddenly, Zhu Ying in front let out a low growl. What a... Yu Ming was taken aback. I said. Zhu Ying enunciated each word through gritted teeth. Step on the gas. Accelerate. But you. Stop being so wishy-washy. Zhu Ying's voice was hoarse. If Feng He can do it, I can do it too. I am not inferior to any Mecha Girl. Yu Ming looked at Zhu Ying's frail yet determined back, took a deep breath, and his gaze towards the track became equally resolute. I understand now. He gradually pressed harder on the accelerator, afraid that the suddenly increasing speed would cause Zhu Ying even more pain. The glory of the track is not only the driver's glory, but also the glory of the Mecha Girl. And as a qualified driver, it's important to empathize with your Mecha Girl, but more importantly to respect and support her. The gravel road and broken asphalt road sections were like a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Those with high-stability, lightweight, or sturdier Mecha Girls would fare slightly better on such tracks. But most Mecha Girls did not possess these special qualifications. They could only struggle forward on this track, gritting their teeth to endure. Xingming was no exception. She liked to talk to Su Chen while driving. Because when she was with Wang Tingting before, Wang Tingting always told her to shut up and not to say anything except for reporting the route, especially forbidding her from meowing. Without mutual encouragement and the jokes that enlivened the atmosphere, it felt like being a cold tool and machine. After being with Su Chen, she gradually regained her lively demeanor, since Su Chen never minded her talking. However, since entering the gravel road section, Xingming had not spoken for a long time, as sometimes, when encountering larger bumps, her shoulders would shiver. Su Chen looked at the girl's slender shoulders filled with worry. Xingming, how's the tire wear now? Masta. Xingming lowered her head, her voice trembling. The tire wear is currently at 20%. 20. Just 20%. 20%. Su Chen was taken aback. This tire wear was already quite high. Before entering the gravel road, the tire wear was less than 10. However, there were still 10 kilometers to go, and at the current tire wear, it should be fine to last until the end of the gravel road. After that, just slightly control the speed and cornering to avoid some overly tire-burning maneuvers. It should not be a big problem to hold on until the finish line. However, Su Chen did not know. Xingming had lied. Only she knows the wear of the tires. It is not 20%, but 25%. Generally, when tire wear reaches 30%, there is only a thin layer left. At this point, it is necessary to replace the tires. When it reaches 40%, the tires are reduced to just a layer of skin, and the rims begin to suffer damage. When wear reaches 50%, it means the tire lips have completely worn away, leaving only the rims in direct contact with the ground. Subsequent tire wear is entirely based on the wear of the rims. It is akin to a person running barefoot on the ground, and it is definitely at a speed that could cause severe injuries. Xingming knows how much Su Chen cares for her. During the underground race in the city, Su Chen had thoughts of pulling over and abandoning the race. If she were to tell Su Chen the true extent of the tire wear now, he would definitely not let her continue. Master, I'm sorry. Xingming gazed at the racetrack, biting her lip, filled with remorse. Xingming didn't mean to deceive you. Xingming will take good care of you. She understands her condition better than anyone and knows exactly when problems will arise, and when they do, she will never let Su Chen fall into danger. Leaving the last bend of the gravel road racetrack, Su Chen did not use any handbrake or brake drifting. Instead, he utilized the basic Scandinavian drift at a medium speed, gently turning towards the outside of the bend. Briefly releasing the throttle, he used Xingming's weight shifting forward to increase front tire grip. This way, there was no need to brake, avoiding additional wear from tire lockup. Xingming, the last bend after that, the track will be simple and the finish line is very close. Su Chen encouraged Xingming while smoothly turning the steering wheel towards the inside of the bend. Xingming's car body shifted weight sideways while guiding the rear of the car to slide. This gentle drift hardly kicked up tire smoke on the track, yet the speed did not slow down. Of course, the difficulty of this bend also played a role in that. As they approached the bend's exit, Su Chen immediately straightened up and Xingming's 4 tires gradually regained grip, successfully leaving the gravel segment smoothly. Entering the regular racing segment, Xingming visibly relaxed. Su Chen noticed that her racing suit was completely soaked with droplets of water flowing down her elbows and thighs. Machine girls do not sweat. They simply have the characteristic of expelling vapor like normal racers. The scent of this vapor is partially related to the nutrient liquid that machine girls consume. For instance, the scent Su Chen smelled now was a blend of plum and lemon mixed with the inherent caramel aroma of Xingming. Since the form of vapor expulsion during the race is very similar to human sweating, it has gradually been widely regarded as the sweating form of machine girls. Finally, out of that devilish track, Xingming moved her stiff body, raising her pale face, smiled sweetly at Su Chen in the rearview mirror, and then shook her ears in distress. I'm soaked, my fur is wet and sticky, it feels terrible. Master, when we get back, I want a thorough wash. No problem. I'll take you to a professional maintenance shop. Su Chen readily agreed. Throughout the race, Xingming was undoubtedly the most exhausted. As the driver, though tired, it was primarily mental fatigue. A professional maintenance shop, huh? A glimmer of longing flashed in Xingming's blue eyes, but won't it be too expensive? Having existed for so long, she had never been to a professional maintenance shop. Wang Tingting didn't take her saying that a maintenance session would cost 3,000 to 4,000. She said that a machine girl like her could recover slowly on her own, especially since she rarely participated in races. I'm a modifier, Su Chen said with annoyance, pinching Xingming's rear. I'm not short on money. Su Chen was also a big liar. Though he lacked money, he would definitely find a way to ensure Xingming had a comfortable post-race recovery. After leaving the gravel track, the remaining track posed no significant difficulty. The atmosphere in the cockpit clearly became much livelier. Xingming reported the route notes with a lighter tone. 8 kilometers to the finish line. Su Chen glanced at the fleeting road sign and asked again, Xingming, what is the current tire wear level? Meow, let me check. Xingming closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them, there was evident panic in her gaze. She wasn't good at hiding her emotions, only able to lower her head and say sheepishly, the tire wear is still okay, only 25. I feel like reaching the finish line is not a problem. 25%. That's quite risky. Su Chen took a deep breath, leaning back in his seat. Fortunately, he had equipped Xingming with a set of durable tires, reducing the original 40 wear to 20. Otherwise, they would definitely be in trouble now. 2 kilometers to the finish. Suddenly, Xingming let out a low grunt. Su Chen was startled, but not far ahead was an uphill jump, and at this moment Xingming's steady voice rang out. Master, 200 meters ahead, a jump, pay attention to the landing slope, take the right turn at level 3, anticipate the apex, and pass smoothly at medium speed. Su Chen had no time to think further, leaning slightly forward, adjusting his hands on the steering wheel to the standard 9 and 3 positions. 100 meters. Su Chen saw a signal light flashing to the right after the slope. It was likely that a competitor had an accident there and hadn't removed the car. He immediately veered towards the left lane. The car's speed stabilized around 200 kilometers. 50 meters ahead, he took a deep breath, slightly lifting the throttle to shift the weight of the car forward. 3, 2, 1. He silently counted the rhythm as the rising slope loomed ahead. Su Chen ensured the wheels were aligned, and Xingming surged up the slope. As the car's front touched the edge of the slope, Su Chen made one last adjustment to the throttle. The world fell silent for a moment, and Xingming's car soared into the air. The familiar sensation of weightlessness hit as Su Chen saw a machine girl upside down by the right guardrail after the slope, with a group of support machine girls pulling her off the track. Master, the attitude is skewed to the right. Xingming suddenly called out. Before her words fell, Su Chen had already preemptively turned left by 5 degrees with his left hand while slightly adjusting the throttle. The floating car body immediately adjusted its posture. This scene filled Xingming's eyes with awe. In fact, Su Chen didn't need her to remind him at all. Every second in the air felt elongated. Su Chen focused on the landing area, slightly increasing the throttle to maintain an ideal angle for the car's front. At the same time, he adjusted his body muscles, tensing, ready to absorb the impact. His left foot hovered over the brake, while his right foot prepared to control the throttle. Bang! The 4 tires almost simultaneously touched the ground, accompanied by the dull compression sound of the suspension. There was not much impact felt. This is the difference between machine girls and ordinary racing cars. It can be said that in terms of driving experience, no real vehicle can compare to a machine girl. Master, steady landing. Xingming's voice trembled like a brave child getting a shot, clearly in pain, yet gritting her teeth to endure. Su Chen's attention was focused on the track, and he did not notice. Ahead was a sharp right turn. He regained control of the throttle with his right foot, and the car's speed quickly picked up, using the same basic Scandinavian drift. This was also the last bend of this city championship. However, just as Xingming exited the bend, suddenly a sharp pop sound came from the right rear, and Xingming's car body noticeably sank. The entire vehicle began to uncontrollably shift to the right. Su Chen's scalp tingled as he instantly realized what had happened. A tire burst. Xingming had a flat tire. The steering wheel vibrated violently, as if it suddenly had a mind of its own, constantly trying to break free from his control. Every tiny bump in the road was magnified infinitely, transmitted to his palms. The damaged tire emitted a sharp thud-thud sound. The sound of the metal rim grinding against the ground was like fingernails scraping a chalkboard. Xingming, are you? Su Chen immediately released the throttle to decelerate, looking up at the rearview mirror, only to find Xingming's face, pale beads of sweat the size of beans on her forehead, clearly in so much pain she could not speak, only gritting her teeth and letting out weak grunts. Feeling the speed of the car decreasing, Xingming grasped Su Chen's arm with determination flashing in her eyes. Master, don't mind me. Keep pushing, we're almost at the finish line. In the final straight sprint, she gritted her teeth to hold on. Su Chen ignored Xingming's words. But in the next second, Xingming's 4 wheels spun wildly, and the car's speed suddenly surged. You. Su Chen looked at Xingming in astonishment. He wasn't pressing the throttle, yet Xingming was driving herself. In the last century, machine girls needed to learn technical maneuvers, essentially acting as nanny cars, freeing the driver's hands. But after the technological revolution and explosion of the current century, machine girls no longer needed to learn anything. The remaining straight track required no technical maneuvers, posing almost no safety hazards. They could simply accelerate and dash. Xingming gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. A single flat tire made her car extremely difficult to control. She was too foolish, having never learned anything. She could only push forward with determination. She didn't know how to control her car smoothly like Su Chen. Instead, she simply twisted the left rear tire with all her strength. A louder bang came from the left rear. Su Chen instantly felt the entire rear of the car lose support, plunging down sharply. The left rear tire burst, as well, which was already on the verge of blowing out as Xingming had intentionally caused the flat. With two rear tires blown, although the car body remained unstable, it was within Xingming's control. Screech. The two metal rims screeched against the ground, producing a piercing sound and sparks. The car body vibrated violently, as if it could disintegrate at any moment. Su Chen felt his heart clench at the sound. For machine girls, what is the difference between a rim and a bone? Xingming was essentially scraping her bones against the track. How painful could that be? The paleness of her lips and the sweat on her forehead revealed much. Stop! Su Chen slammed on the brakes, shouting. But Xingming continued relentlessly, gritting her teeth and speeding forward. Why? Looking at the ever-approaching finish line, there was no joy on Su Chen's face. Because the girl ahead wore a forced smile. Masta deserves it. Masta has always taken care of me. So I don't want Masta to have any regrets. I want Masta to know, to let everyone know that Masta's choice was not wrong. I am not inferior to any machine, Xingming almost shouted. In her faintly crying tone was an unprecedented determination. That obsession and resolve burned like a fierce flame. It seemed that even the pain of being smashed to pieces could be burned away. 100 meters to the finish line. The two rear rims nearly ground down to half. Masta, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, meow. Xingming murmured in a daze. Her voice was almost inaudible. She was in so much pain that she gasped while speaking, trembling. Yet she still remembered to comfort Su Chen, persisting forward with her last will. Xingming is being willful just this once. She smiled, assuring Su Chen, saying in a spoiled tone, I just want you to win. In the driver's seat, Su Chen stared blankly at the unconscious Xingming. Coming to this world, whether it was with the technology of the chief modifier from his past life or the various awakened talents, all of this spiritedness and pride was torn apart in an instant by the girl's pale face and bloodless lips. He hated himself for not being fully prepared. At the finish line of the Binzhou City Championship, under the astonished gazes of all spectators, in the stunned silence of Turkey Brother and Old Mai, Xingming crossed the finish line. Time rewinds to 5 minutes ago. Su Chen and Xingming's jumps are very stable. Their takeoff and landing postures have reached a perfect level. It's hard to imagine that such a well-rounded competitor is just a newcomer. Seeing Xingming's jump, Brother Turkey once again exclaimed in awe. Bang! Xingming landed, straightening the car's body and smoothly accelerated. However, analyst MacArthur frowned. I think I just heard an abnormal friction sound. Host, did you hear that? Off. Brother Turkey was taken aback. No, I didn't. MacArthur still felt something was off. He had been a racing analyst for over 60 years. His sensitivity to the sounds of racing machinery surpassed that of many top drivers in large clubs. He was certain that fleeting sound was unusual. Please keep the camera on this pair of competitors, he requested of Brother Turkey. Brother Turkey had no objections. After all, the two professional racers were still on the gravel section, which was not very visually appealing. Su Chen and Xingming were also seed contenders for the championship. It was completely fine to give them more camera time. Next, the footage showed no apparent issues with Su Chen and Xingming, though Su Chen's handling of the turns was noticeably more conservative. Until the last jump before the finish line. With equally skilled vehicle control, MacArthur frowned again at them. This time he confirmed that the abnormal sound indeed existed. He was not mistaken. After landing, Xingming swung into a sharp right turn. At that moment, there was a loud bang. Everyone heard it. Brother Turkey's hand holding a water bottle paused, and MacArthur's breath hitched. In the audience, Queen suddenly stood up. At that moment, all the spectators' eyes were fixed on Xingming. They watched as Xingming's car sank to the right, helplessly swaying on the track, the rims sparking against the ground, followed by a left tire blowout, both rims sinking down and coming into contact with the track, the screeching metal against the ground piercing the ears. A blowout, an unexpected incident that is not so common in races, but not entirely rare either. It generally occurs when a driver's skills are insufficient, causing excessive tire wear due to unpracticed maneuvers. There are also situations where the road conditions are too poor and the tires equipped on the Machine Girl cannot adapt to the track, or encountering sharp objects on the track that directly puncture the tires. The third situation is relatively rare because before the race, a professional logistics Machine Girl checks the entire track. Of course, it is impossible to completely avoid issues. For example, falling rocks at the mountaintop, creating sharp protrusions on the track. Such situations can definitely happen. Undoubtedly, Xingming's current situation falls under poor road conditions leading to a tire blowout. For a Machine Girl with a blowout, the normal course of action is for the driver to slow down gradually, allowing the Machine Girl to park safely in a designated area and wait for a tow. If they break suddenly, it not only risks the machine girl's control, leading to potentially more dangerous situations, but also causes greater damage to the rims. What a pity. Brother Turkey sighed and shook his head. The track for this Binzhou City Championship is indeed peculiar. It is a new track rule arbitrated by the Xinguang Club. Although it added over 30 kilometers of gravel road, it correspondingly reduced 3 consecutive hairpin turns, so the difficulty is actually comparable to other city championships. It's just a bit challenging for the drivers. MacArthur looked at Xingming, who was gradually slowing down, and sighed regretfully. In the first moment of the blowout, Su Chen did not make a sudden break, indicating that he is either experienced or has a calm demeanor in crisis. This pair of competitors could have been strong contenders for the championship in this tournament. It's really a pity. The dust seemed to settle, and even many spectators felt regret. In a city championship dominated by professional drivers, Su Chen and Xingming were undoubtedly a more dazzling meteor. With their stable control and skilled cornering techniques, they gained quite a following among the audience. However, just as Brother Turkey and MacArthur expressed their regrets, a roar erupted. The engine's scream suddenly exploded. As if refusing to yield, the gradually slowing Xingming suddenly accelerated again, racing down the track, dragging 2 rims. What is happening? Are they continuing the race? Brother Turkey was dumbfounded, staring at the screen and stuttering. The rims are scraping against the track. This must be painful for the machine girl, right? Is Su Chen forcing her to keep going? It's possible. MacArthur's expression darkened. We're not far from the finish line, and Su Chen might not want to give up, so he is forcing her to drive. Brother Turkey immediately ordered, "Quick, have the high-speed drone catch up to see." In the audience, Jessica and Queen's expressions were also grim. This is outrageous. How can one abuse their own machine girl like this? It's just a city championship. Ooh, she can participate again in 6 months, right? Is it worth it? Jessica crossed her arms, trembling with anger. She is also a driver. Although she rarely participates in races, she takes great care of her own machine girl, never missing a monthly maintenance. She could not bear to see Xingming, who had already suffered a blowout, being forced to continue racing. While the damaged rims could be repaired, it was akin to bones scraping against the ground. Such painful memories could never be repaired. Once experienced, the machine girl would remember it for a lifetime. Queen clenched her fists as she watched Xingming racing down the track. She had a different view from Jessica. Su Chen is not that kind of person. She murmured softly, her voice barely audible to herself. This race should be a victory that Xingming desires. This race is her gift to her driver, a medal she earned by getting back up after falling. Jessica had not spent time with Su Chen and Xingming, but she had. She knew the story behind Xingming. She understood the perseverance that Xingming possessed. Thus, she did not immediately question Su Chen and Xingming's decision, but turned to Jessica, "Call my medical team and logistics team, and have them wait at the finish line." Oh. Jessica's mouth fell open in surprise. "Within 3 minutes. Queen said calmly. "I want to see them reach the finish line within 3 minutes, and see them provide the best care for Su Chen and Xingming. If they can do that, I will cooperate with your subsequent modification work, signing a waiver agreement with no further objections." Is there such a good deal? After a brief surprise, Jessica immediately jogged to make a call. She didn't want to care about the relationship between Queen and the pair of competitors. After all, she was doing all this to ensure Queen cooperated with the modifications. After all, the machine protection regulations state that machine girls cannot be forced. However, there are always ways around policies. The regulations are regulations, and there are still many loopholes to exploit. For example, the waiver agreement. The high-speed drone struggled to keep up with the speeding Xingming. Despite the 2 rear wheels frantically skidding on the track, Xingming's speed remained around 170 to 180 kilometers per hour. The electronic screen in front of the audience displayed the situation inside the cockpit of Xingming. Su Chen's pale face was seen saying something, clearly exerting all his strength to try to bring Xingming to a stop. But Xingming just gritted her teeth and charged forward. Even when Su Chen's hands left the steering wheel and his foot left the accelerator, Xingming is operating in autopilot. Brother Turkey was stunned. He had just been ready to vehemently criticize Su Chen. It turned out that it was not Su Chen who wouldn't stop, but rather the machine girl did not want to stop. This machine girl. Such strong willpower. MacArthur's eyes widened, holding his breath, his voice trembling slightly. "Do you know? After a machine girl blows a tire, it's like a human leg bone skidding across the ground at high speed. Most machine girls would faint in pain immediately after blowing a tire. But she actually endured the excruciating pain and continued racing." The audience stared in shock at Xingming. From the drone's perspective, the girl arched her back in pain, her legs spasming unnaturally, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet despite the pain, she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Until the moment she fainted from the pain, everyone stared at the big screen, feeling as if something was blocking their hearts. The audience, which should have been in an uproar, was now silent as a needle could be heard dropping. On the track, Xingming crossed the finish line. After Xingming fainted, Su Chen immediately slowed down and braked. After all, he shared a bond with Xingming, having only 40 control over the vehicle. Only now could he brake and slowly drive Xingming into the safe zone. But before he could come to a complete stop, the already exhausted Xingming, due to continuous damage, automatically, Su Chen scooped up the girl drenched in sweat, instinctively looking at her bare feet, which were now covered in wounds, the previously fair and lovely soles now cracked, as if burned by fierce flames. The cracks spread from her soles up her calves, resembling half-shattered porcelain, as if a gentle touch would turn it to a pile of shards. Su Chen's nose tinged with sadness as he held Xingming's small body and dashed off the track. "Doctor," he shouted, his voice tearing through the air. "Where is the medical team? What about the logistics? Help her." His hoarse shouts echoed throughout the finish line, resonating in front of the platform that symbolized honor. "The logistics and medical teams are still on the track." A staff member saw Su Chen running around with Xingming and quickly responded, "We currently lack personnel. Please wait a moment." "Why is there a lack of personnel?" Su Chen glared angrily. "My machine girl is injured and can't get treatment from the rescue team. Is this how you hold a competition? Because it's not just your machine girl who blew a tire." A driver who had finished early chuckled bitterly. "This track is too brutal. Right now 2 machine girls have blown tires at the gravel road exit and the medical team is over there." "Damn." Su Chen cursed and ran out of the competition area, holding Xingming. There was no medical team here, so he planned to take Xingming to the treatment center outside the venue. A quick taxi ride would be faster than waiting here. Just then, with the rapid approach of helicopter blades, a helicopter appeared above Su Chen. 2 treatment-type machine girls in white coats adorned with a crescent moon badge descended from the rope. One of them waved to Su Chen. "Mr. Su Chen, please come this way." Su Chen didn't have time to ponder where these 2 treatment-type machine girls came from. He thanked them while handing Xingming over. After boarding the helicopter, Xingming was taken to the rear cabin for initial wound treatment. Su Chen then noticed Queen and a short-haired woman who clearly looked like an assistant. "Queen, what's going on?" "This is the medical team of the Voice of the Night kid." Jessica assessed Su Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Is this kid who usually has a stony face actually captivating the notoriously indifferent Queen? Besides being somewhat handsome, there's nothing particularly special about him. Machine girls don't judge by looks. Speaking of skills, he's decent. But it also depends on who he's compared to. He's still quite far from the lady. Jessica frowned, feeling increasingly dissatisfied. Unfortunately, she couldn't find a reason to express her frustration. After all, during the race earlier, Su Chen wasn't forcing Xingming. It was Xingming who insisted on finishing the race. Moreover, after Xingming blew a tire, Su Chen's handling was already on par with professional drivers. Ignoring Jessica, Su Chen turned to Queen with a questioning look. Queen nodded at Su Chen. "This is my medical team. Rest assured, Xingming's condition isn't serious. It won't affect future races." "That's not what I'm concerned about." Su Chen glanced at the tightly closed medical cabin door of the helicopter, biting his lip anxiously. "I want to know if it will affect her body and if there will be any after effects." Hearing this, Queen's cold expression softened significantly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her lips. "There won't be any after effects, especially for such a brave machine girl like Xingming. A little pain is nothing to her." That's good, that's good." Su Chen sighed in relief, his previously tense body slumping onto the seat as if a string had snapped. Only then did he feel the soreness in his back and waist. The bumpy ride was hard on him too. "Thank you so much," he sincerely said. "If it weren't for your medical team arriving in time, I would have had to take Xingming to a hospital outside the venue, which would have taken a lot of time." "Well, you should thank me." Queen leisurely adjusted the folds of her skirt, smiling sweetly. "After all, fixing Xingming's condition will cost a lot of money. If I remember correctly, it seems you don't have any money, do you?" Su Chen gave an embarrassed smile. He really was out of money. "I will find a way to pay you back. Please make sure to help Xingming recover. Money means nothing to me." Queen snorted lightly, glancing at Jessica beside her, then leaned closer to Su Chen, whispering in a voice only they could hear. "You and Xingming can continue living at my place. I'll cook, she can do the dishes, and you'll take care of McFlurry's poop. 3 months. And 1 month will do. That way you can consider it paying me back." Su Chen understood this was Queen's goodwill. He didn't refuse or get overly sentimental, nodding. "No problem." Hee. Queen smiled with satisfaction. The smile vanished as she turned around. When facing Jessica, her expression turned back into that indifferent face. Jessica perked up her ears, but still couldn't catch what Queen and Su Chen were secretly discussing. Curiously glancing at Su Chen and thinking about Queen's temperament, she ultimately decided to keep her mouth shut, turning a blind eye. Meanwhile, the city championship continued. They had just left the gravel road segment. Chasing Shadow, who had been silent, suddenly darkened her expression. "Master, we might be in big trouble." Her usually calm voice now carried a noticeable hint of panic. "The wear on my tires has already reached 20. This gravel road is truly disgusting." Yu Ming's expression darkened. It's the first time he encountered a situation where tire wear exceeded 20 before finishing such a race. After all, it was just a 250-kilometer city championship. He had equipped Zhu Ying with standard performance tires instead of durable ones. At the start of the race, the host mentioned that the originally 10-kilometer gravel section was extended to 50 kilometers. By that time, there was no time to change to durable tires. Let's slow down to preserve the tires, Yu Ming said helplessly. 20 already poses a risk of a blowout. But Zhu Ying clenched her teeth in reluctance. Don't worry, slowing down won't have too much impact on our performance. Yu Ming smiled to reassure her. This 50 kilometers of gravel road treats everyone the same, whether it's Su Chen or that little brat Su Chen. Their Machine Girls tire wear won't be any less. I don't believe they would risk a blowout for the sake of performance, and the Machine Girls themselves know how painful it is to have a blowout scraping against the rims. Zhu Ying pondered Yu Ming's words and found no flaws in them. It's like a sudden increase in difficulty during an exam. It affects all candidates equally. Everyone feels frustrated and the results are poor, but the top few in the class remain unchanged. But what if there really is a stubborn driver and Machine Girl? Yu Ming shook his head and scoffed. If there really is a driver forcing the Machine Girl to continue racing despite a blowout, just wait for the arbitration from the Machine Protection Association. The minimum penalty is a 3-year ban, forced contract termination, and a fine. As for the Machine Girl, he paused, unable to think of a matching situation. Which fool would be that foolish? It's just a city championship. Is it worth ruining her life over? Such races can be participated in twice a year. Well, that's true. Zhu Ying also couldn't imagine such a scenario. If it were a national competition, perhaps a Machine Girl would risk everything for victory and honor. But it's just a city championship. There's really no need to go all out. With that thought, she felt at ease and lowered her speed a bit under Yu Ming's control. After all, the finish line wasn't far away. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Feng, he had also left the gravel section. Compared to the other Machine Girls who were crying and complaining on the gravel road, Feng, he appeared very calm. In fact, she even felt a bit reluctant to leave. This was thanks to her excellent stability and the heavy durable. Of course, it also had a lot to do with her preferences, as this hobby allowed her to exit the gravel section faster, thus reducing tire wear from another perspective. Fortunately, I took the advice of the modification team yesterday and changed to durable tires for you. Su Chen sighed in relief as he looked at the gravel road disappearing in the rearview mirror. It's too absurd, 50 kilometers of a terrible road. Which idiot designed this? Just hang in there, master. We're almost at the finish line. Compared to when she was being pushed before Feng, he had now returned to her usual gentle demeanor, but she still teased Su Chen. Your bottom won't hurt for long. When we get back, it'll give master a nice massage. No thanks, Su Chen said, blushing as he touched his nose. He had a very strange feeling, as if today's racetrack was specially designed for him and Feng he wasn't good at continuous curves, and this time the hairpin turns were much fewer. Yet there were a full 50 kilometers of the special terrain she excelled at. Before he could think much further, they quickly approached the first jump after the gravel road. Master 150 meters ahead, jump, remember to lift off the throttle. In the blink of an eye, 150 meters passed. Su Chen executed a standard jump, adjusting Feng's body for landing. However, after landing, he frowned and muttered, something feels off today. I'm nowhere near as agile as before. The tires are too heavy. Feng's expression also seemed off. Master, did the modification team really give us the 3-type durable tires yesterday? The sensation I got during takeoff felt more like the 2-type durable tires weighing 20 kilograms. Among the standard durable tires of the Xingguan Club, the 2-type is 3 kilograms heavier than the 3-type and has about 20 more durability. But I distinctly remember the label on the tires was 3-type when they were changed. Feng, here, you sure the weight is off? I didn't notice it while running normally. Feng, he said softly, but the moment of the jump felt very obvious. It's definitely not 3-type durable tires, they're heavier. Damn it. Su Chen's expression darkened, almost certain that the modification team had mixed up the tires. He should have thoroughly checked before the race instead of completely relying on the modification team's inspection. Master, it's not a big problem. Feng, he continued to comfort Su Chen. The extra unsprung weight will make my car's response slower, and we'll need to adjust for the jump since we're not used to the weight. I know. Su Chen nodded. Just as he finished speaking, a more challenging jump turn combination appeared in Master. 100 meters ahead, big jump, left shift after takeoff, land, and enter a right turn. Feng's voice was urgent, and Su Chen immediately reacted. He lightly tapped the brake, controlling the speed at 170 kilometers. This wasn't the highest takeoff speed he usually practiced. Instead, it was adjusted down by 10 kilometers to adapt to the weight. The moment Feng's front wheels touched the takeoff point, he decisively released the brake, pressing the accelerator pedal down to about 25. Boom. The front wheels left the ground, and Feng's body soared into the air. Su Chen felt weightlessness as the seatbelt tightened around his chest. For a professional driver like him, jumps were standard maneuvers, but his lack of track experience was still too much. The unfamiliarity caused by the increased tire weight was amplifying, making a bead of cold sweat fall from his forehead. In the brief moment of flight, Su Chen keenly sensed something was off. Feng He's pitch angle was greater than usual, and the rear of the car was noticeably sinking. The heavy tires altered the distribution of the car's rotational inertia, making it difficult to control the vehicle's posture in the air. He instinctively pushed the steering wheel forward, trying to correct the car's posture through the air resistance of the front wheels, but the effect was minimal. Bang! The rear wheels hit the asphalt surface heavily first, and the sound of the tires colliding with the ground echoed like thunder through the track. Then the front wheels landed, and the entire car bounced violently. A sudden feeling of panic made Su Chen's heart race. The heavy tires of foam, he created an uneven ground pressure upon landing. The ground pressure of the left rear wheel was completely asymmetrical to the right rear wheel, and this asymmetrical load instantly destroyed Feng He's dynamic balance. If he were an experienced professional driver, he could have solved this imbalance with a swift response. But unfortunately, he was not. He panicked. Only 80 meters remained to the right turn entry point after the jump. Su Chen had to complete braking and steering preparation within that distance. This should have been a simple task for him provided Feng He landed smoothly. He pressed the brake pedal hard, and the ABS system worked frantically. But the heavier tires weakened the braking efficiency. The braking distance extended by about 5 meters compared to his expectations. That 5 meters meant he and Feng He could not turn at the ideal entry point. It's over. Su Chen's heart sank and his mind went blank. Faced with the approaching curve, he could only be forced to turn early. At this moment, Feng He had not fully exited the left-right imbalance of the rear wheels, and she began to lose grip. The angle of the car's tail swinging became larger. Su Chen immediately countersteered, but it was too late. Feng He's body had already entered an uncontrollable drift state. The rear wheels completely lost grip, and the entire car began to spin 360 degrees. The machine girl, who had been silent and calm, seemed to realize what was about to happen. All protective measures in the cockpit instantly deployed, firmly shielding Su Chen behind. Feng He. Su Chen's body was trapped in the protective bag, shouting in panic. As the world spun, he could only see the guardrail on the outside of the track rushing towards him. Bang! Xingming, you have disappointed me too much. I invested so much in your modifications and spent so much money, yet you didn't even rank in the urban championship. Master, I'm sorry. It's Xingming's fault for being useless. I'm not going to make things difficult for you. Let's go to the Machine Insurance Association to dissolve the contract and go our separate ways. No, can we give Xingming another chance? She will work hard next time. There are no chances left. With a forceful shake, Xingming's hand was released, and she stared blankly at the man's disappearing figure. Fear and helplessness engulfed her like the gaping maw of a chasm ready to devour her. Master, don't go. You said you wouldn't abandon Xingming. She reached out her hand, but couldn't grasp the hem of the man's clothing. She stumbled forward trying to catch up, but no matter how hard she chased, there was always an invisible wall between her and the man. Her feet ached intensely, the pain suffocating each step felt like treading on blades. Gradually, she became weak and fell to the ground. In the tear-blurred vision, the man ultimately vanished. Master, Xingming. It was only when Su Chen's voice rang out that Xingming's vacant eyes suddenly focused. Like a spark leaping from the ashes of a burnt-out fire. She turned her head and saw Su Chen leaning by the bed, his hair messy like a bird's nest, appearing as if he had just woken up. Her right hand was tightly grasped by Su Chen's hand, seemingly held for a long time. The icy chill within her body receded like a tide. Warmth began to spread from the clasped hands throughout her body, and her stiff limbs finally regained sensation. Su Chen had stayed up very late the night before. It was only after hearing Xingming's voice that he woke up. Xingming, you've finally woken up. He looked at the girl whose face was devoid of color. His heart tightened again, and he gripped Xingming's hand a little tighter. How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Xingming blinked her eyes, her gaze falling on Su Chen's slightly haggard face and the bloodshot corners of his eyes. She gently raised her other hand and finally touched Su Chen's face. In that moment of contact, the nightmare and reality drew a clear line. A reassuring smile spread across Xingming's face. Master, have you been by my side all along? Her voice was soft, weak, yet slightly hoarse. Su Chen allowed Xingming's hand to roam over his stubbled face, nodding. The doctor, machine girl, said you were given a special medicine, but when you wake up you may feel disoriented and scared, so I'm here to watch over you. That's good. Xingming moved her lips. Tears that hadn't fallen during the nightmare slid down her eyelashes. It was just a dream after all. Dreams are always the opposite. Why are you crying again? Did you have a nightmare? Su Chen hurriedly grabbed a wet tissue to wipe the tears from Xingming's face. I didn't have a nightmare. Xingming slightly averted her gaze, pouting as she said softly, I dreamt that. Masta said he wanted to sign a soul contract with me, but I know it's just a dream. How could Masta casually sign a soul contract with a machine girl? Sign. Su Chen immediately replied, let's sign it now. Sign my ass. Queen pushed the door open and entered, her gaze sweeping over Xingming's bare feet. Seeing that the wounds had mostly healed, she noticeably relaxed her tense shoulders, then shot a sidelong glance at Su Chen. Xingming just woke up, her body is still weak. You want to sign a soul contract now? What are you afraid she will run away? Why not just tie her to yourself? Su Chen chuckled awkwardly, not. Now Queen was his creditor, and he genuinely didn't know the process of signing a soul contract. Queen's sister, it's fine. Xingming propped herself up, wanting to defend Su Chen, but the next second was pressed back down by Queen. The core of the machine girl's intelligence can only be extracted once in a lifetime. It consumes a lot of mental energy. You should focus on healing first, it won't take long. She reached out and tapped Xingming's forehead, saying impatiently, both machine girls and drivers are impetuous. No wonder you two make a pair. After saying that, she took out a copy of the League Daily and placed it on the bedsheet in front of Su Chen. Here, the results of the Urban Championship have come out. So it's out, then it's out. Su Chen moved the newspaper aside, smiling. I'm not too concerned about the results, as long as Xingming is fine, that's all that matters. Queen clicked her tongue. Just because you don't care doesn't mean your machine girl doesn't care. Su Chen instinctively glanced at Xingming, noticing she was staring at the newspaper with intense focus. Despite blowing a tire near the finish line, Xingming's speed drastically decreased during that last stretch, undoubtedly affecting the results. The organizers couldn't possibly give Xingming extra points just because she had a blowout. That wouldn't be fair to the other competitors. Thus, he had no expectations for the results of yesterday's Urban Championship and felt no regret. Both he and Xingming had given their all, burning brightly despite the exhaustion. Furthermore, the nebula in his mind gave no feedback indicating they had indeed not placed in the top 3. However, seeing that Xingming seemed to care about the results a lot, Su Chen still opened the League Daily from the previous. What met his eyes was a row of large characters occupying half the layout. The Binzhou Urban Championship had an upset. The champion turned out to be. Below was a photo of the podium. Yuming Zhueying and Su Feng. He stood on the 2nd and 3rd places respectively. Yet the champion's spot was empty. What does this mean? Su Chen was stunned. Could it be that this competition had no champion? Su Chen continued to read down. Hello everyone, I am the host of the Urban Championship, Turkey Brother. This competition adopted brand new rules and a new track, making it one of the most challenging Urban Championship tracks we have encountered in years. Some newcomers dropped out early on this track, and veteran competitors were forced to leave before reaching the finish line. Even professional drivers weren't spared from making mistakes. Yet in such a fiercely contested race, there was a pair of contestants who emerged as champions with their rookie stat. This driver seemed to possess rich track experience, demonstrating driving skills comparable to professional drivers. His machine girl was even braver, showcasing the spirit of competition and track honor to the fullest, dragging herself to the finish line on rims despite both rear tires blowing out. That's right. I believe the audience present and those who watched the live broadcast already know the answer. The champion of this Urban Championship is driver Su Chen and his machine girl Xingming. Even though they couldn't collect the champion trophy due to their injuries, I believe this means little. Because trophies may gather dust, tracks may be renewed, but only the wheels that have crushed thorns while pursuing dreams can leave an indelible mark in time. Finally, once again, congratulations to Su Chen and Xingming for winning this Urban Championship. Plop. A tear fell onto the newspaper. Su Chen looked up and found that Xingming had somehow moved beside him. Her azure eyes were filled with large, glistening tears. Masta. Her voice trembled, filled with disbelief, cautiously, as if touching an unattainable dream. Is this real? Are we champions? Before Su Chen could respond, Queen had already answered the question first. She snapped her fingers. At the door, Jessica rushed in, breathless, carrying the heavy champion trophy. She placed it on the table with a thud. Congratulations, Mr. Su Chen and Miss Xingming. Queen smiled with narrowed eyes. You are the champions. Winning the championship is indeed a delightful surprise worthy of celebration. However, one thing Su Chen couldn't comprehend was why he and Xingming were champions. How could Yuming and Su Che have lagged behind so much? Even after he and Xingming suffered a tire blowout, how could these two professional drivers still hand the championship over? Could it be that Chasing Shadow and Wind Crane also had blowouts? Flipping to the other side of the newspaper, he quickly learned the reason. Yuming, a professional player from K-City, stated the track design is outrageous, completely disregarding the drivers. I will never participate in any competition in Binhao City again. The detailed report below indicated that after Yuming and Chasing Shadow left the gravel segment, they reduced their speed to around 170 km per hour to avoid blowouts, ultimately finishing the race with an average speed of 208 km per hour, taking 72 minutes and 7 seconds, narrowly trailing behind the average speed of 209 kilometers per hour and the time of 71 minutes and 58 seconds set by him and Xing Ming. After reading the report about Yu Ming and chasing Shadow, Su Chen felt nothing but shame. After all, Yu Ming had managed to protect chasing Shadow while he failed to protect Xing Ming. He glanced awkwardly at Xing Ming, who was reading the newspaper with him, but the girl merely twitched her cat ears and flashed him a sweet smile. Not knowing the report was one thing, but knowing made Su Chen feel it was reasonable. Xing Ming's speed was 63, while chasing Shadow's speed was 62. The difference lay in their acceleration. Chasing Shadow's was 66, whereas Xing Ming's was only 39. However, this city championship course had few turns, which prevented chasing Shadow's acceleration characteristics from being effectively utilized, compounded by the need to conserve tires. On a track with more corners, he and Xing Ming might not have been chasing Shadow and Yu Ming's match. As for professional drivers Su Chen and Windcrane from Xinguan T3, they faced much disappointment. Su Chen, the star of Xinguan Club T3, stated, "A tire mix-up led to our mistake, or we were set up by Capital. An investigation is underway." Su Chen and Windcrane made errors while navigating the final jump and sharp right turn combination. Nonetheless, as professional drivers, their handling of danger was superior to that of ordinary drivers. It wasn't like Wang Tingting and Jin Shun, who crashed and could no longer compete. After colliding with the guardrail, the sturdy Windcrane did not lose the ability to continue racing. The two returned to the track, but the time lost due to their mistakes meant they missed the championship. Ultimately, Su Chen and Windcrane's average speed was 205 kilometers per hour, taking 73 minutes and 11 seconds. Su Chen had never seen the attributes of Windcrane's Machine Girl. However, given the various muscle car traits shown by Windcrane, it must be very durable. Although there were many dramatic moments, winning the championship with Xing Ming this time is certainly well-deserved. Su Chen set the newspaper down, sighing with mixed emotions. But next time there certainly won't be such good fortune. We absolutely cannot build victory on the mistakes of others. Xing Ming didn't seem to hear what Su Chen was saying. She was hugging the enormous gilded trophy, rubbing her pretty face against it and occasionally kissing it. To her, this trophy was not merely a testament to her ability. It was a memento of the first victory she and Su Chen achieved together. The trophy even had their names engraved underneath, shining like gold, brighter than the sun. We'll talk about next time. This is the prize for the city championship. Queen gave Jessica a look, and Jessica sighed before dragging 2 suitcases inside. One of the suitcases opened, revealing neatly arranged stacks of cash. The other suitcase contained 3 basic star essences with radiant attributes and a capsule-like medicine. $100,000. Queen crossed her arms and pouted, saying, "Honestly, the prize for winning an official competition is really quite stingy, but the other items are not bad." The 3 basic star essences were just enough materials for Xing Ming to upgrade from C to B. As for this capsule, she picked up the small red pill from the suitcase. This is a training memory pill made by Star God Technology, which can provide a machine girl with the training memories of a top-tier machine girl, helping her enhance a specific capability. This pill is for improving acceleration. Su Chen stared at the small pill in a daze. Experience pill. Experience pill. Queen rolled her eyes. This thing is powerful, but you can't take too many, a maximum of 1 per month. Since the pill contains the training memories of other machine girls, it will affect the machine girl taking it. Taking too many can lead to memory confusion. 1 month between doses is safe with no significant mental pressure, and there is enough time to integrate the memories. Su Chen understood. As a poor student in his childhood, he often dreamed of borrowing the brain of a top student. This small pill could be regarded as a similar concept, a form of enlightenment in a different sense. It won't have any side effects, right? Su Chen took the pill, clearly seeing the photon structures resembling DNA spirals rotating and flickering within. There are no side effects with normal dosage, Queen affirmed. This thing is quite expensive. You can only obtain it by participating in official competitions or certain auctions. Rest assured to take it, otherwise it would take too long for the machine girl to upgrade her performance through training. So you've taken it too? Su Chen looked at Queen. Of course. Queen's brows furrowed slightly, and she suddenly tilted her head. When was it that I took this training pill? Su Chen scrutinized Queen's face, narrowing his eyes. Queen had mentioned that her memory seemed to have some issues. Could it be related to this training memory pill? It's generally difficult for ordinary drivers and machine girls to obtain this pill. But for the well-off Knight's voice group, is it really that hard? Assuming a monthly dosage is safe, would they give Queen the pill according to the safe dosage? Regardless, he had no intention of giving the pill to Xing Ming. He planned to sell it at an auction and use the money to buy modification materials for Xing Ming. Unfamiliar things could not be trusted. For Xing Ming's safety, he only trusted his own modifications. All right, Queen, let's not think about it anymore. He interrupted Queen's recollections, fearing to trigger something unpleasant in her mind. Now I am the championship winner, and also a modifier, so I have a bit of a say. I can attempt what I promised you. Hearing this, Queen's eyes brightened, no longer entangled in the matter of the training pill, but gazing intently at Su Chen. Reflecting on their first encounter, she was merely curious about Su Chen's identity as both a modifier and a driver. In her circle, there was no one who held both titles. Thus, she had taken the initiative to visit Su Chen's modification shop. After that encounter, she developed a special feeling for Su Chen, like a ship lost in the fog finding a lighthouse. It was a sense of kinship. She had consulted many other modifiers, both unknown and renowned. But those modifiers all believed that Knight's Voice's modification plan was nothing short of perfect. They expressed envy and approval of her modifications. Yet only Su Chen had raised doubts. She still remembered the expression Su Chen had when he first saw Knight's Voice's modification plan. He was stunned for a moment, then frowned for a long time, and when his brow relaxed, the seriousness on his face transformed into a disdainful sneer. Su Chen did not care how impressive the modifications were, or how much they cost. He only cared about how she could be more comfortable, how she could be freer, and what she liked. Therefore, Queen had been closely following Su Chen and Xingming's movements. When they were homeless, she immediately refreshed like an NPC in front of them. Now she finally awaited Su Chen's confrontation with the modification team of Knight's Voice. She had been looking forward to it, but hesitated at this moment, worrying about Su Chen's decision. Are you ready? Those are recognized masters in the circle. Masters? Su Chen was speechless, even wanting to laugh. He was the chief racing modifier of Huaxia. Although in this world, he was nothing. But to transform Queen into her current form, what could those masters possibly be? In the world of modifiers, there is only one truth. Technology is the real deal. No need to prepare, Su Chen said lightly. We can start anytime. At the headquarters of the Northern Wolves, T2 Team's Activity Zone office. Boss, have you finished watching the video? What do you think? Li Yini raised her head, her eyes still filled with shock. Impressive. She gave a thumbs up. Are you sure Su Chen and Xingming are newcomers? They're amazing. Both their skills and personal qualities are exceptional, especially this Mecha Girl named Xingming. Hiss. The image of that Mecha Girl racing down the track with 2 wheels in tow flashed in her mind, sending chills down her spine. This kid is truly treating the city championship as a world-class competition. Right? Yu Ming sat across from Li Yini's side. When the competition results came out, both Zhu Ying and I were unconvinced. After watching the video, we were completely convinced. You know how Zhu Ying is. It's hard to find an opponent who can keep her silent. Before, in front of T1's Ace Dongzi, she had the same unconvinced expression looking down on him. Su Chen and Xingming indeed have great potential. I will report this to the manager. Perhaps they could be the final piece of our team. Li Yini felt a spark of hope ignite within her. The Northern Wolves T2 desperately needed to perform well in provincial competitions, whether in team or individual events. If they are further crushed by T1, they may face arbitration from the Northern Wolves Club. Typically, there are 2 outcomes. Either they are dismantled with some eliminated and others sent to T1 as main or substitute players, or they could all disband and seek other paths. As the captain, Li Yini dreams of the T2 team pulling through, aiming for greater heights, and ensuring each team member has a bright future. Yet the harsh reality is, in recent years, the T2 team has been declining. The personal and team scores are just a breath away from the threshold, unable to even touch the provincial competitions bar, with the gap to T1 widening. The ironclad rule for participating in the provincial competition, the Canamu Lake Rally, is that individual competition scores must reach 12 points and team competition scores must reach 64 points. The city championship winner earns only 1 point. The City Car King tournament winner earns 2 points. The provincial qualifiers consist of 5 rounds, with the top 3 earning 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. Both individual and team must meet the criteria. One cannot be lacking. Currently, T2 is 1 member short. If this gap is not filled, how can the team score meet the standards? It's simply wishful thinking. This time, Yu Ming brought Zhu Ying to participate in the city championship in Binzhou, not only to gain the favor of the Star God, but also for that one precious point. He did his homework before the race with only one opponent to watch out for, Su Chen. What should have been an assured victory turned out to be unexpectedly disrupted by the dark horse duo of Su Chen and Xingming, who arrogantly and stunningly seized the championship. Is it painful? Yes, it truly is. But thinking that Su Chen could very likely become his buddy eased the frustration in Yu Ming's heart, replaced by a deep sense of anticipation. All right, boss, I'll be waiting for your good news. Make sure to communicate well with the manager. Yu Ming stood up, unable to contain the smile on his face at the prospect of T2 potentially being revitalized. Well, Zhu Ying and I will head to training now. Other cities will also be hosting city championships soon, and we will quickly secure that 1 point for this year. Good, go ahead. Watching the door close, gently, Li Yini took a deep breath. Li Pingji voluntarily left the team to go to T1 as a substitute. In hindsight, was it not a case of a blessing in disguise? At least a spot has opened up. The strength and character displayed by Su Chen and Xing Ming far exceeded that of Li Pingji. The fresh blood and fighting spirit brought by newcomers could truly revive the lethargic T2 team. Recruiting new team members requires submitting a report. Li Yini has already thought of the wording. The advantages of Su Chen and Xing Ming are too numerous and obvious, making this report remarkably easy to write. However, just as her fingers were about to hit the send key, the door was knocked on again. Club manager Zhang Baochuan walked in wearing an overly enthusiastic smile. "Manager, I was just looking for you. You're just in time." Li Yini prepared to show the video to the manager first, but as she looked up, she saw another person behind the manager, a young man with striking yellow hair, hands in his pockets, and a face full of impatience. "Captain Li, I have good news, great news." Without waiting for her to respond, Zhang Baochuan pushed the young man forward right to Li Yini's desk. "We are short a member in the Northern Wolves T2, right? Here, my nephew, he's placed in the top 3 several times in underground races, definitely a potential asset." Off. Li Yini's gaze darted between the aggressive face of the young man and the manager's grin. She was stunned for several seconds before she suddenly realized. This yellow-haired guy was the reserve player the manager had forcibly pushed in. "What do you mean?" The yellow-haired guy had an arrogant and domineering expression. "It's a blessing for you Northern Wolves that a genius like me joins your team. Don't be ungrateful, hurry up and process my paperwork." "Su Che, you disappoint me." In the office of Xingguan Club, the atmosphere was tense. Su Che sat across from the desk, facing the scrutinizing gaze of the man. He lowered his head, twisting his fingers for a long time before stammering out, "I'm sorry, bro, I made a mistake. It was my fault." "It's not your fault. Can it be my fault?" Su Chi's brother, the ace of Xingguan T1, and also the boss of the Xingguan Club, Su Lin, slammed the table, making a loud noise. Hearing the sound of the table slamming, Feng He outside the office was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Yet he could only stick close to the blinds, peering at Su Che being scolded at the desk. "Do you know, my good brother, to ensure you would win easily, and to create momentum for you, I modified the track this time on a 50-kilometer gravel road is nothing for stable mechs like you and Feng He. Yet you both managed to screw everything up." Su Che looked up in shock, his expression first confused, then ignited by a surge of anger. "Why did you?" He yelled, his neck taut. "You are destroying the fairness of the competition." "Fairness?" Su Lin scoffed, utterly unconcerned about Su Chi's anger. He leisurely took out a cigarette, lit it, and casually blew a smoke ring, allowing it to slowly expand in the stagnant air. "You possess a mech that others can only dream of. Is that fair? You were born with the best training resources. Is that fair? Ridiculous. Naive. Once you reach my position, you'll realize that competition fairness is just a joke. That's sophistry." Su Chi's voice turned cold. "Different backgrounds, that's fate. But at least the stage for competition should be. Your actions are suffocating the competition in Binzhou." He stared fiercely at Su Lin. "The tires on Feng He, you had someone change them, right?" "Yes." Su Lin nodded, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. "If you hadn't changed that tire, I wouldn't have made a mistake." Su Che clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Even without that 50-kilometer gravel road, I wouldn't necessarily have lost to that guy Yu Ming." "Su Che." Su Lin's voice suddenly rose. "To be safe, I replaced your tires with more durable ones. But I never calculated that you would be so useless that you couldn't even handle a slight weight increase." He shrugged, a look of disdain and mockery overflowing his face. "It's ultimately your technique that is lacking. You trash is trash, and dog's hit won't stick to the wall. You think you can surpass me with your kind? You such a loser want to be the captain of T3. Su Che, oh Su Che." Su Lin elongated his tone, crushing the burnt-out cigarette, but harshly into the ashtray, producing a sharp sound, as if extinguishing Su Chi's last glimmer of hope. "But who told you that you're my brother?" He changed his tone, his voice icy. "From now on, I won't interfere in your mech. But if you continue to fail to achieve the results expected from an ace as your brother, I can only take some extreme measures, such as replacing you with a better mech that matches the Xingguan team. Now." Su Lin pointed to the door. "Get out." Su Che walked out of the office with his head down. Looking at Feng He running towards him, a bitter smile appeared on his face. What genius youth attracts everyone's attention. In front of Su Lin, he was merely a puppet that could be toyed with and suppressed at will. From childhood to adulthood, he had always lived under the shadow of his brother's dazzling honors. He desperately wanted to prove himself, only to be met with relentless ridicule and denial. It was Feng He's companionship that gradually helped him step out of the shadow and reignite his fighting spirit. But now, Su Lin actually entertained the thought of replacing Feng He. He couldn't accept it. Looking at Feng He's face filled with concern and worry, Su Che clenched his fists. He couldn't imagine. If he fails to meet the requirements next time, and Su Lin replaces Feng He, how devastating that would be. "Master." Feng He said nothing. She simply embraced Su Chen, her warm and strong chest, and she knew Su Chen like this. Every time she did this, it would calm him down. Moi, I want to eat the tomato scrambled eggs you make. All right, I'll make it for you when we get home. Feng He's voice was as soft as a feather, but you can't be sad anymore after eating, okay? She gently stroked Su Chen's back, just like the countless times before when Su Chen buried himself in her embrace and cried. Okay, Su Chen answered in a muffled voice, tightly wrapping his arms around Feng, his waist burying his face deeper into that reassuring warmth, his tense nerves gradually relaxing. He wouldn't cry anymore. He was no longer that little boy who would hide away and shed tears after being scolded. There was only one outcome between him and Su Lin. Either being completely crushed, or breaking out of this cocoon and tearing apart this shadow. Queen has already arranged for the modification team, but that will be 3 days later. In these 3 days, Su Chen happens to have quite a few things to do, such as selling the memory training capsule, acquiring modification materials for upgrading Xingming, and also Xingming can still receive blessings from the Star God once. Once Xingming is ready to go, he will immediately take her there. At this moment, he lies on the bed next to Xingming, resting with his eyes closed. The deep starry nebula in his mind slowly begins to rotate again. A new star quietly emerged from it, emitting a soft light. His consciousness sank into it, and in an instant a torrent of information surged past, ultimately condensing into a line of flickering starlight characters. Unlocking talent, 3 Heart of the God. Good luck for the college entrance exams, let's go. The hand of God, the eye of God, the heart of God. Su Chen felt as if he was on the verge of becoming a deity. But why not consider a divine spear or a divine tongue? If not, a divine kidney would also be excellent. So what is the function of the heart of God? Su Chen touched the location of his heart. He could distinctly feel that his heart had become different. It was as if his flesh and blood body had transformed into a powerful V8 engine. Buzz. A faint ringing in his ears arose. His vision suddenly blurred and shook. Deep within his mind, the silent nebula abruptly expanded, bursting into a dazzling star map. The star map continued to spread, billions of stars twinkling and converging, outlining one magnificent constellation after another. When Su Chen's thoughts curiously touched one of the constellations, Launch Control 1 Launch, Start Expert, Level 1 Level 5, increases launch acceleration 4 per level, maximum 20. 2 Clutch Control, Level 1 Level 3, reduces tire slippage during launch. 3 Preload for launch, Level 1 Level 3, optimizes suspension preload response. 4 Torque Distribution, Level 1 Level 3, improves directional stability during launch. 5 Perfect Launch Max, not activated. The art of launch, the realm of unity between man and machine. Requires launch start expert level to reach level 5. And clutch control preload for launch and torque distribution to all reach level 3. Su Chen was stunned. My goodness. A skill tree. He shifted his focus to other nebulae, just as he thought they were all skill trees. Cornering Control 1 Traction Brake, Level 1 Level 3, increases deceleration efficiency when entering a corner. 2 Cornering Focus, Level 1 Level 3, raises minimum speed through corners. 3 Drift Control, Level 1 Level 3, reduces speed loss during drifting. 4 Shoulder Utilization, Level 1 Level 3, more stable when using the shoulder. 5 Cornering Control Max, not activated. The Master of Corners, the realm of unity between man and machine. Requires traction brake, cornering focus, drift control, and shoulder utilization to all reach level 3. Drifting techniques, 1 Handbrake Drift Master, 2 Power Transition Drift Veteran, 3 Braking Drift Master, 4 Clutch Kick Drift Veteran, 5 Scandinavian Flick Veteran. Special techniques, 1 Wall Ride Overtake Novice, 2 Blade Overtake Veteran, 3 Drainage Ditch Cornering Novice, 4 Death Kiss Novice, 5 Side Double Wheel Driving Novice, Mecha Driving Mecha Combat. All 6 constellations are skill trees. The first 4 constellations covered nearly all technical maneuvers in racing, including some feasible in reality and others merely theoretical. For example, the wall ride overtake. He had only seen that in movies. He had never seen anyone pull it off in reality. However, what are those 2 at the back? This world has mechas. Su Chen's mouth twitched. He suddenly recalled that the logistics machine girl at Xing Shun Huili had mentioned that this world had once been invaded by aliens, and at that time human pilots controlled machine girls to fight the aliens. Including the 4 deities, they are still floating in the universe hunting down alien beings. So this world does indeed have mechas. It's just that he might not need one at all. This golden finger is getting more and more impressive. Su Chen sighed and shook his head. So now there is a skill tree. What about skill points? As soon as this thought arose, the nebula at the center stirred again. In the midst of the 6 constellations, a crimson star appeared, pulsating like a heartbeat with distorted numbers, 2 gradually becoming clear. 2 skill points. Su Chen pondered. Skill point acquisition: 1 champions and runners-up of official races earn 1 to 9 skill points based on the scale and difficulty of the competition. He has already obtained 1 skill point for winning the Urban Championship, which cannot be acquired again. 2. Level up the Machine Girl: 1 skill point per level. Information about the sources of skill points surfaced in Su Chen's mind. The skill points from upgrading Xingming and winning the Urban Championship matched. And to raise the control ability from level 1 to level 2 only requires 1 skill point. However, for special techniques like wall ride overtake, it takes a full 3 points to advance from novice to veteran. But in the long run, there will be so many races in the future and Xingming will need to level up many times. Plus, the Machine Girl's status threshold prevents a single Machine Girl from participating in multiple competitions in a short period, so he will inevitably need other Machine Girls as backups. Calculating it this way, the skill points gained from competitions and Machine Girls will ultimately be surplus. After all, he won't be using a mecha. Su Chen pondered for a while. He tentatively allocated 1 skill point to Launch Control's launch start. He was curious about how this golden finger would allow him to master more knowledge. Would it be an enlightening experience that suddenly filled his mind with memories? Or would it directly transform his body? Suddenly Launch Start expert level changed from level 1 to level 2. Buzz. Su Chen suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cockpit. Not a Machine Girl, but a standard dual-seat rally car from his past life. He was sitting in the driver's seat. The cold touch of the steering wheel made it hard for him to discern reality from illusion. Had he traversed back to Earth? How did just adding a point lead to his return? No. Su Chen cried out in despair. He couldn't bear to leave Xingming. There are no soft, fragrant cat girls on Earth. Without a soft, fragrant cat girl to warm his bed, he would perish. He immediately attempted to get out of the car to find a national road to lie down, but the door was tightly held by a hand. He turned his head to look and froze. What the hell, old Su? The person in the passenger seat was someone he recognized, the undisputed king of the racing scene on Earth. He had even done team building with this person, and later when this person had an accident, he had brought flowers to express his condolences. So, did he not traverse back to Earth, but instead into heaven? Today your goal is to master the launch start. If you can't master it, you'll stay in the cockpit until you die. Old Su's tone was not that of a long-lost friend, but more like a reprimanding teacher. Moreover, Old Su seemed not to recognize him. Old Su, it's me. I was the chief modifier for your team. For over a decade, I've modified all your cars, don't you remember? Su Chen hurriedly tried to identify himself to Old Su, but his hand passed right through Old Su. He stared blankly at his hand, his enthusiasm doused like cold water. It turned out that it was not a reunion in another place. Reluctantly, he reached out again, attempting to grasp Old Su's hand that was holding the door. Still it passed through. Beside him, Old Su's expression was impassive, his gaze locked like a hawk on the still racetrack in front of him. There was no sound of wind, no roar of engines. The sunlight froze on the leaves, and the falling leaves hovered in midair. Su Chen took a deep breath. He understood. The heart of God is not only a skill tree, but also a learning space. The so-called allocation of skill points is to allow him to enter an independent space for learning. It safely completes the originally dangerous learning process in the form of a simulator. Meanwhile, in this space, he will have a coach manifested from his subconscious, recognized as the strongest driver. That is Old Su, once the ace driver of the top club in Huaxia. With the help of the heart of God, he will gain the lifetime knowledge of this ace driver. The revolutions have dropped. What are you doing? Can't you control something so simple? Well, with your slow pace, you might as well drive a tractor. What are you afraid of? Just charge ahead, it won't kill you. After an hour of training, he received half an hour of criticism. Su Chen felt numb. He thought he was quite skilled at the launch technique. After all, the standards given to him by the heart of God started from an expert level. Yet in front of Old Su, his performance was nothing short of abysmal. It was all for naught. If there was anything unsatisfactory, the vehicle would immediately return to the starting point and repeat indefinitely until one of his maneuvers gained Old Su's approval. Su Chen had lost track of how long he had been in this space, how many times he had practiced the launch technique. His mind had begun to feel a bit dazed. This time was not bad. After completing all the operations of the launch, Old Su finally nodded. Compared to your past self, your current launch technique can at least increase the car's speed by 4. Don't underestimate this 4. In any competition, even a slight advantage can determine your final ranking. All right, class dismissed, goodbye. As the words fell, when Su Chen regained his senses, Old Su had disappeared, the cockpit was gone, and the nebula had vanished. He found himself back at Xingming's bedside, staring blankly at the ceiling. The clock on the wall showed that only a minute or two had passed. Xingming was eating a pack of special nutritional chips for Mecha Girls with her left hand and a bitter melon nutritional drink with her right, while the television in front played footage of a race on a certain track. The host excitedly narrated, contestant number 12's launch technique is very proficient. It seems that after his last competition loss, he and his Mecha Girl have put in quite a bit of effort. This is how racing works. Both talent and hard work are indispensable. Launch takeoff. Su Chen felt a wave of discomfort surge from his stomach. He rolled over and dashed towards the bathroom. Ugh, Master. Xingming looked puzzled towards the bathroom, her cat ears perked up and quivering slightly, her mouth slightly open. I am fine. Su Chen emerged from the bathroom after washing his face helplessly, saying, just suddenly feeling a bit nauseous. Are you really okay? Xingming patted the edge of the bed. If Master's stomach isn't feeling well, you can come lie down, and he'll help you rub it. Maybe not. Su Chen glanced at the time. It was time to go. This Mecha Girl treatment center did not belong to the Voice of the Night, but was the largest treatment center in Binzhou. However, the treatment mechs here were very busy, and tasks such as administering medicine needed him as a family member to assist Xingming. Yesterday, the treatment mech had demonstrated the procedure, and today he, as the driver, had to perform it himself. Su Chen's gaze instinctively swept toward Xingming. She sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, her loose patient gown's pant legs rolled up slightly, revealing her slender ankles. On the side of her fair skin, a large area of glaring purple-black cracks abruptly caught his sight. These cracks were surrounded by noticeable redness and swelling, some even spreading to her knees. Although they were not as severe as yesterday, they looked particularly pitiful on her smooth skin. Su Chen's heart felt as if it had been gently twisted. He approached the bed with the medicine box, unconsciously softening his voice. Today, I'll apply the medicine for you. Xingming was momentarily stunned, following Su Chen's gaze downward, finally noticing the cracks exposed to view. She instinctively curled her toes. The cracks were not as painful as yesterday. Actually, I can do it myself. No need to trouble Master. She said a bit shyly, her cat ears drooping slightly. That's not acceptable. Su Chen said with a serious face. This is a task assigned to me as a guardian by the nurse. How can I let you do it yourself? Come sit by the bed and put your feet down. Perhaps Su Chen's tone was too authoritative. Perhaps the term guardian stirred something in Xingming's heart. In any case, she obediently sat at the bedside, her perfectly proportioned legs dangling down. However, due to the height of the hospital bed, her toes were slightly suspended and did not touch the ground. Su Chen knelt on one knee on the cold floor beside the bed, allowing him to see Xingming's ankle clearly. Recalling the instructions from the treatment mech, he extended his finger and gently touched the edge of the crack. An unusual warmth transmitted through his fingertip. Does it hurt? He looked up at Xingming, his brows slightly furrowed. Xingming shivered gently at Su Chen's cool touch, her toes curling tighter. Looking at Master's worried face, so close she felt a bit of heat rise to her cheeks, her gaze slightly averted, murmuring softly, It's okay. Su Chen did not say anything, quickly retrieving the special ointment from the medicine box. He had no idea what this ointment was made of. The liquid in the bottle emitted a faint glow. In his impression, only highly radioactive heavy metals could emit such light. However, since it was meant for treating mechs and required him, a human, to apply it, its safety was surely not an issue. It might be a bit cool, he reminded softly. Then he dipped a cotton swab into the ointment, gently supporting Xingming's heel with his palm. Could you lift it a little? Oh, meow. Xingming held her breath, slightly stiff, raising her injured ankle slightly to rest on Su Chen's warm palm. As the cotton swab dipped in ointment gently touched the sensitive skin, a strong sensation made her gasp sharply. Her body instinctively wanted to pull back, but her ankle was steadied gently by Su Chen, still saying it doesn't hurt. Su Chen's movements became even more careful and gentle, the cotton swab only lightly tapping on the crack. Xingming looked down, only able to see the top of Su Chen's dark hair and his focused profile. His warm breath brushed past her ankle, igniting a small flame on that skin, and the warmth quickly spread. She felt her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest, and the heat from her entire body seemed to gather at the foot that Su Chen was holding. Xingming found it strange. Clearly, she hadn't felt this way when the treatment mech had applied medicine yesterday. Why was it different when Master did it himself? She bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously gripping the bedsheet, her knuckles turning slightly pale. A warm current she had never experienced before mixed with embarrassment, tension, and a strange comfort coursed through her limbs. She wanted to retreat, yet inexplicably craved the gentle touch and the warmth from Su Chen's palm. She could only remain frozen, feeling the cool ointment gradually melt into the wound, seeping into her skin. The hospital room was very quiet, with only the host's voice still chattering away from the television. Contestant number 73, Physique, and his Mecha Girl Shadow perfectly drifted through the hairpin turn. Such smooth maneuvers rely on accurate judgment of engine RPM and tire grip. The driver and the Mecha Girl work together quite harmoniously. What? This driver and Mecha Girl are actually in a romantic relationship. Haha, no wonder. In any case, this kind of harmonious cooperation is the cornerstone of victory. In reality, the only sound was the faint rustling of the cotton swab gliding over delicate skin. It seemed that the air between the two had become somewhat thick. Hey, Master, moi, when will we sign the soul contract? Let's wait until your foot is healed. The soul contract needs to be sworn under the statue of the star god, right? You can't do that now. Su Chen's heart was also restless. He cradled Xingming's petite foot, the arch of her foot gently conforming to his palm. Through her smooth, delicate skin, he could feel her warm vitality. If it weren't for these cracks, it would have been a perfect artwork. He could clearly feel every slight tremor of Xingming every time her toes curled subtly at his touch. In his past life, he had never lacked for women as the chief modifier. As a Sigma man, women were merely a pastime. His stars and oceans had always been in his career. Yet facing Xingming alone, he felt an indescribable flutter in his heart. For the first time, he wanted to protect a girl. For the first time, he wanted to offer her a happy future. For the first time, he was motivated to fight for a girl. Master, there's a wheelchair, you can push me there. Su Chen raised his gaze, his eyes meeting Xingming's. Those beautiful deep blue eyes were now glistening, shrouded in a layer of mist. Her cheeks were flushed like a burning sunset. I want to sign a soul contract with you. Xingming quickly averted her gaze, her small feet that had just been treated retreating under the covers. She could only manage a barely audible murmur. Is that okay? Meow, sure. Su Chen answered without thinking. I'll go prepare the wheelchair now. He hurriedly put away the ointment and cotton swabs back into the medicine box, and then went to the nearby storage room to bring out the folded wheelchair. The soul contract has 3 steps in total. First, you need to register with the Mech Protection Association. Then you must swear under the statue of the star god. Finally, the Mech Girl will extract her core intellect, and the driver and Mech Girl will sign the soul contract. To be honest, this process feels a bit like getting married, huh? Su Chen stole a glance at the girl on the hospital bed, her gentle gaze fixed on him, and felt an inexplicable sense of panic. The Machine Protection Association in Binzhou City was bustling with people early in the morning. When Su Chen pushed Xingming to the entrance of the association, he noticed a large crowd gathered there, and he could vaguely hear the sounds of a heated argument. The voice seems quite familiar. As he drew closer with Xingming, the argument inside gradually became clearer. Damn it, what are you being so arrogant about? If you want to cancel the contract, then go ahead. Do you think I can't find something better? My previous machine girl Xingming was 1,000 times better than you. She won championships, and you are just a performance waste. Ms. Wang Tingting, please calm down. Insulting the machine girl will only increase the compensation for emotional damages. Compensation is compensation. Ew, I don't care about that little money. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. It turned out to be that foolish woman Wang Tingting. In the center of the crowd, Wang Tingting was facing off against Jin Sun, with a staff member from the Machine Protection Association standing between them. However, compared to their previous 2 encounters, Jin Sun looked noticeably haggard, her expression cold with anger and disgust gleaming in her eyes. Since Ms. Wang is willing to cancel the contract, I will submit evidence now. Jin Sun reached to the back of her neck and pulled out a gleaming object resembling a USB drive. Submit evidence. Wang Tingting crossed her arms, her face full of disdain. What evidence can you submit? Did I deprive you of food or clothing? Didn't I buy you the upgrade core and the holy mark? I have treated you well. How could you want to cancel the contract? You ungrateful wolf. Jin Sun did not refute this point and looked at Wang Tingting with a hint of sadness. But the machine girl needs respect and care even more. These upgrade cores and holy marks have already been returned to you, and I will compensate for the cost of the basic star essence at market price. Market price compensation. Wang Tingting scoffed. Do you even have money? I will have it soon, Jin Sun replied, pursing her lips. She gestured for the staff to take the USB drive. The staff member was not new to handling such matters and immediately plugged the USB drive into a laptop, connecting it to the large screen at the entrance of the Machine Protection Association. This was standard procedure for the Machine Protection Association. After all, many drivers and machine girls passed through here every day. They were natural witnesses. Moreover, displaying the footage on the big screen served as both a warning and an educational purpose, urging drivers to care for and respect their machine girls, while also informing machine girls on how to correctly defend their rights. Wang Tingting sensed from the atmosphere that Jin Sun had secretly recorded the footage. She felt a bit anxious, but then recalling that she hadn't done anything too outrageous, she felt reassured. Beside her, Lin Haijun quietly asked, "What's going on? Did Jin Sun activate the driver's recorder for you? Did you do something bad to her?" "Brother Lin, am I that kind of person?" Wang Tingting pretended to be aggrieved. "How can you not know how I treat? I invested all my resources in her. She's clearly the ungrateful wolf." Lin Haijun thought for a moment and agreed. Wang Tingting had previously canceled the contract with Xingming due to her poor performance, but that was a temporary contract with no authority. In simple terms, it was just a temporary arrangement. Canceling it was no big deal. Jin Sun was different. It was a genuine bond contract. That meant she was a partner, a friend, a teammate, and family. Could one treat a bond contract machine girl the same as a temporary contract? Lin Haijun had observed Wang Tingting's contributions during this time. After all, she had caused him back pain, a concussion that hadn't healed, and he was already feeling a bit weak. Thus, he still trusted Wang Tingting to some extent. Moreover, Wang Tingting had indeed given all her resources to Jin Sun. Logically, Jin Sun should like Wang Tingting very much. But why did she secretly turn on the driver's behavior recorder? However, he soon stopped thinking that way as the staff began their operation. The large screen quickly displayed the footage. Damn, why can't I catch up? I've spent so many resources. The sound of Wang Tingting banging on the steering wheel was piercing even through the screen, along with her foul-mouthed curses. Waste. I can't even make it through such a simple turn. I didn't turn. Couldn't you help correct it? Accelerate, accelerate. How could I give you the holy mark when you are such a waste? What use is it? The footage also captured Jin Sun's face. Each time Wang Tingting banged on the steering wheel, Jin Sun's face turned pale for a moment. The cockpit of the machine girl is the softest internal space for her. Entrusting their most vulnerable parts to the driver is not only a sign of trust, but also a convenience for deploying protective measures to save the driver's life in an emergency. The steering wheel connects to the machine girl's nerve center. Hitting the steering wheel is akin to striking someone on the head with a hammer. Jin Sun gritted her teeth in pain, sweating from the agony. However, she remained silent, not wanting to be distracted while on the track as recorded in the footage. During a race, Jin Sun was hit on the steering wheel a total of 8 times. After crashing into the guardrail, Wang Tingting went berserk in the cockpit, hitting and kicking, rolling around and flailing wildly. These scenes flashed one after another. It was evident that a surge of anger was building among the crowd. Wang Tingting noticed. Feeling a bit guilty, she shrank her head and asked Lin Haijun, "Brother Lin, I only banged on the steering wheel a few times, right? It shouldn't be that serious." Lin Haijun's expression darkened, his fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly. Then he backhanded Wang Tingting across the face. "Damn it, you only banged on the steering wheel a few times. How many times do you want to bang it?" Wang Tingting was stunned by Lin Haijun's slap, taking a while to stammer out, "Lin Haijun, you actually hit me." Lin Haijun stepped forward and kicked her. "Not only will I hit you, but I'll also kick you." He pointed at Wang Tingting, who was knocked to the ground, and said coldly, "I hate people who bang on machine girls' steering wheels the most. How did I not realize you were such a foolish person before?" Lin Haijun trembled with anger, his head starting to ache again. Nearby, Pafong quickly helped Lin Haijun to the side to rest. "Lin Haijun, are you still a man? How could you hit me?" Wang Tingting completely lost her mind. Without caring whether her words were vulgar, she blurted out, "You treasure your machine girl so much. Oh, why don't you let her sleep with you? Don't come at me. If you do, you'll be the one needing the medication." The crowd erupted in a wave of jeers, unsure if they were cheering or mocking. And it was undeniable that while Jin Sun's plight was indeed infuriating, the drama unfolding before them was clearly more enticing. Ugh! Pafong lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, gripping Lin Haijun's shirt tightly, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Lin Haijun's face darkened as he glared at the frenzied Wang Tingting. "In my family, the rule is that before establishing a spiritual bond with a machine girl, one cannot engage in a romantic relationship, otherwise one will face family punishment. I didn't form a spiritual bond with Pafong because I was afraid of wasting her time, as I felt I was not worthy of her. I haven't become an excellent driver yet. Otherwise, do you think you have any part in this? Pafong is my family. You are at best a tool, my diversion, a play. Do you truly think that just because I call you baby, you are my baby? Fortunately, you hit Jin Sun, not Pafong. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know where you'd end up now." Lin Haijun took painkillers and suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. After saying so much, he was too lazy to argue with Wang Tingting. "You can fend for yourself, fool." He coldly dropped this line and turned to leave with Pafong. Wang Tingting sat dazed on the ground, as if unable to believe it. Wasn't Lin Haijun her devoted follower? He had never treated her this way before. Was it just because she hit Jin Sun's steering wheel? "Miss, you are suspected of intentionally harming and insulting your contracted machine girl. Given your bond with Jin Sun, this meets the intervention criteria of the Machine Protection Association." The staff's voice snapped Wang Tingting back to reality. She gazed at the staff member's serious yet disgusted face, dazedly asking, "Well, what do you mean? How do you intend to intervene?" "The evidence is conclusive. First, Jin Sun can unconditionally cancel the bond contract. Secondly, you need to compensate Jin Sun for emotional damages and medical expenses." The staff paused and pulled out a leather case. "Since Jin Sun upgraded once under your care, she will first return the cost of the basic star essence to you. Here is 50,000 yuan. We are using the market price of the basic star essence as the judgment standard." Wang Tingting glanced at the case and then at Jin Sun, a cold smile curling at her lips. "All right, if the contract is to be cancelled, then let it be. I'm not precious. Just tell me how much I owe." The staff member frowned as they calculated on their calculator. Then they looked up at Wang Tingting, According to the regulations of the Machine Protection Association and our assessment and calculation of your misconduct, you need to pay Jin Sun 300,000 in compensation. 300,000. Wang Tingting's eyes widened. Why don't you just go rob a bank? For Wang Tingting, 300,000 is certainly not a small sum, especially given that Lin Haijun has already severed ties with her. She never imagined that merely striking the steering wheel of the Jin Sun would cost her so much money. She even started to suspect whether the insurance company and Jin Sun had conspired to trick her. But the last remnants of her sanity told her that this was impossible. The insurance company has established itself in various cities and is an independent organization for protecting machine girls. It is said that half of the founders of this organization are machine girls, while the others are well known in various industries. To put it bluntly, they are a large and powerful organization. There is no need for them to specifically target her over Jin Sun. Moreover, she has no power and cannot contend with these institutions, so she can only swallow her anger. All right, I will pay. Wang Tingting gritted her teeth and pulled out a card. This was given to her by Lin Haijun. She didn't know how much money was in it, but Lin Haijun assured her it was enough. Usually she wouldn't dare to spend the money in this card. Compared to those girls who spend lavishly on cosmetics and clothes, she preferred to invest in her own future. She planned to save this money to pave her own way, perhaps to gain entry into a better club. Therefore, she had no idea how much was in the card. But paying 30,000 should be more than enough. If worst comes to worst, isn't there still a compensation of 50,000? The staff took the card and swiped it on the card reader. Beep. Your balance is insufficient. How is that possible? Wang Tingting was stunned, staring at the card reader. Can you try swiping for 100,000? Beep. Your balance is insufficient. Not even 100,000. Then what about 10,000? Beep. Your balance is insufficient. Wang Tingting was dumbfounded. The staff rolled their eyes and directly swiped for 1 yuan. Beep. Your balance is insufficient. Miss Wang, there's no money in your card. Is there another payment method? The staff was beginning to lose patience. They pointed to the store next to the insurance company. If all else fails, you can apply for a loan over there. The interest is reasonable, but if you default, your credit will be affected and utilities will be cut off. Your driver's license will be revoked, and you cannot leave Binzhou City. No, I can't take a loan. Wang Tingting panicked. If she took a loan, she would be banned. It must be Lin Haijun must have transferred the money from the card. Lin Gu. She suddenly turned to look for Lin Haijun, but there was no trace of him anywhere. She frantically took out her phone to call Lin Haijun, but beep. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. How could it be turned off? Wang Tingting's face turned pale. Then she realized Lin Haijun had blocked her. What about her money? Where could she find 300,000 to compensate for Jin Sun? Is it possible to have a few extra days? Hey. Wang Tingting forced out a smile that was more pitiful than crying, her tone softening. She looked at Jin Sun. Jin Sun, stop messing around. Master was wrong, and I promise to treat you well in the future. I will respect you and absolutely won't hit your steering wheel again. Can you give Master a chance, okay? As she spoke, she tried to reach for Jin Sun's hand, only to have Jin Sun casually pull away. Not good. Jin Sun shook her head decisively. Although I am just a Class C machine girl, if I had known from the beginning that you were this kind of person, I would never have contracted with you. She regretted it long ago. From the moment she witnessed Wang Tingting's scornful face when she abandoned Xing Ming, she had already regretted it. Generally, graduates part ways with machine girls on good terms. Some drivers, feeling guilty, would even give their former partners some compensation. Wang Tingting had not given Xing Ming any compensation. Instead, she was full of mockery and suppression, treating her like an enemy. It was clear that Wang Tingting was not a good person. However, at that time, she had no reason to terminate the contract with Wang Tingting. Since Jin Sun is unwilling to reconcile, then madam, we must complete the compensation within 1 day. The staff's expression grew stern and their voice turned cold. Please cooperate with our work, or we will take coercive measures. Where am I supposed to find 300,000 in 1 day? Wang Tingting desperately scanned the crowd, her gaze suddenly locking onto Su Chen and Xing Ming. Su Chen had just won the city championship. He must have a prize money. Su Chen, if it weren't for me and Xing Ming terminating our temporary contract, you wouldn't have encountered such a good machine girl as Xing Ming, right? She rushed to Su Chen and Xing Ming like she had grabbed onto a lifeline, a hint of flattering smile on her face. Look, if it weren't for me, you two would never have met. This fate was brought to you by me. So can you lend me some money? I can write an IOU, and I will definitely pay you back slowly. Su Chen looked at Wang Tingting with a strange expression, as if he were looking at some unknown creature, a pseudo-human. Not at all. Wang Ai's face could actually become this thick. It seems the authorities are indeed harsh on lending and the defaulting population. So harsh that Wang Tingting would rather shamelessly ask him for money than take a loan. No. Even sitting in a wheelchair, Xing Ming still stood in front of Su Chen, her arms crossed in a large X in front of her, her fluffy cat ears pressed together like airplane ears, her brows furrowed emitting a low woo sound from her throat. Bad woman. That is money earned by me and Master together. It is our honor, how could we give it to you? Wang Tingting looked at the once obedient Xing Ming before her feeling incredibly strange and bewildered. In fact, when she saw the footage of Xing Ming giving her all to reach the finish line, she had already been very astonished. She simply couldn't understand why Xing Ming had never shown such astonishing qualities under her command. If she had known Xing Ming had this fierce spirit deep down, she would never have abandoned her. However, it's too late to say anything now. Xing Ming was now enjoying a good life with Su Chen. Having won the city championship together, she must be completely devoted to Su Chen now. However, the difference between a fool and a wise person is that a wise person does not waste energy on hopeless endeavors. Meanwhile, fools always cling to that ridiculous glimmer of hope, making futile struggles at the end of the road. Xing Ming, how about returning to be my mechmate? I was wrong. I was blind before and failed to recognize your true potential. I swear I'll treat you properly from now on and install the finest upgrades for you. I'll buy you any flavor of nutrient solution you like. Fresh always. Unlimited supply. In the past, such words would have made Xing Ming's heart bloom with joy. Yet she never voiced it. Not because she cherished the promise, but because she couldn't even be bothered to offer empty visions. No way. Xing Ming threw her arms around Su Chen's waist, pressing her delicate face tightly against him as she glared defiantly at Wang Tingting. I only want Master. Even if you upgrade me to X-class or X-class mechmaid, I still won't go with you. You wicked woman. I'm done following you. Give up already, meow. Su Chen watched Xing Ming's fiercely possessive stance and broke into a silent, amused smile. Though visibly furious, her tone betrayed nothing but petulance. No wonder Wang Tingting had so long underestimated and mistreated her, perhaps believing Xing Ming incapable of genuine anger. Today I shall forge a soul pact with Master. Do you even know what a soul pact is? She huffed, lifting her chin with regal pride. No mechmate in this lifetime would ever willingly enter a soul pact with you. But I, Xing Ming, will voluntarily bind myself to Master. Wicked woman, envy me for the rest of your life, meow. A warm ripple of laughter rose from the surrounding crowd. A faint blush tinged Xing Ming's cheeks as her cat ears twitched, but she held her head high, unwavering. To seal a soul pact with Su Chen was for her a source of profound pride. What is there to be embarrassed about? She meant to proclaim it to the world, that she was about to claim the finest master in existence. Woman, your next move is clear. Deliver the 30,000 credit compensation immediately. Seeing Wang Tingting inch toward the edge of the crowd, the officer stepped squarely before her eyes narrowed. Don't even think about fleeing. You're registered as a student of this academy. Wherever you go, we'll find you. I don't have money, Wang Tingting retorted flatly. Do whatever you want with me. Not only was she penniless, she also owed rent. Her shabby modification shop hadn't drawn a single customer. It was barely fit for habitation. How she wondered bitterly, had she ever been so foolish as to pay triple rent for that derelict space and sign a full-year lease on top of it? The thought alone sent waves of searing pain through her temples. But the Mech Protection Association officer granted her no time to dwell on it. He raised his comm device. Team, we've got a live one. The moment the words left his lips, a thunderous roar erupted from within the association headquarters. Two petite, doll-like mech maids burst forth. Yet with every step toward Wang Tingting, their frames swelled dramatically. By the time they reached her side, they towered 2 meters tall, hulking hypermuscular figures whose once delicate features had warped into exaggerated JoJo-esque grandeur. What are you doing? Wang Tingting froze in terror. The two colossal mechmaids seized her arms, one on each side, rendering her utterly immobile. The officer regarded her coolly, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Per Article 192 of the Mechmaid Protection Regulations, when a violator fails to remit compensation, our association reserves the right to enforce mandatory measures, including but not limited to compulsory escort to a certified lending institution. Take her away. He gestured sharply, then turned to Jin's son. You may collect your compensation tomorrow. We'll handle this today. Amid Wang Tingting's frantic cursing struggles, the two towering mechmaids dragged her, like a sack of grain, into the lending facility. I'm curious. What happens if she defaults on the loan? Su Chen gazed at the heavy doors closing behind her and asked quietly. She might be assigned to mining labor. The officer adjusted his glasses with icy precision. And if she mines poorly, well, the only valuable assets she has left are a few organs. Though in practice we rarely resort to such extremes. More commonly she'd serve as a blood donor or participate in pharmaceutical trials. After all, we respect her right to life. Su Chen, a truly exquisite interpretation of respect for life. Yet seeing it applied to Wang Tingting, he found, unexpectedly, to his quiet satisfaction. I hear you're here to formalize a soul pact. The officer's earlier grimness vanished, replaced by a gentle, welcoming smile. Xing Ming, is that right? I know of you. He beamed warmly at her seated in the wheelchair, You're a courageous, whether for yourself or for your master, you've embodied the very spirit of competition and the glory of the track. Follow me. With that, he nodded to Su Chen. I'll handle the registration today. Jin Sun watched as Su Chen gently pushed Xing Ming's wheelchair toward the association's entrance. Golden afternoon light filtered through the glass, draping them both in a soft, luminous veil. Su Chen leaned down, speaking softly. Xing Ming tilted her face upward, her cat ears flickering playfully, her laughter unmistakable. Their silhouettes softened and blurred within the gentle halo of light, until the great doors closed behind them. Only then did Jin Sun turn away. Sunlight bathed her just as generously, outlining her solitary figure as she walked forward. Joy bloomed on her lips, a radiant, unguarded happiness, for Xing Ming's sake. Perhaps someday she too would meet a master with whom she could truly share her soul. She hoped so. Straightening her spine, Jin Sun strode resolutely down her own sunlit path. They walked back to back, each stepping steadily into their own light. The registration process is not complicated. It just requires updating information on the computer. However, compared to the basic information needed for the bond contract, this time the information required for the spiritual contract is considerably more, including height, weight, age, and future aspirations. Inside the Machine Protection Association, there is another world. After registering the information, the staff led Su Chen and Xing Ming into an area resembling a grand hall. In stark contrast to the bustling voices outside, this place feels particularly spacious. The number of machine girls and drivers coming to sign the spiritual contract is scarce. They sit in pairs scattered across the seats in the grand hall. They are close to each other, whispering softly, and the atmosphere resembles that of couples. Moreover, there seems to flow a natural, harmonious aura between them, unlike those drivers and machine girls outside, who at first glance always give off a sense of mere compatibility. The better ones could only be considered as newly acquainted friends. These are the machine girls and drivers here to sign the spiritual contracts. The staff quietly introduced as they walked Su Chen and Xing Ming through the seating area. Some are newly arrived, while others did not meet the conditions before. There is an opportunity once a month. Conditions? Su Chen paused. Are there prerequisites to be met? Exactly. The staff adjusted his glasses, raising a finger. A very simple condition. As long as the machine girl's basic resonance frequency is qualified, then the spiritual contract can be signed. Su Chen silently glanced at Xing Ming's basic resonance frequency, 50%. This was not the value obtained after winning the city championship, but rather what had developed over the past 2 days while taking care of Xing Ming, especially after applying medication on her, which mysteriously increased by a full 10 percentage points. He couldn't tell if this value was qualified. After all, in his impression, the so-called qualification was always tied to the number 60. If it were unqualified, that would be awkward. There's a pair ahead of you. I'll test them first so you can also see the specific testing process. The staff seated Su Chen and Xing Ming in the front row and gestured for them to wait. Then he turned around to change into a black long robe resembling a priest's attire, standing on the high platform like a wedding officiant. Mr. Li Qingshuan, Miss Lingju, please come up. The designated driver and machine girl stood slightly awkwardly in front of the staff. The staff then took out a cube-shaped device and solemnly placed it on the table. Let's begin, he nodded at the two. The driver and the machine girl exchanged a glance, both showing signs of nervousness and mutual encouragement. Then they each extended a hand and placed it on the cube. Meow. Xing Ming curiously shook her cat ears, and the seemingly ordinary cube suddenly lit up with a faint milky white glow. The staff stared at the cube side after a while. Not good, your resonance frequency is only 23, still quite a bit off. Go back and keep working hard. All this. The driver, named Li Chengxian, looked somewhat stunned. He glanced at his machine girl, who was also hanging her head with a disappointed expression, and ultimately said nothing. Don't act solely on your feelings, the staff warned seriously. You need to truly understand what your machine girl, your partner, genuinely needs in her heart. Please leave. I hope you can make progress next month. Watching the two leave dejectedly, Xing Ming muttered softly, Master, this test is so strict. Meow. What if we can't pass the test? Then we won't be able to sign the spiritual contract today. How regrettable. Meow. I even specifically consulted the machine girl diviner online, spent 99 yuan, and she said today is a good day. Xing Ming twisted her fingers together, pouting, looking quite distressed. For her, as long as it wasn't spent on Su Chen, even 100 yuan felt a bit wasteful. Moreover, she realized she might have been deceived by that online machine girl diviner. Su Chen looked at Xing Ming's puffed-up appearance and couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting her little head to comfort her. Don't worry, we're like family, nothing will go wrong. Su Chen, Xing Ming, it's your turn now. Xing Ming swallowed hard. Her small hand hurriedly tried to grasp Su Chen's clothing, but in her fluster, she ended up grabbing his hand. Just as she wanted to let go, that warm big hand wrapped around her small hand tightly. Xing Ming felt her breathing quicken, heat rolling across her face and heart. The wheelchair then moved forward under Su Chen's push until it reached the table. The staff looked at Su Chen and the blushing Xing Meng in the wheelchair, smiling slightly. Understanding Xing Meng's inconvenience, he picked up the cube, holding it with both hands in front of them. Give it a try and see if your bond is deep enough. The star god will judge. Su Chen took a deep breath and placed his hand on the cube. Xing Meng gazed at the cube, silently praying, "Star god bless us," and placed her hand on it right next to Su Chen's large hand. Buzz! A brighter and much softer milky white light instantly erupted from the cube. The entire hall fell. All the drivers and machine girls stared eagerly at the cube. 50%. You two must have just met not long ago, right? The staff gazed at Xing Meng and Su Chen in disbelief, filled with confusion and surprise. A collective gasp and suppressed exclamations echoed throughout the hall. Hiss. 50%. My goodness. They must have known each other for a long time, right? Perhaps 4 or 5 years. Having not changed machine girls for 4 or 5 years, and continuously nurturing one, it indeed could reach this level of resonance. Master, look at them, then look at you. What's wrong with me? The resonance frequency isn't something I solely decide. Xing Meng's palms were sweating from nervousness, still gazing expectantly at the staff, waiting for the final verdict. Hearing the discussions behind him, Su Chen's heart relaxed by half. So is it qualified? Qualified. The staff nodded. Of course it's qualified. Our regulation is that the minimum resonance frequency must be 30 to sign the spiritual contract. This is to avoid the machine girl encountering an unsuitable driver, as the spiritual contract is not an equal contractual relationship for the machine girl. Meow. I told you, Master, and I would definitely qualify. Xing Meng gently patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. It seems the machine girl diviner was indeed not wrong. Today really was a good day for her. She smiled at Su Chen, but saw him frowning deeply. Master. Her smile faded, her cat ears drooping as she softly asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Su Chen stroked Xing Meng's head, pondering for a moment before addressing the staff. I don't like an unequal relationship with Xing Meng, even if she is willing. So I want to understand the necessity of signing the spiritual contract. What benefits does it bring to Xing Meng? If it only benefits me as the driver, I would rather not sign. Behind Su Chen and Xing Meng, the drivers and the Mech girls looked at him with an incomprehensible gaze. Even the staff shared this expression. He had been an MC for 7 to 8 years, but this was the first time he encountered someone like Su Chen. However, he quickly understood from the surprise and slight reddening of Xing Meng's eyes. To have a 50 resonance with a Mech girl in less than a month surely meant that he cared more about the Mech girl's feelings, right? If Xing Meng wasn't valued and cared for by a master, she wouldn't be pushing herself so hard on the racing track. Now, hearing Su Chen say this, it all made sense. Mr. Su Chen, I completely understand your concerns. The staff smile softened a bit more. The spiritual contract is not without its benefits for the Mech girls. First, the basic resonance is almost locked in, and there is minimal risk of regression. This allows the Mech girls to more easily enter resonance mode on the racing track. When the resonance reaches 60, 80, and 100, it corresponds to 3 stages of resonance mode, each stage temporarily enhancing the Mech girl's attributes. If your Mech girl is a top-tier model and has awakened her innate skills, then the 3 resonance stages will unlock the upgraded levels of her innate skills, offering even stronger effects. Moreover, a resonance state exceeding 100 triggers a very rare super-frequency state. I am not clear on the specific enhancements it provides. Such cases are quite rare and are not publicly disclosed. It is only known that different Mech girls receive varying effects in super-frequency mode. Su Chen listened silently to the staff's explanation. This indeed presented certain advantages for the Mech girls, but it was also beneficial for the drivers. Is there anything else? Yes, when the basic resonance reaches 60, 80, and 100, the Mech girl's body will undergo changes, becoming more beautiful, akin to possessing a more attractive and stylish exterior. In front of other Mech girls, those with such special changes will have more face. Su Chen. This unlocks a companion skin from the affection system. It counts as a benefit for Xing Meng. After all, there will be limited edition beautiful outfits. Is there anything more? Yes. The staff continued. Racing is an extremely dangerous sport, especially as one approaches world-class tracks. The risks are exacerbated, and no one can guarantee the safety of the driver and Mech girl. It is well known that if a Mech girl suffers a serious accident and her core consciousness remains intact, she can resurrect, but if the core is damaged, she will die completely. However, with a spiritual contract, a Mech girl with a damaged core can be revived with the driver's assistance. Su Chen nodded slightly. Finally, there was a substantial benefit. During dangerous situations in the race, the Mech girl will prioritize protecting the driver. Thus, even if a serious collision occurs, the driver generally won't face major issues, at most a concussion. In such cases, the spiritual contract becomes a form of life insurance for the Mech girls. But he felt it wasn't enough. He looked at the staff, who was also looking back at him. Before he could ask, the staff spoke first. Mr. Su Chen, I understand that you want to establish an absolutely equal relationship with Miss Xingming. After all, once a Mech Girl signs a spiritual contract, the driving rights are reduced to only 40. This means that in major decisions, as long as the driver is conscious, she must obey the driver's commands and will also comply with the driver in daily life. This is not compulsory, but the nature of this relationship causes the Mech Girl to trust the driver unconditionally. Furthermore, even if the driver dies, she cannot sign any contracts with other drivers. This means that even if the driver harms the Mech Girl, she will not complain. A century ago, there were no resonance requirements for signing spiritual contracts between drivers and Mech Girls. Due to many angering and helpless incidents, the Star God established a special state attribute called resonance for the Mech Girls, and only with a resonance of 30 can one sign a spiritual contract. The staff's words echoed in the empty auditorium. Not only Su Chen and Xingming, but other drivers and Mech Girls listened intently. Those restless minds gradually calmed down. Although the resonance as a threshold cannot completely filter out scum, I have not dealt with any distasteful incidents since I joined. Daily tenderness and thoughtful gifts are the foundation of building trust, the cornerstone that moves the resonance from 0 to 1020. They make Mech Girls feel cherished and respected, which is fundamental and immensely important. But the staff's gaze became distant, as if he saw countless past scenes. What truly causes a qualitative change in resonance, breaking through that critical 30 and advancing to 60 to 80, or even higher, often occurs at the turning point of fate, in the midst of a storm, or before seemingly insurmountable peaks, through the choices you make together. When facing a dangerous track, the engine wails, and the vehicle endures extreme pressure, victory seems distant. When the Mech Girl trembles from fear or nears loss of control due to malfunction. When doubts abound, and the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. It is the driver who firmly grips the steering wheel, looking resolutely, and saying, "Trust me, and trust yourself, we can make it through." It is the Mech Girl who, despite enduring tremendous pain and risk, still places all her trust in her master, responding with, "Master, I can still hold on. We can do this together." In the darkest of moments, it is not about how to save oneself, but about how to lead the other out of danger, that most genuine instinct. These moments, these choices that transcend rational calculations and self-preservation, ignite the sparks of resonance deep within the soul. When you face the abyss together, choosing to stand side by side instead of turning away, when under immense pressure, you can still feel each other's heartbeat resonating in sync. That moment is when your souls truly begin to meld deeply. This cold value of resonance breaks through because of the friendship and will forged through shared experiences in the storms. Mr. Su Chen, when you brought Xingming here, I knew that your resonance with her must be adequate, because you have already weathered storms and achieved glory and victory. The staff looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with understanding and approval. Including your hesitation now reflects your regard for Xingming. I just didn't expect your resonance with her to be so high. If you must ask what the greatest benefit of the spiritual contract is, I can only tell you. It's happiness. The spiritual contract locks in not just the basic resonance. It locks in the brilliance. You both shine together in those darkest moments, the chapters written with trust. It means that regardless of how many curves or storms lie ahead, your souls will depend on each other and your wills will resonate together. This is the most precious and irreplaceable benefit of this contract for the Mech Girls, and it is why they are willing to place it above the glory of the racing track. Happiness. With these words, silence fell over the auditorium. The man's words were like a stone thrown into the lake of hearts, creating ripples. Those mixed thoughts about speed, performance, and victory were quietly suppressed, replaced by a deeper contemplation. The drivers subconsciously looked at their Mech Girls, and the Mech Girls' gazes softened considerably. Su Chen felt Xingming's grip on his hand tighten. That slight tremor was not from fear or anxiety, but rather a deeper thrill. "Mr. Su Chen, I have said all that needs to be said." The staff calmly took a sip of water. "Are you willing to sign a spiritual contract with Xingming? Or rather," he paused, looking solemnly at Su Chen, "are you willing to grant happiness to this Mech Girl beside you?" Su Chen took a deep breath. Countless moments he shared with Xingming flashed through his mind. Although they hadn't known each other long, these scenes were surprisingly abundant, nearly filling his entire mind. In the end, everything froze at the city championship, with Xingming's faint smile before she fell unconscious. That smile held a warmth that could melt souls, shaking his heart. He felt no more worry or hesitation. "I am willing," he said earnestly. Each word resonated powerfully. When she uttered the 3 words, "I do," Su Chen felt his face flush slightly. He couldn't understand why someone with such a thick skin would blush. However, that sense of impending marriage suddenly intensified. He could clearly feel Xingming shudder beside him. Looking down, he saw Xingming with her head bowed, her expression hidden, but her originally pale pink ears were now a deep shade of crimson. Clearly, the staff's words had quite an impact on her. "Very well," the host said, looking at Xingming. "Are you willing to wholly devote yourself to this driver beside you?" "I I do, meow. Absolutely willing, Xingming said without a hint of hesitation. Yet she dared not look at the host or at Su Chen, feeling her heart race and her face burning with embarrassment. She didn't know what to make of her current situation. After all, it was her first time signing a spiritual contract, and she had no idea how a machine girl would react. She attributed these feelings to the special sensations generated during the signing of the spiritual contract. The host wore a knowing smile. It was indeed wonderful to witness another pair of machine girl and driver forming a spiritual contract. Though it took quite a bit of effort, if he had to do this kind of work every day, he wouldn't mind a bit. Unfortunately, drivers and machine girls who meet the threshold for a spiritual contract are rare. Encountering even one pair in half a year is quite good. Next, under the gaze of the star god, you will form a spiritual contract, and at the same time you may make a wish to. The host revealed a mysterious smile. It is said that when making a wish to the star god during the formation of a spiritual contract, the star god can hear it, making it very effective. Make a wish to the god, huh? They're starting to tease children again. Su Chen smirked. Meow. A very effective wish. Xingming's eyes sparkled, already eager to try. The host took out an object resembling a car key and pressed it gently. Boom. The ground shook. Then a statue that nearly touched the ceiling of the hall rose before Xingming and Su Chen. It was not an individual, but rather a team, or rather 3 machine girls and 1 human driver. After years of erosion, the statue's face had become somewhat blurred, but Su Chen still felt a faint sense of familiarity. Why did the man standing at the forefront of this statue look so familiar? Before he could think too much, the host had already begun to speak. Miss Xingming, please extract your mental core under the gaze of the star god and make your wish. Oh, by the way, you can only make 1 wish. Meow. Xingming nodded and closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and placed her hands gently on her chest. A soft, melodious chant began to resonate from an unknown source. A faint starlight gradually blossomed from Xingming's body. Her hands slowly spread open like petals unfurling, and a cube-shaped mental core began to rotate and take shape in her palms. This is the mental core. Su Chen stared in awe at the slowly rotating cube in Xingming's hands. The brilliant blue light of the cube connected to her right heart. It was as if Xingming had taken out her heart and was holding it before him with both hands. The soft chant gradually became solemn. Gazing at the scene that could almost be described as sacred, Su Chen couldn't help but get goosebumps, his body subconsciously tensing up. Miss Xingming, please make your wish to the star god, the host said with a smile. Make a wish. Xingming instinctively looked at Su Chen, her big eyes blinking. Then, holding the mental core, she prayed to the statue. Xingming wishes to become a world-class machine girl to ensure that Masta lives a long life and to be with Masta forever. A burst of friendly laughter echoed through the hall. The host chuckled and teased Miss Xingming, you can only make 1 wish, don't be too greedy. You've made 3 wishes already. Think carefully and choose the one you desire the most. That's hard to choose. Can't I have a few more wishes? I'm sure the star god wouldn't mind. The host said, cough, this is a necessary rule. Just a hint for you, since you have already signed a spiritual contract with Mr. Su Chen, then you have almost realized your wish of being with Mr. Su Chen forever. If you want Mr. Su Chen to live a long life, you need to win the world championship. At that time, you will receive the ultimate blessing from the star god, which you can use for many things, including granting Mr. Su Chen immortality. Immortality. A foreign term. Su Chen looked at the host in surprise. The host spoke very seriously when saying this. Clearly, this was not just a child's play. There was indeed such a thing. This world actually had the ability to grant immortality. Oh, meow. I understand now. Xingming's eyes lit up, her cat ears perked up energetically. She looked earnestly at the statue and said sincerely, star god, please bless that Masta and I can successfully win the world championship and become world class. After speaking, she silently added in her heart, then use the ultimate blessing to grant Masta immortality. That way she could be with Masta forever. Plan in motion, meow. The host was not surprised by such a wish. Most machine girls have similar wishes. He turned to Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, you can also make a wish to the star god. Me? Su Chen pointed to himself. Yes, but you can only make 1. All right. Su Chen stood before the statue. Though he knew that this so-called wishing was just a formality like a birthday, the solemn atmosphere around him still made him subconsciously take it seriously. My wish is Xingming's wish. I hope that in the future I can fulfill Xingming's wish. As soon as he spoke, a faint light flickered in the statue's eyes, as if it had come to life. Immediately after, a beam of starlight descended from the circular dome, illuminating Xingming like a spotlight. Su Chen was taken aback. After a brief moment of shock, the host quickly realized and whispered, Mr. Su Chen, you and Xingming haven't received the star god's blessing for the city championship, right? In fact, whether witnessing the spiritual contract or the star god's blessing, a connection with the star god would be established. The star god saw that Xingming didn't have the championship blessing, so he decided to bless her. So when Xing Ming and I made a wish, the star god could hear it. Su Chen's lips twitched. Of course the host nodded seriously. Otherwise, do you think the star god statue is just a decoration? Su Chen was speechless, because he truly believed it was just that. Just relying on a statue to establish contact with a group of gods floating somewhere in the universe seemed far-fetched. This was just too fantastical. The world he crossed into shouldn't belong to urban high martial arts, right? Just now, he nearly thought the star god was going to grant his and Xing Ming's wishes. The starlight that fell on Xing Ming did not last long. When the starlight faded, Su Chen found that all of Xing Ming's attributes had increased slightly, becoming speed 64, cornering 65, stability 44, burst 40, endurance 53. Was this championship blessing equivalent to a level up? That was quite impressive. What surprised him even more was that Xing Ming originally had a tire where 20 negative effect. After receiving the star god's blessing, this negative effect disappeared completely. Then he watched in shock as Xing Ming stood up directly from her wheelchair. Holding the mental core, she bounced over to him and held the cube up with both hands, with her bright blue eyes eagerly gazing at him. Hey master, I want to make a spiritual contract, meow. The mental contract was finalized. The final step was quite simple. It only required a drop of blood on the core of Xing Ming's consciousness. However, Su Chen still asked the officiant about some points he did not understand. For instance, since the machine girl can extract the core, wouldn't it be possible to establish the mental contract without a ceremony? The officiant's answer was that since last century all machine girls have had mental shackles. A mental contract without a spiritual ceremony and the acknowledgement of the star god would fail even if all the pilot's blood was drained. This also maximally prevents some insincere scum from harming the machine girls. Additionally, why is it that the blessing of the star god can heal Xing Ming's injuries? He did not recall the blessing of the star god having such an effect, otherwise Queen would have told him long ago. The officiant's response was equally ambiguous. The gist was that both the mental contract and the blessing would enhance the connection with the star god. The combination made the connection between the star god and Xing Ming clearer, allowing the star god to wield more power to help Xing Ming solve certain problems. Thus, assisting Xing Ming in healing injuries during the blessing became an effortless task. When the machine girl won the world championship and received the ultimate blessing, her connection with the star god could be said to have reached its peak. This is why the star god could fully wield divine power, achieving conditions that sound fantastical, such as granting immortality to both the pilot and the machine girl. But this is indeed real. The officiant cited several pilots who had achieved immortality. This year's World League Association president Lin Yifeng is one such immortal and was also the champion of the last world competition. Outside the Machine Preservation Association, Su Chen watched the girl ahead, who was hopping along clearly in a good mood, while his mind continued to ponder the information provided by the officiant. Machine girls do have a lifespan out compared to humans who live less than 100 years. Most machine girls can live for over 1,000 years. But they ultimately have a moment when their lifespan runs out. If he wanted to be with Xing Ming forever, he had to become a world champion. Previously, he had brought Xing Ming to the racing track with the sole purpose of helping her regain her confidence and step out of her psychological shadow. But in reality, his passion for racing was not as strong as his love for modifications. He was inherently a rational person. This rationality made it difficult for him to adapt to the adrenaline-fueled, oxygen-deprived sensations of the racing track. But now his thoughts had changed. He wanted to become world-class. He wanted to fulfill Xing Ming's wish. He wanted to achieve immortality with Xing Ming. The hand of God, the eye of God, the heart of God, along with the modification knowledge in my mind that transcends this era. Su Chen murmured, clenching his fists. He worried about his skills being insufficient, but the heart of God would complete his techniques. He was concerned that Xing Ming's performance would not keep up, but his modification knowledge and the hand of God would allow Xing Ming to grow rapidly. He worried about not understanding the details of his opponents, but the eye of God would provide him with insights into everything. He already possessed all the conditions to become the world champion. Although the journey would not necessarily be smooth sailing, becoming the world champion was definitely not an unattainable fantasy. Having crossed over, I shouldn't hold on to such idle thoughts anymore. Su Chen chuckled at himself. In his past life, he had been too idle, leading him to resign from a top club. If he hadn't resigned, that top driver probably wouldn't have lost his life. In this life, for the sake of Xing Ming and himself, he could not afford to be idle anymore. Master, Xing Ming, who was walking ahead, turned around and waved at him with a smile. What are you mumbling about? Walk a bit faster, meow. Sister Queen said we're having a grand feast tonight, so let's head back early. All right, Su Chen replied, quickening his pace to catch up. With a quiet and complete shift in mindset, the gears of fate began to turn at this moment. A chief modifier from another world would declare war against all top drivers and top machine girls of the machine girl era, aiming for the world stage. Do you want to know if there are any upcoming competitions? At the dining table, Queen looked at Su Chen in surprise. She glanced again at Xingming, who was happily devouring a chicken leg in her right hand, while holding fries in her left, and frowned. There's a city championship race in half a month on August 1st, but only the top 3 contestants from all city tournaments are eligible to participate. However, Xingming's condition probably won't allow her to compete for at least a month, right? Su Chen glanced at Xingming's status on the panel and replied, "Just now at the Machine Preservation Association, the blessing of the Star God not only healed Xingming's injuries, but now her status is also fully recovered. Previously, she was in a state of exhausted, unable to compete, but now it has changed to high spirits suitable for competition. A Machine Girl's condition will decline after each competition based on the intensity, just like how human athletes cannot participate in multiple competitions in quick succession. Machine Girls also require maintenance and rest. In severe injury situations like Xingming's in the city tournament, after treatment and care, they basically cannot participate in competitions for a month. Therefore, moving forward, well-known drivers typically have more than one Machine Girl by their side. This is because as the intensity of competitions increases, if a Machine Girl participates in Event A, she cannot continue to participate in Event B. Another Machine Girl needs to step in to avoid affecting the accumulation of competition points for that year. Generally, a driver with 3 Machine Girls is already sufficient to aim for the world stage. Of course, some nouveau riche prefer to surround themselves with numerous beautiful Machine Girls. However, Machine Girls with ambition and standards would not accept these nouveau riche drivers. A driver's energy is limited, and the more Machine Girls there are, the less care and resources they can allocate. Compared to these merely wealthy nouveau riche drivers, Machine Girls are more inclined to choose drivers who are promising and not frivolous. Are you sure? Queen was hearing about the blessing of the Star God restoring the Machine Girl's condition for the first time, but seeing that Xingming's injuries were healed, she believed it to some extent. They'll go get the equipment to check Xingming in a bit. If everything checks out, you can participate in the city championship race in early August. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly changed her tone. The city championship race is filled with experts, and be careful not to get knocked around too much, tisk. Su Chen was unfazed by this potential setback, smiling as he nodded. Primarily, it's about experiencing it. Only through competing with experts can one learn new things. He was not overly concerned about the competition results, as he and Xingming had decades of opportunities. There was no rush to accumulate power in just a few years. Your mindset is quite good. Queen pouted, yet a hint of subtle gloom flickered in her eyes. Tomorrow you'll face the modification team of Knight's Voice. How do you feel? Scared. Su Chen was taken aback. He was the chief modifier of Huaxiao. What would he be scared of? His only issue was lacking qualifications and certificates in this world. But he had real skills. As long as the modifiers of Knight's Voice still had some pride, and as long as he relied on modification techniques, he could annihilate these so-called modification masters. I just want to ask one thing. Su Chen wiped his mouth with a wet wipe. Are the modifiers of your Knight's Voice team thick-skinned? Queen took a while to respond before she understood Su Chen's meaning. She smiled gently, giving Su Chen's, "They are all master-level figures, and any one of them is at least 2 generations older than you. They wouldn't do something so disgraceful as bullying the young. Just ensure your theories are convincing enough for them. Then there's no problem." Su Chen nodded. In the field of modification, older modifiers certainly have more experience. But they still adhere to the fundamental principle that those who achieve mastery become the teachers. He was just worried that the modifiers in this world were a bunch of arrogant and self-important individuals. Meeting such people would be quite troublesome. After all, those who commit the sin of arrogance typically have one common trait. They are deaf and blind. The next day, after a simple breakfast prepared by Queen herself, Su Chen and Xingming took Queen's helicopter to the headquarters of the Knight's Voice. Throughout the journey, Queen remained tense. Su Chen felt no nervousness. Instead, Queen was anxious for him. Jessica, on the other hand, appeared to be an amused spectator. The day before, she had relayed Queen's exact words to the modification team. Master James, the head of the team, was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter, slamming his hand on the table and cursing, incredulous that a black market modifier, without even a certification, would dare challenge their master team. Was he out of his mind? However, they were now tasked with the modification of Queen following the young lattice orders. It was essential to resolve Queen's doubts and prevent her from being swayed by such a rogue modifier. This was also to encourage Queen to willingly accept the modifications. Thus, they decided to take the precious time to confront this arrogant, unlicensed modifier. He must know that the porcelain of the Knight's Voice is not something anyone can touch. At 10 in the morning, in a lavish yet solemn conference room of the Knight's Voice. Before the long conference table, all the modifiers from Queen's team were already seated. They all wore uniforms bearing the emblem of the Knight's Voice, and even the youngest among them was in his 40s. Almost every modifier wore more than 5 medals on their chests, all earned from participating in various prestigious modification competitions, serving as symbols of their identity and strength. "Mr. James, I don't understand why we need to make such a fuss over this. He is merely an insignificant. I had planned to take my yacht out for fishing today, but now I have to attend this ridiculous meeting. Even sending our apprentices would suffice to handle that arrogant brat. James was adjusting his white gloves, speaking slowly. Do you really think the young lady is unaware of this? We are sitting here to inform the young lady and Queen that we are serious and responsible for Queen's modifications, and we will not allow anyone to interfere. It is precisely because our attitudes differ that I am the one in charge while you are merely modifiers on the team. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and fell silent. They were the modification team, named Knight, recruited by the Knight's voice, earning high salaries and enjoying relatively easy work. Currently, they were only responsible for Queen. They only needed to work when Queen was being modified, and the rest of the time was spent playing. Apart from the Knight's voice, they would probably never find a more comfortable job. Jameis' words hit the nail on the head. Attitude is crucial. If the attitude is lax, then the distance to being kicked out is not far away. Mr. James, Queen is here. An apprentice knocked and reminded. James nodded, signaling everyone to be quiet with his gaze. The modifiers from the Knight team were watching the door, and upon hearing the approaching sound of high heels, they saw Queen in a black long dress and her accompanied by a young man, followed by a cat girl type mech. Is this the modifier Queen mentioned? He's so young. How arrogant can he be? Coming to challenge the modification team of the Knight's voice without even having matured. What a joke. The modifiers from the Knight team couldn't help but mutter under their breath as they looked at Su Chen. Although they wanted to maintain their basic dignity and calmness, disdain and contempt still surfaced in various subtle expressions. Su Chen was also curious, glancing at the group of modifiers. Middle-aged men, old men. All old men. It was utterly speechless. Having lived for so many years, their understanding of modification was still childlike. Had they lived all those decades in the body of a dog? He wanted to maintain a facade of calmness and humility, but his confusion and disdain still seeped from his eyes. Two waves of modifiers representing T1 and T0 levels of their respective worlds were staring at each other, caught in a glaring cultural knowledge disparity. Queen observed the disdain and contempt directed at Su Chen from the Knight team. Her aura grew colder, her slightly furrowed brow emanating a chill, and her sharp gaze swept like blades across the conference hall. Yet the constant tightening and loosening of her fingers revealed her inner tension. Queen felt a bit regretful. She seemed to have dragged Su Chen into this conflict for her sake. It was hard to imagine how much grievance and blow Su Chen would suffer here today. Since Mr. Su Chen has arrived, let's get started quickly. James at the head of the table cleared his throat and looked at Su Chen. He just wanted to quickly end this farce. Mr. Su Chen, everyone here is a master-level figure among modifiers. Modifiers are classified into 6 levels: D, C, B, A, S, and X, and here the lowest rank is an A-level modifier. What I want to say is that if you wish to discuss Queen's modification issues with us, you must first demonstrate the capabilities expected of an A-level modifier. Queen's expression stiffened. Su Chen didn't even possess a modifier's certificate. How could he prove he was an A-level? Moreover, could Su Chen really be an A-level modifier? An A-level modifier wouldn't be without clients. What concerned her was merely Su Chen's respect and understanding for her. She believed Su Chen's theoretical knowledge of modification was more advanced. As for the technical skills, although she had faith in Su Chen, she wasn't that arrogant. A-level, such status requires decades of accumulation and innate talent. Just as she pondered how to assist Su Chen in saying a few words, Su Chen had already stepped forward, locking his gaze on James at the head of the table, and said aloud, "What kind of skill do you need me to demonstrate? Is it modification experience, modification technology, modification theory, or understanding of vehicle systems?" James was taken aback, then smiled, a hint of helplessness and absurdity in his laughter. From Su Chen's questions, he could already tell that Su Chen was an utterly ignorant outsider. Perhaps he wasn't even a modifier. Queen was still too naive. Despite her cold demeanor, she was quite easy to deceive. But that was fine. Today the Knight team would show Queen who is the true professional, who is more trustworthy. It's not that complicated. He leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands. C and D level modifiers lack the ability to produce modification cores. They can only see the vague attributes of the modification cores. B and above level modifiers differ in that they can see the attributes of modification cores more clearly, accurately determining the types and functions of basic modification modules, as well as achieving higher synthesis success rates for different levels of modification cores. For example, S-level modifiers can clearly see the attributes of modification cores, perfectly judge the types of basic modules, and can preliminarily assess the enhanced attributes of basic modules with an accuracy rate within 20 of machine detection and a success rate of over 60 for manufacturing blue modification cores, and they can produce golden modification cores at the highest level. He knew that Su Chen understood nothing. Therefore, he explained in detail while observing Su Chen's expression. What surprised him was that Su Chen remained calm, showing no signs of panic. So, he leaned forward staring into Su Chen's eyes and said solemnly, "We will provide you with 10 materials. As long as you can create a blue modification core from those 10 materials, we will acknowledge you as having the strength of an A-level modifier, and you can present your understanding of Queen's modification plan to us. One material is enough." Su Chen extended a finger. James was stunned, and the other modifiers changed their expressions. But soon someone burst into laughter. "Arrogant. But I've never seen someone so arrogantly ridiculous. Is he implying that his chance of creating a blue modification core is 100%? Don't say that, he might not even be able to make it." James also wanted to laugh. But as the person in charge, an ins-level modifier, he could not. He couldn't laugh, he had to be serious. Ahem, silence. He commanded all the modifiers to hush and instructed his apprentice to bring the materials. Although Su Chen said one material was enough, he still had the apprentice bring 10. Even 10 materials couldn't produce a blue modification core. Queen should have realized this. The night team prepared a workbench for Su Chen, and soon 10 materials were set up on it, all basic modification modules. Su Chen stood before the workbench donning gloves and pretending to prepare. Queen watched Su Chen's back, hearing the faint sounds of ridicule and laughter, feeling both self-reproach and heartache. Suddenly, she felt her hand being held, and turning to see Xingming looking at her with concern. "Sister Queen, don't worry, I believe Moss will not act without preparation." Xingming also looked at the man standing in front of the workbench. He was much younger than all the modifiers in the conference room, but only he could give her a sense of security. "I know Most, if he wasn't confident, he wouldn't easily make promises. Since he is already standing here, it means he has considered the impending storm, and what we need to do now is to meow." Upon hearing Xingming's words, Queen's tension and worries gradually eased. She clenched her fists, gazing at Su Chen's back, her resolve growing stronger. "All right, I believe him." For Su Chen, making a modification core from basic modification modules was akin to handling pre-prepared dishes. For instance, to make a braised pork rice bowl, one only needs to heat up the pre-packaged braised pork, open the bag, and pour it over rice. This is something even a fool could do right. He didn't understand why such a simple task still had a success rate associated with it. The modifications he made for Xingming had complete material selection and modification processes with extremely high accuracy. The attributes of the produced modification cores were all exceptional, regardless of the aspect. He casually picked up a blue engine modification module and a blue weight reduction modification module from the materials. This is an engine modification module that will enhance the speed and explosive attributes of the modification core while reducing some stability and endurance. The speed and explosion range increases by 7 to 8 and 3 to 4, but due to its average quality, it is significantly affected by other modification modules. Su Chen held the engine modification module in front of James. As soon as he finished speaking, the chatter in the entire conference room came to a sudden halt. The disdain and nonchalance on James' face vanished, replaced by astonishment and shock. Su Chen he could see the attributes and modification directions of this basic modification module, which were nearly identical to what Su Chen had described. But he didn't understand what Su Chen meant by poor quality. And what did he mean by significantly affected by other modification modules? Isn't the quality of this modification module blue? What other qualities could there possibly be? He didn't realize that in Su Chen's eyes, blue was merely the basic quality of modification modules and cores. Above this basic quality, there are distinctions of poor, average, good, excellent, and perfect. All 10 materials in front of him were of average and poor quality, with not a single good one. Pre-prepared dishes are just pre-prepared dishes. Su Chen felt disdainful in his heart. No matter how perfectly packaged the pre-prepared dishes were, they couldn't compare to what a 5-star chef could do personally. "What about the other basic module in your hand?" James asked proactively. He wondered if Su Chen had just gotten lucky and happened to hit the nail on the head. "This is a basic weight reduction module primarily targeting chassis weight reduction, and its quality is very poor." Su Chen toyed with the other basic module, speaking slowly. "Its attributes are to enhance speed, while reducing stability and cornering performance with a speed increase of about 4 to 5. Oh, and it is also significantly affected by other modification modules." Again correct. James' expression tightened, and he no longer dared to underestimate Su Chen. This young man truly had something. "May I ask you a question?" He fiddled with his watch, pondering. "What do you mean by significantly affected by other modification modules? How did you deduce that?" "Oh." Su Chen smiled slyly, saying helplessly, "So you all don't know? I thought a top modification team should be aware of these things." He imitated James' previous manner, shrugging. Let me give you an example. Suppose as basic module attributes enhance speed and BS basic module attributes enhance cornering. If these two are significantly affected by other modules, it could lead to the resulting modification core's final speed and cornering attributes not meeting expectations, while their negative effects are very likely to exceed expectations. "Oh, I see." James adjusted his glasses, contemplating. "We encounter similar situations when modifying However, we only consider these as probabilistic attribute losses, which is quite normal. Occasionally, there are cases of minimal or no attribute loss, but the reasons for that have yet to be studied. Moreover, if A is a purple quality module and B is a blue quality module, the final synthesis will yield a blue modification core. Generally, the attributes of the B module will not suffer any loss when inherited into the modification core, while A will lose most of its attributes. When not considering costs, we use this method to enhance the attributes of the modification core products. However, this pairing significantly lowers the success rate of core synthesis. James had already started to regard Su Chen as a true modifier exchanging insights. The other modifiers in the conference hall looked serious, diligently taking notes. James is an S-level modification master, and any experience he shares is a valuable asset for them. Su Chen observed the respectful attitudes of the modifiers, chuckling inwardly. What could be the reason? It's simply a matter of having stumbled upon high-quality basic modification modules. The blue quality modification core, made from a combination of purple and blue basic modules, relies entirely on the higher quality of the purple module to preserve the attributes of the blue module, with the downside being the sacrifice of most of the purple module's attributes. It seems impressive, but in reality, it is not worth the cost. He looked at the modifiers who were scribbling furiously, suddenly feeling a sense of sorrow. Sorrow for the modifiers of this world, sorrow for the drivers and mechas of this era. These modifiers are, to put it bluntly, merely processors of pre-prepared dishes. All they know is how to make the pre-prepared dishes slightly more palatable through combinations. They do not understand cooking at all. They know nothing about modifications. They are just a bunch of outsiders looking down from above. Su Chen felt bored and disappointed. He had originally held some expectations for today's debate. However, discussing with these modifiers felt nothing like a fair competition or a showdown of the strong. He no longer held any hope of convincing these modifiers. A group of people who understood nothing about modifications, their thoughts merely skimmed the surface. It couldn't even be called modification, it should be termed piecing together. It was like a weapon engineer from the firearms era explaining airplanes and artillery to a weapon expert from the Iron Age. It was simply talking past each other. No matter how many technical details he explained, it would be like playing music to a cow. They simply couldn't understand. Nevertheless, the necessary efforts still had to be made. Su Chen combined the two basic modification modules in front of James and all the modifiers. In less than 10 seconds, he produced a blue modification core. The cubical modification core slowly rotated in his hand. The faint blue glow reflected in his indifferent eyes like a flickering flame. Everyone stared in shock at this scene. Did this really succeed with just one material? And the speed of production was astonishingly fast. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The entire conference hall was silent as a pin could be heard dropping. Under normal circumstances, fabricating a modified core requires 2 to 3 hours. During this time, the modder must continuously channel energy into the base modules to catalyze their fusion. It is precisely for this reason that output remains persistently low. Some modders labor an entire day, yet fail to produce even a single modified core, and behind each successful core may lie the waste of several, even a dozen sets of raw materials. Hence the exorbitant market price. Yet what did they just witness? A flawless modified core fabricated in under 10 seconds. MMR. Su Chen. James's voice trembled unbidden as he stammered, "Might I ask you to fabricate another modified core?" He never finished. Su Chen casually picked up 3 base modules and conjured another core with a deft twist of his fingers. This time took slightly longer, still under 30 seconds. As the blue modified core rotated slowly between Su Chen's palms, a chorus of sharp, involuntary intakes of breath echoed through the conference room. "Well, do I now possess the standing to discuss Queen's modification plan with you?" Su Chen tossed the 2 Azure modified cores onto the table with casual nonchalance. He regarded such prefabricated assemblies as beneath contempt, mere refuse. "Yes, you are absolutely qualified to deliberate Queen's modification plan with us." James agreed instantly. He had no idea what lay behind Su Chen's extraordinary ability, but what he had just witnessed placed the young man firmly in the A-rank tier. Whether Su Chen ranks tier would depend on whether he could fabricate violet or golden cores. As for the absence of certification, it was likely an intelligence oversight. No genuine A-rank modder would lack formal credentials. As for Su Chen's youth, that could only be attributed to prodigious innate talent. After all, a modder's primary aptitude is determined at birth. While postnatal training can yield marginal gains, its efficacy is severely constrained, and the ceiling is irrevocably fixed, leaving virtually no room for transcendence. "Queen sister, did you see that?" Xing Ming planted her hands on her hips, tilted her chin upward, and beamed with shared pride. "I told you Master would handle it flawlessly, meow." In truth, she hadn't been certain Su Chen would earn the elders' approval. Human elders, especially masters of their craft, grow stubborn with age. She simply trusted him, unconditionally. Such was the nature of their soul bond, where he'd claim he could pluck stars from the heavens, she would believe him, without ever questioning feasibility. She did not weigh practicality, only faith. Queen remained silent, clenching her fists tightly as she steadied her breathing and heartbeat. She rarely praised anyone, of those who earned her sincere admiration were exceedingly rare. She had assumed today's confrontation between Su Chen and the night modding team would prove a futile gesture. Yet against all expectations, Su Chen had carved out a sliver of hope for her. A projector screen descended at the center of the chamber, displaying the PowerPoint presentation outlining Queen's modification blueprint. James walked Su Chen through the entire proposal with unmistakable self-satisfaction. Mr. Su Chen, as you can see, our modification plan is flawless. To transform Queen into a supremely powerful and perfectly balanced mecha maiden, the Night team has spared no effort. And the voice of Night has generously allocated every available resource toward Queen. Su Chen had already reviewed the blueprint long before. Rereading it now stirred nausea, as if swallowing rancid grease. Beneath its dazzling comprehensive veneer lay nothing but mindless component stacking, a hallmark of prefabrication artisans' shallow logic. So what do you think of our plan? Any concerns you'd like to raise? Su Chen drew a slow, measured breath, suppressing the urge to declare, your plan is nothing but excrement laced with maggots. If negotiation was the goal, provocation must be avoided. Only calm, rational dialogue could secure Queen's best interests. I cannot endorse your modification plan, Su Chen said, shaking his head. Oh, James arched an eyebrow. Pray elaborate. Queen is a Thunderstar Radiance burst-type mecha maiden. Your plan emphasizes universal enhancement, yet utterly erases her defining identity. Su Chen spoke calmly. Your modifications should prioritize speed and burst output first, then enhance secondary attributes within that framework, not chase parity across all parameters indiscriminately. Adopt this direction and Queen's burst capacity and velocity would have long surpassed 100, fully unlocking her latent potential. Modders exchanged uneasy glances, eyes clouded with skepticism and confusion. Queen, however, gazed at Su Chen's back with luminous, unwavering eyes. Yes, this was precisely what she desired: absolute speed. Unfettered burst. The exhilarating freedom of forward momentum, wind roaring past untamed and unrestrained. When had she forgotten? She felt as though she had lost so much, forgotten instincts buried deep within. James furrowed his brow deeply, pausing in thoughtful silence before replying, Mr. Su Chen, I confess, I do not comprehend your reasoning. Regardless of Queen's classification, holistic enhancement must logically surpass specialization in only two attributes. Focusing solely on two stats is academic imbalance, not the mark of a perfect mecha maiden. What our patron commissioned was perfection, a hexagonal warrior, flawless in every facet without a single weakness. That was the night modding team's ultimate objective, so they deliberately deferred Queen's burst and speed enhancements, intending to reintegrate them later via supplementary modifications. Their goal was straightforward, and Su Chen understood it well. They sought an honor student excelling uniformly across all disciplines. Yet due to the intrinsic constraints of modification, boosting one attribute inevitably diminished others. This mirrored pre-collapse racing principles. A top-tier straight-line accelerator inevitably suffered poor cornering control, limited aerodynamic versatility, and imbalanced weight distribution. Likewise, a muscle car's raw power and stability came at the cost of sluggish handling, pronounced body roll, and imprecise steering. By forcing Queen into the mold of an all-around scholar, they had overlooked and actively suppressed her innate capacity to achieve world-class excellence in burst and speed alone. Which path holds greater promise? Universal competence or transcendent mastery? The answer is unequivocal: the latter. Focus concentrated upon a single peak yields true supremacy. No race car is perfect. Only the union of driver and machine achieves perfection. The driver's role is symbiotic, compensating for the machine's flaws through skill and amplifying its strengths through precision. That is the essence of true motorsport. Alas, the night modding team's artisans understood none of this. Or rather, neither drivers nor modders in this world, nor even most mecha maidens themselves, grasped this truth. Universal enhancement had become dogma, deep-rooted, unquestioned, absolute. Since you all desire a well-rounded and excellent machine girl, why not choose the one with the radiant star emblem? Su Chen tried to keep his tone calm. When machine girls advance, not all attributes increase uniformly. Speed-type machine girls tend to enhance their speed attribute. Only the Star Dream machine girls with the radiant star emblem see slight improvements across all 5 attributes. Because the machine girls with the radiant star emblem serve a supportive role within the team, their future awakened abilities will also lean towards support. James spread his hands and said matter-of-factly, such machine girls are almost impossible to become the central figure. That spot belongs to those with the flowing flame star emblem or the thunder star emblem, as their awakened special skills are designed to seize that position. Su Chen twitched his lips. What? This world actually has a hierarchy among machine girl types, just like in games where the central figure looks down on support. Have you ever considered that the reason why Queen can't be activated now might be due to your modification plan being unsuitable? Absolutely impossible. James refuted emphatically. We have encountered many cases like Queen's, who as long as we enhance all attributes to a balanced level in the later stages, it will naturally activate. So please rest assured about this. In short, our modification plan is in line with the general consensus of the times and poses no issues. At this point, Su Chen could already see the problems with these modification engineers. There was indeed arrogance. After he demonstrated his strength, that arrogance had begun to hide. But besides the arrogance, there was also stubbornness and obstinacy. Even after he showcased his abilities, these engineers remained unyielding. Like an old feudal lord nailed to a coffin board, impervious to reason. Su Chen could understand. When old concepts become thoroughly entrenched and form a trend, they cannot accept or tolerate the emergence of new ideas unless the impact of those new concepts is strong enough to tear them apart, allowing these decayed souls to slowly awaken. It is impossible for these leading modification masters of the era to heed his call with just a wave of his hand. He certainly doesn't have an intelligence-diminishing aura. Su Chen sighed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. What conditions must I meet to participate in Queen's modification plan? Su Chen retreated and coaxed. If this continues, you will completely obliterate Queen's characteristics, and she will be rendered useless. Nonsense. James' elevated voice already carried a hint of anger. Mr. Su Chen, you may be a genius, and I respect and treat you as such, but that does not mean you can casually insult the modification plan produced by our night team. Queen will not be rendered useless, she will become a perfect machine girl. He loosened his tie, took a breath, and his voice grew somber. As for participating in Queen's modification plan, you must at least present your A-level modification engineer certificate and gain the recognition of the Night Voice Group. At least our night team does not have the authority to allow you to join. Su Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead. A tiger cannot eat the sky, and he has no way in. He had considered letting them provide the golden module, and he would directly craft the golden modification core himself, or even better, platinum and diamond modification cores to showcase more of his value. But he lacked confidence, and this move was too risky. He had not been in this world long and had no background. What if he were captured and held in confinement, strapped to an electric chair, and they shocked him without letting him craft the modification core? What then? Just as he was pondering if there were any other options, Jessica suddenly appeared at the door of the conference hall and knocked. Silence, the young lady has arrived. As Jessica's voice fell, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. All arguments and fiery gazes abruptly ceased. The modification engineers, including James, who had just been arguing fiercely and even filled with anger, were all like they had hit the pause button, their bodies instinctively tensing, their gazes involuntarily drifting towards the door. With the sound of high heels, a tall woman entered through the door dressed in a beige high-end suit, her thin lips slightly pursed, her nose sharp, and her pair of phoenix eyes devoid of any emotion. This woman could only be considered above average in appearance, yet she emanated a unique aura. Just standing before her would create psychological pressure. Looking at the woman who had stopped in her tracks, Su Chen knew that this was the mysterious young lady from the Night Voice Group, the future pilot of Queen. I am Chen Xin, the top driver of the Night Group, T1. Chen Xin scrutinized Su Chen for a few moments before continuing. Queen is not my first machine girl. She is the third one I am preparing to join as a substitute when my other machine girls are not in good condition. I heard your discussion earlier. Mr. Su Chen, you are very talented, but I must make it clear that both of my first two machine girls were modified by the night team, and they are quite versatile. I believe if they can do it, Queen can certainly do it as well, wouldn't you agree? Chen Xin exuded an air of authority befitting a young lady of her stature, cultivated by years of being in a high position and enjoying a life of luxury. James and the modification engineers of the night team did not dare to speak, not even to meet Chen Xin's gaze. But Su Chen was unbothered. He had seen too many nobles, some of whom even had to beg him to modify their vehicles. Therefore, he was able to look Chen Xin in the eye without being subservient. In my opinion, the modification plan of the night team is nothing more than a pile of rubbish. He dropped the pretense. He laid his cards on the table. Since the old fossils were stubborn, he was too lazy to maintain basic decorum. You? James' face turned red with anger, pointing at Su Chen, yet daring not to scold him aloud. All the engineers around glared at Su Chen with anger. In the quiet room, only the sound of high heels moving could be heard. Queen took a small step towards Su Chen. Star Dream had already rushed to Su Chen's side, spreading her arms like a protective hen, shielding him behind her, her fierce eyes glaring at the surrounding engineers, baring her teeth and shaking her cat ears ready to bite at any moment. Although she had no deterrent effect whatsoever. It seems Queen is quite worried about you. Qin Xian noticed the faint concern and panic on Queen's face. She looked at Su Chen with surprise, a slight smile on her lips. Queen is a very unique machine girl with distinctive performance and personality. Very few people can catch her eye, but they are certainly not ordinary individuals. For example, I am its level driver. Qin Xian smiled with a hint of narcissism. Perhaps Queen found me exceptional back then, which is why she signed the contract with the Night Voice Group. What I want to say is, Qin Xian paused, since Queen has recognized you in terms of modification, it indicates that you are also extraordinary. Therefore, I am willing to give you an opportunity. I looked at your information and you do not yet have a modification engineer certificate. So, if you can obtain an A-level modification engineer certificate within 3 months, Queen is willing to follow you, and you can take her away directly. What do you think? The conference hall fell silent again as James and the other engineers looked at Qin Xian with incredulous expressions. Jessica opened her mouth, likely realizing the significance of the young lad's actions. But was Su Chen worth such an investment from her? After all, this is Queen. They had poured so many resources into her. Furthermore, she was a top machine girl carefully selected by the young lady with immense potential. Is Su Chen truly that special? 3 months. Su Chen frowned slightly. Opportunities do not fall from the sky. He had learned that obtaining a modification engineer certificate requires sufficient study time. Just like it is impossible to skip from primary school to junior high school or from junior high straight to high school. Even if one is outstanding, they can at most skip 1 or 2 grades. So no matter what, he would need to take at least 3 years of classes. Moreover, he had to go through a series of exams. Where would he find 3 months to get certified? Moreover, the modification engineer certification is not achieved in one leap. It starts from D level, and one must pass that before moving on to C, gradually advancing up. The time spent on that would just be too much. Qin Xian noticed the confusion in Su Chen's eyes and explained, "You have already demonstrated the basic abilities expected of an A-level modification engineer. With the connections of the Night Voice, we can immediately get you a D-level modification engineer certificate, and the annual modification engineer promotion assessment will be open to you once a month, which means you will be able to reach a level in just 3 months. This is the utmost limit of what we at the Night Voice Group can do. After all, the evaluation of modification engineers is managed by the authorities. 3 months is the shortest time we can negotiate for you. Of course." She shifted her tone. "If you do not obtain an A-level certificate within 3 months, I hope you will join our Night Voice modification team. Of course, you cannot interfere with Queen's modification plan. I appreciate talent, and we at Night Voice need talents like you even more than a fully capable top machine girl. I hope you will seriously consider my sincerity." The truth was revealed. Su Chen looked deeply at Qin Xian. No wonder she was the young lady of the Night Voice Group. Her demeanor was indeed different. When he saw Qin Xian enter, he had thought he would be directly kicked out. Qin Xian would certainly not want to change Queen's modification plan or foolishly hand over Queen's contract to him. Her intention was to use Queen as bait to recruit him into the Night Team to work for the Night Voice. Given the 3-month limit and using Queen as bait, it indicated that there must be significant difficulty involved. The assessment would likely not be as simple as it appeared and would require meeting several conditions. However, Su Chen's gaze unintentionally drifted to Queen. As if by a form of telepathy, Queen's deep-set eyes were also looking at him. In that moment, time seemed to freeze as their gazes met. In that instant, he seemed to see a canary trapped in a cage through Queen's eyes, gazing longingly at the nearby yet unattainable blue sky. She was silently lamenting, desperately struggling, yearning for true freedom. Her eyes filled with unwillingness and pain mingled with hope deeply moved Su Chen's heart. In his past life as the chief racing modification engineer, he only knew that cars would unleash their full potential through his hands. Cars were cold, lifeless objects. They held no emotion, and he could not experience the praise of machines. He had never imagined that one day a girl who could transform into a racing car would look at him with such eyes. Queen was pleading for his help. She did not wish to wither away in a cage like this. A surge of indescribable emotion suddenly welled up in Su Chen's chest, not entirely due to the help Queen had provided him and Star Dream during this time. Anger, sympathy, or was it the responsibility he should shoulder as a chief modification engineer in the face of this absurdity? 3 months. What if it was fraught with difficulties? He could not bear to watch Queen lose her most precious talent. That cage which locked away freedom, he would tear it apart with his own hands. All right. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, fixing his determined and solemn eyes on Qin Xian. "Miss, have you made your decision? Are you really going to offer Queen as a reward?" Jessica and Qin Xian stood side by side by the window of the conference room, gazing at Su Chen and Xing Ming, walking towards the manor, still somewhat in disbelief. "I've decided," Qin Xian replied calmly. "As a long-time employee, you should know how difficult it is to achieve a level modification in 3 months. Hardly anyone can do it." "Then what if? If he really achieves it, how about giving him Queen?" Qin Zin's eyes darkened slightly, a hint of indifference flashing beneath the surface. I don't really need that one top-tier mech girl. Right now Queen is a wreck, completely unable to start. The other two top-tier mech girls she possesses also went through a period of being unable to start. The two Lu Yin Xing Hui mech girls also experienced a period of average attribute enhancement, just like Queen, but their period of being unable to start was much shorter. Queen is like a stubborn child no matter how the Night modification team tries. She stands her ground firmly, refusing to budge. Qin Xian knew that Queen fundamentally did not want to cooperate with the modifications from the Night team. The other two mech girls in her possession in a certain sense had ultimately compromised. Sometimes she really doesn't understand. They are merely tools. Why should there be so many unnecessary emotional entanglements? Why do they even require a pilot to accommodate their moods? She had no leisure for that nor the patience. Besides Queen, she had other reserve mech girls undergoing modification. Whoever can modify them first to meet her standards will become her third mech girl. Therefore Queen is expendable, and Su Chen can create 2 blue modification cores in less than a minute. Although it is unclear whether luck plays a part in it, just this alone makes his value far exceed that of Queen. Miss, should our team continue modifying Queen? James exchanged glances with the other modifiers, cautiously asking, or should we leave Queen alone for the next 3 months? Of course we should continue the modifications. Qin Xian turned to look at James, casting a shadow over him as her back faced the sunlight. You guys are already considered the top modification team in the country. Have you still not figured out why the mech girls cannot start during the modification process? Aren't you ashamed? You need more modifications to understand this matter. Regardless of Su Chen, the modifications on Queen must continue. Even if I no longer need other mech girls in the future, will you have nothing to do? No. There are many mech girls under the agreement of the Night Voice Group, and they are all your modification targets. Understood. Yais understood. James wiped the sweat from his forehead and stared down at his toes. Staying with this young lady was indeed a tremendous pressure. Especially those eyes, they were too frightening. They looked at everyone as if they were merely observing an object, whether it was the mech girls or their assistants. This is as far as I can take you. At the Iron Gate, Queen gazed at Su Chen and Xing Ming, and when her gaze fell on Su Chen, a hint of barely perceptible tenderness quietly blended into her usual aloofness. Queen, I have a question. The manor's gate slowly closed, separating the two worlds like a cage. Su Chen looked through the iron bars into the eyes of the Queen. Why did you initially join the Night Voice? Now that they have modified you to the point of being unable to start, you should have the power to dissolve the agreement, right? At that time, Queen frowned slightly, her mind filled with only fragmented and vague memories. She remembered that Qin Xian had told her a lot back then, probably that the Night Voice would turn her into a top-tier mech girl. Thanks to the reputation of the Night Voice and the praise from many seniors, she signed the agreement. However, the modification plans from the Night Voice made her feel very uncomfortable, but apart from that, the Night Voice did not mistreat her. I suppose I was dazzled by the glamorous facade of a large group. Queen gave a bitter laugh. The agreement cannot be dissolved because the Night Voice has not mistreated the mech girls. All their modifications meet or even exceed the standards. However, if I remain unable to start, they will actively dissolve the agreement with me, and at that time I will be free. She looked at Su Chen, her gaze pure and sincere. Thank you, even though your proposed modification plan was not accepted. But I can sense your concern and intentions regarding this matter. It is difficult to become an A-level modifier in 3 months. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. Your focus must be on the competition ahead. Queen's sister, aren't you coming back with us? Xing Ming gazed at Queen through the bars, her small fists clenched. She had once envied Queen so much. Envied that she could provide Su Chen with a warm home, cook delicious meals, and solve the various problems they encountered. But besides Su Chen, she often felt like a burden, unable to help at all. She longed to become a powerful mech girl like Queen. But today she witnessed with her own eyes that even someone as strong as Queen could not control her own fate, merely subjected to the remarks of those modifiers, and the young lady, as if she were a product. Even now it felt like being trapped in a luxurious cage. Envy instantly turned to nothing, leaving only an indescribable bitterness and discomfort in her heart. No, I can't. Queen shook her head, her voice soft. I signed the agreement and must obey the group's orders. You can continue to stay at my place and help me take care of my Xian phone. We can occasionally contact each other via phone. She was originally supposed to have a month off. However, this vacation was used to facilitate a meeting between the night team and Su Chen. Thus her vacation had ended, and she needed to cooperate with the work of the Night Voice. But I don't have a phone with Moss. Xing Ming suddenly grabbed the railing, tears streaming down her face as she said to the nearby security personnel, please let Queen's sister come with us. We won't sell her off, or we won't go abroad. We don't have passports. If all else fails, you can install a locator on us. Security. Su Chen. Queen smiled, gently reaching out to pat Xing Ming's head through the bars. Be good, it's not like we won't see each other forever. I'll give you my number, we can keep in touch. She borrowed paper and pen from the security, neatly writing down the number. When she handed the note to Su Chen, her fingers also held a bank card. What is this? Su Chen was taken aback. I don't need money in the group. Queen insisted, stuffing the phone note and bank card into Su Chen's hand. On the road to success, money is indispensable. Although there isn't much in here. But it's all I've saved for a long time. Queen's face slightly flushed, and she averted her gaze, seemingly a bit embarrassed. But soon there was an additional hint of unique momentum and pride in her eyes. Su Chen, am a top-tier Mecha Girl used to a life of abundant resources. If one day I have the opportunity to become your Mecha Girl, and you are still a poor boy, I will not let you off easy. After saying this, she turned around without looking back. Good luck. The cold voice drifted away in the wind. It also scattered the inaudible murmurs. Take Xingming to blaze a trail and go see that broader sky for me. Su Chen took Xingming to buy mobile phones, one for each of them. The previous phone was a cheap knockoff, long obsolete, and often wouldn't even power on. This time he bought a reliable brand with basic functions. However, he chose a flagship model for Xingming, complete with a cat-themed phone case that perfectly matched her style. Master, does Sister Queen think we are poor? Xingming pouted, while holding her phone, inputting Queen's number on the green bubble, still haunted by Queen's earlier words. Su Chen chuckled to himself. Given Queen's personality, such words were to be expected. Anyone with a bit of wit would recognize it as a cover-up and a provocation. So do you wish for Queen to become my machine girl? Of course I do, Xingming replied without hesitation. Sister Queen is beautiful, virtuous, and performs well. If she became Masta's machine girl, wouldn't I be overjoyed? Su Chen rubbed his nose. He felt as though he might be overthinking things. After signing a spiritual contract with Xingming, he subconsciously regarded her as his girlfriend. Since Xingming was his girlfriend, she should be angry about the Queen's situation, right? Thus he nervously asked this question while buying her a phone, hoping to see her happy. He wasn't sure why he felt anxious. He had never felt this way in his past life. Yet Xingming showed no sign. Thinking it over, the high-intensity racing industry in this world dictated that a driver could not have just one machine girl. For Xingming, accepting Queen must be a perfectly normal thing. In fact, because she liked Queen so much, she even hoped for her to become her partner. Understanding this, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xingming probably didn't even understand what it meant to like someone. It was he who was being overly sentimental. Queen said that on purpose. If we want her to be our partner, then our task ahead will be quite heavy. Su Chen's expression turned serious. The competition couldn't be delayed, and he still needed to study for the modification technician certification. Suddenly he felt as if he had gone from idle to spinning like a top. The urgent task was to understand what preparations were needed before the exam and the specifics of the test content. Su Chen had a premonition that the exam content would not be the modification knowledge from his past life, but rather some things he had never encountered before, a confusing array of topics. Master, I understand. Xingming tightened her little fists and nodded earnestly. We need to make a lot of money, meow. Su Chen. She didn't understand a thing. Su Chen looked at the girl beside him fiddling with her phone and smiled helplessly. In a way, it was nice that she could remain pure and cute, far better than Queen facing all the cunning and constraints every day. Master, Sister Queen approved my friend request, meow. Su Chen glanced over and caught sight of a blooming lotus flower avatar. The WeChat name was Everyday Happy. A rather disjointed avatar and WeChat name. Xingming leaned closer to Su Chen, made a cat paw gesture, and with the other hand took a selfie before ding dong. A near-instant reply came back. What did Queen say? Su Chen asked curiously. Woo. Sister Queen said your nose hair isn't trimmed properly, it's sticking out. Su Chen. He poked at his nostrils and quickly pressed his nose hair back. He thought to himself that Queen's observation was incredibly sharp. Having arrived in this world with nothing, coupled with a series of recent events, he definitely wasn't as polished as before, almost feeling like he had returned to the years of being an apprentice modification technician. Perhaps this is what it means to never forget one's original intention. Su Chen honestly bought a set of nose and beard trimming tools at the supermarket at the entrance of the community, along with some daily skincare products. A man can be rugged, but not sloppy. As he reached the entrance of the apartment building, he unexpectedly spotted two familiar faces. Master, it's Fry Fish Dog. Xingming pointed at Yuming, her voice loud. Yuming, who was sizing up the entrance of the building, trembled upon hearing her voice. He turned to glare at her. The aloofness on his face disappeared, and his cheeks visibly flushed. I told you not to call me Fry Fish Dog. Damn it, I have a name. It's Yuming. Especially the U from especially and the Ming from tomorrow. Meow. Fry Fish Dog understood. Meow. Xingming acknowledged her mistake. All right, Fry Fish Dog. Su Chen nodded knowingly, defying the warning. You damn. Yuming pointed at Su Chen, rolling his eyes in frustration. Truly, a cockpit could not accommodate two types of people. Xingming and her driver were clearly cut from the same cloth. Master, don't struggle anymore. Chasing Shadow patted Yu Ming's shoulder with an air of superiority. Your fry fish dog reputation is already well known. It's nothing to be ashamed of to admit you fry fish. She turned to Xing Ming, next to Su Chen, her eyes filled with complexity and hardly noticeable admiration. It's nice to see you again, Xing Ming. Although I don't want to admit it, you are indeed something in the city championship. Chasing Shadow gave Xing Ming a thumbs up. Then she shifted the topic. However, your victory is still because this track is too absurd. Future races won't be just a few curves, and I won't give you any chances next time. Just wait to be left far behind by me. Yu Ming was already signaling Chasing Shadow with his eyes. But the words were already out. After all, these words could also be seen as provocation with an air of a stubborn duck. Yu Ming had just wanted to say a few good words to Su Chen. Yet Xing Ming unfazed nodded. Oh meow. I'll work hard and strive not to be overtaken by you. Chasing Shadow looked at Xing Ming in surprise, having prepared to argue with her. But Xing Ming's humble attitude made her feel somewhat embarrassed. In any case, you are still quite impressive. She blushed lightly. Hoff turned her head away, glancing occasionally from the corner of her. I say this to acknowledge you as my rival. In short, just keep it up. Huh. Deh. Yu Ming looked at Chasing Shadow with a ghostly expression. Su Chen found the interaction between the two machine girls quite amusing. He then looked at Yu Ming, as a person from K-City and a professional driver of the Northern Wolf Club suddenly appearing in a small community in Binzhou. And it seems you are specifically waiting for me. What seems to be the matter? Yu Ming seemed to finally snap back to reality, dashing up to Su Chen and shaking his hand enthusiastically. Su Chen, help. You must save our Northern Wolf T2 team. He blinked, trying hard to squeeze. Unfortunately, his talent was limited, and after a long struggle, he could only produce a sticky-eye booger. You want me to save your Northern Wolf T2 team? Su Chen pointed at himself, confused. What happened to you? Good luck on your high school entrance examination. Our Northern Wolf T2 is truly unfortunate. Yu Ming sighed, his face full of gloom. You know the provincial championship requires both individual and team scores to meet the standards, so. Su Chen shook his head. No, I don't know. Yu Ming replied. It's fine now you know. He continued, originally our T2 team score was already a bit tight, and recently one of our members left to become a substitute in T1, so, for a while now we've been considering recruiting a new member. But recruiting new members isn't simple. Those who are interested in us we aren't interested in, and those we like are already in other teams. After much effort we finally found someone, but guess what happened? Oh dear. Our club manager actually wants to stuff his nephew into the team. Isn't that just adding trouble for us? Su Chen understood. So Yu Ming's team got a connection-based member. It's understandable, after all, this is a society of human connections. How so? Is your manager's nephew technically incompetent? I don't know how good he is, but I've heard he has won first place in several underground races. However, he's never competed in an open competition. What value does that hold? Yu Ming sat on a stone stump by the entrance side. The key is that this person is really annoying, always showing off, and sporting dyed yellow hair. Just looking at him is frustrating. The team leader is almost at her wit's end. So, Su Chen blinked. What does this have to do with me? Of course it matters. Yu Ming cleared his throat and said seriously, do you know who the new member we were interested in before is? I don't know. It's you. Su Chen, oh. Yu Ming slapped his thigh, gritting his teeth. What kind of reaction is that? Can you give me a normal reaction? This is the recognition of Northern Wolf T2, the largest club in K-City, not some fly-by-night club. Do you understand? Not really, I don't understand. Seeing Su Chen playing dumb, Yu Ming directly stated, hey Race, the thing, the manager is pushing people into our T2 team, and we can't refuse as he is responsible for recruitment, and this kid can indeed meet all the assessments. We don't like that yellow-haired kid, so we said we had already chosen a reserve member, which is actually you and Xing Ming. And our team leader has the authority to review new members, so. As long as you can outperform that yellow-haired kid, the manager won't be able to stuff him into our team, and our new members will be you and Xing Ming. Yu Ming stood up, opened his arms. Su Chen, Xing Ming, welcome to join our Northern Wolf T2 team family. For Su Chen, the team was something quite distant. He has always been somewhat of a loner. In his past life, he was the same. He preferred not to have other tuners around when modifying cars. He always slept alone, ate alone, traveled alone. Alone. Going to nightclubs looking for women. Joining a team meant there would be a group of teammates, so his first reaction was one of reluctance. But reason told him that to integrate into this world and aspire to be world-class, being part of a team, because the provincial championship is a team competition, one person cannot represent a team, and forming a club or team on one's own is a very troublesome matter. Just thinking about the potential series of problems he might face gave him a headache. So, joining an excellent team might also be a good choice. Su Chen did not refuse, nor did he immediately agree, but just asked, so what are the benefits of joining your Northern Wolf T2? Benefits? Isn't becoming a member of Northern Wolf T2 a benefit? Yu Ming was confused. Su Chen rolled his eyes and took Xing Ming's hand, bypassing Yu Ming. Sorry, you are blocking the door. I need to go home. Capital's PUA has been used on him, right? Truly unaware of the danger. Doesn't he realize that once he's PUA'd, he will immediately stop working? Hey, don't go. Yu Ming immediately stopped Su Chen, a pleasing smile on his face. I was just joking. How could joining us Northern Wolf not have benefits? First, as long as you successfully sign the agreement, the basic materials for your Machine Girl upgrade will be fully covered by the club. And there's a base of 100,000 per month with rewards for winning first, second, and third place in popular races, and these do not overlap with competition rewards. Additionally, we have our own modification team with various specialized modification cores exclusive to Northern Wolf, and the same grade is superior to those on the market. Is there anything else? Su Chen remained calm. As China's top tuner, he had seen all kinds of rewards. In his past life, top teams offered him a salary of 200,000 USD a month. Regardless of whether he had modification tasks, the money would be deposited into his account on time. With such good treatment, he had become bored and simply resigned. Still there are. Yu Ming scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. Su Chen's reaction was completely different from what he had anticipated. Shouldn't he be particularly happy to join Northern Wolf? You know, those wild racers like Lin Haijun would be ecstatic if a decent club extended an olive branch, right? What is wrong with Su Chen? But apart from these, it seems there are no other benefits to joining Northern Wolf. Sigh. Just as Yu Ming was racking his brain, Zhu Ying's gaze fell on the hands held by Su Chen and Xing Ming. Su Chen's large hand almost completely enveloped Xing Ming's delicate little hand, and Xing Ming obediently let herself be led, showing no signs of resistance. These two have an unusual relationship. Looking again at the clothes on Xing Ming, it was clear that she was wearing an original factory racing suit over a casual human women's outfit. Zhu Ying blinked and suddenly said, joining the Northern Wolf Club comes with an exclusive Snow Wolf racing suit, which is especially beautiful. There are more than a dozen styles in the Snow Wolf series, including hidden and novelty versions, which cannot be bought outside. Look at what I am wearing now. It's the Snow Wolf version racing suit for competitions. Zhu Ying twirled in front of Xing Ming, boasting, how about it? Isn't it great? Oh meow. Xing Ming stared at the racing suit on Zhu Ying without blinking. The overall tone was matte white with two sharp black lines extending from the shoulders to the sides of the torso, resembling the outline of a wolf's spine. The waist featured fish scale-like silver carbon fiber patterns, and it was a fitted design that accentuated the figure, making even someone like Zhu Ying appear curvaceous and slender. The Northern Wolf Club's logo was on the chest, a simple outline of a wolf's head sharply defined, looking quite imposing. Good looking. Xing Ming swallowed hard, her eyes wide. Truly, it was professionally designed, much better looking than the Machine Girl racing suits she had seen at Xing Shenhui logo. Xing Ming quickly envisioned in her mind. If she wore this racing suit, then she would be the most proud snow wolf on the extreme northern plains. And those machine girls blocking her way would be her prey. The wolf must hunt. Awoo. Meow meow. Su Chen looked at Xing Ming, who was lost in her fantasy, clawing and meowing, and couldn't help but laugh. Yu Ming glanced at Zhu Ying, speechless. It's just a racing suit. What kind of benefit is that? That's just a team uniform, albeit with more styles. Come on, take a break. Don't add to my troubles. Zhu Ying rolled her eyes, thinking you know nothing. Isn't this called making a fuss? This is called being smart and appealing to her preferences. Yu Ming once again held Su Chen's hand, showing a sincere smile. Su Chen, our club's benefits are currently that much. If you have other ideas, you can discuss with our team leader. Oh, as long as it's not too excessive, we can negotiate. Your Snow Wolf series racing suits are nice. Yu Ming, fell what? Su Chen leaned closer to Yu Ming's ear, speaking seriously in a low voice. If you can give me the novelty version in advance, then I'll consider checking out your club. Yu Ming. He stepped back, staring blankly at the serious-looking Su Chen with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Wait, is this really an agreement? Just for a novelty version of the racing suit? Damn perverted. Su Chen and Xing Ming returned to clean up after my Xianfeng and restock the cat food and water. They then took the helicopter from the Northern Wolf Club to City K. City K is a medium-sized city adjacent to Binzhou, slightly smaller than Binzhou, but no less developed. As soon as Su Chen walked in, he spotted a striking figure. A young man with yellow hair casually sprawled on the sofa in the office area, shoes off, one foot resting on the armrest and the other on the coffee table. Across from him sat a petite Mecha girl looking very demure, who immediately lowered her head and shifted her body to the corner of the sofa upon seeing a stranger approach. As he observed the Mecha girl's, information appeared before his eyes. Name Chuan Yun, star emblem storm control type. Speed 58. Cornering 70. Stability 61. Burst 45. Endurance 37. Modification core Little Siren Blue. Holy mark none. Current level C. Special talent none. Synchronization 13. Driver Huang Shixuan. Status good, minor injuries. Evaluation on circuits with many sharp turns and short distances, she is a sharp blade. Su Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up at the Mecha Girl's performance. Regardless of how capable the yellow-haired guy was, his Mecha Girl was quite impressive. Especially with a cornering attribute of 70, it was evident that she was designed to maximize her strengths through a concentrated strategy. Not to mention, at least the modifications the yellow-haired guy made to the Mecha Girl aligned with his aesthetic preferences. So despite his lackluster appearance, Su Chen did not underestimate him. Big sister head Su Chen is here, Yuming shouted as he opened the door and rushed into the inner office. This shout successfully roused the yellow-haired guy who was dozing on the sofa. He glanced at Su Chen with an indifferent gaze before lying back down. He merely squinted his eyes, clearly no longer asleep. Yuming soon emerged with a tall golden-haired lady who had dark circles under her eyes and looked extremely fatigued. However, when she reached Su Chen, her eyes fully opened, sparkling with enthusiasm. "Hi handsome, you look so clean-cut and charming. I like guys like you who don't dye their hair, just good honest kids." Li Yini enthusiastically shook Su Chen's hand, her face beaming with joy, yet her words subtly attacked the yellow-haired youth lounging on the sofa. Su Chen glanced at Li Yini's golden hair, his mouth twitching slightly as he pulled his hand back. "I haven't said I want to join you, I just brought Xingming over to take a look." "No worries, just take a look around. The benefits of our Northern Wolf T2 are plentiful and will surely satisfy." After saying this, Li Yini noticed Yuming signaling her with his eyes, and she followed him to the corner where they seemed to be discussing something. Eventually, Li Yini gave Su Chen a peculiar look before hurriedly leaving. Su Chen followed Yuming around the office area, which boasted solid infrastructure, including a restaurant, gym, and modification room. However, there were a bit too few people around. "Where are the other members of your Northern Wolf team?" Su Chen asked the several modifiers behind the glass door who were working on modification cores. "Isn't the provincial qualifying round just around the corner? Everyone is training hard to earn enough personal points in the qualifiers." Yuming sighed. "We are under a lot of pressure this year. If we can't make it to the provincial competition, T2 will be disbanded by the club, so I'm anxious about the new recruits." "Right, these are your T2 modification team, right? What levels are the modifiers?" "Yes, 1 a level and 3 level modifiers assigned to us by the club." Yuming spoke with a sense of pride. An A-level modifier is already considered a master among modifiers. You can hardly find a few in the entire City K. Having a powerful modification team to customize Mecha Girl modification plans is a privilege of joining the club. Moreover, outside you have to spend a fortune to buy modification cores. Here we just provide basic modification modules for the modifiers. Su Chen couldn't agree with Yuming's words. After understanding the general perception of modifiers in this world, he had already dismissed all these modifiers. In any case, he would never let Xingming be modified by these modifiers. However, there was another benefit to joining the Northern Wolf. He could leverage his club membership to engage with A-level modifiers. Rather than gathering useless information like a greenhead fly, directly asking an A-level modifier was undoubtedly the best choice. Ultimately, he would have to join a club. Thanks to Yuming, he had a decent impression of the Northern Wolf, so why not choose them? Besides, Xingming seemed to really like the Northern Wolf team uniform. Su Chen felt a bit tempted. During their conversation, Li Yini returned holding a box with a somewhat mysterious expression. "Mr. Su Chen, here is the racing suit you wanted." She cleared her throat, glanced at Xingming, who was pressed against the glass door, her entire face stuck to the glass, and whispered, "This racing suit is quite special. It's highly inadvisable for Mecha girls to wear it outside. It's meant for home use. You should understand the reason. If you absolutely have a peculiar preference for having the Mecha girl wear it outside, I suggest doing so at night in an empty place." With that, she solemnly placed the box into Su Chen's hands. "This is a gesture of goodwill from our Northern Wolf team, even though you haven't confirmed whether you want to join us." "Huh." The yellow-haired guy on the sofa turned over and let out a cold snort. "Huang Shixuan, did you get a fishbone stuck in your throat? What's with the snorting?" Yuming, who disliked the yellow-haired guy, snapped back. "Is someone like you who makes a Mecha girl endure so much pain just to come in first worthy of such admiration? It's truly laughable." The yellow-haired guy sat up, his cold eyes piercing Su Chen like a knife. "Hey, you little brat, don't think that winning the city championship is such a big deal. You got it by hurting the Mecha girl. If you meet me, I guarantee you won't even know how you died." "Huang Shixuan, shut up." Yuming instantly flared up, pointing at Huang Shixuan and scolding. "You don't even know the specifics of what happened. Why are you acting all self-righteous? Are you showing off? You still aren't a member of our Northern Wolf T2. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you out." Huang Shixuan seemed completely unfazed by the threat. "The fact is, he hurt the Mecha girl. I don't know what kind of potion he gave that Mecha girl. Do you not understand human speech? I will." "Enough." A furious roar suddenly resonated, piercing through the entire building. "Everyone shut your mouth." Li Yini's face darkened, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Huang Shixuan and Yuming. At this moment, she was no longer the sleepy figure from earlier. She was like a fierce lioness awakened. The entire office area fell silent. The chandelier above swayed slightly, and the water in the cup trembled. Su Chen felt a buzzing in his head, while Xing Ming frowned, pressing her cat ears down, her forehead banging against the tempered glass. Yu Ming stood right next to Li Yini and bore the brunt of it. Yet he seemed accustomed to it, carelessly wiping away the blood flowing from his ears. Everyone was stunned by that roar. Even the arrogant yellow-haired one was no exception. Li Yini took a deep breath, gradually calming down, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Right, everyone should talk calmly, without always arguing and hurting the harmony. What a... Yu Ming tilted his head, looking at Li Yini, shouting, "Big sister, what did you say? I can't hear clearly, can you speak louder?" Li Yini remained silent, her expression somewhat forced in a smiling. Chasing Shadow deftly pulled out a tube of cream from his bag and squeezed it into Yu Ming's ear, then took out a hearing aid and helped him put it on. Yu Ming shook his head, and the tranquil world transformed back into a vivid and colorful one. He chuckled. "Ha, I said after all that my eardrum is ruptured again, ha." Su Chen looked at Yu Ming with a strange expression. The use of the word again is apt. It seems Yu Ming, as a descendant of the deaf, has been like this for quite some time. However, thinking back to the last time when his jaw was fractured and healed in one night, he felt relieved. In this world, medical technology is highly developed, so a mere ruptured eardrum is as trivial as cutting a finger. The medication that Chasing Shadow just injected into Yu Ming's ear canal was likely specifically prepared for repairing eardrums. During the recovery period, there was also a hearing aid as a transition, showing thorough preparation. It was clear that this was true love. With Yu Ming returning to normal, Li Yini continued, "Huang Shixuan and Su Chen, one was recommended by the manager, and the other is a talent favored by our team members. Both meet the recruitment criteria of the Northern Wolf team. However, we do not need substitutes, and we do not have resources for an extra person, so ultimately one of you must be chosen to join the team." She pointed at herself. "As the captain of T2, I have the authority to review newcomers. The method of using this authority is very simple. When there are 2 reserve members, I will decide who can truly join the team. This judgment requires sufficient basis, meaning that both of you must compete in a match to determine the winner." If it had been before, Su Chen would have proactively withdrawn upon hearing this. He didn't necessarily need to join the Northern Wolf. At worst, he would pay for the Snow Wolf racing suit and just peel off the wolf head logo on it. He believed that the Northern Wolf T2 wouldn't care about a racing suit that could only be worn at home. However, due to some words from the yellow-haired one, he changed his mind. He was a bit angry. This anger stemmed not only from slander and misunderstanding, but also from others' denial of Xingming's efforts. It seemed as though Xingming's championship was entirely forced by him as the driver, while in reality, it was Xingming who had mustered the courage to fight for it herself. This glory belonged to Xingming. She did not need any sympathy and would not accept any distortion of her achievements. All right. Huang Shixuan had already snapped back to reality from being yelled at by Li Yini and resumed his arrogant demeanor. "Just in time. I also want to see if on a normal racetrack this bully driver who gains victory by oppressing the Machine Girls can achieve the championship again. In racing, the most important thing is rapport, followed by technique, and only then the performance of the Machine Girls. Squeezing the Machine Girls can lead to a single championship, but it's impossible to remain champions forever, much less become world-class." "Here we go again." Li Yini frowned. Some people's thoughts are stubborn and deeply rooted. Even after seeing the news, they still believe there is some inside story. Huang Shixuan was such a person. He adhered to the principle of seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving, yet he couldn't accept a single word from others. Politely put, he had his own opinions that were unshakable. Harshly put, he was extremely self-centered and stubborn. Just as she was about to say something, Su Chen beside her raised his hand. Su Chen stared at Huang Shixuan, his gaze slightly cold. Recruiting team members for the club is a very cautious matter, especially since Northern Wolf T2 is currently at a critical period, so I believe one match is insufficient to determine who can truly join the team. "How about this?" he said lightly. "Before the provincial championship, there will be a total of 7 public competitions, including the city championship, the City King competition, and 5 provincial qualifiers. These 7 competitions can accumulate points, so we will see in the end who has qualified points, who has the highest points, who will be the next team member." After these words, aside from Huang Shixuan, both Li Yini and Yu Ming were taken aback. Undoubtedly, Su Chen's proposal was absolutely fair and just providing a wealth of comparative data. It was clear to distinguish the strengths of the 2 competitors based on this comparative data. However, almost no club does this, as the time frame is simply too long. Don't the drivers and Machine Girls have to consider their future? What if they end up unfortunately eliminated in the end? That would mean missing out on this year's provincial race opportunity. Because before the provincial race, most clubs have already formed their teams, and team races need coordination, who would temporarily form a team just 1 or 2 months before the competition. Yu Ming was stunned, realizing, didn't Su Chen know about the upcoming public competitions and point rules? Earlier, he was just pretending. Damn it, a perverse bastard so sly. But he quickly caught up with Li Yin's thought process, clearly capturing the risks that Su Chen and Huang Shixuan needed to bear in this duel. He also understood that Su Chen was genuinely angry. That sounds good. No problem. Huang Shixuan sized up Su Chen up and down as if seeing him in a new light. Putting everything else aside, although you are underhanded, you are still a man unlike those. Cough anyway, you have guts. If you can ultimately score higher than me, not only will I willingly roll out of Northern Wolf T2, but I will also call you Dad. You don't need to call me Dad. Su Chen shook his head. I don't have any scoundrel descendants like you. If your final score isn't higher than mine, you will sincerely apologize to Xingming. Huang Shixuan glanced at the sulking Xingming, not understanding Su Chen's meaning. Why? Because your words denied her efforts and made her unhappy. Su Chen touched Xingming's airplane ears, which were already glued to her head. If she is unhappy, I will be angry. Huang Shixuan still looked confused. He couldn't understand why Xingming would be unhappy. Wasn't he fighting for justice for Xingming? Surely it was Su Chen, that villain who had brainwashed Xingming too severely. Look at how he had changed this machine girl. How could a machine girl go all out for a city championship? This made no sense. With this thought, he looked at Su Chen with an even colder gaze. Fine, although it's impossible for you to win against me, just to let you, this rat person, understand how to cherish your machine girl. Huang Shixuan snorted coldly. He'll accept this boring competition. Within a week, I will secure a spot for the City King competition. I hope you don't regret your impulsiveness and foolishness after seeing my results. After saying this, he directly stood up, not even putting on his shoes, and casually threw on his clothes as he walked towards the door. Xiaoyan, let's go. On the sofa, the machine girl who heard Huang Shixuan's call seemed to wake from a dream. She sprang up like an ant on a hot pan, wanting to catch up, but noticed Huang Shixuan wasn't wearing shoes. So she quickly bent down to pick up the slightly worn shoes. As she passed by everyone, she hurriedly bowed deeply and murmured, "I'm sorry." Only then did she dare to chase after Huang Shixuan's figure as it faded away. It looked very busy, yet nobody knew what it was busy with. Damn it, that yellow-haired guy, what's he so proud of? He thinks he can clear the city championship in a week. Dream on. Yu Ming spat. Li Yin sighed, rubbing her throbbing temples, feeling a bit drowsy. In the office building's corridor, sunlight filtered through the windows, leaving behind white squares on the floor. A tall and short figure moved through the squares. They walked side by side, the petite figure having to jog to keep up. She reached out to grasp the hem of the tall figure's shirt. The person paused, and their steps immediately slowed. Su Chen watched them disappear at the end of the corridor, his eyes slightly narrowed. Interesting. This yellow-haired one had some merit.